welcome. So with this... Well, first of all, we got unclaimed rewards, so let's grab those. But yeah, we're still Blade Vortex. We've switched to cold, fully to cold. And with this, let's go. Courtyard, which is, I think, Sacred Grove, which I probably won't do because it's super difficult. Singular Scouting Report. Thank you very much. You must open the character... Oh, man. Inscribed Ultimatum. What did we get? Doubles Sacrificed Currency. Ooh, okay. So technically, if I get one Divine Orb, I can get my second one right after that. But that is kind of tough. That is a very... Inscribed ultimatums can be very, very difficult. Like, very difficult. So... I have actually downloaded... Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna import... Hogs D4 Bad Turtle. There's a, I think it's hideoutshowcase.com or PoE. Just look up Path of Exile Hideout Showcase on Google or any search engine, and you find the website. And there are already a few really nice hideouts for the Cosmic Turtle hideout, or like, you know, showcases and like things you can download. The thing is, I tried to do this earlier today, and it literally crashed the video game. I have no idea. Let's see. Does it crash the video game? Yes. Yes, it did. Yep. Okay, never mind. We're not gonna import that hideout. Okay, we're gonna play with the vanilla Cosmic Turtle hideout, because apparently importing it is a little bit of an issue right now. Okay. I'm sorry. Literally crashes the game. But it's not only this one, like this one import. It's any import. I think there is some weird bug with this hideout where just you can't import something. Or maybe I'm just bad. I have no idea. Or maybe I have to start the game in admin mode, or... It's a weird issue, though, because it's usually... Well, maybe I can try this with other hideouts. Maybe this is an overall bug right now in the game. Right, where importing hideouts is just a little bit borked. Who knows? But yeah, with this, we have to progress the Atlas further. We want to progress more, get our Void Stones. We also only have the Searing Exarch, or we can only call upon the Searing Exarch, not the Deed of Worlds. Still have a lot of Maven invitations left, which of course will be interesting because we don't really have a full damage yet with our build, which is focused on pretty much just cold conversion. Obliteration one is questionable. We might get something else. Maybe, how much cash do I have right now? 12 Chaos Orbs, that's not nothing. I could technically use that to get, I don't know, some pretty chunky +1 phase wands. I'm not quite sure what to get though, so maybe I'm gonna look up PoE Ninja again, what other people are doing right now. And other than that... Oh god. It's also telling me to... Okay. It's also telling me to do the Forbidden Sanctum. So I guess we can do the Forbidden Sanctum real quick. In the meantime, though, let's listen to Starter Builds streamed 3 days ago. Faded 132, which, by the way, I always enjoy listening to in the background. Wasn't too interested in the Last Epoch one, obviously, because Last Epoch, not a big fan of it. So, yeah. Let's listen in. Let's hope the audio is loud enough, because usually it's not loud enough for me, at least. I think it's also my ears are just borked. So let's see.
Without further ado, let's get into the episode.
Yeah, I think that's
Valor.
loud enough.
How are you doing?
Fantastically.
Yeah.
That's
Baby Poison SRS is the best play it's ever been. It's hugely buffed. So now I'm excited and I'm starting SRS again, and I want to start now.
Yeah, I think that's loud enough. All right, let's go.
all right. Can't wait to talk about it. We got another person back from 2 weeks ago.
I mean, Poison
Snap
SRS
is here again.
Classic.
How's it going on the podcast?
Man? Yeah, it's been 2 weeks since the last Epoch episode with Snibbe. We're back to here to talk about Necropolis. Should be a lot of fun.
The real juice.
So yeah, keep in mind, this is pre-launch.
We got with us
This podcast.
someone who's been avidly testing a lot of different league starters and has made a very informed decision after his weapon of choice has been destroyed by GGG, apparently. Welcome with us, Subtractum.
Hello.
With a thumbnail face.
It won't be.
Oh,
the
man, I
last
missed
time
it.
building
How's it
sites it's destroyed.
I'm very purple. Camera went crazy.
That's what these cameras do. Well, should we just start by prefacing this with what an absolute treat it is to listen to Mark Roberts, game designer of Path of Exile 1.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah, I
was-
mean, listening to Mark talk about the game, you can clearly see how passionate he is, and you can see like how much
Oh, yeah, Mark is
control
just-
he has
Mark-
over the
Mark is
direction
just
of the
great,
game. So he's like the guy, right? That's pushing the direction of Path of Exile. And there's like this thing in our Discord we talk about, like I think
We stand
during
for
the,
Mark
the
here.
dark days of PoE. We talk about the Kalandra, that kind of thing. Maybe it was like when Mark wasn't there, right? Mark was working on PoE too. That was the thing we talk about. So it's definitely really cool having Mark talk about like all the stuff that he's doing and how good he wants to make the game. It's definitely really inspirational, right?
I need all the.
Yeah, Mark being the director, I think, is just going to be so good for the future of the game. Like, he's clearly, like, I got the impression when I talked to him last year, like, he very clearly is a player of the game. He's like, yeah, I want to hit 100 last league, and like, he speaks clearly from experience. And yeah, crazy enough, as Boeing is learning, if you're in charge of something, you should probably know what the hell you're doing.
Probably actually play the thing.
Yeah,
That's a good point, yeah.
absolutely.
Mark is
No,
like
I
one of the
specifically
aura
like the
stackers,
part
right? So
where
he
they-
knows his
and
stuff.
I don't know whether this coincides with the huge success of Last Epoch and the delay of Path of Exile 2, but I really like the part where they continuously keep emphasizing that this is the time where they're not sticking to their beliefs that they held on for so long, right? But they like to hold on to them, but they're also like, if there's a good reason to reevaluate our approach and to question what we've been doing and like what we're working on, then that this is the time. And it's so refreshing to see them do these simple quality of life things, like being able to just walk over the breach hands and everything that from
Where's
my
Alba?
point of view has been dragging my game experience down for such a long time, because there's all these little things that build up so much frustration, and so many of them are getting alleviated. It's just fantastic. So definitely a fan of that.
Yeah, lots of
direction.
small things have the quality of life.
Yeah, I mean, as
really
a,
nice.
One of the most interesting things that, like, perspective that you can have is just think about how old this game is. Like, there are very few developers that are out there that honestly have the privilege of being able to have a game that's successful 10 plus years down the road. And like, we see especially companies like Riot, Blizzard with World of Warcraft, I guess, like there's not that many franchises out there that have been around that long that have just like been able to innovate and change things in a really fundamental way. And I think that's important to actually grow. And like the crazy thing is PoE's growth has kind of just always been really solid and just keeps getting better in the past couple of years. And that's just so wild for something that started so slowly. So slowly.
Yeah, I mean, in the past years, I think since 2016, right, they have been growing, which is the good part about it. Because I love the developer talk. I think recently I even listened to the developer talk again. It's like, I don't know what Chris has. It's just like, I turned the video on where he's at the game developer conference or something, and he talks about Path of Exile and the lessons as they learn. And I'm just like, it's like a really good show you cannot look away from. It's insane. I'm like locked into that video. I think I've watched it like 7 times by now. It's such a good video, and it just shows how they understand things and why they work the way they work or should work. And then if you take the same video and then apply to any other game, you just see some of the issues, right? Where it's like, wow, Path of Exile did this really well, but this game doesn't. This game, Path of Exile did this also really well, but this game didn't. It's like, it's super interesting to see. If you just watch the developer conference and then you compare it to any other game beside Path of Exile, and you're like, yeah, there's some issues, So, but yeah, thankfully, the game is growing slowly and steady. And I think it's actually growing slowly and steady, not because it's like good or great. It's also, it could grow faster, but I think there's still like this big hurdle of Path of Exile 1. That's why a lot of people just don't really stick with it, or it takes like a really long time to get things going, right? So Path of Exile 2 might give this whole thing a big push, where if everything that is super complicated becomes easier to understand, but it's still complex to do deep customizations with it, that curve might go up very quickly.
And they're just willing to actually look at fundamental questions.
I don't know how to get Alva, by the way.
Fresh. And that's like, you need to do it, right?
Okay.
Like, imagine if a game just didn't have, if their leagues were just, look at their original leagues, right? Like Nemesis or Ambush or something. And like, just I don't like someone who's a programmer, like, how the hell are they making these changes to the system? Like, it blows my mind, the fact that it's not actually just like, League of Legends spaghetti code. It's wild.
Yeah. It's crazy. It doesn't all just fall apart, right? Like,
yeah, I don't know how they do it.
To be fair, sometimes it does.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes it falls apart a little. My big takeaway from that is something.
Yeah,
I
but it's still
already
like
knew, but I was
incredibly
really
high
happy to
quality, right?
see, because I feel like
It's kind of
only
insane
saw
how
this
good
first in person.
PoE works.
Before ExileCon 1, I did quite often find myself slipping into what I now call like the Reddit narrative of thinking in my head like, do they even play the game? Do they even know what they're doing? Why are they doing these stupid things? And then those of us who like went to ExileCon and met a bunch of developers and hung out and talked to people, that thought leaves your mind instantly. None of us came back from there and was like, they don't care. Like, that didn't happen, because we met them and was like, oh, everybody here is passionate. But it's hard to get that across. And so I understand why people sometimes think that. And this interview left me with that feeling of even the things I disagreed with, that he was like, oh, this is the direction we're taking. I'm like, I wish they went the other way. Even those things, by the time he's finished talking about it, I don't feel ignored. I feel like he's seen the thing. He understands the side that he hasn't agreed with. He's really given it like thought and has a proper understanding of what's going on. And he's just, occasionally he's choosing a direction that I wouldn't have chosen, but he's probably better than me at it. So I don't feel upset about it anymore. I'm just like, oh, I don't feel ignored. I feel like he understands the problem we're having. He just wants a different solution. So he's going to work on it. Great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have the utmost respect for Mark, right? But I think the thing that I might bring up is I don't know that the prevailing sentiment was like that they don't care, or I think the main thing that some people were having concerns about in the past was like that they might be spreading themselves a little bit too thin, going in two different directions with two different projects. That's kind of like the main thing. But I think like
gotta be careful
in
with
Toda,
that.
or not like since Toda, and then you have Affliction and now Necropolis. You can clearly see like I feel like the level of effort in the leagues has like definitely gone up. Like it's just night and day to me. Coming from Crucible, and then like the level of effort and stuff that goes into something like Necropolis, like to me it's night and day. Like this is just way bigger scope. Like the changes are more massive, and everything is just like a lot more exciting to me as a player.
Yeah, I guess a little
Yeah,
bit.
I agree with that. I'm not sure whether the sentiment was so much that they don't care, but what I felt personally that I could relate to, obviously it was a lot exaggerated, a lot more intense in the community, what I perceived, but there was also a little bit of a feel of a disconnect for me around, let's say, Calandra, Crucible, that time around, that the game that we play and perceive is a different game than what they are perceiving, what they're working on. That was a sort of misalignment in the perception, and now it feels like there's way more overlap between like what they are working on and the game that is actually being played, which I think that may have just come from
Holy map device unlocks. Holy Jesus, look at this map device recipe unlocked. All of them. Jesus Christ.
interviews with Chris, and I love Chris, don't get me wrong, I don't want to like drag Chris down, just Chris was doing a lot of the interviews at a time where he was essentially already completely out of the game design loop, and only the organizational CEO and doing the financial side of things, and then a lot of the times answers felt like Chris was doing the dev check or talking out of his like 10-15 years back experience with Diablo 2 and his philosophies that he built from there, which all are valuable, but yeah, that's just a lot of players couldn't relate to that as much as to the stuff that Mark is saying.
Yeah, definitely. I super resonate with that. I mean, it's also super refreshing to
I'm
hear
not
like
quite sure though. Do we know that though? I feel like Chris still played a lot and still did a lot, but I don't know. Of course, you can't do everything, right? That's the thing. You can't play everything. You can't do everything in your game, especially Path of Exile. So it's kind of understandable why it's like, it's like there's also a limit what he can do. So I don't know if he never did anything. I don't know. It's of course with Mark. I mean, Mark has always been doing a little bit more with Path of Exile 1, right? But yeah, maybe over the last few leagues they gave him a bit more and a bit more and a bit more things to do, and it's like, hey, you wanna take that over and to like look over this, and he's like, sure, he's gonna do that, and step by step he got more and more either access to things or was able to decide, yes, we want to do this, or no, we don't want to do that, and it makes sense because he has I don't know, how long is Mark now in the company, like 5-6 years now, right? He has been there for a long time now. So, makes sense why they maybe gave him more and more, not decisions, but he can make more decisions now than before. And this league might be his very first one, like his first big one ever. I'm not quite sure, but again, we're just guessing here.
Of the talk that he's saying about like player agency, there's a huge focus on that. And I think a lot of players just really love to hear that. Like they want to focus on a game that like you want to play, instead of like trying to force people down one path. Just like creating the most choices is super awesome, and I think it's definitely a great direction to take the game. And so I think hearing Mark say that like they're really after that agency. I think that's like a super good thing that they're trying to like drill down on, and the Scarabs I think reflect that on the new expansion for sure.
Yeah, like despite the fact that they claim that it didn't take too many resources. I think that was it Crucible, that one patch. I mean, I think Snap probably knows what I'm gonna say. Like one patch where like 75% of the text, it was collapsed initially, but if you expanded it, and I know it was just like one guy, but like how much Ruthless was mentioned, like all the time, and how unpopular at the end of the day. I think we've heard that it's like the estimate is like just 1 to 2% of the population, from the data that we have. And that's like fine, it didn't take that many resources, but I think the fact that it was talked about so much, and we saw the anemic, or not even like, I don't want to like be too spoiled, because like compared to any other game, we are so spoiled. Like I used to play Overwatch, right? Overwatch got nothing for like 4 years, and then they're just like, oh yeah, fuck you, Overwatch 2, get wrecked, and then oh yeah, PvE, yeah, right.
I mean, I have to say something here. We know that they slowly work on every project. Like even PoE Mobile is being worked on slowly and steady by a few people, right? I'm saying this as someone who played PoE Mobile on an iPad and then chatted with one developer at ExileCon. So I know him. I see his face in front of me right now. So they slowly work on stuff. And Chris even said they did not put before Crucible, they already had the Ruthless changes. They are not putting it in yet, because otherwise there would be too much of an uproar of people being like, oh my god, so many Ruthless changes, what about my video game, right? Literally what happened the next week. It's all just a little bit like marketing mumbo-jumbo that you kind of sometimes have to do, because people can be weird. So it's fine, who cares? It's literally... I think as a community sometimes it's like, oh my god, they're doing X and Y. Who cares? Literally, who cares? We get free leagues every single 3-4 months, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, as Subtracting said, now some games just have literally nothing, right, for a long time. Overwatch, as he said, League of Legends was my big game where I played it for so long, for literally years, and nothing was happening. Fuck all. And I was like, oh, where is anything? Come on, guys. In the meantime, Path of Exile has been doing updates like constantly. It's insane. So, yeah. We stand for Path of Exile here. Let's go. I don't know.
Give me more money. Let me buy a yacht. Like, let's be fair. But compared to how spoiled we were in the past, particularly, I talk about this all the time. Like, I do miss the really big end game reworks we used to get with, like, I bring up, it could just be nostalgia, because I do think the modern Atlas is better, but like the original Shaper versus Elder Atlas and all that stuff, it was kind of annoying and bullshit, but like it was really cool conceptually. And then they're like, oh yeah, guess what? We fooled you. There's actually 10 acts now. And then guess what? Oh, we fooled you. There's actually, you have to do the 32 stones and leapfrog all this bullshit. And then you get Cirrus and you did do all that. And like, how crazy that they're willing to redo all that. And then we went from that to, we kind of had that like the dearth of like, well, I have to say it.
The Dark Ages.
The Calandra, right? We had the Calandra. With the Dark Ages, and it.
I have to say though, these endgame things, there is a real. I like that they don't do this too often though. The reason for this, people love having something solid for a long period of time, right? It feels good knowing, okay, I have an endgame, I know what it is, I have figured it out over the past 3 leagues, I can blast it now. And then if you take it away at the 4th one, so every year you have a new endgame, it would get really annoying, I think. Also, you have to keep in mind, which I think neither Catmaster, nor Balor, nor Subtractem, nor Snap give a large fuck about the lore. The lore fucking matters, right? You can only have a new endgame with new lore. The fuck do you do after the Eldritch enemies, right? And the next big step is either we as Exiles win, or Rayclast is fucked, you know? And that, but then also that changes Path of Exile 2. So they can't really do too much in that aspect, because if they would do it, that would spoil kind of Path of Exile 2 and their story, which they also don't want to do yet. So there's a reason why we don't get new endgames. I sure wish we could, but it ain't happening, because, you know, you can't. You just can't. Otherwise, it messes this up, it messes that up. They might write themselves in a corner now. Yeah, no. It's, you know, I think I don't even care actually about too much about the gameplay. Keep the same Atlas endgame, you know? I don't actually need more of it or different stuff. I would love to actually know more about the lore. I'm actually more horny for more lore instead of more gameplay, to be honest, at this point. Again, that's me. I don't think that's them. Yeah. It's different. It's just a different priority.
It's just like, man, how Calandra was so half-assed, right? You know, there's cool ideas in there, but like on release, that was so rough. And it going from that to Calandra, and like clearly we're kind of coming out of that now.
Warning, I think we also got Sentinel, I think, before that, which was, you know, Juice Heaven, so that felt obviously a lot better, because it's ARPGs. The more loot you get, the better it is. We probably have the same feeling right now in Necropolis, where it's like, where's my loot? Oh no. Everyone will feel a little bit down after Affliction. Not me, because I didn't juice an Affliction, but, you know, a lot of people probably will.
Calandra and Ruthless being talked about all the time. I
Memory
think
is a weird thing.
People were just kind of,
we only remember the good stuff
upset and everything, and now we get Affliction, which
old
is
good,
probably the most popular league of all time, which is the opposite of Ruthless. I'm not surprised that you know.
Okay, I know I'm pausing the video more than we're actually watching it. One thing I always remember is whatever has been done in Path of Exile over the past years, new is always better. In my opinion, the game has only gotten better, not worse, in every aspect. In every single aspect, it has only gotten better. Oh, by the way, that's actually a trial. Let's go.
No, they're learning from that, right?
It's the Alkaiser clip, you know, with the Awakened Mirror of Calandra, but actually in PoE. That's Affliction. That's...
Well, Affliction did have the well, so there's that.
It's true.
Just out of curiosity, before we move into teasers, or we can also talk a little bit about the PoE 2 interview, but specifically about the PoE 1 interview yesterday with Mark. Balor, you said even when you disagree, you empathize and you feel what Mark is saying. Can you point to any specific point that was made where you disagree?
Doors.
Oh man, with my memory, no. I know there were 3 times and I can't remember what they were. I think
one of them probably doors.
Doors.
One of them was left click. The bind on left click thing.
Nah, doors is fine.
He had this. He converted me into thinking, okay, it's probably good to take that away, but I'm not convinced that support gems that take up gem sockets and also have mana multipliers just to get back the functionality we had before is the way to go. But the way he talked about it, at least showed me that he understood that that was a problem. And he's just got way more knowledge and way more experience than I do. So if he's still going that way and he knows we're unhappy and he really understands the problem, then I trust it. Whereas if I feel like you don't really understand what's going on, then
I mean, I think I said it. Maybe I don't know when it was. Maybe I said it during one of my league reviews or I think Necropolis content reveal. I think I mentioned it. Right now, what we have is better because of new players, and as content creators or people that are online, we should be happy that they're doing this because this makes the game actually available to more people, right? And more transparent instead of more obscure, right? It's like, oh, there's a skill that's called automate. I can put instant skills on it. Well, this makes sense. I understand that. I'm a gamer, right? But previously it was like, here, have steel skin. Lol, put it on left click. It's plain worse. It's now better. As someone who uses automate right at this very second.
don't want to trust it, right? Like if I feel like you don't understand how big of an impact this is having, then I can get angry and be like, oh, you're not doing the right thing. But he really understands. You can't look at him and be like, oh, he doesn't understand what's going on. That would make you an idiot. He understands far more than I do. And in that interview, he made me feel like, I know you understand this. Right? And
Yeah.
so
I'm super surprised about the left mouse
Mark
button
knows.
thing, because like even in the interview, he did say like, yeah, this is not great. This is definitely like a really half-baked like solution. And the surprising thing to me is that they didn't say like, okay, we didn't quite think of all the ramifications of this change, and we're gonna pull it back and we're gonna iterate on it and then come back next league and it's gonna be gone next, because they kind of have done that in the past with some other things. The thing that comes to mind is the what was the skill that got the reverted change? I'm trying to remember. It was the spell cascade.
yeah, the
Impending
the
Doom.
chaos
Impending
one.
Doom, yeah, exactly. And
That's
you
one.
know, they kind of said like, okay, this change was like half baked, and they're gonna leave it as it is for now, and come back later and fix it because we like they didn't like do it
Yeah.
properly. I'm surprised they
was
didn't do
it?
something similar, even
Really?
admitting that like, you know, this change like wasn't fully there. I'm surprised they didn't say like, okay, guys, we're gonna come back and like make some more changes and then bring it back next patch. So enjoy your left mouse button for one more league, but it's gone. Like that kind of a thing. I think maybe have been a better solution, especially if they're like planning on addressing some more of the problems that change brings later.
Bone shatter.
You know, it's not great. So not great.
Yeah. I mean, God, I can only imagine trying to balance the game and make big changes with how big the sandbox is and the different game. Like, how many builds are core, or like meta or core or whatever that are just like I always just think of like Vortex still. That's one of those ones that just kind of came out of nowhere. That it almost feels like they made that change to kind of warm you up a little bit. Just kind of, you know, cook you a little dinner and say, hey, it's all good. And you're like, yeah, Vortex isn't instant. You're gonna lose Cold Dot. You know, if you really love it, you can play like that crappy Wintertide brand. That's fine. And then, you know, 2 patches later, all right, we're just ripping off the Band-Aid. You got a little dinner there, but you don't get anything after this.
Again, I think it's a non-issue, to be honest. It's a non-issue. You don't want to have like game-related things like this hidden from the player, and with Automate, it's now actually transparent. Boohoo, you lose a skill gem. Boohoo, I never used steel skin anyways for the in some builds, or you know, put it on cast when damage taken, like I do right now. And I don't even use all the skill sockets right now. It's fine, you know. It's fine. You know, of course, the necromancers, yeah, dude, you deal 1 billion trillion damage so early on in the league. You know, a boohoo a little bit. You know, as someone who loves minions.
Yeah, it's really. I bet you a lot of builds kind of operate on like scaling vectors that they've wanted to look at for a long time. Like I was surprised that Tornado Shot finally got hit this league. It'll still be playable with a lot of money, but I was like, that's one of those things where it's been so strong for so long. Like it was it was a few years ago when it got like a moderate nerf, and then eventually the power creep kind of caught back up to it, and then it was like, yeah, Tornado Shot's the meta again for you know, high end stuff. But they were willing to just like to actually hit it this league. And, like the crazy thing is just the fact that they didn't hit Detonate Dead. That's just the crazy thing.
They tried. They tried 2 leagues ago, right? They tried to like cap the Auric Colossus HP, but clearly that wasn't enough. And yeah, it needs another. It's another slap on the wrist, I think.
Yeah, Detonate
Chaos
Dead has
damage.
a Serious Reflection, and it just hit Volatile Dead instead.
So I've just quick question: why is Detonate Dead such a big deal? I feel like it's a hardcore only thing. I feel like I never see it in softcore.
The thing that we don't talk about also on like this kind of thing when we're evaluating build power is like what time frame. Detonate Dead might only be relevant for like hardcore races and like league start pushes for like what the first maybe couple days, and in the grand scheme
Yeah.
of thing, like the league lasts 3 months. Maybe it actually, in that context, isn't actually that OP, right?
Yeah.
Like,
It's
you
like-
would never catch me re-rolling into DD.
That's the thing,
That's
right?
out of the question.
To me, that'd be like the only rationalization for GGG to not nerf it, is they just think like, you know, this might be an exceptionally strong league starter on 0 gear, but then it gets outclassed by, you know, a lot of other stuff, I guess, with investment, and maybe that's okay. I think that's like the only thing that might, you know, in my mind, makes it acceptable.
I mean, it's also fine, right? If they think that a skill is just... Again, that's balancing. You don't want one skill to be the answer to everything. You want to have a bunch of skills always be the answer to, okay, how can I go through the story quickly, efficiently? What are the changes? Okay, they nerfed this, you know, brought the power down here, but this also now brings it in somewhat of the same level of this and that's balancing, right? And you want that. Because if DD is like, well, league starter, well, what literally needs... What needs nothing? What you can do this with white items. Do you really want an ARPG that can do the story with white items? No, you know, at that point the balancing is off, so you kind of fix it, right? And at that point, if it's DD, and I think DD is, you could probably do DD with a white item or magic items, and at that point it's like, is this really what we want? And GGG probably decides and says, no, nerf it, you know, just let's bring it down. Or bring the other stuff up, potentially, right?
For them to not nerf it.
But again, everything comes down to, do we have enough time? No, we don't. Well, then rip that. Let's put this, you know, let's do this next league with even bigger changes. Maybe we can do some sort of like major overhaul, right, of lots of skills, right? And think about this. Or can we maybe add new supported skills, right? Support skills that, for example, lift the bottom up, so you know they look more enticing. Could also be an option.
But I don't know if that's justified.
It does scale like it. So as soon as you get into trigger vectors, though, it then becomes relevant again. Like you can do stuff with cast on crit or even spell slinger, right?
It's chain reaction that's the problem, right? The T-gem.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the
real
big one
problem.
right now. That's nutty. Yeah.
But very bizarre, yeah, for sure. That should have probably been nerfed again. That's the question mark. It's like it's weird when a skill gets so powerful that a community is like begging for nerfs. Like it's not very many skills get to that point where everybody's like, please nerf it, like please. It's really strange.
Seismic,
All the
I think,
hardcore
was
players
the
with
last one.
RSI. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Seismic is the last time I remember like everybody yelling, "No, okay, we've had enough. This skill can go now."
Yeah.
Was Seismic Chav.
Seismic was kind of insane.
Yeah, maybe stating the obvious here, but like the problem with DD is it's super obvious. I don't need to tell you guys this. I'm talking to the audience. But the problem is obviously once you reach a point
Hi,
where you
I'm the
comfortably
audience.
clear a white map, you don't need to invest much more into damage because as you go up in tiers, the monster life increases, so the corpse life increases, and your damage scales off of the corpse life. So until you hit basically all the way to tier 17s now, you don't really have to make that much more investments into damage, and you can just focus on getting more coverage, more survivability, more quality of life, move speed, like all this stuff, sustain. And but in tier 17s, it does stop at more life modifiers, right? They said that corpse skills or corpse-based damage skills are not going to scale off of increased life in tier 17s. So at least that's something. So if you want to do the hard tier 17s, then maybe DD is not the best.
Pausers.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, again, in like a hardcore racing context, you know, where you have to invest into defenses, DD will still probably be the best, I would assume, just for like early on, just because it's easiest, freest damage where you just go 99% invested into defense.
Yeah.
Like, I've done all of the endless delves that we had, and for the last one, I think all of them is Detonate Dead. Like that is the only build that
Really?
you play, and particularly paired up with Infernal Cry. And I really wanted to. It was like two of them ago. I think it was Huwu. He took Cold Dot Occultist down, and then I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna try Cold Dot Trickster, and I want to see how far I can go with that. I took Cold Dot Trickster to I think like 350 or 400, and you hit a wall. You just hit this hard wall, and you're like, well, you know what I can do? I can just switch to Detonate Dead, and then you go all the way down, and that's how you win. It's just free damage in any sort of hardcore racing context, and I think there's value in looking at that from a balance perspective as well. I think the question is just how much of a I think GGG has this like internal balance where they're like, okay, a skill can have 100 power, but if you press 2 buttons, it can have 250 power, right? It's like if you, based on the multiplier of buttons that you have, they will allow you to have more power or something like that for their balance. Like how annoying this build is to play, the more power that you get, and that's the way that it's set up. And you know,
Kind
in
of
like
have to do that in
game, like any
PoE
traditional
1.
game, and this kind of segues into like PoE 2 stuff as well. Traditional game, you press multiple buttons to do things, and you're doing your debuffs and whatever. In PoE, we're just like, nope, mana solved. All of our curses solved. All that stuff is just solved, and I am just walking forward. You know, ideally, I'm pressing 0 buttons. Whereas like PoE 2, they're like forcing it. They're like, no, this skill literally does no damage if you don't combo it with something else. Which is they very much want you to press multiple buttons.
I'm gonna find a way to make 1-button builds in PoE too. I promise you.
All right.
I'm gonna make 1-button builds, and I'm gonna make them over and over and over again. You can't stop me.
I mean, I think they don't dislike this actually 1-button builds. They don't want 1-button builds to be a thing, literally Act 2. I don't think they want that. But they always, I think they understand this whole balancing, which I love about PoE, or technically about GGG, because they understand this and balance around that idea of, yes, we will allow you to become an absolute god in our video game. And I love that, and I wish more games would do that with time, right? But so many games kind of kept themselves... Wow, Jesus Christ, these enemies are tough. But so many games kind of kept themselves as like, no, we can't go higher than this. Which I partially understand because they're single-player games, so you don't want to, like, screw yourself over with that by making the player, like, an absolute god at, like, you know... in the first game, and then now in the second game he's weak again. That makes like no sense, right? I get that. I partially felt that right now with Horizon Forbidden West, you know, going from Aloy, and you know the explanation is she lost her weapons, and I'm like, okay, bro, it's tough, you know, it's kind of tough, yeah. So, and of course, Path of Exile can do that because one, ARPG, second, they have, you know, ladder resets or whatever you call it, right, new leaks, but single player games don't have that, so you kind of need to keep things open to explore in terms of power. Otherwise you can't make a second game and can make more money, you know, and kind of survive. And otherwise you make one game, have a studio with 200 people, and then you're like, all right guys, see you next, you know, then just stop, or you have to completely come up with a new IP that just costs way too much time and just not worth it long term. So, I get it.
And please don't.
Oh, they can. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, by the way, maybe I should also finish this. So, thank God we have that in PoE 2, in PoE 1, where you can become a god. And I'm pretty sure they understand this in PoE 2, so they will allow us to become a god. Of course, one button playstyle would probably become a thing, but maybe only on the very high end, like very high end. Otherwise, you know, it becomes a bit too weird.
They'll cut you
They
down.
can and they will. But yeah, like I think that the DD thing is similar to what Mark said in regards to Melee on the podcast with Sis yesterday, that it's just like too much of a project to fix it properly. Like they could slap on a band-aid right now and like just nerf it, but it wouldn't solve the problem. It would just shift it and postpone it to later, and so I think they're just waiting to make like a big sweeping overhaul change. In the same way that, I mean, they did address Detonate Dead on the monsters this league, right? They did make that a little bit more visible and a little bit clearer to see whether it's dealing more or less damage. The monsters
Yeah,
with
that's
higher
sick.
rarity having a little bit of a longer wind up and a clearer visual tell. So yeah, I'm hopeful, right? Like they can't tackle everything, and as we heard on the podcast, they have a really, really healthy perspective on what is good, what is bad currently in the game. So I just hope they have a
finally.
nice and sound list for 325. We've already had some teasers there, what we can expect. But moving along, is there any important takeaways for Path of Exile 2? I mean, you guys, Subtractum, you've played it at Exile. Yeah, no, you both have been at ExileCon. All of you. I've only been to Gamescom. I only played a little bit. At ExileCon, there was no WASD yet, right?
Correct. I played it last week as well.
Yeah, well, you were at LA, true. How do you like the WASD?
It's really comfy. It's nice, but it does like they did have to redesign the whole game for it. Like very clearly, the monster encounters. Like when I played at ExileCon, the monsters felt more like PoE1 monsters. At last week, they went back to the drawing board, and every monster is like a scary, Dark Souls-y type of encounter. Like you really can't fight more than a couple at a time. Like you will get stormed from behind and you will die. As far as I know, there's no phasing in the game, at least in Act 1. And you gotta just really intentionally take all the fights. And I thought it was fun and cool. I did get a little claw hand thing going on though. Like imagine trying to do WASD and pressing your flasks. And flasks are very important in that game. Like you will run out of mana, you will run out of life. So you're doing your WASD, you're trying to try to press 2 or 3 when you're trying to walk forward at the same time. Like I was using my pinky finger.
It didn't give you a gamer mouse with side buttons.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we couldn't rebind buttons when at the demo. It feels really cool. I really enjoyed it. I am excited for PoE2, but it's going to be very controversial with PoE1 blasters. Like you have to just be expecting this is a new take on the game and the genre. Like it's just a different game.
This is something I haven't asked, but I'm sure Snap will agree with probably, and everyone else needs to think about when you move into PoE2 for the first time when that beta comes out at the end of this year, is that it doesn't actually matter how quick we are. I have never actually cared how speedy I am. I only care how speedy I am compared to somebody else. If I can perform better than everyone around me, great. If I can't, then that's a me problem. It doesn't matter how quick the game is. I just need to be quicker than people around me.
Yeah, that sentiment holds true. I do have some concerns about the mobility and stuff in PoE2 though. The things that I can point out just from watching the trailers, people playing stuff, the not phasing thing is might feel really bad. Getting body blocked is one of the worst feelings in gaming. Period. It's not a good feeling for anybody, and dying to that is just not a good look. And that was a bigger problem in the previous beta, the last year's ExileCon beta. You saw everybody was doing the demos and stuff, and they would just get surrounded by trash, and then they just stand
that was
there
me.
not able to move.
I got constantly body blocked.
Can't roll out or anything. It's bizarre, right? That's the one problem that I see happening a lot. But I'm sure they're gonna address that kind of thing. For me personally, in regards to the PoE2 trailer, I feel I'm intentionally trying to watch less and less, because I feel watching these trailers without seeing the direction the game is going to take, especially end game, it makes me somewhat a little bit less excited about the game in a way. I feel I want to see a more complete picture of the game months down the line when it's more ready for that public beta, where I think I can clearly see a full picture of the game, and I can really see the kind of design decisions they're making rather than just guessing at all of this stuff, I guess. Because yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I partially. It's funny how I'm not that way with PoE2, but I am that way with any other game. For example, I was really excited to play Horizon Forbidden West, and I knew it was out. I knew I could watch gameplay, but I on purpose didn't, because I wanted to wait for it to be on PC. It's interesting how, but with PoE2, I watch everything, potentially multiple times. So it's. Yeah, maybe I'm spoilering myself, or spoilering the fun that I could have the first time I go into the game. So yeah, maybe I also need to lower that, you know, maybe lower the consumption of things when it comes to this, comes to PoE2. But on the other side, I'm also like, you know, making videos on stuff, so I kind of should watch it. Well, I don't have to. I actually didn't mention anything about PoE2. That's a good point. I mostly react to the League content because that's what I get, you know. I watch a live stream and a content reveal. You know, that's wait a week, and I can finally play that content. But with PoE2, it's like a little bit longer away.
Sometimes
yeah,
I
and
see some of
judge
the
it
trailers.
based on an own playthrough, on an own character that you take from level 1 to wherever in the campaign, rather than like just seeing snippets of gameplay here and there, or getting to play like a 20-40 minute segment.
Yeah, because like I form a bad opinion when I see stuff like in the Exile Con initial beta where like we don't get to choose our gear, we don't get to choose our passive tree, or like any of that stuff, and then like your character is just like under-tuned / bad or whatever the tuning is. Like I'm trying to like dissociate from all that kind of stuff and like wait until they have like a more complete product so I can try and like judge it effectively, I guess. Because like, yeah, I see that kind of stuff and it makes me form a negative opinion, which, you know, I don't have like a negative opinion. I'm sure it's just because like that stuff just isn't tuned and it's just not a priority, especially for like the alphas and that kind of thing. And so when they tune all that stuff and they bring it to beta, I think I'll be a lot more excited to like try out and like look at the PoE to it from like a you know, a much more holistic perspective.
It's also
That's true. When
you can also do it on your own time, on your own PC, on your own monitor, on your own mouse, keyboard, right? That really matters. That's like having to drive really, really far. Like, for example, like you have to do an 8-hour drive, not in your own car, if you have a car, of course, right? But if you have your own car, you like it, you enjoy it, right? That's your baby. And then someone gives you a new car, and now you have to drive with it 8 hours to somewhere. That probably won't feel as good as if you can do the whole thing with your own car. That's kind of what playing, I think, some betas feel like, because the game was made for everyone, with the equipment for everyone, but it's not your thing. Right? You also can't change a lot of stuff. So, for example, if you're like, I don't know, I needed higher resolution because I have a 4K monitor at home and these monitors are just 1080p. Well, that doesn't work for me, right? Stuff like this might also bother some people. Who knows? So I get it. I
feel like in Path of Exile, I'm at a point where I'm being punished and a game is kind of hard and I need to really pay attention to not get stunned or get into a difficult situation. Then it's usually because, you know, I didn't get my 4-link in the last act, or I made a bad decision here, I'm a little bit too underleveled and stuff like that, and this all factors in, and I can take it into account to how the game feels. But in Path of Exile 2, you're just like thrown in, and there's no context for the gameplay experience that you have. You're like, is this how it's supposed to feel? Or
Did someone just burp?
Context for the gameplay experience that you have. You're like, is this how it's
I think it was Snap, but I didn't burp. I think it was more like a But it sounded like a burp,
supposed to
right?
fit in, and there's no context for the gameplay experience that you have. You're like, is this
It does sound like a burp.
how it's supposed to feel? Or is this like relatively good, relatively bad? You can't tell. You don't know how much you can change based on gearing and preparing better, and like how that will shape the experience.
I think they kind of painted themselves into a little bit of a Duke Nukem Forever situation. Where, like, when was the first announcement for PoE2? Like,
Too long ago.
2019.
very, yeah, what, 5 years
First
ago now?
Exile Con.
5 years
Yep.
ago.
Yeah,
Too long ago.
5 years ago.
No, it's not 5 years. It's 4. It's 4 and a little bit, but you know, I get it. Round it up.
Right? And they've very clearly made some very big decisions relatively recently. If you didn't see it, like the thing last week, like WASD required them to go back and reevaluate the entire way that like Monster AI works, you know, directly interacting with them. They're adding mounts now. Like they're just like, all right, well, here we're going to add mounts. Like they literally just slapped that in. Like they said we just added this last week or something. And they what else? Like they added active skills. Like you pick up a shield now and you can hold up a shield and it turns into a much more there's a couple crazy YouTube comments that are like, I don't see the Dark Souls comparison. And I'm like, believe me, it feels like Dark
You
Souls.
don't?
Like yeah, you pick up a shield, you hold it up, you block an attack, you walk backwards, you whiff punish them, you hit them. Like, it's a very direct, like, many one-on-one encounters. And I mean, the boss fights are like, I love the boss fights are incredible. They're actually really enjoyable. But like, they've clearly made these really big decisions in very recently, and I think they've just painted themselves in this thing where they were basically saying the game should be out. I mean, it was supposed to be out. Like, in beta, it was supposed to be 3 months. That was the latest thing. And they were saying like a year ago, it was probably closer to a beta before then. And they keep adding more and more stuff. And I do think it's probably in the service of a better game. But like, how do they just say, oh, I almost think like the smart thing for them to do would be, hey, instead of us booking these like press events and everything and flying people across the world to play a demo that has a lot of tech issues, I'll tell you, you guys did not see, there were a lot of tech issues. a lot of tech issues.
I heard about that, yeah.
When the game worked, it was fine, but tons of tech issues. It is so far away that like I would be strongly.
I think they even said, or I think was it Jonathan who said, yeah, that build had a little bit too many crashes than they wanted to, but you know, time, money, software, you know, it's tough. It's tough. You don't have time for everything. And thankfully, because it's still, I think on one side it's a little bit bad having these meetups and then the game is not properly finished and and here and there. But on the other side, it gives them really valuable information that you can get nowhere else. You need to show your game to people. Otherwise, it's like, it becomes this treasure that at some point is like, well, does the One Piece actually exist or is it all a meme? It's like at some point you need, you know, you gotta give people a little bit something, right? So it's thankfully GGG doesn't have the problem with the whole investors and all that jazz, you know, all that bureaucracy and then finance, blah blah. You can also have you want to show the community, hey, we're working on this. This is how far we got. This is what we can show. We're happy with this so far. Etc. Right? So, best example is they didn't show us the Witch yet, or you know, because they felt like, okay, this is not ready. We cannot do it yet. So, of course, I think they're also super excited themselves, right? Imagine you work on a game for 4 years and a little bit, technically before that, right? Because they didn't start one day before ExileCon. They started, I think, 6 months before ExileCon or something, maybe a year before ExileCon. So it's so technically it is 5 years in development, but we know about it for about 4 years or something. Yeah, it becomes like this thing you really want to show people, but you just can't yet, right? You just can't because it's not finished. And I get it with videos because I worked on the video, on the Dismantle video for 3 months. You kind of sleep. You kind of like daydream about that project at that point, right? Because it's not my full-time job, but you daydream about like these projects that you have. And you're like, man, it's gonna be really sick when it's out. but until it's out and until you are actually happy with it, you're just daydreaming, and you're like, oh my god, I gotta get this done. You know, oh my god, there's still so much to do. You know, I this was a 3-month project for me. Technically, I wrote the script like over a year before that, but you're daydreaming about this. Now, I can't even imagine how they feel after like 3-4 years of development. It must be insane, or 5 years.
Considering if I were them, if I were the game director, just be like, hey, you know, we're making big decisions. This isn't the service of a good game in the end, but it's got a lot more time in the oven. Like, I think a beta by this Christmas already. Like, my assumption right now is they don't know what the end game looks like. People keep saying like, oh, we've only seen a 3-link. We've never seen like what a 6-link power is. I don't think they know what 6-link power is, honestly. Like how many changes that they're making so recently, and we've never seen anything beyond a tour.
We know that. They have literally told us they have to finish the acts first, play through the acts, and then they can start working on the end game. They literally told us that. They cannot work on the end game when the base game isn't finished yet. Which, thank God, they're thinking this way, right? Finish you know, the main game first, and then you can think of the end game. Which is exactly how you should do it. It's like finishing the outro of your video before you even record the intro. And before you have written a script or notes of the main part of the video. It's like, why would you do that, Willa? No.
For 3-link in Act 2,
Step 1, step 2, step 3.
You know, and I think that's fine. I think they're still working out a lot of stuff, but I still think they're working out a lot of stuff, and I think the baby needs to go back in the oven. It's gonna be in there for a long time.
Without wanting to linger too much on the PoE 2 topic, because there's so many PoE 1 things to talk about.
Yeah.
But there was one thing I still wanted to drive home, and that is, what do you guys think about the... Wait, let me restart. In 2019, they said, we're not doing a different game. Path of Exile 2 will be 4.0. It will be a sequel to Path of Exile 1. And it will not be like a true sequel, but it will just continue into Path of Exile 2 and will eventually arrive there. And then they decided they want to divide that. And I'm all for that, because obviously the vision that they have for PoE 2 has strayed away quite a bit from what a lot of people seem to enjoy about Path of Exile 1. And I think it would be unfair if, you know, the existence of Path of Exile 2 means that Path of Exile 1 has to go and has to cease existing. So I think it's really cool that they did decide to split it, which allows each of the two games to double down on their respective identity. But what do we expect for Path of Exile 1 now? Because a lot of people feel like they really wanted that 4.0 that's been teased 2019, right? They really want a new act playthrough. They really want new graphics, new skills, a new gem system, and everything in PoE 1. But all of that is now kept for PoE 2. So, like, where do you see PoE 1 going leading up to PoE 2? That's what I'm curious.
I think everything changed after Kalandra. That was the catalyst, right? I actually, is it conspiracy to say that Kalandra prompted the games to split? I don't know if this is a controversial thing.
I have also had that thought.
I wouldn't argue with you. Yeah.
Yeah, like clearly, like when they pull back on the stuff that makes like the juicing, the speed, and everything that makes PoE 1, and they try to are trying to definitely have, as Subtractum said, like a very deliberate combat encounter. These two things are incompatible, right? And so they at this point, what do you do? Like, are you going to make half your audience mad and the other half like happy? No, like it makes sense for you to split the product. And I think that's literally what they did at that point, right? So yeah,
I don't really know exactly what Calandra League was all about. Like, why was it so a hot topic? I truly can't remember right now. I don't know if it has anything to do with Calandra, because I don't know. Was that a big deal? The league was questionable. There was still some juice, but different. They experimented with a different area that you can prepare, that you can then juice up. Okay. This also allowed them to not mingle with the current system with like map modifiers and all that jazz, right? Because it's a separate area. So it's kind of like a clean slate they can work from. I don't know about the balance, because I don't really care about the balance too much. I care about the league itself in my reviews, right? So I usually, the last Affliction League, I did talk about the meta. Or I called it meta, the patch, the whatever, right? The thing around the league, or that comes with the league, the big changes all the time. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure. What was such a big change in Calandra? Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine that was a big catalyst or something. It's just like, yeah, you sit down, you think about the game you want to make, and then you realize, this doesn't really work with the thing, and then you make it different. Right? It's just how it is. And I can't imagine they don't fully know what PoE 1 will be for now, after PoE 2 comes out. But on the other side, I'm saying this right now, and they have always been a step ahead of whatever I can think of. Always. Whatever I was thinking of, ever when it comes to PoE, they have always been like 2 steps ahead. Like GGG is absolutely ridiculous when it comes to this.
PoE 1 in the future, right? I think they're just gonna keep doing the things that people enjoy in PoE 1, right? Just the depth of content, the agency, the choice, and that kind of thing. And for a certain section of the population, there's certain people that don't like that. Like, it's overwhelming, right? It's just so much to learn, so much to handle, and like the speed, like it's just a lot for a lot of people, right? Having a different game, a different product that has, you know, some of the really cool things about PoE, but it's in like a much more digestible, slower combat, you know, pacing format. Like that's a different product for other people to enjoy, and I think that's kind of like the thing that they're going for, right? And you know, just doubling down on the, as you said, Kano, so the identities, I think, is like what they're going to be doing, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah. No, I'm just more like curious as like what would you like to see for Path of Exile 1 now that all the things that were teased for Path of Exile 1 are exclusively Path of Exile 2 things?
I have a copium take. I think now that they are separated, we're going to be more and more willing to allow us blasting and speed and the sort of things that they were starting to shy away from.
No. I think it's the opposite. I think it's actually the opposite. Holy fuck. I think it's the opposite. They do not want us to blast and go faster, ever. The reason for that is, it's still a video game. It's still a product. It still shows what you as a developer can do. If your game looks bad, people might not want to work for you, developer-wise. You also want to get eyes on the project. Sadly, we are not working with hardcore fans. We are the hardcore fans. We will play anything and everything that GGG throws at us, but they also have to think about the basic-ass gamer. The gamer that works his 9-to-5 job, comes home, and wants to have fun. And those people watch a trailer, and these trailers need to work. Or they go on Twitch nowadays and watch some gameplay and think, hey, what is this game? Oh, Path of Exile is very popular right now. What is this video game? You want to make your game look as good as possible. The way you do this is to slow it the fuck down so people with not powerful PCs can still stream it at a decent frame rate where it doesn't run at like 4 frames, like MP's group, and it looks as good as possible. So you actually don't want the game to be faster unless we have some crazy way of suddenly getting GPUs at a third of the price and they become twice as powerful. That probably won't happen for a while. So you don't want to speed it up. I don't think so, because it makes the game really look really bad, right? Imagine the game runs twice as fast right now. Well, we have to render twice as many things on screen constantly all the time. Like the GPUs won't be able to handle that. So they probably won't do that. It just makes the game look bad or worse. And I don't think you want your product to look bad on the internet, because that's where marketing is, right? Make your game look as good as possible to as many people as possible all the time. Hopefully. Additional skill tree unlocked. Hello. Ooh. Unlock at 100 bonus Atlas objectives completed. Let's go. Okay, cool. Now we got our second tree. I love it. Second loadout. All right, back to this.
Because we know those things are not the direction we're taking PoE. And having PoE 1 and PoE 2 be very, very similar games would be terrible, because we would just play the better one. If they were really, really similar, PoE 2 is going to be better. And we would just only sit there.
The thing is, they will not be similar, because they will not port things over too much. We know that. We already know that. They will not. They could think about this in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, but I doubt they will. So PoE 1 will be the way PoE 1 is. If you don't like the new sockets in the new game, then you have your old game, right, where you have sockets on your items. If you like the newer system, then you can do this, right? I don't think they want to mix them too much. So they're automatically, if they don't mix them too much, they're two separate games, and thus they will automatically have two separate audiences. And that's that. And then you can just... They will have their player base, you know?
There, and we wouldn't have any reason to come back to PoE 1. But with the split, and PoE 2 going in like a slower and more methodical and more like meaningful combat direction, it kind of just frees up PoE 1 to let us blast and clear whole screens and go quick and
Nope,
just
like I said.
be generally degenerate like we like. And so my slight copium take is that they're just going to let us keep blasting. They're going to keep facilitating this fast clear the whole screen thing in PoE 1 and just let that happen. Because
I don't think this is actually gonna change in PoE 2. It might take you much longer to get there, and I can see maybe the speed in general, like the high end, to be slower than PoE 1. I can definitely see that. But, you know, it's still PoE. I can see them doing some crazy stuff in PoE 2, right? Especially with the shenanigans you can do with, like, cast on this and cast on that. Yeah.
Affliction. If Affliction is any indication, right? Like, that's the... I mean, Affliction's the craziest thing they've ever added to the game, honestly. Like, no other mechanic is as polarizing as that. And if that's the direction we're going, that's just crazy.
I'm cool.
No, I don't think they're going that direction. That was just a little... They even told us this was a slip-up. A little bit, right? And they even said in the Q&A section that, good lord, their servers were burning. Burning hot.
Cool with it?
I'm cool with this too, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I'm not. Watch my Affliction League review.
Wait, in what sense was Affliction polarizing?
Well, just like it makes every other mechanic like it's the thing that dominates your gameplay, right? It's you're min-maxing for Affliction and everything else is secondary, right? Like it's all consuming. It's so much more powerful than everything else in the game. It's just like the only thing you care about for like end game mappers. It's just like not that it's polarizing that people don't like or that have to.
Yeah, that's what I got from it. I was like, not like I didn't see like a lot of negative sentiment about Affliction. It seems to be like one of the most well-received leagues.
No, not like that. In regards to other mechanics, it's like, you know, it's like the black hole. Affliction consumes all, and it was just so powerful. The power creep on that mechanic is just wild, right? And yeah, if we're gonna see more stuff like that over and over, then yeah, it's just maybe the direction they're taking PoE 1, and they leave the methodical gameplay to PoE 2. That's the thought.
I don't.
I hope so, because I will very much enjoy both. Like
I
will enjoy both kinds of games for different reasons. But if you make them super similar, then right? Like I'm just gonna play whichever one I feel is better and not be driven to play the other one because it's almost the same, right? If you put them both in the same direction, then why would I do both? The other thing is, I think I've been making content for like 6 years, but I've been playing this game for 10 years, and I don't think I've skipped a league except Calandra. That's how bad Calandra was. In 10 years, I've never skipped a league. I played Calandra for 2 days, and then Diablo 3 came out, and I played that for 5 days, which is longer than I played.
Which is the maximum that it can be played, yeah.
Yeah, which is that's the maximum duration of Diablo 3. And then I came back for another 2 days. And then I went and found a new ARPG that I had never played before and played it for the next 3 months. I just didn't come back. So like, that's the first time I've ever not played PoE for the whole league, basically. So like,
Yeah.
I never want to go in that direction again.
Yeah, I don't think it will. I mean, I the more I think about it, the more Snaps theory I think I really like. We're just
I truly don't know what was so bad about Calandra. I think I might need to like go back and listen to their talk on the, like, why? I mean, I didn't really like Calandra League. The area looked absolutely gorgeous. We sadly didn't get too much lore. You know, I care about lore a little bit, which is a shame. But you know, they also don't want to like write themselves into a corner and give too many infos. And now the writer has to go that direction. So you know, do a little bit less. You know, and let people ponder their orbs. The juice, I guess, was a little bit boring, right? There was not enough of juice, like, as in, where's my loot, my dude, right, in Calandra League. There was a little bit meh. But so was Crucible, and technically, so was Affliction for me, you know? Because if you don't look at the high end of stuff, Affliction was hot garbage, in my opinion. Because it's like, here, have a billion more difficulty for maybe a little bit of Chaos Orbs, right? But if you then have an ungodly build where you already invested like 50 to 5,000 divines in a build, and then you can do the high end of affliction juicing, well, you are already where people want to be with the league mechanic that gives you more juice. That's the whole problem of affliction. Like, it rewarded the extreme high-end players, but the people that are semi-low-end get absolutely cucked. Yeah. That was the big problem. For me, at least. And Kalandra was... One positive thing, keep in mind, Kalandra didn't have doors.
Kalandra was very clearly, they're like, we're moving towards, we're trying to converge, right? The games are going to merge. We got to start bringing it back, kind of figure out the middle of the gameplay between these two games. And everyone everyone disliked that, right? Everyone disliked that, and they had to be like, oh shit, we're not going to be able to afford making PoE2 if if it stays like this. And I think they made the right decision. And yeah, I think it's in a really good place, and I really like that affliction.
I think it was just a different idea on how you juice, right? Instead of having the thing in the maps, you have a separate area which you can juice, but you can also itemize. So, for example, you could technically have a map. Like, Kalandra the Lake was technically a map system with multiple maps pieced together with smaller pieces of a map, right? That's all it was. So if you want to have, for example, I want one area with juiced up Legion, well, that's what Kalandra was. And if you want to have an area with fat strongboxes, Kalandra had that as well, right? So it was just a different take on it. It's interesting where we are now, though, because now you have everything in... Well, no, you don't have everything in one map, because you can't have everything in one map, because you need to decide what you want, right? In the current Atlas, right? You can't just say I want everything. That's just not possible, right? But in Kalandra, if you piece the right things together, right? And we also only saw the league mechanic part of it, right? Imagine they would actually implement it in the core game, it probably would look different, right? But that's you would need to add some sort of like crafting of lakes, and then it's like kind of weird, and then kind of like breaks the logic a little bit. So you kind of need to have it randomized, otherwise, it's a bit weird. Like, why can we have an Exile like manipulate the lake?
It was all consuming. Like, it totally, like, build making itself kind of turned into this weird thing where it was like, it's not a Magic Find build, guys, but you can play it. It's really fun. And they're like, well, I put in my 2 Venters and my Gold Worms, and it didn't work. And I was like, well, sorry, I was trying to make a different build, and sorry, there's no Magic Find in it. It was super all-consuming, but it was really cool that you could do that. And then even people are just like, what was it, like, Locus of Corruption itemized temples for like 7-8 divines each. And so I was just like, people would be like, I've never made money. Like, even this league, people are like, I've never made money before. I'm like, all right, I'm going to make an incursion video. I'm going to show you how to make like 15, 20 divines an hour. Go have fun. Like, there's no reason why you can't make a couple temples an hour.
I made a...
Yeah, the one good part about Affliction, which wasn't the league, but it was the meta around the game, because, the core game is this fucking good in Path of Exile, is everything was profitable. Has nothing to do with Affliction itself. I literally ignored Affliction, and I had a great time playing Affliction. Kappa, you know what I mean? So, it's funny enough, not the league, it's the core game. We think it in leagues, but technically it's not the leagues. It's the core game that has been fucking solid in PoE for a really long time.
Made a video doing scoured maps in tier 16s that was over self-sustaining, making like 12 div an hour.
Yep.
Just jump to the Mesa boss, kill it, leave, jump to the Mesa boss, kill it, leave, and it was like 12 div an hour.
Yeah,
but that's also not fun.
Crazy.
More people having more access to more things is just going to lead to more fun.
But that's subjective.
There definitely needs to be chase somewhere. Like, probably Affliction was a bit much.
Somewhere like between Toda and Affliction, right? Like somewhere in the middle there.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be able to farm Mage Blood in 3 to 5 hours as like a casual player. That's a bit much.
I know someone who dropped like 14 mirrors solo.
I got
dropped on the ground, not earned. Dropped on the ground.
3 headhunters in one map, and it was like moderate. It was like 3,000 wisps with like okay Magic Find. It's like one of them was duped, right? But like still, that's so silly. That's just silly, right?
Again, but these are the high ends that I have not experienced. These are the high ends. These are the, you know, exceptions. This is not the norm. I can literally talk about the norm in Affliction. It literally ruined my gameplay. I'm sorry. It really did. It really did. Affliction, like every single time I went into the Affliction and got out of it and ran my map, I was like, I fucking dislike this more than if I didn't do Affliction. And what did I get out of it? A few chaos. So it's really, you know, yeah, it's like, of course you only saw one part of it and you didn't see the other part because that's just not your thing. But that's why I'm talking about it, man. That's why I like talking about this stuff. Because I was definitely on the side of, well, this is not too fun. I'm not really enjoying Affliction because of X and Y.
But somewhere in the middle, right? I think just people having access to.
But I also have to say, it probably also was the wrong build that I played. Right? It always depends on the build. And I talked about this in my league review on the PoE channel or ARPG channel, because more and more builds become... Whoops. More and more builds become... more and more leagues become very build specific. As in, I think they want you to play a certain builds for a certain type of league, you know? They don't want you to have a basic build and blast the league content anymore. I think they really want to specify it. Because long term, if you, for example, played Affliction like I did and didn't fully go into it, it feels ass. Same with Trial of the Ancestors. If you didn't have a really good build to survive that content, it sucks. Sanctum is the other great example. If you don't have a build with insane single target, it feels kind of bad and it's slow. But if you have a one, like I showed also in my other video, my Sanctum video, it's awesome, right? You go in, you blast every enemy in like half a second, and you go out and you make your divines. It feels good. But only then it feels good. Everything before that, it feels ass. But until then, it feels good. More or less. Like the last 20%, of course, it's like, okay, do I get now 20 million or 25 million? Of course. But it really matters. Like like, snapping enemies away from my screen feels insane in Sanctum. But if you don't have that, it's just like, feels a little bit off.
Things, and so many people were able to try more builds and experience the high end. And I think that actually just helps people latch onto the game and like remember those good times. And, you know, we got to adjust a little bit, but I think staying on that side of things is just healthy overall.
Like everyone I've ever talked to is in agreement that maybe it was a little bit too far this league though. Like maybe the rewards were just like a bit, just a teeny bit over the top. But still, I'd rather this side of the line than where Calandra was, right? Like that was all the way down here. I'm happier to be up too much than not enough, but we could definitely tone that back a little.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of, this might be controversial, but I'm a big fan of like the really crazy, wacky league mechanics, and then it's just like wild, and they take it away, and it can be like next league is some other crazy bullshit, right? That they add.
Yeah.
Like,
The problem is if you do always crazy league mechanics and you probably shoot yourself in the foot as a developer, because whatever you're doing after the league mechanic was crazy and everyone was like, this is fucking awesome and this is sick and man, this is the best league ever, the moment you bring it back and it's not that insane level again, it's automatically nerfed and bad. Mark my words. It sadly is that way because humans, psychology, 1000%.
I'm okay.
Harvest. Oh, Harvest isn't absolutely fucking busted anymore? No, technically it was busted when it came back, and better than ever, which was a whole different issue, right? But imagine they bring Affliction back, easier than ever to juice. The high end is still insane. Like, then it's too powerful again, which is also bad. We don't want that, right? It's like, at the moment it's nerfed down, it's like, every player is also like, oh my god, it's nerfed this bad. It's like, psychology is difficult.
Do that too.
Especially player
some people just
psychology.
like that. They want to like be able to engage with the next league. I understand that totally, but for me, like just having the league mechanic be overtuned is like kind of fun, I think.
Yeah, League should be really strong while it's going on, and like I'd rather not be guaranteed that it goes core if that means that every league feels like really intense.
Yeah,
and is
really good.
Yeah, rewarding and really strong in its own characteristic. I don't know. I wouldn't want to buy like a 20% affliction for having it go core. I don't know. I wouldn't want to give up a large amount of power during the league just so that it can go core without further adjustments.
Things haven't really been going core. Like besides Sanctum, what's gone core recently? It's been,
Well, the Black Morrigan is going core next league.
Okay, I mean,
It's
like little
something
bits and
completely different,
pieces,
yeah.
right? But the actual mechanic, there was Sanctum, and what was before that was Crucible, and that's not core, right? Like,
Coda, and then it's Affliction.
Nope.
So yeah, they're all
Sentinel was
gone,
also
all of
not.
them.
yeah.
Before that, probably Ultimatum. But
So
we also don't
yeah,
need
I
more
think
core
they're
gameplay,
going
right?
with that philosophy,
I think we have
which
enough
is, I
gameplay
think, healthy.
mechanics.
As long as they can do a good job, like reusing the work that they put into the assets and stuff, and have like some of the stuff come back, like the Black Morrigan now, or the totems, tattoos from Toda, coming back now in a slightly adjusted way. But that's really cool. One real quick, one last one. Mark teased the possibility of backporting WASD into PoE 1. Is that something that you would like to see? If PoE 2 comes out and you really like WASD, is WASD that something that you'd want in PoE 1 as well?
I think it would be very interesting how they would backport it. That's the question. So I kind of like just being able to hold down, like most of my time playing, right, is I just hold down left click and I use Q for my primary skill. And I'll just, if you're using a bow skill or something, I'm holding down left click and I'm just tapping Q. And that's my gameplay. It's really nice. Like for me personally, I think there's in PoE 1, it's unlikely, outside of maybe boss fights, that I would ever touch WASD. But in boss fights, just imagine dodging the balls and steering Exarch. But I think for most people, that actually might be mechanically a lot more comfortable than trying to click and like maybe press a button. Like I've wanted for a long time there to be like a stop move key. Like I'll usually use my primary skill if it's fast. I'll like click somewhere and then I'll tap my attack to stop my character from moving. Like I think for a lot of people that actually might feel a lot more comfortable and natural. So I think it'd probably be good for the game, for accessibility, for a lot more people to want to play. I think for, I don't know, if you're playing for like 12 plus hours a day, and I think an optimized mouse and keyboard, like regular mouse and keyboard, click and move would probably be just better on your wrist as well. Too much WASD, I think might get a lot. I felt like, at least in PoE 2, I didn't have optimized keys, but I felt a little claw action afterwards.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on your hardware, keyboard, and all that, right? And on your setup and your general whist health. Like for me personally, it's like the
Necropolis
WASD thing has two components, right? You have like the ability to control your character with WASD, similar to how you do it with a controller. Instead of pointing and clicking somewhere, you can actually directly say this direction, and the moment you release the button, the character stops moving. And then, of course, there's the aspect that presumably will remain exclusive to Path of Exile 2, which is being able to fire while moving. Ranged attacks while moving, or even like melee attacks and spells.
Because of models and animation.
I previously had the stance of I really don't want WASD in Path of Exile 1, because the way that it works in Path of Exile 2 is the moment they brought WASD in, everything needs to be balanced around WASD, and I don't see a future in which like non-WASD gameplay will be viable in Path of Exile 2. There's just, you can technically play it with mouse and keyboard the way that you played Path of Exile 1, but you'd be just at a massive disadvantage because certain things are technically impossible. And like you pointed out, the granular control of your character in like situations where precise positioning is important would just be way harder to do with mouse. But what you just said, like if you like completely exclude the moving part, the firing while moving, attacking while moving, and PoE 1 still works the way that it works currently, but with the only difference that I have WASD.
Frogs!
Yeah, maybe that would be actually something good for the game, because not everyone is like a mechanical god with like knowing, I want my cursor there, and then like just move it in one movement. Like so often when I try to like do efficient vendoring or something like that, I overshoot like just by 2 or 3 centimeters with the mouse. And I'm just not a mechanical god in that sense, that I can look at a pixel on the screen and point my mouse cursor there immediately. So maybe it would be better to have the WASD. Maybe you soften my take there a little bit. Because I was gonna say, no WASD in Path of Exile 1. Don't ruin my Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, I mean, I as I've gotten older, I used to be I was a pretty hardcore gamer when I was younger. I was pretty elitist about certain things, but like, these days I really think, as long as it's not ruining the game or making it worse, just making it more accessible for people in general is just healthy. And like the worst thing, as someone who's there was a game I got into recently, the worst thing would be the game dying, and limiting the access to people. And this game's already so obtuse and opaque that anything that allows people, like I'm using Last Epoch right now just to get my friends as a springboard. Like I've tried to get them to play PoE for a while. I'm like, well, how about Last Epoch now? You know, it's still a cool ARPG, and you can play this for a little bit. And
a lot easier to run a new player, so a lot easier.
Yeah, you got an in-game game guide. You can learn all about penetration. You know, I know you don't want to be surprised by penetration. You want to be warmed up for it and be ready for it, right? And you know, PoE 2 won't teach you about
Realer
it,
words have never been spoken.
And so yeah, if you want like a deep knowledge of penetration, you can start with Last Epoch, and then you get used to it, and then you can move over to more advanced penetration. I mean, you could even do double penetration in PoE 1 if you want, like you're doing like a Trinity setup or something. It could be pretty cool, right? And yeah, so I think that's a really cool way to like introduce people to a game, is adding accessibility things like WASD and stuff like that. So I'm just really pro anything that gets more people playing these days.
I thought he was gonna say his pro penetration. Man, missed opportunity right there. Oh man.
Oh my, how lewd.
Man. Missed opportunity. God damn it.
Yeah, that's a fair take. Lower the barrier of entry.
Exactly.
I have a slightly different reason for wanting it, and that is, this league is going to help a lot with this. But in the past several years, obviously, I'm wearing these gloves. These are compression gloves. My hands hurt. My hands were already damaged before I started playing from work. My fingers are screwed. It's not like the game caused it, but PoE causes more of a problem to my hands than any other game I've ever played in my life, except maybe StarCraft 2. Chad, the only game I've played that has like more clicks involved. And so every other ARPG I ever play, I now play with a controller. And it is very, very, very smooth to play Undecember, Torchlight, Last Epoch, Diablo 4, all of these other games with a controller, and then just put the controller down and use my mouse to do inventory management and all that other sort of things.
PoE
My
doesn't
UI
hybrid.
doesn't
Yeah,
change.
you're
Like,
right. You're so
nothing-
right.
And I can set the hotkeys for my keyboard and mouse and for the controller separately, so I can have them do whatever I want with both of those things.
Yeah, I think that's one way to do it. I would probably think about playing controller more when it comes to PoE 1 if the inventory management isn't absolutely hot garbage and 10 times slower in PoE 1 right now with the controller, right? It's awful. Like I like running the map. I think we played it actually on stream, right? It was kind of interesting and kind of nice, but the moment you actually like have to clear your inventory in PoE 1 after you did a map with controller, it sucks. It's just we need a billion more quality of life to make that more enjoyable, because there are too many things to do after every single map, and it's just super tedious and annoying to do this with controller. You are playing slower and can have less fun because of it, in my opinion.
And I just cannot do that in PoE. And I think if you go towards a WASD style movement, you become a lot easier to work in controller support. And that would make me really happy, because if I could play PoE with a controller, you can't now. You really can't. They have support for it,
Yeah.
but it's not reasonable. You have to reboot the whole client. The UI for it sucks. It changes the way the whole game looks. And then you can't do specking or crafting or inventory management or anything like that. So I'm never using this in PoE. But if
There's a
they
big
fixed
advantage.
it, I would.
There's some big advantages to controller. I'm sure you know about this. The AoE looting is
Yeah.
extremely OP. It is,
Yeah.
in fact, it's so OP. One of our party members in our 6-man that we run uses a controller, and we give him a very special filter that has only certain things that show up, and he can basically just walk around and vacuum it all up at light speed, because
He's like the guy that's picking up all the divine orbs off the floor, but doesn't even see chaos orbs, because that's somebody else's problem.
No, like we give him just like all the currency, the single stack currencies that like maybe we won't pick up, but because he's on a controller, he can vacuum it up like he's a literal Roomba, and he's just like picking it all up at the speed of light, and that's a huge advantage that controllers have that you don't have on mouse.
That's
and
smart.
keyboard. I mean, I think that is the primary reason, is that those kind of features, you know, that exist on controller that give you an advantage, but don't exist on a mouse and keyboard, and they don't want people hot swapping just because there's those advantages, right? So you have to relog, and that's the reason there isn't that hybrid system. The other thing that comes to mind is gem leveling on console, or sorry, on controller. Is
it also
automatic.
I think it's also partially a client reason, because it has to reload the UI, because the UI changes as well, and they probably did this to make the game look more console friendly, because people who probably do that, who play controller, might actually have a bigger screen as a secondary screen, and then sit further away to play their Path of Exile on PC, because you still maybe want a higher, like more better performance than on console, but you don't want to particularly play with mouse and keyboard, so you just have a bigger screen as a second screen, like a big TV, link it to your PC, and now you switch to console. But now that you sit further away, you also have to change the UI, otherwise it looks maybe a little bit bad when you're this close, you know? So yeah. I can see that also a reason why the UI changes, but also I can understand what Snap means with, yeah, you don't want to like hot swap and all that jazz constantly.
Have it automatically level up your gems. You don't have to like click
because then it becomes kind of mandatory.
It just levels them up automatically. You can like turn it on and off. So yeah. Otherwise, I think there would be no problem with being able to like switch input methods freely.
To me, that sounds like the same reason they got rid of left click, except in reverse. Like, obviously getting rid of the bind on left click is to like homogenize a bit between controller and keyboard and mouse, at least obvious to me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Nope.
But that feels like...
Again, I will say it again. It's not about that. Maybe it partially is about that, but it's mostly about you don't want a mechanic that people do not know about. You want to make it very obvious to new players. As a new player, you don't want to like think about, okay, how can I break the game? Oh, wow, I can put this on left click. And then you realize, oh, everyone does that. Yeah, because it's obvious for those players, but it's not obvious to probably most. So you added skill gen that says automate. Now it makes sense. Now it's also a thing in the video game.
A pretty big part of it. You could go the other way. Hey, controller's got these two things. How about you give me some like a pickup bind, so that like I might use space so that I could run around and loot with the spacebar, right?
Yeah, I
and
mean,
then it becomes the same thing.
Yeah, if they gave you a small area of effect right around your character, and you could hit a loot key and just AOE loot that, because that's what it is on
like,
controller.
You're gonna be like,
I think that makes sense for console again, when you are further away from the screen and you also can't really aim with a controller. It's too difficult to aim. That's why you have aim assist in most games, a little bit at least, to make it a bit easier, right? This is actually a major problem that I have with gold. Gold has no weight. It sounds so dumb, but I'm fully behind that. I know it's a meme, but I have literally no feeling, no happiness, no excitement, nothing when I walk over gold in a video game and it scoops it up. I have none of it. None of it. I have realized this during last epoch. I'm like, I hate gold. I hate it so much. I despise it. Give me an alchemy orb in Act 3, and I have way more excitement than 300 gold. Way more, because I click that alchemy orb. It has something behind it. There's some weight behind it. First of all, I click it. It looks good. It looks better than gold. There's so much more behind it than an orb of alchemy than 300 gold. That you just walk over and it's just like it's like breath. It's like breathing. I'm not excited to breathe, you know. But I sure as am happy if I don't know, smell good food. You know what the good food is? Alchemy orb instead of gold.
In the range, right? Run over to it. It's not like... Yeah, that would be cool. Then they could add that, and then you would homogenize between the two sets of controllers, and then you've got the option of letting me hot swap again.
Yeah, let me get those quality of life things on my mouse. Come on, man.
Yeah.
There's no reason to make me click 300. But yeah, chat's impressed by how good I am at double tapping Z and resetting and clicking. Like, no, I've just done it so many thousands of times. I'm just used to it. You know, click in the middle and just double tap Z and pick everything up. That's like, oh,
God, I love freezing enemies.
I don't know. I feel like that's a problem.
Why do I have to
Especially-
plug in a
Build
why
is
do I have to
going
plug
good,
in a
by the way.
controller for this feature?
Yeah.
Like I'm serious. There's an in-game advantage to us plugging in a controller and playing on a worse input scheme because there's like some quality of life thing baked into it that doesn't exist on mouse and keyboard. It's like really backwards. Really
I can only
backwards.
imagine like the scarabs this league.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Luckily enough, you're in a 6-man party, so if one of you do it, it's fine. But
Yeah.
You mean all the scarabs dropping or micromanaging them into the map device?
oh my god, no, it's the dropping.
There's another use case for that thing that I mentioned, and people talk about blighted maps, and you can like do the blighted map, right? And you log out and switch to your controller, and then you AoE loot the whole blighted map at the very end, right? Because there's a ton of bubble gum and stuff that comes out at the end. So you plug in your controller.
I heard that,
you run
yeah.
around vacuum looting it with your OP controller tech, and then you switch back to your mouse and keyboard to go do the next blight. It's like that's seriously a thing people do.
And you even switch to a
Yeah.
second character that has the caster mastery to open all
Yeah.
the blade tests. Yeah.
So it's just
Clever use of game mechanics.
Make it so your controller build is a caster.
Yeah,
So that you can
exactly. That's so
just open
silly.
everything.
Right, yeah, perfect that you offered that.
So you
segue
pretty much
to
play Spark. Got it.
oh yeah, excellent.
Perfect.
Five-head, actual co-host here. So, what do we think about these upcoming scarabs? There's so many of them. Do we have an exact number? I need to look at the patch notes. but
106?
106 different types.
Was it? I think it was 106.
That's insane.
Yep.
I need to see the scarab. They did show the scarab tab at some point, right?
109.
The fragment tab, the scarab page
My
of the
bad.
fragment tab. 109.
109.
Wow.
So
Yeah, I
That's
can
enough.
link it to
I
you
mean,
if you want to go to the.
Also, half of them I will not
put it in
look at
the-
and don't
the
care
chat,
about because
the
it's a
direct
league
link to
mechanic
the,
that I don't
all the
care about. Yeah,
scarabs.
it's a lot of content.
Okay, sure.
They had
if
to
you
add.
wanted to look at that. I mean, whatever. I don't think we're gonna mouse over every single one right now.
yeah, I think the one thing I can mention in general about the scarabs, I talked with Grimro a little bit about this, and I think he agreed. It was like basically a lot of the changes to a lot of the scarab categories made it so there's a lot more vertically integrated farming instead of horizontally integrated farming. What I mean by that is you're much more incentivized to, within a particular mechanic, invest as many scarabs as possible, right? For a lot of them. Obviously, there's some exceptions and some combos that you can pull off, but for
That's the
example,
whole
if you're
point
doing
now.
Breach,
So instead
right,
of just adding a legion, you want to add as many scarabs that have legion and go ham. But I think they also went. But this also fills out your map device things because you can now put 5 things in your map. Well, you can always put 5 things in your map device, but one of it is a map. Okay, so you can put 4 scarabs in, and technically there are 5 legion scarabs, so you can't have all of them all the time, which technically also you don't, because there's one that says you get a general, and you definitely don't want a general, by the way. So yeah, it's kind of interesting because you really want to go deep on one mechanic, which is kind of nice, right? Because now you can have, I love Legion, let me go all in on Legion, right? Let me juice it up to its absolute maximum. So that's an interesting thought. I kind of like that.
You're no longer able to invest in like 3 or 4 mechanics on your Atlas and like juice them all up at the same time. So you have like, before you'd have a set of 3 or 4 things that you're investing in. But now if you're like doing Breach, you're really incentivized to put Breach Scare, Breach Scare, Breach Scare, Breach Scare because they're all multiplying together. And so you're a little bit constrained in the fact that you are only able to invest in maybe 1, maybe 2 mechanics at most. But those mechanics are like super juiced, right? If you actually have all the multipliers going for it. But now you're going to be you're not going to have as much diversity in the stuff you're doing at once, if that makes sense. That's like the main thing I can point out from just all the scarabs, right?
That's a really good point. It's almost like
Sorry, I have to put quality on my wand. I have to. Even though I'm not a wander, I have to do it. Okay, listen. You gotta quality up your stuff.
they had to make
Speaking
the triple Atlas trees because of if you wanted to change, like because you want to do this vertical farming. If you ever want to change, it would be extra painful this league because you're gonna be so invested into like one thing at a time, and that would feel really bad.
Or the other way around. Maybe they really knew that we want additional Atlas pages and they were happily going to accommodate that. But then when they were also reworking the scarab systems, that we have to design them.
man.
Well, but like think about it. If they hadn't changed anything, then with 3 Atlas trees, you could have covered basically everything on the Atlas tree that you ever want, right? You could have 3 trees that each cover 3 mechanics, and then you got 9 mechanics, and that's enough, generally speaking, to get all the needs covered. Yeah, maybe you'd have to change 1 or 2, but obviously with the 3 Atlas trees, you could have covered a lot of ground before. And you can still, but you can't supplement it with the scarabs as much. Are there any situations where you want to actually use 4
I didn't
of
get
these
that
2
one.
additional breaches?
Probably not.
Always.
You want the like higher tier ones that offer special effects for the like, you know, to turn them into interesting breaches, like and give them more density, whatever, more splinters, that kind of thing. At first glance, I don't see any like huge use cases for adding like 4 of the basic scarab into like any of the mechanics, honestly. Because like, yeah, the higher tier scarabs are giving you like huge effects that multiply them on the like higher tiers. So I just don't know that there's like huge use cases for the bottom ones is all.
Unless they're like 20 times as common and you literally
there might be though.
have too many.
That's my guess. Yeah.
There might be though. Solo play, not Giga Juice, right? Like just your like casual enjoyer might find themselves with like 50, 60, 80, 100 of these and only like 4 of the really good ones. And if you're just like casually running maps and you're spec'd into breach anyway and they cost nothing, why not?
Yeah, they did say that the scarabs are going to be plentiful, and I think Mark's words were on the podcast.
I mean, they are plentiful. Look at my stash. The thing is, though, they're like, where are my league mechanics? Okay, so I have 1 with strong boxes. Okay, I don't, sure, I can't really use that one. Doesn't really make sense to not. I found the problem with the scarab system right this very second. It makes no sense using the special ones if you don't use the one that gives you even a strong box to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, it makes no sense using the crazy Legion ones, like the last 4 ones, if you don't even use the first one. Kind of. You can get more Legions per through the Atlas skill tree, but why wouldn't you add an extra Legion to your map and then juice that up? So before you juice it up, you have to get the first one. You know what I mean? So that is kind of a minimum. But this works the other way around as well, right? If you have 15 of normal Legions and then 2 of the others, well, that means I can juice up 2 maps and that's it. I'm not going to run the other 15 normal Legions now because I can't properly juice it up. I mean, you can still do it, and I'll have to find a new headhunter strategy on how I can get a headhunter now with this new system, because my old system bricked. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. Also, by the way, where is... Oh, those are Rook Exiles. That's Shaper. That's Shrine. Oh, that is Shrines. Oh, okay. That's Shrines right here. Okay, good to know. So Shrines and Domination. Those are my... Sorry. Shrines and Ambush are my big friends. Got it. Okay. Sorry.
He said, I think you guys are going to be quite surprised how plentiful we've been. Like, I think something like that. And so I think we are going to be able to just chuck, scarabs on your map. If putting scarabs on your map isn't something you typically do, this league, you might be able to just, you might find yourself just being able to chuck random stuff onto your Atlas.
At least the like lower tier ones, I don't really know what we're calling them, but like the more common ones, especially casual people who don't normally use them, I think we're going to have to adjust to using them plentifully, like using a lot of them and often. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, though there is the weird... I think you're right. I think the case you're going to find is people are just going to have hundreds probably of these, the rusted ones, right? And they're not rusted anymore, but they're just going to... You can just put them in. What I would like is not have to even refresh the stack. You can just say, hey, make this my rusted breach scarab, this slot, and then it just pulls it from your stash. Because even refreshing every 20 is going to be whatever. But it's kind of the weird thing where if you're not invested into breaches... Is it worse? I mean, this is a calculation that probably, if they're super casual, they're probably not doing anyway. But is it worth running 8 additional breaches in your map if you have no other investment into breach?
No.
That's my point. That's literally what I said 4 seconds ago. Yep, that's kind of the problem. It goes the other way around as well.
Probably 8 additional breaches in your map if you have no other investment into breach.
No.
Probably not. You're just slowing yourself down, and actually boss rushing would probably be better anyway for, whatever profit or whatever you're getting. Granted, if you're just enjoying, that's fine. But yeah, I think no matter what, as Snap said, those multipliers on the big ones are so much better. That I don't want 8 Esh breaches on my map when I can guarantee 4 Chayula breaches that are dropping 50% more splinters. That's just like a night and day calculation, right?
Here's something a little interesting though. With only having Chayula breach as a guaranteed option, I can see a world where at certain points in the league, Chayula breaches aren't worth running over having random ones with a greater chance for Ulnatol on your tree.
I've heard that before, like that the Chiula one specifically might not be worth the slot, and you'd rather actually just have the random breaches, but all the other scarabs are like really, really good.
You're still not going to be putting 8 in if you're doing that in your spec in. You're still not going to put 8 extras in. You're still going to want the other ones, but not the Chalupa one. Sometimes. That's going to be up to the... That's going to fluctuate no matter what, because
that's up to how popular your poison SRS build is,
right? Yeah, and to begin with, everyone running the new poison SRS, which is like twice as strong as it used to be. They're all going to want the upgraded swords, so there'll be money in Chalupa at the beginning.
I'm so jealous.
Of the buff, or
yeah, I did SRS Guardian on hit, which was incredible. This league with Spectres, yeah, it's deleted. They just like, 38% less damage, get wrecked. And then I see Baylor Mage over here.
38
like,
what?
We don't need wither, we don't need a source of wither anywhere. Oh man, this is so cool. We actually get more damage. What the hell? And I'm like, oh, my max roll guide archived, just deleted. All right, cool, nice.
I also thought I was nerfed at the time. Like, I read it and I was sad about it.
It looked bad initially, yeah.
And I was like, maybe I can save it. We'll see when Path of Building gets updated. I don't know if it'll be worth playing. And then I got into the
last episode you were telling me,
like, huh?
And that leech is gonna feel so good too. That's gonna feel incredible.
Yeah, it's I haven't included the leech tech in the guide this time because I haven't tested it yet. But I put big notes at the front of the written guide and then also explained in the video the like experimental testing I'm going through. And I'm like 80% sure that it's going to work and the guide's going to change into that. But I just want to test it before I write it out as a guide for the masses. I want to play with it first. That's all.
That's a good idea.
Going back to scarabs, you guys have any like ones that you're eyeing? Like, what are the scarabs that you're gonna try and build around on your like starter strategies, that kind of thing? Like, what are the things that you guys are?
If your starter strategy includes scarabs, you're doing it wrong, in my opinion. Maybe if you're an absolute god at this video game, but if you put out an Atlas skill trees guide and say, here are the scarabs you should focus on, you're doing it wrong. I'm sorry.
I can talk about my strategies, but I don't know how relevant that is to a lot of people.
No, I always love hearing about what you guys are doing.
I'll be real fast. I'm going to be doing a group self-found league like Valor did last league. We're doing like a little, 20, 30, 40 people community thing. And I'm definitely looking forward to, and I think this one might be super rare, but the essence one that makes every rare monster in the map an essence. That sounds like you could get like some handsome crafting materials out of single maps, but it all depends on how common that one is. But I don't see it being very common. It's more like a special treat that you get to do a couple of times per league, probably. I mean, outside of trade, obviously. Trade, you can do it every map if you can afford it.
What about you, Valor?
So up until like a day and a half ago, I thought I was just going to be playing a Lightning Arrow Deadeye.
Classic.
And then we figured out how much better SRS is, and I was like, well, I have to play this. Like, I'm contractually obliged. So now I don't know what my Atlas tree is going to be, because I was just going to do Breach with like a side of altars, because Breach auto hand opening and then all the cool stuff was like, I was like, yeah, Deadeye's great for that. I'll go nuts.
The auto hand opening, I think I had that idea like 3
really
leagues ago. I was like, please make this a
I'm
thing.
not entirely sure
Happy they did.
So yeah, I haven't decided yet. I'm still working on trees and trying to figure out what I'm gonna do.
Well, it's obviously very beneficial to be on SRS Poison because it's such a great all-rounder that you can basically
I can
pick
do
anything
anything
that you want.
except Legion. If anybody is
Yep.
starting with SRS, please don't touch Legions. In fact, walk
Yep.
past them when you see them. They're actually literally the worst. Something about SRS's AI gets
They're so
confused when they're in
stupid. Yeah.
stasis. They run towards mobs that they've picked, and then sometimes before they even get there, they change targets to something on the other side of the screen, and they just spend 80% of their time changing targets and running around and not breaking anything open. It's the only
that
mechanic
sounds
SRS
awful.
can't do. Just don't touch Legions. Pick any other mechanic. It can do everything. Everything, bosses, essences, harvest, expedition. It doesn't matter. It can do all the things. Not Legion. Don't do Legion.
It's a tough map. Okay, we can't do
New
red
Legion
maps
scarabs
yet.
are crazy though.
It's
man.
tough with
Those
this
things
build.
are gonna be crazy.
Doesn't have the damage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that multiple stasis one.
God damn
Oh
it.
my god. I want to see the clips of like how many rewards
Yeah.
you guys get.
I don't think we're gonna be running Legion.
You're not gonna do Legion?
specifically, but I think that's like more a solo, a headhunter strat type thing. But you're definitely gonna see some headhunter boys running around breaking out the Legions 100 times with however many billions of DPS, and that's gonna be interesting to see.
Here's something
sure.
cool.
Sounds
When I
fun.
was watching the Zizran podcast or interview or whatever it is, Octavian was in chat, who was a large part of building all these scarabs. He answered a few extra questions that I had, and one of them was, how's that breaking out multiple times going to work? And he was like, well, it'll just be a little bit less likely every time it adds for it to like add another one again. So it'll be pretty easy to break it
Diminishing
out 2 or 3
returns.
times and get 2 or 3 rewards, but it'll be less likely every single time. And then I went, but not down to 0? And he said, not down to 0. And I said, there'll be clips around where somebody's got 20 reward tiles in a single mob. And he's like, well, it's not likely to happen, but it'll definitely happen. So we're going to see some clips where somebody playing like a bow or giga clear speed headhunter build is just sitting there blowing up an entire pack over and over again during the stasis field. And you'll just see the rewards. The rewards will just be like, again.
Mini 5 ways, but in the map this
With me.
time. I think it's
Nice
really
explosion there.
I mean, like Mark said, like at a certain point in testing, Octavian had like this really huge chain of rewards
Yeah.
that went off screen. And I was in Tuna's chat the other day, and Octavian was there, and someone specifically addressed him. Was like, "Hey, how long was it?" Octavian said, "I didn't break out the ruler, but definitely far off screen. Like you could, 2 or 3 screens wide off screen, basically." He said. Something
They
along
might have
those lines.
adjusted that though, just to.
But that was obviously prior to.
Okay, well,
them
I can't do this
adding
map.
the
I'm dying
diminishing
16
returns
times.
and
Rip.
lowering the chance. Still crazy. Subtractum, you have any scarabs that you're excited for trying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just especially since I start Ignite. I'm gonna be starting Ignite this league. It's just really good for Expedition. Any damage over time build is usually good for that, and just guaranteed Danig. Of course, we don't know how common these things are, but guaranteed Danig, the double number of runic monster markers, and like giga remnants and everything. I don't know. I think if these are not super rare, this is just going to be a really good way to like, I don't know, like even expeditions and maps I think are going to feel pretty incredible. Not even counting logbooks or anything.
Yep.
So I'm looking at that. And then like the fun stuff is any combination of like the Beyond monsters and like all those Beyond portals, doing like Ruckus with Anarchy with the Rogue Exiles and all that, and just crazy shit, or the Pact of Monsters.
The one where the unique monsters drop 8 to 12 beyond portals.
Yeah,
that sounds
exactly.
crazy
So
with
you
Rogue
combine
Exiles,
that
you're
with Ruckus, where you're getting 30 Rogue Exiles in a map, and just like what the hell's gonna happen, right? I think there's gonna be some really fun stuff there. But for early game farming, assuming Necropolis very much does not look like an Affliction League. Where Tujin was really sad and lonely this league. He was a pointless little guy. I think Expedition is just so solid to start with, and then looking at essences as well, of course. I just like to kind of like pseudo SSF craft my own gear as well for the first week. Just kind of fun to do.
Absolutely. Dude, I actually saw this. I was reacting to the Zizaran interview. I listened to it yesterday while doing a practice run, but then I wanted to react to it on stream again because I missed some things and spaced out here and there. And I saw this like 1 hour before the podcast, and I felt so called out because the flavor text literally says, "The fated hour is almost nigh." And I was like, wow.
No, that's tomorrow, not today.
Right?
Well, I mean, earlier today. 1 hour before the podcast, so that's when I noticed the flavor text. That's what I mean. Because yesterday I was just listening in; they weren't reading out the flavor text, so I was just doing my run. I didn't notice, but today on the rewatch, I saw that and I was like, "Wow, that is awkwardly fitting."
Yo, Cataton, how you doing? Oh my god, is that a cutie? Is that a cutie in my chat? Oh my god, how you doing? What's poppin'? What's your build? What's your strategy? Have you drank water? Are you staying hydrated? That's it. Those are my questions. You're welcome. I'm all whack right now.
Yeah, the
Sometimes
one thing
it makes you paranoid. Yep.
one thing I can talk about in regards to the scarabs that I think will actually affect a lot of people.
EA champ. Okay, interesting. Wait, that's explosive arrow, right? Yeah. Is that totem or is that like just raw dogging it? But he's raw dogging it. Yeah, Ballista. Okay. I think I tried playing that, but it just wasn't my thing. I don't know why. I think because of the
There's a lot
delayed,
of ramifications
delayed
for,
damage.
like hyper endgame juicers from these scarabs, obviously, because it's like the main way you juice your stuff, right? The one thing I can point out is reliquary scarabs.
Would be fucking awful. I have literally no idea. I don't know. I just tried. I just don't like the totem thing, right? Where place totem, they take some time to shoot, then it shoots, then it hits the enemy, it then does an animation, then it does the explosion, then it does the ignite, and then the enemy is dead. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm already like a screen away, my bro. And then it drops loot, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta go back, right? It's like, it's kind of annoying. That was just not my thing. Just wasn't my thing when I played it. Yeah, literally. Yeah, it's like, it just feels bad moment. It's technically similar to, oh shoot, what is the build? Freaking Balor mentioned it. Summon Raging Spirits, right? It's like, you cast them, you run forward, they kill stuff, you're already a screen away, and then you hear the loot drop, and you're like, oh my god. It's already too late, man. I'm already far gone from this. Yeah, it's a bit awkward sometimes.
A gigantic nerf, essentially.
Yeah.
And that is going to have
they-
huge for like
What nerf?
hyper endgame juicers from these scarabs, obviously, because it's like the main way you juice your stuff, right? The one thing I can point out is reliquary scarabs ate a gigantic nerf, essentially.
Yeah.
And that is going to have huge impacts on the unique economy for all players. Because basically uniques are flooded into the market because of the old reliquary scarab. And before, you were using a winged scarab, which had 250% more unique items. Now you have nameless.
Wait, quick question. Are you, how long did it take you to get to Act 7? That'd be interesting. That build. Because my League starter also, by the way, how is the single target DPS with that build? That'd be kind of interesting. Gonna get my first Divine, please. Oh, is it one of those leagues where I don't get a Divine? Bro, Shaggy already got a Divine, but I just didn't get anything yet. About 8 hours, so I'm really slacking. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm also quite slow. I actually don't know how long it took me to get to maps. I haven't checked the numbers. But yeah, it definitely wasn't fast either. But to be honest, the thing is with this, I enjoyed playing this build. I don't know, for me, as mentioned while leveling, if I play a build that I really enjoy, I actually kill more monsters because it's just fun. So it just takes me longer to get through the story, right? Because it's just fun killing stuff in a video game. And then it takes me longer. And yeah, I think that just shows, okay, I'm liking this. I'm enjoying this. I like doing the thing. I'm like playing the video game here, you know? Not just, okay, time to get through the story, time to, you know? Because that's like with Flicker Strike. I was like skipping every mob and I'm like, just get me to the freaking end game, bro. Please, get me out of here. I'm dying. I'm literally dying inside. I'm cringing hard. There we go. Give me the item. Oh yeah, we got that. Sure, it took me 7 hours, but I'm 4 levels above the area. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Single target is okay. Make yours half-assed, so nice. That's good. That's good. I think that's kind of the like a midway thing with totems, right? Don't need god tier items, and then it's still pretty decent. Nope. I'm gonna check the gauntlets. Nope, also pretty bad. What about the boots? Nope, also not good. I'll grab that, I guess. Why not? Oops. So, hey, we got another reward, boys. Let's go.
Seer, which is, you know,
Hold up. What is it?
because basically uniques are flooded into the market because of the old reliquary scarab. And before, you were using a winged scarab, which had 250% more unique items. Now you have nameless seer, which is, you know, kind of worthless for juicing, and then you have the unique monsters drop a unique, which is really trash, and then you have 100% more unique items. And going from 250% more to the 100% is a huge nerf to the amount of uniques you're going to be generating in like 6-mans and also just in general solo MFers. And so I think that there's going to be a lot more expensive uniques just due to this change alone.
Okay.
And
Makes sense.
You're going to see a lot more expensive stuff. Now, they did make the T0s more common from what they said. So maybe
Yeah, exactly.
those-
They baked
maybe-
150% more into the tier zeros.
But those are the T0s, right? And not like the other items, the T1s, the T2s that people are picking up, that kind of thing. So that's just one thing to be aware of, is that there's like all of those items that were being injected into the economy via like the MFers is going to be a lot less, because a lot of people are going to be opting for like a double divination or triple divination strategy and dropping reliquary entirely. And so there's going to be a lot less uniques that are being injected into the softcore economy. That's just one
Makes
thing
sense.
to
It's
know about
also
that.
a double-edged sword. It will mean quite a lot of the tier 1, tier 2, and maybe even tier 3 uniques will be more expensive if you need them for your build. But it also means if you find one on the floor, it's probably going to be worth more when previously you might have hidden it or just thrown it in your stash because it wasn't worth it. It's just going to be different, right?
Goes both ways, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But the
It will be interesting what happens, you know, because if you lift the low end of all the juices, so everyone is can juice in general more. I don't know. It will be interesting, because you could say 50% of the uniques being generated are from like the 1% of players because they're choosing this much. But the 90% of people that now on average juice more because scarabs are more frequent, and they also pick up the uniques, might balance itself out, right? Because you have maybe 1% of the juicers, which are maybe like, I don't know, a few hundred people of the player base, but then you have like 100k people that juice on average more, who knows, or maybe 50k people, right? Like, that's a huge number of players. Like, I would love to see the data of how many uniques are dropping. Like, I would love to see that data. Oh, I'd be horny for the data. I would just want to see a spreadsheet, like an Excel spreadsheet with all the data of, like, you know, this many divines drop by this many players, and oh god, I would love to see all that stuff. But of course, they really shouldn't show us.
card ones are for endgame is going to be like the true game changers.
Oh wait, hold up. Sorry, wait. A big thing. Hold up. Hi, chat. Forgot you can rename your atlas trees, right? Completely forgot about that.
There's some crazy multiplication going on with the div scarabs, and yeah, it's just, if you notice that it's 150% increased divination cards found in area from the regular div scarab, whereas before this used to be more divination cards. Now that increased divination cards on the regular div scarab is multiplicative with the more div cards found on the other scarab, the gilded looking one.
I'm passing out right now. What is he talking about? Multiple? You know what? I probably don't understand this anyways. Because I'm not a mega juicer. I probably don't understand this conversation anyways. It's like me listening to some rocket scientist talking about stuff. I'm like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
So you have 150% increased divination cards multiplied by potentially 120% more divination cards, which is actually more divination cards than an old winged scarab would give you. And then on top of that, the third scarab will make it so you have a chance to complete a full stack, 20% flat. And that is just the div card output from all of these scarabs together is just through the roof. It is just crazy. So basically, MFing has turned now into div card simulator instead of unique simulator, which I think is kind of interesting. So yeah,
This is where all the mage bloods are coming from now.
I think so. Yeah, just some really funny implications where Fortunate, right, the 12 stack for two divs, is actually a better card than Apothecary. It generates you more money than Apothecary does. The Fortunate.
True,
it has
because
such
it
a high
drops them
stack
off.
size and it's worth 2 divs, and
So
it just
common, too.
it has a chance. Yeah, it's so common. It has a chance to fill up to a full stack. So you're actually getting more output out of Fortunate than you are.
That's a wild
Apothecary.
calculation. Yeah.
I hadn't considered the fact that it's a large stack.
Yeah.
Makes the 20% chance for it to be a full stack significantly more value than a stack
Oh.
of 5, like as an increase.
That's
There's a lot of
scarab.
cards like
Okay,
that, like
okay,
the
okay.
19
It's interesting,
mirror-
actually.
19
Might be the
cards
way for me to
19
juice
mirror
up
cards,
some.
Unrequited Love. That card becomes extremely good.
Might be a way for
There's
me
a lot
to
of cards that
to
are
juice up this
extremely good
league.
when you factor
Because I'm
into
still not
account
sure what
that,
I'm gonna do with
it's completing the full
with my
stack.
Blade
So
Vortex
the
build
meta is
long
gonna
term.
be really different than what was there.
Like, I have no idea
before.
what to-
So the end
what to
game,
farm.
like MFing is like super different. It's super interesting.
Yeah, and specifically like being able to farm any map you want for the divination cards that you want to farm. That's great.
Well,
It's a breath of fresh air.
Also,
fresh
by the way, I
air,
love
I'll
what
be
I'm seeing
honest.
right now on
Like,
screen.
it
I'm
is
just
now,
running through
I'm
tower.
so happy about this change, and honestly, I think it's one of the most clever things GGG has
God, I love
done
Blade
in
Vortex
regards to,
sometimes.
like end-game mapping farming,
Oh.
because like Mark talked about it a little bit on the podcast, right, where he's like, having anybody do the calculation where this map is the best, like, isn't necessarily going to be a thing anymore with the addition of this curation scarab and then also Twist of Fate. You can run just any layout you want, get the quantity bonus from Twist of Fate, and then use the div scarab of curation. You can run anything you want, and I think that's really cool. And like the variety we're gonna get from that, I think is gonna be.
That's it says right now, Divination Scarab of Curation. 10% more divination cards found in area per different favored map. Divination cards drops in area are replaced by those of your favorite maps. So technically what I could be doing is you want a large amount of not favorited maps, of maps you... Like, you want to favorite maps with the best div cards, and then run a layout that is the best, right? As in the best for your build. So, for example, for me, it probably is Strand, Tower, Phantasmagoria is also amazing for Blade Vortex because it's all corridas. Everything that has a corrida with a decent-ish boss is god tier, right, for my build. So the idea is you go this Divination Scarab of Curation, get a ton of favorite maps like Crimson Temple, Cemetery, and all the other ones. I would probably have to do a list of that. And then slap that one Scarab in, juice it up with Shrines and Strongboxes potentially just to fill it out, and then just run through, right? And just boom, 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 and you get your fortunes and whatnot, right? That might be a strategy. Does it work out? I don't know yet. But that could be a strat. That could be a thing.
Be really refreshing in endgame.
But first, I actually have to get my Void Stones, and second, actually deal single target DPS. Because killing rares right now, not good, bro. Not
really cool change, I think. So, if you want to run the same map, you can. But also, like, if you just want to run random stuff, like, that's cool too. There's a benefit to doing so.
here's a question. What's your feeling on like the Giga Juiced MF party running tier 17s?
Mark did mention that the mobs themselves have a quantity bonus that are applied to them, and the maps themselves are much larger, and like the base mob count is a lot higher. So it is something we're going to be doing, is exploring T17 MFing, of course, but there's a couple issues in that you can't put Delirium Orbs on them. That's one thing. You can't use Twist of Fate to add additional quantity or modifiers to the map. That's another thing that it doesn't have going for it. And then obviously, if you get bad mods, the map just might be unrunnable. So it might be hard to obtain like really good ones that you can run. But it's definitely something we're going to explore. It has potential. Just really depends on what that quantity number is.
If it makes
Difficult
up
to
for the
say.
losses.
Yeah, for now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Right. Yeah, I guess, like you said, we're not going to hover over all of them. Is there any specific
17
one
would
that
be
you'd like to still
interesting,
point
yeah.
out?
I would love to jump into one when I find one. Unless it's like 20, 30 seed, then I'm probably going to sell it because I need
I've
that money.
definitely gone over all the ones
for now.
Yesterday in the teaser.
I mean, we aren't at
Yeah,
tier
I'm
16
actually
yet,
curious.
that's it.
Yeah, Snap, are you guys planning on using the glittering? I'm actually just curious if that can factor in, because
Which one's glittering? Sorry, is that
that's
the
the recently killed for quantum rarity.
So the meta for MFing is going to be triple div because it's multiplier on top of multiplier on top of multiplier, and then you have one slot left, which is a juicer scarab. And the best thing by far is the bloodline scarab. I think that scarab in particular is going to be the most expensive scarab out of every single one in the entire pool, hands down.
Everything being magic.
Why? What
It
was
will be the
Bloodlines?
most expensive scarab by a mile. I wouldn't be surprised if that scarab in particular goes to like 3, 4, 5 divs, like that one in particular. So definitely be on the lookout for that one.
Okay. Inside
Bloodline?
information, everybody.
All monster packs in the area are at least magic. Okay.
As close as we can get. Well, I mean, inside the group, right? True. I think we haven't all.
God, I
mentioned
love
our
freezing
starters
enemies. You have no
explicitly.
idea.
Valor has
Oh.
said. You said you're doing poisonous. Subtractum said something ignite, not DD ignite, right?
God no.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst. I feel like I have to do it in the solo self-found environment, right? Like,
Are you doing it? No, you don't. If you're not in hardcore, no. If you're in regular SSF, you do not have to play.
I do want to kind of prep for hardcore. I do want to die less
Okay.
because my game enjoys a lot more if I care about dying. I enjoy the game a lot more if I care about dying. And
I get it.
past
Yep,
year or so,
I get it.
I've been slowly losing interest, and I hope that with return, stepping a little bit towards HCSSF, which is where I spent most of my time in the history of Path of Exile.
I mean,
But
most
I
of my
just
days.
really didn't feel comfortable doing
I get
HC
it.
with a lot of things. But yeah, getting a little bit more into that direction, I hope will reinvigorate me and will provide more long-term motivation, because my progression and my possessions are going to feel more significant, right? When there's no trait that I could use to bypass. But yeah, yeah. Honestly, I just was like, oh, I really want to do Elementalist Ignite, because Elementalist is a really comfy class to level through the acts with. It's really impactful from the normal lab on. And then I was like, well, maybe Wave of Conviction Ignite. And someone else told me Wave of Conviction is not the best. He was like, yeah, good, right? It has a little bit of a traveling wave and a little bit of a delay. What do you recommend? And they were like, yeah, do the EK. I was like, oh, maybe I'll do the EK. And then, like, at some point after that, it dawned on me. I was like, why not just do the DD? Like, why not just go for the obvious powerful choice? And I can still do, like, my beautiful snowflake meme build on the second
EK
character
Ignite is so
once I,
fucking good.
set myself up for success.
Disgustingly good.
Yeah, I mean, Detonate does. If you're in Soul Stuff on hardcore, I think, particularly if you're kind of jumping back into
Disgustingly
it,
good.
it is so effective and so strong. I think that is the natural choice. And if you're in SSF hardcore, no matter what build you're playing, you're probably going to be stuck like, oh, I didn't get my trigger craft yet. I don't have a profane proxy. You're going to be pressing all the buttons anyway. What's one more? I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I'm gonna
Especially now we
I'm gonna
can't
be
force
starting
Jun anymore.
Something that you could do.
So
a variation
unveiling
on,
stuff is a
honestly,
little bit
if you didn't
more,
wanna press
you know.
as many buttons, one fewer button. I'm doing my Frostblink Fire Trap Elementalist, and I mean, you can just do, if you want to simplify it and make it more hardcore friendly, you can just do like Zizaran was looking at a Fire Trap only setup as well. You could do just Fire Trap, link it with Ignite Prolif, and then just go all the way down left side, you know, craft all the tanky rares, do all the regular stuff, and just get your spell suppression. You can totally do that if you don't want to play Detonate Dead, but Detonate Dead will just give you the more free damage, you know, if you're willing to press that additional button. But if you're more softcore pilled,
I think I've never played Detonate Dead. Maybe I
Frostblink
should at
feels
some point.
Really, really good. And I mean, Ben played it a couple leagues ago in hardcore.
But it's a
he was like,
two-button
and that
build,
was when he was
correct?
having internet issues too, and like he just kept disconnecting. Like he survived a couple disconnects with my build, which was cool. But yeah, he eventually died to just losing his internet in the middle of a crucible. which was bad. But yeah, it's I really like the build. I've been playing it for. I looked. My first build guide was 11 months ago, and I've continued to refine the build.
Oh, no.
Take feedback.
My morgue is full. Frick! Did I actually thought about it? Hold up. Burn it. Oh man.
The first version of the build was pre-damage Fizz taken.
Grave diggers unite.
So
we have
like,
to craft.
it was actually before the nerf to Skin of the Lords. So the very first version had an Eldritch Battery Skin of the Lords, which just looks super cringe in 3.24. But yeah, the modern version is very adapted to the modern taste and regular lightning coil taste to hate, whatever. And actually I put out a video earlier today with me doing a T16 map in blue gear, just because there were still some doubters.
What is Val Legion? Oh, pack monsters can drop timeless Val splinters. Oh, that's cool.
So yeah, it's that's what I'm starting, and I'm looking forward to it. But my goal, my one thing this league, last league I started SRS and I played it all the way, like, we got the new specters and it's magic find and affliction. Like, I actually converted it to, like, I got a mage blood eventually. I did a mage blood magic find SRS guardian last league because the specters were so cracked. I still had like 50 million DPS. They were broken. They were just broken. I was like running around with Venters and a Goldworm on a stupid SRS guardian. I still had 50 million DPS.
Nice. Nice. Can I craft a better wand, please? Is this better now? I feel like this won't be better than what I have right now. 2.6k, 2.3k. I really need more damage, boys. We gotta need more damage. Oh fuck. Nope. Nope. I'm so close just buying 2+1 wands and be done with it. But I feel like that might not be enough. I don't know, is +1... I mean, it's usually pretty strong, but man, like having a wand with like, what, 35 spell damage and 38 spell damage is somehow better. At least in the game. Right? Man, it's difficult to say what's the better choice here. But first, hold up, we gotta get to the Necropolis. We gotta cook. So, do I have any of the uniques? No. Okay. We don't have the uniques. We do have one over here. Do I have a second part of the haunted uniques? No. Also no. Okay. What if I put one of the haunted here? Do I have the other part? No. No. It's a bit tough. I can do it here. I have another haunted. I have a few haunted by, you know, a specific person, I think, which gives me a unique item, right? Haunted by Legis Gratis. But you need, like, requires 4 different members of this family line to create a unique item, so it's a bit tough getting this together, but we'll see. So, more importantly, let's get this going. What do we actually want as an item now? I guess a better belt would be interesting. Better rings would be cool. Maybe a better amulet. Actually, a better amulet would be nice. Do I want a better amulet? With like fat crit chance, spell damage, life, attributes. Yeah, we can try that. Okay, let's go ham. So what do we want? We want... Intelligence requirement. Doesn't really matter here. Armor can roll haunted modifiers. I still don't know what that does. That all doesn't matter. Physical modifiers are scarcer. That sounds pretty good. Increased chance of suffix modifiers. Sure, can add that one. Why not? Increased chance of life. Increased chance of life. Increased chance of caster modifiers. Are you a caster modifier? You're a critical modifier. But caster modifiers is also spell damage, so we definitely want that. So yeah, 300% chance of caster modifier. Sounds good to me. Increased lightning. +1 item level sounds good. You know, the higher the better. Increased chance of cold and fire modifiers. Why not? Might give me some resistance. Cold modifier tier rating. 1 explicit modifier, of course. +1. Let's give it another one. +1 item level. Let's give it even more. Mana modifier. Critical, no. We actually want those. We can maybe... 5% for humanoid corpses to not be consumed when exercising. Don't really care about that. I might actually have to burn some of these at some point. Cold modifier tier rating, of course, the better the higher the better. 500% increased chance of critical modifier. Let's go. Please give me a global crit. That would be poggers. Increased chance of chaos modifiers. Maybe we get it, you know. Hopefully we can get some... what is it called? The Chaos Raz. Dude, if we get Chaos Raz, I would be mega happy. I would be super happy. Elemental chance are rare. 500% increased chance for life modifiers. Let's go. We have that 2 times now, so we have 1000%. That's scarcer, scarcer, scarcer. What else do we have that's scarcer? No, I want all of those. I want elemental, I want resistance, I want caster life, crit elemental. That's all the stuff I want. It's just not for me. All right, I think that's pretty much it. That's the item. So we want jewelry and we want an amulet.
And aid this soldier so that you may guide their hearts to glory.
That looks bad. Not good for me. Might be good for other people, maybe. Hold up. Fire damage to attacks, awful. Cold damage, meh. Energy shield, sure. Tier 3, maximum life, okay. Fire raz, sure. And gain life per enemy hit with attacks. This does not sound good for me, but maybe someone else. I'll throw it in the tab for 20C. With this, I'm a little bit lost. Maybe I can craft something else. Let's do minion, have intelligence requirement, do not have dexterity requirement. Do not have... What about strength? Do not have strength requirements. So now we're forcing an intelligent base. So hopefully we can get a hubris circlet or something. Anything else with minion related? Nope, but we have linked sockets, so why not? Increased chance for mana modifiers. Sure, why not? Caster modifiers are scarcer. Actually, that's bad. Whoops. Mana modifier. Mana modifier. Defense modifier. Elemental modifiers are scarcer. Sure, we can maybe do that. Why not? Might give it all the damage and less of other stuff. Life modifiers. Kind of want that. Critical modifiers, actually, yeah, they should be scarcer. Critical doesn't matter. For like a minion base. Sure, put some quality on it, why not? Resistances modifiers are scarcer. Sure, don't really need that maybe on a base. If we hopefully can, you know, force a really good, like, high minion modifier. Why not? Slap that in, slap that in. Oops. Defense modifier. Life modifiers are scarcer, because why not? Sure. That looks goodish. We want an armor. We want a helmet.
May the glow of Lunaris heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may allow them to be headstrong.
To be headstrong. Hubris Circlet with not even a minion modifier on it. Literal trash. Rip. Caster modifier, physical modifier, haunted modifier, whatever that does. +1. Does not have a dexterity. What did I just do? Just accidentally clicked something. It's fine. Is that +1 or -1? That's +1. That's fine. Haunted. Haunted. Intelligence requirement. That. The rest doesn't really matter. See? Do we get a good wand? I think some people might play wand, so why not craft it for them? Maybe I get lucky. I just went all out on attacks and I get more spelled than anything else. Okay, well, that's interesting. Better wand than I've ever made in my life. So is this actually better or not? It is not better than mine. But maybe some other people will buy it for like 10C. We'll see. Also, here you go. Maybe somebody wants it for 10C. Probably not. Literally slap one essence on it and you're better. But just shh, don't tell anyone. And for the memes, I'm just gonna put everything in. So I'm just gonna block everything. Just gonna slap everything in. Gotta free up my... what is it? Mausoleum. Armor. Body armor. Go. Unable to exercise corpses as there are conflicting crafts. You're telling me this now? Oh my god. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna remove this, I guess. It doesn't tell you which ones are. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Is it an intelligence one? Yeah, I think it is the intelligence. There you go. Can you do it now? I mean, obviously, obviously, if I block every body armor, every type, then it can't do anything. Oh my god, we got a 6 socket. Oh god, this is so fucking poggers. And I mean, it has fat life. I'll tell you that. That is fat life. That is indeed big. Just can't do anything with it. Can't really do anything with it. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can now shift left click and it automatically links it, right? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. That's nice. That feels good. Well, I'm selling that one. Back to this podcast.
But Stress Guardian last league, because the Spectres were so cracked, I still had like 50 million DPS. They were broken. They were just broken. I was like running around with Venters and a Goldworm on a stupid SRS Guardian. I still had 50 million DPS. But my goal this league is to not play my league starter max 1.5 weeks. And as soon as I like start looking at like a
oh sorry, the game is too loud now.
Power that we get from Necropolis and start looking for the next build. So, yeah, I told my chat to like don't let me play this more than 2 weeks max. That's my goal.
Wait, you just said 1.5 and then you changed it to 2.
Hey.
Yeah,
Hey.
and 3 weeks into the league, when he changes builds, he'll be like,
I
"Man,
just
I
like
really
I
should've
just like
changed earlier."
upgrading. Like what if it's like I got my League starter and what is the crafting in Necropolis, and I get like level 4 power in my gloves because they brought record combinator modifiers, and then I get enlighten in my helmet because it's gonna be so cool and it's gonna be all that, and then I'm gonna go triple fractured scepter, and like, why would I just keep my League starter? It's gonna be so fun. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
2.5 weeks.
I played Explosive Trap Trickster last week for League Start, and I also was like, I'm just quickly gonna set myself up and just do a couple bosses and then re-roll into something else, and it was just such a rabbit hole. And you kept investing, and the goalpost kept shifting, and it was just a fun one to play. And that's
Yeah,
also
it's
the
great. If
first
you have
time
a
that I
build
actually
like that,
tried
that's
Fire
so
Trap
worth.
and Axe over
That's worth
Cremation,
keeping, yeah.
Over doing the classic Armor Brand Cremation setup, which is a little bit more buttons,
feels
a
good.
little bit more effort. I did Armor Brand Fire Trap, and I felt it was like just almost as good. I mean, like really, really tiny difference, almost not noticeable for someone who's not at the top end of speedrunning. Like it's so good.
Yeah.
Snap, have you?
Transformation, all those guys. They're so comfy.
Yeah, but I think like a lot of people shy away from the cremation thing because you need the desecrate and it's like a little bit clunky to use. And yeah, Fire Trap is just point, click, throw, damage. It's good.
Yep.
So it's really good. Snap, do you want to talk a little bit about your starter build, or I guess
Yeah.
your group setup for the league start?
I'm playing
I have, like, no
Orobot, which
mana.
is super cool and interesting. Yeah, I don't, I don't know. It's Orobot. That's what I'm doing. But the interesting developments in our party is where our group carry is going Bama or Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow, for the main DPS. We POB'd a 13.7 billion DPS setup for Blink Arrow, Mirror Arrow, which was pretty cool. So we're gonna be trying that out, seeing how it goes. That's the very cool build. Somehow it got buffed on the patch. Everybody was like, it's going to get nerfed. And then they buffed the prismatic clones, 25% more damage randomly. That was unexpected.
That's weird.
Yeah, I think everyone's just playing bombarding, so they're like, play this one.
Yeah, but you can use both, right? There's an
I
incentive
think
to
I've
use
never
both,
tried actually such a
which
bomb.
not very many people do, which I find strange. I think there's a big DPS increase just using 2 6-links and then using both, but it makes it a little more socket star, but you can get around it.
Might be
Wait, are
interesting
you
to try at some
playing,
point.
Support every league? I'm just like curious, or are you rotating the support role? It's like
Mostly.
you're pulling matches.
Most leagues I'm Orobot. I've just been doing it for so long. If like somebody is like not playing for whatever reason, happens from time to time. We like rotate our 6-man roster. Then we might role swap a couple people around, but for the most part, everybody's playing the same role. And we have been for like, I don't know, 6 years now or something like that. It's just had a very solid team. I'm very grateful everybody's still sticking around and playing. Hopefully they're all still having fun. So yeah. Or
Yeah, it's worth a lot having a team, you know, that you can blast a new league with.
Level 98 or 99 plus.
It's worth
They're
a
all
lot.
just Orobots every league.
It's like you look at your standard characters, it's just the same Orobots.
They're all piling up, and you can see like the different iterations because Orobot's been like nerfed / like changed so many times. You can see like each era of like Orobot. There's like the Covenant era, there's like the Shavs era, like the Ashes era. Like it's just it just changes so much. And there's like Cluster Jewels era. Like it's just that build has been
True,
changed and
yeah,
iterated
Cluster
on
Jewels
so
came
many
in.
times, and yeah.
Really cool. Yeah,
I
empty.
just don't
and
know.
Bazooka
I think
are
I
in my
heard
chat,
Aura
making
stackers
sure
or
you're not leaking
Aura
too
bots the
much.
first time in Delirium.
I don't hide anything. You guys know I'm an open book.
Ooh, Exalted Word.
It's like
The
a
first one.
gatekeeping thing that people do in PoE, like try to hide some stuff. Like I put out information to our detriment, right? Like this farming strategy that I released on my YouTube channel, like I could keep this a secret and like buy up all the scarabs and like nobody knows. Like and you know, that could benefit me, but like we release all the stuff we're doing because honestly, like if you don't release all that kind of stuff, the questions are like too annoying. And like if you're streaming, you can't have these people asking these questions all the time. So you know, you gotta like inform them. That's the
Just not
Yeah,
read chat.
I'm just joking. MP, I'm just joking. I know, I'm just joking. No, I love that. Like, I think one of the best things is just like how most people are actually. I think the vast majority of people are very open about pretty much everything. Yeah, because it's just like I hate Mathel hates when people like say like, oh, Mathel effect to his face, right? Like that sucks. Like when you share something, you're like, this is so cool. You're sharing what you're doing. You want other people to do it as well. You're like, look at how cool this is. This is so fun. I want you to play this build. I hate when I'll actually like I've done this. before I release a build guide, I'll buy a bunch, and it sucks because the price fixers are probably buying it from me. But I'll buy a bunch of whatever the item is, like if it's some unique that maybe the price will go up, and then I'll just have them all listed. Like I'll buy a quad tab of them, and I'll have them listed like way below market price, and I'll release the build guide, and then hopefully not price fixers are buying it from me, just to like I want more people to be able to play the thing. Like I hate
That's
when
nice.
it sucks when people just come in like, well the price fixers are gonna ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problem, of course, but
Still to this day, my favorite thing I've ever seen Mathel do. Because right at the height
Divine
of it
Vessel,
being,
holy
like,
shit.
a price fix Mathel's build meta that was happening for a while were way worse than normal. He spent like half a day with like a one of those Shaper Sword. I can't remember.
It was
the
like a
name
Void
of.
Forge or something. I remember
Yeah, like
this.
a Void Forge, like in his inventory, and then like in his stash, surrounded by some gear that he just didn't mention, and he just watched the price like skyrocket to like 10 times what it was worth over the course of the day. And then like near the end of his stream was like, oh, by the way, I'm not using this at all. I just wanted to fuck the price fixes. And they'll just have this sword. It wasn't anything related to any build he was running.
Based.
Just made them all buy them all up and then didn't make a build. And that was great.
Yeah, I've definitely
Very
seen
based.
that before. Like, didn't he have like a Void Forge in his? Wasn't that one?
It might have been a Void Forge. I think it was a Shaper Sword. I don't know. It was something.
Okay, Star Forge, something Forge, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Beasts impossible
I've
to
heard
kill,
someone-
as always.
Or I mean, there is this new skill gem, this new transfigured skill gem. Which one was it? Kinetic Blast. I'm not looking at it, so I don't know off what. But the Archmage Kinetic Blast, the one that scales off of your max mana, and that scales explosions with added projectiles. So your added projectiles are converted into additional explosions. And like some people have theory crafted that and said that it actually looks kind of juicy as a starter. Have you guys looked at it at all?
Definitely.
Do I need to say anything? Okay, I'm gonna say it. If your starter involves a Transfigure Gem, just don't. Please, for the love of God. Just don't. It's just for the love of God. Stop. Just stop. If your build needs a Transfigure Gem to be good, then figure out a better build. Or figure out a free version and just call it, hey, this is the non-transfigured version. It's okay, here's some gameplay of a white tier 16 map. And here is the one without, with the transfigured version. You know, just, I know this is like pre-launch, of course, so no one really knows. But like literally, if your guide is, yo, here guys, check out this new transfigured gem. It's like, yo, this is not a league starter though. This is like, I assume this is gonna be good, and I hope it's not gonna be, you know, like mega expensive, like on day 2. So, I don't know. It's a bit weird.
That's like something I noticed immediately, just because a lot of the one big archetype that Valdo's farmers use is mana stacking, and like this is right up their alley. I know Connor, who's like, you know, the mana guy, Connor Converse, or 1 mana left. He like did some, you know, he looked at it, and I think it's worse than current mana archetypes, but it is still very solid. Like it's definitely like going to be a really, really good wand build if you like want to go the wand archetype and you really like that skill. It's going to be super, super strong. You know, like the wand with the Indigon, Battle Mage's Cry. It's going to be really solid. Some very good scaling there for sure.
I've never tried
Great.
Mage, Archmage. I really should. Just to spread out, spread my wings to different
list.
builds, right?
I have a good question that I noticed. So in the interview yesterday, Mark clarified that the call to arms support would only trigger one war cry, and you can't do multiple war cries. But like the first thing that I thought when I saw call to arms was like, I can do 2 war cries with this, but because they do share a cooldown. But non-instant skills get +1 cooldown use if I put a second wind. So can I not use Call to Arms, second wind, and 2 war cries? Then they both have 2 charges, right? And when one goes off, they both have 1, and the other one goes off, they both have 0. But then I guess if one comes off cooldown, then the other one doesn't.
It was in everyone's POB. Everyone was doing it yesterday before the interview. And yeah, because it was in the demo, in the Twitter video that we watched.
Exactly.
He was standing there, and 2 war cries went off, and we're like, oh, all right. Infernal Cry, Enduring Cry in my build. Let's go. I'm psyched. And then he clarified. It was really, really sad. I was excited to have like a good uptime of like great regen, great endurance charges, and I already use Infernal Cry in my build, and having that automated is just that would have been so comfortable. I'm still gonna keep Infernal Cry automated, and that's gonna be really good. But yeah, losing the what a thing that people are talking about right now is to actually have a weapon swap. We don't know exactly if that'll work, but people are theorizing that you can still weapon swap and do your other Warcry. So if that works and you're willing to press that additional button, but then all right, I may as well just press both my Warcries, I guess. But that's a thing.
At that
maybe.
point, bro.
Well, the thing is, when it gets triggered, then it doesn't cost you cast time. Sure, you have to weapon swap and press the button and swap back, but you don't have to stand still in order to cry. Then, because there's no access to instant war cries outside of the call to arms, which doesn't make it instant, but since it's triggered, it doesn't cost your character cast time.
Divine vessels are
How do you
so
stand
rare
on
now.
that?
It
Like, no
feels
access
way
for
too
instant
rare.
war cries anymore for the people who want to manually use them.
I mean, if you're a melee enjoyer, that's a real big feels bad. It's a real big feels bad.
Karn in shambles. No way, dude.
He
That's
was
just
playing.
that.
He was playing Detonate Dead.
He was somehow Karn has been forced to play DD. What a time to be alive. That is just crazy.
Last week I saw him in his duelist cosplay. Like that's his thing.
This is the saddest timeline, I'll be honest, for Melee. It's definitely not great.
Yeah.
I think I just don't know too much about Melee
I
too.
want to have sympathy, but I mean, if you keep bringing sticks to gunfights, like it's never been good for Melee.
I mean, you can play.
So go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I get it. Like, how do you make Melee good in a game where Tornado Shot exists?
Kind of.
But there's ways to just make it feel good, right?
Oh,
like,
God.
Arguably, you could make Melee feel really good potentially for a single target. It could be like an incredible single target archetype that is just really tanky and has, maybe not exceptional damage, but good damage. And then, maybe it doesn't clear like Tornado Shot or something. I think there's a world where it can fit in to something and have a niche that's worth playing. Where right now, what's Melee right now? And it like Frostblades and Lightning Strike, which like that's Melee. Okay, yeah, right. So yeah, it's a hard problem. Like, what is good Melee in a game where we have the stuff that we have? Oh, I can summon 20 skulls that literally heat seek 2 screens away and kill everything. Like, it's definitely a tough thing to balance, but I think they could do it.
I mean, it's also some people just like to play different builds, right? It's also not like I need to play the best thing all the time that deletes 3 screens over, and I move at light speed. Some people just like Melee, And funny enough, when I'm saying this as someone who loves Tornado Shot and blasting and stuff, I absolutely love it. It's just like frame rate wise and my eyes, and I just can't do that anymore, I think. Getting old. What the heck is the sound effect? Oh, I think it's outside. Did I hear some sound effect? Anyhow, it's also... I played Marauder, and because of the league review, right, I did about Affliction, I did a Marauder, I grabbed Ground Slam, and walked into Affliction at, like, mud flats for the memes. You know what? You have no idea how good it can feel to just one-shot with a basic item, with a basic melee weapon, to one-shot Roas. It feels so fucking good. Just walk up to them and be like, whoo, and it just feels good. It just freaking feels good, I know it's probably gonna suck ass long-term, right? And playing maps like I do right now, just running around and stuff dies. You can't do this, of course, unless you have insane clear with some melee scale and automate some stuff, or I don't know, or just super high tech speed. I know that, right? But it just feels good. You know what I mean? It just feels good sometimes. Going around with Ground Slam and being like, and it just felt good. But it didn't feel good like at Blood Aqueduct. No, it felt good in Mud Flats doing that. I was like, man, this is just I don't know what it is. It's just good animation, good sound, good damage, good numbers. Just, feels chonky. In PoE 1.
Yep.
Yeah, like what I liked about the introduction of the automation gems was that putting a significant cost in terms of mana multiplier and reduced cooldown recovery would reward the people who would then choose to not automate it and to manually use it. But with the Warcry thing, it feels like you're being punished for wanting to manually Warcry. That's a little bit unfortunate, that position. And it's not just melee builds, right? Like anyone could use a Warcry manually. I mean, you still don't have the downsides of the support gem, but yeah, not having access to instant.
The people who manually use it. I mean, reward the people that are willing to just numlock trick it on. Because that's
I don't know what numlock trick is, but I don't know why I need to trick the game into something to do something. I feel like that's kind of
I don't
bad
know
argument.
how I stand on the numlock thing. I'm probably gonna just not do it, but I've been already shared via Discord an auto hotkey script how I can easily set up my numlock, which you know I'm not going to.
I don't even have auto hotkey because why would you need auto hotkey nowadays? I genuinely don't know. Do you need auto hotkey? Like, why is auto hotkey a thing? I mean, if you have maybe actually some setup because of your work and I don't know. Do you need it? Am I Pepega right now? I feel like I'm Pepega right now. Auto hotkey. Why would I need it? We have the third-party tools. If you don't have... Oh, wait. And some stuff you can, I think, also do on your mouse if you have, like, a generic gamer mouse. Just maybe Razer, Logitech. I don't know if Corsair mouses, I think, are a thing. And I think they have a software, so... What else?
Use, obviously, but it's out there.
We don't get to use that. If we numlock trick ourselves, they're not happy about it, but we're not breaking the rules.
Yeah, correct.
If you auto hotkey script your numlock trick, you are breaking the rules. That's automation, and you can get banned if you get caught.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm saying I'm not using it. Yeah. I'm just saying there's going to be plenty of people out there who are,
encourage people not to use the script. If it floats around in front of you, that's against the rules. Don't touch it. That's automation. Not allowed.
I'm in the whole conversation around automation macros and auto hotkey and stuff. I mean, that's a dark pit to jump down. It goes very far.
Well,
I tend to not worry about like, oh, are a lot of people doing it, or are you going to get caught? And I tend to just stick to, is it allowed or is it not allowed? If it's allowed, even if they're unhappy that it's happening, but if it's allowed, if it's not against the rules, fine. I'll encourage everyone to do it. The rules are the rules.
Yep.
If it's not, then I'll be like, nope, don't touch it. Like, if people want to risk it on their own, that's their account. I wouldn't risk my MTX.
Hell no.
I'll follow the rules, thanks.
Yeah, in general, as a community member, streamer, content creator, that's the right thing to do, obviously. But there's going to be plenty of people at home who are going to feel like that they're not at risk by doing that and they're not influencing other people to do it. So,
maybe. But
yeah, I don't know. What is the solution to the whole problem? Is it just let everyone have it again? Or, I mean, the numlock thing has been a problem in many games. And basically, since Windows exists, is there any way that you can prevent it from happening?
And wants to know, would Mark have stood outside the circle and ultimatum?
Definitely. For sure.
Yeah. For science, yeah. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, the rules, like balancing the rules of like what's allowed and what's just like a class macro, right? Like silly stuff. And I think they had a really good line where it's like, as long as you're not doing it publicly, we don't care, but we don't like it, and we'll give you instilling orbs, right? I think that's totally fine, and I think they're trying to
I have an issue with my build.
Get ahead of that with the left mouse click stuff.
Sorry, I had to pause real quick. I think I just realized I'm actually really struggling sometimes with mana. So I think I have to get rid of the automation gem. Or maybe de-level my precision. Because, yeah, sometimes I want to use a skill, but I can't because I have no mana, and then it's just like, this feels bad. Because it's constantly being used, right? Feels kind of bad. Or maybe I forgot something. No, it feels like sometimes I have Mind Over Matter active, but no, it can't be. I don't know what it is. Feels a bit bad. Maybe I have to like get rid of it. Go back to the podcast.
right now, and they're like, okay, the problem is it is janky as hell to have to bind something to your left click. How do we solve this? The thing for me is their solution to like everything is everything has to come at a cost. Everything. So something that was like previously built in the game basically and like a convenient like no, now it has to be a 0.6 cooldown with a 150% mana multiplier and a support gem. Like, holy shit, we just had that on left click before. Are you kidding me? You think for me to put Steel Skin on left click, I'm gonna use a support gem that costs more mana? Like, what the end? It has a longer cooldown until it's leveled up? No way. Everyone's just gonna numlock that. Like, I don't know. Like
Using face run automation right now.
Yeah.
And I talked about why it's important to do this.
Right, like the right.
It has to be
solution,
realistic.
I don't know. Like maybe if they don't want it to just be instant,
Maybe there's a better solution
or something. Like it's only triggerable, or if you cast it manually, it's instant. I don't know what the right solution would be to like fulfill their vision, but I think the support gem for that solution, like I think there's really cool consequences from that automation gem itself. Like I love that thing being added to the game, but I don't like them also taking away the thing that we used to have and saying you can only do it this way with a cost, because that just kind of feels bad, and I think that's like kind of just a incorrect solution. Like my
69% increased scarabs found in your maps. Let's go! 69%, sorry. Nice! Sorry, I had to do it. I just saw it.
my idea was just like be able to where like the you click on a skill and it says attack without moving, just add like trigger automatically, right? Like I don't know, it's no different than numlock. Like
The
just
better solution is instilling orbs for your gems. You just
Yeah.
click instilling orb onto your gem, and it says use on cooldown or use on what adjacent
trigger conditions.
like
And
any
it has a cost in game. That's perfect. Like there's a
Yeah,
cost in game. They
use
can
the
make that orb
currency.
cost money. Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting thing. I don't actually disagree with taking away our left click and making us use a support gem for it. Even though I've been very vocal about it being a bad change.
Says the guy
I
that got the
think-
new bone armor.
I think it's a bad change.
Hey, someone wants to buy something
Because
from me. Let's go!
90% of the cases I can just numlock trick the thing.
Money!
So, if this is the
Big
road we
first
want to
trade,
take,
boys.
then you also need to take away the ability to numlock those things on. So because right now all it's done is give me this like awkward at the beginning of every map. I have to turn my numlock on, press the buttons that I want to automatic, hold them down, get rid of the numlock, lift them up, and then I have to do that every time I alt tab or anytime I die or anytime I enter a new map
Thanks.
to get the same functionality I had before. And because I can still do that, it's not worth using the support gems. But now, the beginning of every map, if I want to use one of those things, is this like awkward, multi-handed, weird thing. So, in my mind, it's okay to take away these things. I'm fine with it. You can actually take anything you want away from me, and I'll be fine with it. But if taking it away from me just makes this little awkward hand thing at the beginning of every map or anytime I alt tab, well, that's just inconvenient and annoying, and I don't want to do it. So either commit and take it away entirely, or find a different solution. Like one of those two things.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument that guard skills as implemented right now are weird, where there's basically 3 different ways that it was used. It was you put it on left click and you don't care about it. I'm a softcore player. You know, it's if it's down and I'm gonna get hit, well, F me. Or you put it on cast when damage taken, or if you're Ben, then you manually cast Molten Shell right when Shaper does his ball phase because you're Giga Chad, right? Like those are the 3 ways that it's
And
used.
right when any rare hits you because somehow he can see that.
Yeah. He casts Lightning Warp and he knows there's a rare 2 screens away and he immediately presses it because he has the whole map memorized. Like that's the 3 ways it's used. And I guess that if we want to step back and look at it from a game design perspective,
The god. Yeah.
do they intend for
What a
all 3 of
god
those
gamer.
uses to be what players use?
You know, Ben is truly a god amongst men. Against mere plebeians. I'm like, oh my god, Shaper is ruining me with my 40 billion DPS build. In the meantime, then White Sword from Act 4. Beating Shaper, first try.
And then what is the way that they intend like
Somehow.
the mechanical cost versus the actual cost benefit of using it, what's your risk analysis there of how you use it and all that. Like I kind of like, like the bone armor solution, which was kind of interesting where they obviate the thing entirely. Like, yeah, bone armor was weird already. Like we have all these guard skills and there's this one thing where you get a guard skill. Okay, well, let's just we're going to get rid of this thing because you could only really use it on left click. Like how many necromancers use bone armor not on left click? I guess few people if they're using convocation, but
It's like the only place I could go though.
yeah, that's like kind of just where you put it, right? And they kind of redesigned it and they rethought of it from just a design perspective, and I thought that was really elegant. And then maybe they should even just look at guard skills again. That might be even just worth because that's really like the big complaint, right? Is most softcore players just have their guard skill on left click, and maybe that was the problem in the first place. Is that's just how they're used instead of like, hey, all the time, I cast it as like a no mana aura that's giving me 10-15%.
I'm a bit weirded out right now. I literally cannot focus on the on the is it this one? I can't focus on the heckin' podcast because I'm like so locked in on how to actually get. What do I really want? What do I really want? I mean, technically I had my strategy, but I'm like looking at it and I'm like, do I really want this? Do I really want this? I'm not 200% sure. Might have to update my video if I find a better strategy. Probably will put it in the description. I would like to automate the whole Necropolis League. But the problem is now that I don't have embers anymore. Because currently, I'm thinking of, okay, how can I use the league mechanic as easily as possible and still get some money from it, And the only way for me to do this might be to really just sell the all flames. And I don't know what they're going for. I don't even think it works right now. Oh, by the way, I probably should. Hold the flippin' phone. Hold it. There we go. Now we have a Necropolis locker. Yeah, I can't because the shortcut doesn't work yet. The third-party tool, I think, is not updated. Yeah, it's not updated yet. I can't imagine they are expensive, right? Let me check this real quick on PoE Ninja, because I can't imagine they sell for a lot, right? Maybe, I don't know. And I definitely won't use them because they're just a little bit too annoying. I don't know. It's like too finicky. It's not automated. It's like, hey, you have scarabs, you have this, you have that. It's like they took away sextants and now give you another thing you have to like do every single map. Well, not every single one because you don't find every single one. I don't know. It's just a little bit awkward. So don't really care too much about it. All flame. Do I write all flame together? Yeah. It's definitely not a thing. Definitely not a thing on the website yet, or maybe I'm bad. Wait, maybe it's called Ember. No, there's Ember Wake. There is no... Nope, it's not a thing yet on PoE.Ninja. Okay, back to the podcast, sorry.
Percent, X damage reduction or something. I don't know.
That really makes me want to, like... Because I'm completely fine with the trade-off of, like, having the cooldown recovery and the mana cost. The only thing that bothers me about the change is what Balor said, is that the reality of it is just going to be people are going to use numlock anyway to mitigate it.
It just gets janky, yeah.
Yeah, they just bypass the new design. And then B, the socket cost, because there's already enough socket pressure on most builds, right? Like we already kind of struggling to get the skills in that we want, and now adding an additional thing that we need in a lot of builds.
Let's go
not
strong
cool.
boxes, I guess.
But
Wait, do I have a mission?
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of using things manually a lot and being rewarded for using things manually. It's just the problem, like Valor said, is like people are going to benefit off of that if you allow to numlock further. But maybe like a sort of a third gem, like a meta gem that allows you to use multiple instant skills at the same time or something like that, right? Like if I could Steel Skin and Withering Step and something else at the same time, maybe that would be cool. If Instant Warcry is still were a thing.
You get one.
That is definitely something I'm super hyped about for PoE2, and that's something that we don't know the full scope of.
Will
yet,
be
is,
interesting how
is
that
those
works
meta
out.
gems that allow me to switch on all my reservations with just one button press, or to combine stuff. Maybe we get trigger conditions, like you said, like all kinds of different, not in the shape of instilling orbs for gems, but just with all those different meta gems that allow you to link the craziest interactions.
Oh, you reminded me about the all aura thing. I would love. That's one of the PoE2 features. I mean, I didn't even get to experience it, but that's a quality of life thing that I would like.
Especially if you're playing an aura bot every single league. I've done that a few times, like 14 auras to turn on. You end up like weapon swapping and then hotkeying 2 rows worth of auras on the.
Oh my god, yeah, actually, oh my god, Ballad just reminded me of something. No, because I was thinking, oh yeah, Snap is doing an aura bot. Maybe I can try an aura bot, and maybe, I don't know. But the problem is with aura bots, you want to go like super juice, right? You want to go absolutely insane maps that have like 30 FPS or less, and then it just feels bad again. And that's the reason why I don't play Tornado Shot this league, because otherwise I would just go, I would have played Lightning Arrow and then blast my maps, right? And switch to Tornado Shot and have a fun time. The reason why I'm not doing it is because I want to like change things, because playing Sanctum last league really made me realize how just, hey, you know, it's kind of nice having actual frame rate. It's kind of sweet, but bit whack. I'm just gonna use all of my stuff. There you go. Enjoy. Just kind of nice.
Weapon swap, and then you swap back, and then use the second one.
Yeah.
I resonate with that for sure. Every league.
So, one thing that the people in the audience definitely want to hear about, I'm sure, is there's an
god, they're OP.
entirely reworked. Or
Why did I do this?
Revamped Atlas passive tree, and we don't have our go-to node anymore for Atlas progression, right? Like everyone was rushing Wandering Path and getting the Atlas completion more or less that way, unless you started late and you got handouts or were in a group.
Fuck is with the sulfite enemies.
What's the new strat?
Sorry.
It's just rush Unwavering Vision, get those 20 Atlas passive points, and invest them where? What are you doing?
That is one angle, but I think I actually really want to shout out Havoc here, right? Exile Con finalist Havoc.
Wow.
Racer extraordinaire.
Okay.
He's actually been doing a ton of
Ignore
content
loot,
on,
get
like,
enemies.
new,
Got it. Holy
meter
shit.
Exarch progression trees. And I think the TLDR to that strategy is you want to basically add the easy mechanics that add a bunch of mobs. So like the strong box, the shrine.
Okay, I need focus. Slightly turn them down, GGG. Just slightly turn them down, please. They realize you from half a screen away. It's not fun. Please stop doing this. Look at them. They're absolutely disgusting, these sulfite enemies. Please turn them slightly down. Oh my god. This is absolutely disgusting.
The Harbinger at the beginning of the tree, and then you do all the normal progression stuff as well, like the connected map as much as you can get, and then the Kirak stuff, obviously, that kind of thing, right? So yeah, there's definitely it's like a little bit worse than it was before, but it's like 90% of the speed that it was before. I don't think we'll have any problems pushing the Atlas and sustaining that kind of thing.
You get more
yeah, and I mean, we
Kirak
get all
stuff
those
too,
scarabs.
Yeah.
Sorry, what Kirak stuff are you referring to?
I heard, I think it was Tuna was talking about like Russian Kirak and going deeper into that more. Like I think he said that he was going towards the 20-pointer, but then also Kirak afterwards for progression.
The main change was that the Kirak node, the Kirak mission chance got doubled from 1% to 2%. I think you can get 26% Kirak chance from the tree now, which is quite a lot. And Kirak is like really OP for progressing your Atlas. If you can really utilize Kirak efficiently, that's like where you're getting all of your completions. Like you can just buy new tiers of like maps if you run out. Like it's really OP. And so a lot of people are doing like rushing a lot of the Kirak wheels as well. So, and then obviously
I've never used
Kirak be the Sulfite
because I'm just
node,
not a
right?
fan of the
you
missions
know,
and
path
stuff.
through the Sulfite chance.
But I am
and you
using
grab
him,
the
obviously.
two-pointer for the increased movement
And
speed
now,
and damage. And
you know, now it makes sense to actually do that or try it, because if I don't like it, I can just use a different layout, right? Loadout, sorry. So, good point. Maybe I should try that. I mean, now I have my own strategy, and I really want to try my own strategy and see if it's good or not. But we'll see.
Then I trust it.
Oh no.
Whereas then
I
I trust
pressed
it.
somewhere.
Whereas
Ah,
if I feel like you don't really understand what's going on,
doing 17 things at the same time doesn't really work, huh?
do a whole lot. Like
So
yeah, I
where
can
were we
definitely
in the
see that
podcast?
happening.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. It's kind of you get more.
Yeah, and I mean, we
Kirak
get all
stuff
those
too, right?
scarabs.
There we are.
yeah.
Sorry, what Kirak stuff are you
Let's see if I
referring
can actually finish this map. Whoa.
I heard, I think it was Tuna was talking about like Russian Kirak and going deeper into that more. Like I think he said that he was going towards the 20-pointer, but then also Kirak afterwards for progression.
The main change was that the Kirak node, the Kirak mission chance got doubled from 1% to 2%. I think you can get 26% Kirak chance from the tree now, which is quite a lot. And Kirak is like really OP for progressing your Atlas. If you can really utilize Kirak efficiently, that's like where you're getting all of your completions. Like you can just buy new tiers of like maps if you run out. Like it's really OP. And so a lot of people are doing like rushing a lot of the Kirak wheels as well. So, and then obviously the honorable mention is going to be the Sulfite node, right? You know, you path through the Sulfite chance, and then you grab the 2-pointer for the increased movement speed and damage and max res.
Wow.
Like,
Couldn't
I
even
think,
finish
a
the
lot of
map.
People have already talked about that. It's definitely something that a lot of people are going to be doing for 2
That was not a
points,
fun
right?
map.
That one's so MVP, especially early on, but like in hardcore, that was my go-to whenever I had like a Guardian up or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, it's a
just
park
put
map.
that
No,
on,
I
put
can't
a
do that
Nico
either.
on, and get free build
Ah,
power.
fuck.
Yeah, with like no investment, right? It's 40%.
I don't have enough
and then
damage to
2
do this.
points to enable the effect. So like, there's just literally no reason not to take this on a progression tree. I think.
Yep.
I've
And you
already-
can still do your early betrayal progression. That was the big thing before, right? If you wanted your betrayal progression, particularly with XP or your unveils, you couldn't go for Nico. But now it's just you can have both. It's a freebie.
I've already gone over this a few times, but I keep saying it everywhere and as much as I possibly can because it's a really big like mental shift. Really important to look at the fact that we've got 3 trees now and know that we're going to unlock at least one of them in a reasonable time frame. That everybody's first tree should just be a progression tree. Like there's no reason to be like, oh, I'm gonna hard farm Breach or Legion or something like that and be like, oh, I'm gonna build a tree like that and then try and progress. You'll just be holding yourself back. Build a progression tree.
Yep.
Build a completion, get me through tree, because you will just be able to swap to the second one when it's time to start farming. And then when you change strategies, you'll be able to swap to the third one. It won't be until your 4th Atlas strategy that you have to respec anything.
Yep.
So
To add on to that, I think the other big thing is previously people would sit on 2, sometimes 3 Void Stones for a long time. I think you'll very much want to get 4 now, sooner, for those chance for tier 17 drops.
as quick as possible.
I disagree. I
Disagree?
think I totally disagree. I think that for a lot of people, like based on the way that they're saying like the Woodstones work, I think there's actually way less of an incentive for somebody who puts Sextants on their map, right? You are way less incentivized to actually get all 4 stones than you were before, because obviously Sextants, very good, so you want 4 stones. But now it's just converted to T17 map drop
damage,
chance.
not enough
And
speed.
the way it works is you have like a really like a much higher chance to, you know, receive T17s. Like the first one you drop within a map, and any subsequent drops are much lower chance. So if you're in a situation where you put a lot of stuff on your map, If you're doing like Legion or Breach or any variety of strategies, right, in T16s, it might be that last Void Stone or even 2 Void Stones perhaps like aren't very impactful because you're dropping a T17 anyways, and the further drops are just gonna like not do a whole lot like that. I could definitely see that happening.
That's fair. Yeah. It's kind of
Diminishing
I
returns.
like them encouraging you to complete things. But yeah, that makes sense.
It could go either way, honestly. Like it could be that like the first one is like still super rare, and so like having that stone, is very encouraged. But I also could see where they're not as rare, and therefore like if you're getting like the 1 per map, if you're like juicing your map, then you're less incentivized to actually go and get that last Void Stone.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Interesting
makes sense
thought,
without,
yeah.
Without Sextants,
Maybe you don't
and
need
you're
it.
just like I can, and you get the 5-way map device really early now, right?
No, it's you get your
What the fuck was that attack?
Right?
yeah, it's a T17 clear, and the way they're describing it is it's content between current like Uber Elder and Maven and Pinnacle bosses. So it should be
Those
harder
spider attacks,
to
man.
get your fifth slot than it might be before, based off like kind of where they're pegging it, right? Because
In trade, you can't just easily
pegging?
buy
What?
it by buying it to a 5-way, but to a 4-way. But in solo self-found, it's obviously a huge buff that within your natural progression, you get the 5th map slot instead of having to go into Legion. Which obviously a lot of people want to go into Legion. There's powerful timeless jewels. There's a lot of good stuff there, but it always felt weird that I was forced into that for an essential part of my end game strat, which is the 5th map slot.
And now I want 12 map slots. I want 12 Scarab slots. There are so many options.
I have another quick segue question, and that was with the Void Stones granting chances for the tier 16s to be upgraded to tier 17s as they drop. The Scarab that we were shown, the influencing Scarab of conversion, where the tier 14 plus maps in the area have a chance to drop as Guardian, Conqueror, or Synthesize map instead. That's taking away from my tier 17 map drops then, so you wouldn't want to combine that. Any clue? Well, I guess that's a question I should ask the developers, obviously.
Yeah, we don't know what the order that'll be in.
But you know what I'm talking about, right? Like this was shown on the stream.
Yeah, I mean it makes
the day.
sense. If I could see it being that way.
There's pros on conversion going on.
Without knowing the order, we can't tell whether it's going to make it less 17s or whether the 17s are going to overtake the Guardians. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the real question is like how many 17s are actually going to be dropping. Like if like Snap said with the rarity, especially if that kicks in real hard after the first drop, then how much is it really affecting you? I don't know. Like you might just be happy, even if you have that scarab, you might be in the price of tier 17s. You might be happy that it's tier 17 drops anyway.
I think they said on one of the podcasts, I don't know which one. This is like just comes to my mind. They said like they're
1 of
pegging,
10.
they're pegging it at like 1 to 5 maps is like what they're after.
Okay.
I think is what they said. Like 1 in 5 maps with T16s. So
Which will be like, I think solo juices are going to end up getting 2 or 3 per map, but we'll see, I guess.
I mean, I would like 2
when I
or
say 1
3
in
per
5,
map.
not that 1 in every 5
That'd be
maps
fucking
is
insane,
fine,
wouldn't
like
it? 2 or
5
3?
maps.
Oh, I mean, they're still difficult to
5
do,
maps.
but
5 maps. to
Run
get-
5
bro,
maps
if we
to
can do
run
Valuable,
T17,
there are
yeah.
people that do Valdo
Ish,
maps
that's
with
kind of what I
Void and
think
stuff,
they were
like,
trying to peg
and you
at.
can do a tier 17 as well, probably, let's be honest.
So Ubers are going to be like the theory, and what it sounds like is Ubers are going to be pretty hard to get to, and people aren't going to be chain farming them as much. I guess. Well, I mean, the people with the money will just buy all of the shards, right? So I guess that's the question is like how that economy shakes out will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be doing T17s for their slots, so I actually think you're going to see like a lot of service market in that, like people buying carries, because not every build is going to be able to do these maps.
Deadly Deeds.
That's like the main thing, and I think as a result, you're going to see a lot of those fragments that are generated on services, and all of those are going to funnel up to people that are actually doing Ubers. It's kind of weird it takes 5 fragments. Like, it's yet to be seen, of course, the rarity, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'm gonna
There's
die.
still a big problem in that the Ubers are, their value is kind of like
I need way more damage to do this map.
sidelined by Valdos
these types
and
of maps,
Reliquary
yeah.
keys. Like,
Feels awkward.
They took a
nothing's
stab at
happening,
it with the
not
dip
enough
cards
damage.
this league, but I feel like that's a fourth of the problem. The real problem is Valdos and Reliquary Keys giving boss uniques. So
I'm hoping that the amount of Valdos and Reliquary Keys that we see are way lower this league because of losing our fairy juice or whatever it is.
Affliction, yeah. I mean, totally, it's going to be way, way, way less. But I still think that there's an inherent problem in the way Valdos being able to just circumvent boss uniques. Like, that's just... I actually have a lot of problems with Valdos in the way it's like currently.
It's a good
balanced.
point. Yeah,
It's, like,
Valdos
really
are a
cool
little
idea,
bit
but I have some,
whack.
like huge problems with the current balancing of it personally. It's like being able to get Forbidden Flesh and Flame. I think that's really stupid. I don't know why you can get Forbidden Flesh and Flame out of that. Right? It's a uber unique or whatever. Like
Yeah, I
XR.
agree.
Like
Is
I
there
don't
an
know.
original sin too?
No, there's not. So it's
there
just like
isn't?
why is Original Sin excluded and Forbidden Flesh and Flame get included? It should just be no boss uniques.
In fact,
really.
people tried to put original sin on it, and they said no, which is
They said no.
that's the right call.
Yeah.
But why wasn't that call made for some other things?
Or Progenesis, like this is literally
Yeah.
uber unique. Like
That's a good
more,
point.
it's rare to get a regular Progenesis than a foil one, which is just like, well, why? I don't know. If they want to have,
All my uniques this league were foiled.
yeah, if they want to have bossing, have identity, you can't have this stuff coming out of the Valdos keys and the Reliquary keys. But like, I don't know how they go backwards on this. Like, people paid $500 to select their
Yeah.
thing. Like, I don't know how they. I don't know.
refund them.
I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, the same way they do it with the diff cards that they discontinue, right? They delete the diff card from the game. They approach the people who paid for the diff card with the supporter pack and let them design a new one, which is a lot of extra work for them. But to be fair, with
Designing a new
the
Valdos
system
won't be
that
that
they
much work though, right?
exactly
Just
with the
get an
system
email.
that they're putting in place, they've consistently made it easier for themselves to do that sort of stuff, right? All
Yeah.
the way in the back.
It's
in the
kinda
day, they did
automated.
The unique design.
They could technically say to the player, "Hey, sorry, sir, we took your Valdo maps away. Click here to decide a new one. It will be added in the next I don't know, in the next big thing." Okay, thanks. Love that.
Designs, which was
Rare enemy.
super work intense. There was a lot of back and forth between the supporter and the designer, and in the end, they barely broke even, if at all. They probably made a loss on it, right? But then the diff cards were a little bit more streamlined. Where they, got the drop down list, and the entire process of getting it approved was a lot easier and streamlined. And now with the Valdos, it's like probably not that much human interaction on their side needed, right? Like, it's just one final check. Yep, this is okay. Let's do it.
yeah, I mean, I think it's possible they could like give a refund, but yeah, I think like the whole div card, the boss div cards going away from stack deck and that kind of thing is just like scratching the surface. And like the real big offenders here are Reliquary Keys and Valdos. It's just crazy. I mean, on top of that, like, I don't know, like the rarity of these things is always changing, like the contents of the box, right? The Valdos box, based on the new submissions. But I think like it's my hunch, it's my suspicion, conspiracy theory that the weightings of the items is calculated post modifiers. And what I mean by that is like you take a Mage Blood, if you've submitted Mage Blood for your reward, and you put a bunch of modifiers on it that make it, at the end it says 9,000% more common. I think that the rarity of the Mage Blood appearing in the box is calculated after the
my God.
modifiers, not before.
How
which
am
means that
I?
You're going to be seeing like
I think I'm just
like the
actually
amount of
way
Mage
too
Bloods
weak.
and stuff
I
that's
get one
generated
shot
via
left,
the
right, and
box
center.
is like way higher than
Do
other
I need this
mechanics.
much more life? I think I do.
I mean, sure felt like it. I opened a lot of those this league.
I know, like I think Cute Dog or something. It was Cute Dog opened like 150. He got like 5 Mage Bloods, and it's just like, huh, like, huh, and
Yeah,
I like
that's a lot.
it's just, yeah, the weightings of the stuff is like really out of whack. And I think like I've been told it got like a little bit better as like more and more submissions got added, but like it was seriously out of whack like at the very beginning. So hopefully it's like a lot better this time around.
Well, they have obviously a much larger number of things that can be in the box, so bigger variants, and they said that they're adjusting the rarity of the drop based on like what can be in it, right? So maybe they are,
I'm pretty sure they can do whatever the heck they want.
or that they think
I,
they
sh-
should
I,
be more common.
I think you're
after
paying
drop.
for this map to be added to the video
They
game.
say it's true.
You do not
so there's a
pay
situation
for
that can
the
happen,
chance
right?
of
If
how often
a bunch
it
of people
appears.
put in,
That
let's
is on their
say,
end, which is fine.
what's a
Otherwise,
really
it would be a
common
little
item?
bit
Let's
pay
say
to
Veil
win.
of the
Right?
Night, right? Like that's the box.
Pay
right,
to win for
that
everyone.
Some guy submitted, and he puts it in
but he doesn't put any modifiers on it, and that's like baseline Veil of the Night rarity. But then you have a bunch of people that put in Mage Bloods and Headhunters, and those have 9,000% rarity increase, drop chance applied to it. That can create a situation in which the expected value of that Valdos box is like way, 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 way higher than it should be, because I think that the item calculation is calculating it before the modifiers and not after, and that's causing it to skew towards the better items. Right, that's the main thing. But that's just like
It's
a
tough
side
with this
rant.
build
Sorry,
right
it's
now.
A little off topic.
No, it's very insightful. I was not aware of some of the things that you said.
I think Affliction is contributing to this problem because of the blue juice was generating currency items, and those are a currency item, and so it was dropping like just fucking, I don't know, like 5, 10 Valdos boxes a map. It was like way too much. So we're gonna have to like hold our reserve judgment and see how it is without Affliction. It'll probably be a lot more in line with Affliction gone for sure. It's tough to contextualize the rest of the game with Affliction, right? Just because of how OP it is.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Like in a game where I was turning off Chaos under 3 as a
Jeez.
solo player,
Yeah.
it's hard to know how that's going to play next league when I expect to be picking up single Chaos Orbs again.
Well,
Right?
Yeah, the funniest thing to come out of Affliction was somebody ran some math, and it was not worth hovering heavy belts. It was not worth your time to hover heavy belts to the chance of getting a
Or
mage
leathers.
blood. Or leather
The
belts.
real
Yeah.
big juices had turned off both belts.
If you turned all of them off and just simply mapped faster and looted only divines, you're actually making more money, which is just like something's really wrong here, guys. Yeah.
Oh, but it's because no, there was inflation on both
It's
sides. But the
'cause
mage
you
bloods
pick
were
up
never that
70
low.
divines off the floor, all in stacks, and then just leave and launch a new map.
Yeah, you just go next faster, and you don't have to bog yourself down hovering through the 50,000 belts that are on the floor. So yeah. Just shake your head.
Crazy league.
It's just that's one for the record books for sure.
Yeah.
I think the rebound from that I think is going to be really funny because I know that there's some new.
I'm
players
glad
that
I don't
talked
have
about
that
it. Brand new
rebound
Path of
effect.
Exile, and it's like their first league, and they magic find, and then they have they found 3 mirrors, and like 2 mage bloods, and I'm just like, oh my god, like this is not like you're gonna play next league and be depressed.
I really wonder if that's genuinely the
funny,
case. I don't think it is. I think for those 1% like Snap, I think it does feel like it from their perspective, but I cannot imagine this was normal for the normal player. I highly, 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 highly doubt that. Because I feel like I am a somewhat like baby veteran player after 6K hours, but I do have a full-time job. So for the actual average player that is brand new to Path of Exile, I doubt they had any experience like multi-mirror drops. I highly doubt that. I cannot imagine that. I don't know, I will eat a broom if that's the average experience in Affliction for a new player. Nah. Affliction was way too punishing. It was way too punishing on the low end, and thus also not rewarding. So it's nah. I don't think so.
Experienced players like us are going to be like, oh yeah, well, I remember that one league that was disgusting, but new players are just going to be wrecked.
Affliction was your first league. Be ready. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just the game is different.
We're looking like Ritual Ultimatum into Expedition.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say we survived Sentinel into Calandra, so I think we can do this.
I went away.
Yeah, we could extend
Did we really? I mean, yeah. Expedition and Calandra were rough for the population. It was bad. But I think
what was before Expedition?
before Expedition, I think that was Ultimatum.
313. Yeah, you're right.
But like if we just had Necropolis, I'd be worried. Like if Necropolis on its own, I don't know what this mechanic is going to be like. I don't know how noodly it's going to be. I don't know what the power is going to be like. my assumption, just based on historical data, is that it's going to be like tuned in an uncomfortable way initially, and they're going to tune it up again. They do that all the time. But we have the scarabs and everything, and that's what has me encouraged.
We have no loot in this league because of it.
And the scarabs. I'm generally, like, I think basically everyone's really excited for this league. But the big question is just how
playing
fun
here
is
the standard
Necropolis
league
gonna be,
pretty
how
much.
profitable is it actually going to be? I mean,
And
you're gonna make
sometimes click
some money,
collect.
right? But
That's the league for me
it's
right
going to be
now.
a very noodly mechanic, I think. And I seeing how that plays
Which is
out,
fine.
especially discovery phase.
Not everything has to be like,
very
okay, Mega Juice Ultra, let's go.
What fascinates me about it is that it's in the beginning of the item creation process, right? Whereas with Harvest, often you kept doing your
Cool.
item and like guiding it through a process, and Harvest was also almost the last thing that you did. Like with this, you just make an item and then you are further processing it with the other crafting methods that we have with Eldritch crafting, with the new Veiled Orb, and yeah.
What?
No, I'm
Just
excited
happened. What
to
the
see what we can do.
Did I
with
actually use the portal?
Necropolis, and it's really,
Sorry.
really hard to judge without having played it, right? Like we've only seen a tiny little bit of the crafting mechanic in Necropolis. It's really, I mean, at this point in the Harvest League, right? Like before start, did we know how insane it was going to be? No, I don't think so.
I'm super happy about Necropolis. I think it touches on a lot of different bases, which I think is super smart in this league mechanic. What I mean by that is there's an in-map component, right? There's a crafting component, and then there's there's like a juicer component to it. There's like different facets of the league mechanic, and I think that's healthy. I like.
I don't know what the
I think,
juicer component is.
Personally,
Doesn't
I quite
definitely-
dislike when they neglect one area. Like for example,
Well, with the all
Sanctum,
flames and
while
all
it might
that
be a
jazz, yeah.
super fun league mechanic
Again,
and that kind of thing. I still think it would have
it's
been
overtuned
cooler
AF
if there
again
was,
for
like, a
me,
little
so I
mini
will.
encounter I
I'm
had to do
totally
in the
ignoring
map,
it.
like to engage, kill a pack of mobs, whatever. Even if it's like rudimentary, that would be more enjoyable for me because like.
Or maybe
different
my
people
build
enjoy
just
different
sucks
sections
big
of the
ass,
game.
and it definitely
I think with
feels like
Necropolis,
big
they
ass
have,
right
like,
now.
different sections.
But I
like,
think I'm
different
also like
places
a
that they're getting
little
on where,
bit too ahead of the
depending
curve.
on the kind of thing that you're
I should
doing.
probably pull
there's,
back
like,
a little
thing
bit.
You can engage with, right? So if you're a Giga Crafter, you're going to be making the huge gravestones. If you're a juicer, you're going to be using the all flames and like replacing all the stuff. And like I think it's super smart, and I definitely am excited for that.
Absolutely.
That's a good point. Yeah, people.
Please, can I kill the...
A large percentage of the population is unhappy when it's an only out-of-map mechanic, and it sounds like they've hopefully learned from that. I don't think we've seen an entirely out-of-league
Mega Juice tier 11 map.
Crucible was
Can't do
awful.
it.
How much did you guys do Crucible? That actual Crucible mechanic?
No, thank you. Haas.
As much as I had to. No, honestly I would have liked Crucible if just the monsters were a little bit more rewarding, where there's like getting nothing out of it, out of like standing still, channeling for so long, having these super overtuned monsters, and then only having delayed rewards, which were also, heavily RNG gated.
Sounds like Affliction to me. It's so funny, though. It's so hilarious if you think about it. The time you spent in Crucible was like a third of what you probably spent in Affliction. What you got out of it is a lot higher if you could do it. I could talk about Affliction and just... for days, dude, for days. But I have usually I have these extreme opposite opinions on leagues, for example. I think I also had the complete opposite opinion on recombinators from Sentinel. I hate them. I really dislike them. I just find it awful. Not awful, but I'm just like, it's fine if they exist. I will just never use them, and that's it. Period. And everyone loves them usually, right? But I'm like, nah. So, I'm the complete opposite. Same with Affliction. Everyone loves them. I'm like, nah. It's kind of interesting.
Depending on how much you interacted with it, you would never get what you were looking for.
But because nothing is perfect, right? There's always an issue, or that is really good, but that then shines a light on something negative, and then, Yeah. And Affliction for me was the issue because of the what is it called, the performance, right? The performance and and it's not only performance. I'm fine with. You need a very specific build to do certain content, like Sanctum, for example. I love that. But then I'm actually actively being punished with performance. And that's why Affliction just didn't think I talk about Affliction literally every
I
stream.
definitely
now.
am on Snap's boat here, and I
Have to
think we all
stop.
are. Like, leagues should have different aspects to it, and like everyone who plays should get something. And what I'm missing from Necropolis,
underground
which is
CMAP.
obviously alleviated by the expansion that accompanies it, is there's no like end game boss big thing that we're working towards, but it's going to be plenty of end game bossing to be done in Necropolis outside of the league mechanics, so I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah, exactly. I think the combination of the core game rework with Necropolis is really, really good. And I think it's just if it was Necropolis by itself, it would feel, I think, just a little anemic to me. But yeah, the Scarabs and all that, and the T-17, I'm really excited now.
We had this, without wanting to overstretch a little bit, I'm very aware of the time, and I'm gonna conclude soon. But one more thing just came up in my head is I was recently talking to Elidi and Yosis and Slippery Jim on Slippery Jim's extended discussion, and no, I completely blanked. Well,
Nice.
I completely forgot it. No, I got it. Here. How do you stand on optional league mechanics? Do you think a league mechanic should make its presence known without you opting in? Because Lidy's stance on that was, and I think that's a very solid one, is I already opted into the league the moment I click create character in that league. So, like, why should there be something that I need to click in the map in order to feel the effects of the league? I could still choose to walk past it and not interact with it, but there should be some impact felt from a league. Where you stand, like fully.
He's not asking me, but I'm reacting, so I'm gonna give my 2 cents. That's the whole point why I'm actually watching the podcast during the stream. Usually I would do this after the stream, and I'm kind of like stealing content at this point. It feels like, so I am trying to add as much as possible, so it doesn't feel like stealing at this point. But the reason why I play a league is because of the economy. To be honest, I do not know what the economy is in standard. I can't imagine it's as good. And fuck me, I was just nearly frozen. That's the reason why I like it, right? It's like a new league, a new start. Everyone goes in. There's so many people going through town. That's the community part as well that I kind of missed in some other games. And yeah, that's the reason why I do it. I still want to be in the league because of it, and being able to sell my items, and things change, and oh, this gets very popular, and now this skill gem is cool. And I think this is the very first time Standard has a different Atlas skill tree than we do. But it's only because of Necropolis. Either way, yeah, it's just I like that a lot. But that still doesn't mean I want to do the league mechanic, right? Every single time. I kind of like having the option to just say, no, I don't want to have the league mechanic right now. I don't have the mental fortitude. I kind of want to just get my build going, go to the end game, experience that a little bit, get my build going, and now I can check it out, right? I don't know. But it is called a challenge league, so I understand if GGG is like, no. If they're like, nah, that's not what we want. It's fair.
Optional leagues, fully oppressive leagues, or back and forth between leagues? I like that smile snap.
I have a
What are
strong
your
opinion, so maybe I have the strongest opinion here. I think that it's going to be a huge disaster that you're not able to opt out of the league. And I think the primary reason for that is I think GGG is really, really bad historically at tuning the difficulty of mobs when the league mechanic comes out. That is,
That's
like,
fair.
historically, it has always been a problem. You look at Legion, the Red Mist, if you were there, you know. If you look at, like, what is it? When Betrayal came out, the Fist, the Haku Slam, the door, one-shotting people, like, that was a huge problem. Like, and there's just dozens
Betrayal
of
was
examples
tough.
of this that have gone,
But it's
that
been
have
so long, I
come
can
from the
barely
past,
remember.
10, 20 leagues, and I
Probably
just
close to
feel
almost
like
every league, yeah.
yeah, like there's always a problematic mob. I mean, in Affliction, the poison flower DD, right? And it's not like I can just ignore it. If like this is a problem in hardcore or whatever, then and you can't just opt out. Like there's going to be some serious issues, right? Like if there's a mob that's causing this like bullshit deaths, like it's not going to be good. That's my only concern, and like I think that is for me the strongest argument against being able to opt out of it. Is just like if there's some overtuned mob or some overtuned modifiers that's like you can't opt out of it. Like what do you do? And to extend on that, when they said that, like, what do you do if a mob is too hard? And they just told us to simply wait a couple minutes and it resets. I thought that was
Wait a
really
couple of
problematic.
minutes.
That
Like,
sounded
No, thank you.
insane to me.
Sure,
Yeah.
that sounded insane to me as well. Like, surely you should just be able to like click a button and reset it in the campaign. Like, if I'm in the mud flats and like my mud flats are giga running me down, one-shotting me, and I have to just stand there, like, I'm not. If I'm a new player, I'm gonna log out and never come back to Path of Exile. But like, I don't know. That's just, I have some concerns, some reservations about that. The tuning, if it's not correct, is gonna.
Now,
gonna
new
be great.
players wouldn't know anything
I'm
else.
almost on the
Because
same boat.
keep in mind, the thing is though, it's I think what we also underestimate, and I think everyone has to understand that the people that play the new league in Path of Exile, they do not even watch the league trailer sometimes. Do you think they would even watch the content reveal for 40 minutes? Dude, we are absolutely insane people watching 40 minutes of some people talking about a video game, okay? In the normal scheme of things, right? So there are truly people that play the new league and have never, ever watched the content reveal, right? Very likely. They see the trailer, maybe, like, they see a little bit at the beginning, they click the YouTube video, they don't even go full screen, they take their phone, scroll Twitter, look at it a little bit, scroll some more Twitter, then they hear some, like a drop in a theme song or something, like in the Necropolis trailer, right? There's, I think, the drop is around like 30 seconds, then they're looking at it, and are like, Necropolis League mechanic, then see a few things, and then they just read the graphics, tier 17 maps, blah, 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 this and that, changes, and they're like, oh, okay. And then they forget about it, and 2 weeks later, they're like, oh, yeah, there was this thing. Let me just quickly jump into Path of Exile for a little bit, right? Like for 30 minutes, right? That's probably the average player. I'm not saying that's bad. That is just how it is, right? So there aren't people that even heard about this. They don't even know Instance Manager is a thing, right? Because, again, this is like so this is actually the next big thing they should technically change, because this is like, I feel like Instance Manager is worse than not having stuff on left click, in my opinion. Like, that needs to be changed, in my opinion. That's much worse. That's way worse, because that can actually help people. Left click is minor, in my opinion. It's also good, because that was also like obscure, but Instant Manager is so much worse. So much worse. Anyway, just my 2 cents.
3, I don't think you should ever be able to opt out of the league mechanic. I think it would be best if it was balanced well right from the beginning, that the league mechanic
Bro,
was...
we're watching a 2 hour and 11-minute podcast for the past 3 hours. Keep in mind, what I'm saying out loud is what I'm thinking while watching it all the time. I have watched like easily the last 50 episodes, more or less. Not the last Epoch ones. I'm sorry, Not a fan of last Epoch, I'm sorry.
impactful on me all the time. But
Utopia,
that's
right?
not the reality.
Yeah,
The
it's not the
reality is it's never balanced right. There's always like a day 3 or a week 1 patch that's like, that's better. And just not being able to dodge it might cause quite a few problems.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a league where they didn't tune down some monsters after the first couple of days. Like, I
Hasn't
actually,
happened. It's just crazy. Every league, there's some crazy stuff that's just one-shotting you, and it's like, okay.
yeah,
Like,
it's
I mean, it's
every league.
the meme in hardcore is like, you just don't click on the league mechanic because it gets you killed, and it's like, it's just true. Every league, there's always something that's just out there to just blow you up. And
The last time there wasn't one, I think, was Syndicate. And then the meta in hardcore became run white maps scoured until you could get the underneath Syndicate, the one that like makes you go downstairs, and then go run your maps and never go downstairs because that one wouldn't jump you, and just leave it on the map forever and never interact with it again until it's balanced.
no, Betrayal, but yeah, Betrayal did. It was the fist, right? The fist in the door. It would like punch you. It would one-shot
Yeah,
you.
but that's the last time we had one we couldn't avoid. But
Oh,
then
yeah.
But then they could avoid it in hardcore.
I
They
see.
would spawn
block
maps
it.
until it was the downstairs one,
Yeah.
and then it would always be that one until you completed it, and they just stop using
That
it.
was a design flaw, clearly. It should have been always random for every map.
Intervention every single map with Haku coming in.
I kind of like that tiptoeing around, like, you know, being like those first meters in the map where you're not sure, is it transportation, is it intervention, is it research, is it the fortification? And
I mean, once Betrayal was tuned, it was fine. It's just on release they can't I don't remember who it was, the Jargon maybe, that had the white crystals. They would instantly kill you, and there was like no timer or anything.
White crystals with what?
Yeah. I don't know. Like I like the idea. I think everyone just kind of likes the idea of like, okay, I'm playing the league, but if it doesn't feel good all the time, then that's just.
It's always like,
you know,
hey,
if you
what
can
do
be
I get for the
strategically playing around
difficulty
it, that's
part?
fine. I think
And
their
Inflict-
intention, right,
and
is like,
in
oh, I
Affliction,
see
it was also like not good
Roas,
enough.
and I see
know.
zombies, and I see, you know, 100. I see turbo frenzy charge speed, and I see, you know,
Don't give it to Roas.
10% physical damage reduction. I know which one I'm putting on which, right? But yeah, the whole waiting and not being able to reset, I feel like that's the thing they're going to go back on, or maybe you get like a bonus slot or something and say, hey, I don't want to put turbo frenzy charge on any of these things in Mudflats. Maybe, I don't know. I think that's the thing that has to get looked at, if it's implemented like the scary way that we think it might be.
Yeah. Maybe I'm also like a sort of rare masochist, and I'm actually okay with the idea that every once in a while I'll have to abandon a map and drop the idea of being able to complete it and just. Yeah.
I mean, I'm accepting it as well sometimes. I mean, I did it, I think, a few times during the stream.
Philosophy, right? That is you know, you just can't do that. That's not for you. That's for that gets deleted.
It won't be you can't complete the map. It's you'll be strolling along and then something will blow up and you'll be dead and then you'll have to make a new character. That's the reality.
That's content.
Yeah, I guess that's content for sure. Content value.
Right. So I think we covered a lot.
That's a clip that gets you like 60k views, right? That's
great topics that we discussed.
Then you re-upload it on YouTube, get more views there. Yeah, I guess,
But
then you post it on Twitter.
That you would like to still give the people in chat.
And it gets
as
uploaded on
advice
Reddit. So it's
starting
easy.
in the new league that
Just
hasn't been mentioned.
it makes itself.
I'll start. It's like, guys, if you use a LUTbot, if you use a logout macro, make sure that before the league, ideally tomorrow, right, you go in there and you disable the forced logout keybind and you bind it to /exit so that you're not on the login mask and you don't have to queue again after you log out, so that you can, you know, directly log back in after you logged out.
Ah.
Because that's something that often gets forgotten.
I only ever used /exit.
What is flash exit?
Right, like, as a little bit of a closing round, right?
Enemies
like,
broken.
You don't have to if you don't have anything that you want to say. We've already given tons of points. You can also just shout out something that you're going to do. Subtract them. You got a POG video coming up.
Oh, that's Snap was going. Let Snap go.
Yep.
Have fun. Make sure
Have
to
fun.
have fun, guys. Don't be preoccupied about what other people are doing. Other people are farming. Other people's builds are more better, whatever. Just like have fun. That's it.
That's a general truth, not just specifically for Path of Exile, but I'd
Based
also
and
like
true.
to extend that to content creation and to life.
Based and true.
Yeah, I mean, I 100%. Yeah, indeed, have fun. 17 hours a day, locked in hideout. You get to have fun. Yeah, indeed is this trader. I 100% agree. I think that's particularly coming off of Affliction. I think, you know, everyone's been echoing it. It's going to be such a different game. But that's also the beauty of the game, is if you reframe it that every single league is either a new puzzle or just new experiences or something new to play. It's like kind of playing a new game, and the joy of the game, like, you know, a lot of people when they first start playing PoE, they come from other games that may not have seasons or leagues or anything. They're like, why do you just reset the whole game? I want to keep my character and keep playing in standard. And we're like, nah, the most exciting thing is losing everything that we had and starting over again. And if you have it framed properly, it's like you're playing a new game every single time. And it's so refreshing and fun. Particularly, I love what Snap said of just don't pay attention to what other people are playing. If you can get a friend to play PoE, it's just so fun. It's really hard, but at least, you know, hang on in one of these guys' chats or something and just like sharing your accomplishments and what you do. That's the fun thing, you know, connecting with other people and just having.
It depends on, you know,
yeah,
depending on the
really
friend, of
focus on
course. It's sometimes tough in PoE,
Positive mental
especially if one
attitude for
plays
the
a
win.
fast build, the other plays
Tyler,
a
what do you
slower
have
build.
for
It's tough.
I got nothing. I just want to sleep until League launch. I'm done now.
No.
Doing Poison SRS and I'm excited. And now I just want to go to bed and wake up and start.
Valor is also based.
There's too much.
Very
There's too
based.
much to do. I got nothing else. I just want to start playing
All
League.
right.
He's a blaster.
Maybe I'll still make a video that I teased already. I think on the last podcast with like all the little things that you can invest time into to get better at running through the acts that really don't help you that much, because the most important things is that you know your progression well, that you minimize your downtime in town, and that you kind of rush through the layouts, right? And you know at which point you need to be at which level threshold. But like there's these little things like the vendor walking and the, you know, pre-opening the map so you can hover over the waypoint, then closing it again, so when it pops open from hitting the waypoint, you can directly click where you want to travel and stuff like that. And these little things are so exciting because they're easy to practice in isolation. And that's what makes them so fun for me. And they're really rewarding. Like if you do a successful town run with the vendor running, it feels so rewarding.
There's a little bit
you know,
like
it's not
speed
really
running,
something
right?
You should invest a whole lot of time
Every
into
little
if you're
dopamine
not
hit.
good with the other things. So don't follow my example because I'm wasting time doing that. But I personally have fun, and that's the most important part, as we just heard. So, right. If you guys enjoyed the
Holy
podcast
mother of
episode,
God.
you came in
have you seen
during
the
the middle,
projectiles, the amount of
this will be
projectiles?
available on Spotify and YouTube. As always, there is a Faded ARPG podcast YouTube channel that I'm currently building, where I am a little bit behind on re-uploading the VODs after I do the post-processing and all that. And well, that's all I wanted to say. Subtractum, you're streaming now, right?
I am. I'm live. There's
Right,
people talking to me right now.
Right, yeah, but it could have been like, oh, I haven't etten in 8 hours, I'm gonna go now as well, so. No, that's great, because
Classic.
I have to go. And, well, thank you guys for joining. It was awesome to have you. Subtractum, great that you made.
Nice. Was an interesting podcast again. Would be interesting. It's 3 days old, so I hope maybe there's a special stream today. Or maybe tomorrow that I can also check out. Would be interesting to hear whatever things about I always say Necropolis. I'm so bad at this. I have to like rewire my brain. Necropolis. I'm so... You know, English isn't my first language. I can say that as an excuse. Am I right? Can I do that after like making content for like 10 years? Doing it in English? Well, hold on. But yeah. Still. Good podcast. I like it. The pre-launch podcast, always interesting. I don't think there was a stalling episode, you know, with Mathel and Steel and Scissorin and Quinn. I don't think there was one. Would have liked it as well. I don't think there was one, sadly. Well, at least I searched, but what we could do, because, you know, I obviously want to, like, blast a little bit more. How about going over the... Sir, what are you doing? Oh my god, it's a Soul Eater. Please don't kill me. Are you gonna kill me? Please don't. Please don't kill me. I beg you. I beg. Okay, thank God. Okay. Wait, can I open it again? Wait, hello? What? Oh, there's an enemy. Was that the last enemy? Oh my god! The one enemy just walked away. He's like, I don't want to play anymore. I'm just going. He's like, he's leaving. He's leaving right now. I think I don't want to do that. Unwavering vision sounds interesting, but scarabs cannot be found in your maps is sadly not a thing I want to do. I really don't want to do that. Another podcast that I could check out, that we can check out right now in the meantime, but of course I'll have to change the title, is the Forever Exiled episode, episode 234. I think that would be also interesting to check out. Let me just briefly update the title. By the way, also right away, here is the link. Here it is. If my browser works. Hold up. So this was apparently after the league launch. So there is a league launch, or there was the league launch, and then it happened. Or I think on the same day, because it says day 1. So they will have their own opinion about the league. It will be quite interesting what they think. Always interesting hearing their thoughts. And it's different podcasts, different people. I think Crouching Tuna, Grimro, and another content creator had another podcast. But I think that was pre-launch. Yeah, I think that was pre-launch. That would also be interesting maybe to listen to. But hold up. Before we're going to do that, we're back. Toilet break. I'm back. Hold up. Hydrate, gamers. Get some water. Ice cubes. So, back to the game. And time for some blasting more. Let's see. I like listening to the podcast, but this might be the last one that we listen to. And let's hope I can actually progress the Atlas. Because it feels a little bit slow progressing the Atlas. It feels like I don't get enough maps. But I think the league... not the league, sorry. The build itself is a little bit awkward. Like, it struggles. Still, but, before we're gonna listen to this. The thing is... Let me check Peewee Ninja. I have, like, it's league start, so I have 100. I sold the gold ring, you know, for what is it, like Ventas Gamble for ATC. That's awesome, sweet. That's money. But I'm not really using it, which is definitely a fault of mine, right? I should definitely be using it. That is 30 movement speed. That's nope. I have something better. So I should definitely be using it instead of just, you know, not using it. By the way, can we just say that Scarab of Monstrous Lineage is actually quite common? How many times do I have this now? Feels like I found this a few times. This is my 3rd Monstrous Lineage. Nice. Maybe I should use it, but I also feel sometimes a little bit bad using it. So, Blade Vortex. The thing is, though, I also don't have Val Blade Vortex. So, what I could be doing is buy a 2120 Val Blade Vortex to actually get some damage going. Yeah. That probably isn't a bad idea. Because we're struggling a little bit with damage. The other thing that I could be doing, if I want to go balls to the walls... Let me check out this guy. That's a Korean guy. He also has Hrimsharo. He has Doedris Damning. He has +1 to level of all spell skill gems on a wand. He has the same on another wand. He has the same on a Jade Amulet. He has Crusader Boots. And I think he is a little bit of a power charge stacker. Interesting. We are level 85. He is a little bit of a power charge stacker. Should I be doing the same is the question. I mean, is there a reason why I shouldn't go for that? How do you have so much mana reservation efficiency? That's what I'm so surprised by. How the heck do you do this? Hold up. You know what might be better than Assassin's Mark? Elemental weakness. Alright. Well, actually, hold up. Why not Frostbite? That's less cold res and a chance to freeze. Wouldn't that be better? I wonder right now. It feels like it would be better, right? Maybe. Why would I want elemental weakness? Oh, because it lasts longer, maybe? No. It's less mana. It's less mana. Oh, it also doesn't have dex requirement. Frostbite has dex requirement. But I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. Probably use it instead of Assassin's Mark for now. Because I feel like Assassin's Mark doesn't really give us enough. Color-wise, I can't really change stuff. That's the problem. Also, does it make sense having cold pen and lowering the cold, like lowering it? That makes no. Wait, does this make sense? No, right? I actually don't know if that is good. I have no idea. Actually, a little bit unsure about that. Another thing that I could be using... Oh, shoot. I think I got the ring before and I didn't pick it up. Mark of Submission. I could use that. Rip my resistances, obviously, but... well, not that bad. But I could use that, right? Mark of Submission and then just have Frostbite in it. That's what he has. That might make the most sense, yeah. One thing I think we also haven't gone is like use this crit strike wheel right there. We went for this one, which is a little bit awkward, of course. He went all the way around. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. He went obviously through here and grabbed the power charge node. Yeah. Yeah, I think I underestimated how weak Blade Vortex is as in terms of like defense. But also if you don't properly do it, it's incredibly weak as well. Because I'm scaling in the wrong way. How the heck does he have 5 clarity? How do you have clarity in your build? And he doesn't even have Enlighten. Huh. It's kind of whack. Well, then I think the best way to do this would be to just buy a wand. Just buy a wand. Let's get some damage going. To all... I don't think that... I think that would be way too expensive. Oh, wow, it isn't actually. +2 to level of all spell skill gems is like 1C. Sorry, you can't see it, I know, but... that is incredibly cheap. Hold on, let me do it like this. Oh my god, what's happening, Daniel? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Wait, isn't that gonna be a little bit awkward now in the game? Hold up. No, I think that's fine, right? Is that good? I think that's fine. So yeah, now you can also see that. There you go. What is this guy going for? All prophecy wands makes sense because I think that they give you the most spell damage, right? Yep, 1C, 2C. He has nothing on them. Yeah, just get +1 and that's freaking it. Good point. That's fair. We're in it now, I guess, boys. We are in it now. We'll have to do that. And I'll probably change Ascendancy maybe as well. because, you know, at this point, it's kind of a little bit awkward not doing this. Like, now I'm kind of in it. Am I right? Like, now I'm a kind of a glass cannon, fake-ish, power charge stacker that doesn't even use power charges. So at that point, I should just go all in. Makes the most sense, actually. Okay, I have to be a little bit careful because these prophecy ones have like high int requirement, but I think shouldn't be that big of a deal. Doesn't really matter. Again, they don't have to be super god tier. They just have to be basic ones that we can use. Pretty much it. I'm actually wondering, what is his precision? He has precision at level 19. Goddamn. Okay. Impressive. But yeah, he also has like no defense whatsoever. I mean, at this point, maybe I have to do the same. We feel a little bit awkward, but woof. You know, not a huge fan of dying, obviously. Okay, that person doesn't write me back. What did we just win for? Well, technically I can go maybe all the strongbox duplicates. Or just finding more scarabs in my map is also interesting. I kind of want more maps, though. I have to go, like, full maps. I feel like I have to. Oh my god, does anyone write back? Uh-oh. That for 5. Okay, in the meantime, while we're trading, let's listen to the podcast.
Welcome to Forever Exile.
Oh my god, this is a little bit loud.
AKA Tags.
And I'm Tyler, Wrecker of Days.
Episode 234. 234.
Nice.
That's almost a rep digit.
It's pretty cool.
Like, because consecutive is the same thing. When I'm on the
kinda
microwave,
same diff, right?
right? If I want 1 minute, I do 111 minutes because, you know, you just hit the number.
111
right?
minutes?
Right. But if I want a minute 30, I do 111 seconds. But then, of course, but it's not actually 111 seconds, right? Because you do 111, it does a minute and 11 seconds.
Oh, does it?
Right. But then if I want a minute and a half, then I go 1, 2, 3 and then hit start because I like consecutive numbers basically as much as I like rep digits.
So yeah, you know, you get it. Forever Exile, here we are back to.
I
this
do not.
is going to be a normal
Help.
episode. Back to our regular. Well, it's not regular scheduled, but it's regular. It's back to our audio sensual. Although
You're doing great, Justin. You're doing great.
this is going to be a slightly more after darkish version of Forever Exile. But before we get into everything,
Pourquoi, Justin?
big shout out to our patrons. We love your faces. Thank you so much for supporting the Patreon and our podcast and all those things. Patreon gets you access to After Dark. It's our podcast after the podcast where it is just more of this. Just more of this. You just get more of this. But yeah, we love your faces. Thank you so much for supporting the podcast. Well, we're recording late. It's a league launch. You know, we got a new 3.24 is out. Necropolis. It's all the things.
You may have noticed that Justin had company this evening.
Well, I did. And so I am on a Glenlivet evening mixed with painkillers, which we'll get into a little bit later.
Love.
But yeah,
And
always love. So, but happy Easter to everybody. This is Easter weekend, so
Painkillers,
however you celebrate Easter, happy Easter to you.
It feels
and
like it's
hopefully,
hitting him hard.
Eat just the right amount of chocolate. Don't get sick. All those things. How's your week, Ty?
I had a great week, man. It's been it's still spring break for the kids. It's their second week of spring break, and we did lots, right? We we have we went to the zoo. We've just done lots of stuff together.
I think
you know what I mean?
Christine's
I've
going
done
tomorrow.
almost no housework, so it's good.
Nice.
It's good. And I've been being consistent with watering the new grass seed that I put down, and
Weather's turned out really well.
It has, but but there's almost nothing growing, and it's been about a week and a half now.
It's coming.
It has been a little bit cold, but also the birds aren't helping. I think I've just been
Little
feeding the
assholes.
birds. I think I'm watering dirt, and the birds have just had a good feast, and there's nothing to grow anymore. So I just may forever have the crappiest lawn on the planet after trying my experiment last year of letting the grass grow too long. So might have screwed that up, but I've had an awesome week
2C?
hanging out
Am
with
I dumb?
kids and
Oh,
having a
maybe the
great
other
time.
one
My
invited
wife
me, my
was feeling poorly this week physically, so she had she normally works a few days at work and she works a few days at home, which is
It
nice.
was 1C,
a couple
my
days
bad.
at home, and this week almost the whole week she was at home. Yeah, because she was feeling poorly, but one of those where it's like I really shouldn't go to work because of my coworkers, not necessarily because she couldn't do her work. So we got to spend more time together as a result. You know, she would be spending time doing some Stardew Valley or Dragon's Dogma, which I did a crap load of this weekend. And
breaks
we even
my
had the kids go for a
resistances?
sleepover. And it was just good timing. It wasn't for our sakes. It was for the kids' sakes. And it was just good timing with spring break. And they were sleeping over at my mom's and my sister's. And
Nice.
and we played
Bricks me less.
Dragon's Dogma all
So
night.
fun.
We each played a single player game, but hung out on a party chat all night. It was
Well,
like
that's
the
fun.
best. And at the end of the night,
Noise.
best high five ever. It was fantastic. We just love it. It's just great. So I've had a pretty wicked week. How about you, man?
Well, I was on the island when we did the last episode, so
Right.
that was fun. We did our recording from the studio of the Grand Pacific Hotel.
And thank you again for making time.
No, it was fun. It worked out well. We may try video late as we go forward. Tyler and I have chatted about it. It might come up every now and then, but it's not going to be a scheduled thing.
I don't even
it's
have-
going to be
I don't even have mana to cast the Stolen Golem. This is so whack, this build. How many regret orbs do I have? I have 11. If I have to redo my entire ascendancy, that's gonna be whack. It's gonna be very, very whack. But I might have to just change to a cultist. It's just not gonna like. It's just it feels a little bit awkward, you know. Sorry.
what would you call it? A seat of our pants on the whims of the winds. It'll just be whenever we feel like doing it.
5, 10, 12. Yeah.
Welcome to
It's gonna be
After
a long
Dark.
episode. It's gonna be a long one.
So anyway, I was on the island. Our island was great. I mean, we had so much fun. We got to see Ethan, which was super nice. Got to see his new place. Really, really great apartment that they've got. So that was fun. Saw Josh, saw his place as well. I haven't seen his place that they were in. Had a mishap on the day before we left. So we went to
left to come back.
Left to come home. That's right. So we went to this thing called, I think it's called Fort Rod it's in the Victoria area.
Fort Rad.
It is rad. It's like I love history stuff. Like I love that stuff. Anyway, this is a World War II base that was built right on the ocean there, and it was used during World War II. The big, like, massive guns and, like, you know, just where all the guys slept and where they lived and how they whatever. I guess it was used as primarily as like scouting for submarines and ships and stuff coming off of the coast. I was kind of laughing to myself. I was like, I'm not sure that they did so great given Pearl Harbor, but you know, they were there. We were there. We tried our best.
Does anyone want to trade? Oh my god.
All right.
We existed.
No one wants to trade, please.
But
beg
it was
you.
really cool. Like, it's a really beautiful area, and so there's also a huge.
Okay, for the
lighthouse
people
they
that
built
might be weirded
So-
out, they just usually talk about life stuff, and then later it becomes Path of Exile. So for the sake of everyone, I guess, maybe because this is a more Path of Exile focused stream, let's just let's skip ahead if that's all right with you guys. Hold up, I do want 2020. How much does that cost? Oh, divine! Holy shit! Okay. So like I think 15 minutes.
That's not my problem.
It's not bug free because it's Path of Exile.
Okay, hold up.
So then I today, this was post launch now, I uninstalled the game, but then I searched my entire hard drive for every single folder that exists for Path of Exile. And there are still quite a few gigs that don't get uninstalled when you uninstall PoE via Steam. So I deleted every single one of those, come back in, I'm still getting the error message. That's when I screenshot it to Justin. Justin looks it up, finds out that it's Vulkan. As soon as I switched to DirectX 12, it's been super crazy smooth.
Yeah. And I've been on Vulkan since they came out with Vulkan, and I've never had crashes. And Tyler talks to me about this issue. I looked at the error and I was like, man, that's a weird worded error. I wonder if that's related to Vulkan. And so I had actually messaged you like, hey, maybe try DirectX 11 or 12 first. And then I went and looked it up online, and I saw that other people were doing it. It worked for some, it didn't work for others. I didn't say that to you because I was like, well, hopefully this just works. And then like 10 minutes after he got it to work, all of a sudden I went to right click on a tab in the guild stash because somebody said like, hey, there's no affinities for the guild stash tabs. And so I went to right click on the tab, and then all of a sudden I got the same error. I was like, so I switched straight over to
even
DX12.
level 1. Level 1. Oh my god, okay.
It worked great since then, and really I don't notice.
And you can't put quality on Valve.
I tend to sit anywhere in the 250 to 320 frames per second. It's like it doesn't seem to. I don't notice a noticeable change, so I've just always left it on Vulkan. It is what it is. But as soon as I saw that error, I was like, oh, okay, I am not dealing with this. So I switched over to DX12, and it's been working since. So I'm not sure if it's an issue, but if it's happening to both of us, we have very different machines. There's something's happening, something's going on with it. So hopefully it gets sorted.
But that was all to the point of once we got off of Vulkan, it's been,
the league's been great.
An extremely smooth, well polished league.
Yep.
No idea about balance.
I mean, I had no issues so far.
It really has been. I mean, it's not bug free because it's Path of Exile, but it's bug free for Path of Exile. You know what I mean? Like I've never had a launch.
Oh my god,
Essa! It's just
let's go, best hideout.
Even stuff like the heads up displays are, I guess, one issue. No, I won't even bring it up. But like the heads up display, when a corpse is available, it shows up, right? And it's like you're not running into any issues. You know exactly who to talk to and when to talk to. There's nothing where, so far for me, I'm still in the campaign, but where, you know, there's no per se oversights with the design. Like I call the guy with the corpse, I can just keep moving. The animation has nothing to do with it.
And when you call him later, he actually they don't redo the animation, which I like. It's just it. It's
very quality of life so far. It's like they actually played it ahead of time, and which normally you would assume is what you would do, but you know, it's PoE, and so but it's like they actually went through it and played it, and you go through, and when you're in the graveyard, you know what you're doing. Like it's good. It's good. Like
where did you get to?
I just finished Act 4.
Okay, nice. So I had to leave because we had people coming over. So I finished Act 2. I got to the start of Act 3. So I will be playing later on. I, typically, whatever. Maybe we try to be a little bit further along, but that's where we're at right now with regards to before chatting about this. But I do have to say, on the quality of life side and just the league itself, it's been
Tabula is 18C.
I have notes. I've never made notes before. But I wrote down notes of things that I really liked on the quality of life side. If I have to talk about Necropolis specifically, though, it's one of the first leagues where I haven't had that. Well, no, it is where there hasn't been this like feeling of overtuned, and they're going to have to fix something. Like we have it quite a lot.
I'm a dumbass. I need cold res.
We're like, oh my god, like they need to balance these mobs out of these modifiers or something. I've actually felt like they're quite
I used my last scour.
Like
definitely,
yeah.
And like I haven't been getting one shot, you know what I mean?
And
there is surprise damage, but it's surprise damage where I'm like, whoa, 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 and I have time to heal, right? It's been really well that way. And I mean, I'm going through, I've found very quickly that I don't care what the instance thing is. Maybe for like the caverns where I hate those, like, I forget what they're called, the water things that throw and chill you, sirens, I forget what they are. Like I'd make sure they don't have any modifiers, right?
I thought for sure you'd make sure
type that I know I hate. And I did that for the dungeons. I made sure the ghouls didn't have anything, and lo and behold, they had like attack speed. Right? Yeah, exactly. Stupid. So, but I mean, it's cool, and I like seeing that. But at the same time, I'm going to pay more attention to that in maps. However, that's going to work in maps. I am finding that I'm relatively apathetic with it once my character's set up.
I think it's because it's a lot of reading. Like I'm finding in some of the zones where you get like maybe 4 to 6 of those modifiers. I'm like, all right, fine, let's just go. Right. Like it's just
all I do is look for the picture. I'm like, I hate you. Empty. Perfect.
If the writing's yellow, which again I appreciate them doing, because that means I should pay more attention to that one. I like that that's simple to figure out. And then applying whatever I can't remember what they're called, but the
watch out for the stuff that is yellow. Look out for that. You know, that's at least kind of nice, but it's still a little bit awkward sometimes. So we're changing ascendancy, boys. We're changing everything right now. We're going cold turkey at this point. Changing kind of from
I love that that's all
League Starter Blade Vortex.
The inventory.
So we changed from Blade Vortex, all this elemental damage, to okay, let's do cold only, right? Let's convert it to cold only, and now we're changing again to well, you know, saying, okay, you know what, never mind, I need to actually, you know, I need to actually get some damage, and let's go. I guess we're now a power charge stacker, I guess, or turning into one, I guess. Oh well.
It's all right there. You just drag it on.
They even have that. Like, I still feel I just feel like you're adding the inventory, and there's just all these little things that it's like, oh, you know what? That's a good idea. We'll add it later. The community's like, why isn't there this? Why isn't there that? I just feel like they already did it.
They did a good job of like making sure a lot of that stuff was done ahead of time. The only time I ran into trouble was 100% my own fault, and I loved it. Which was I had an all flame. I'm going to call them all flames because I can't remember what they're called. I don't know if they're called all flames, but whatever
the things
those things
where you modify.
Yeah, is it called an all flame? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
good justice.
One word too.
I put an all flame. I did 2 of them in one map, in one zone. It was the caverns, and one of them was these guys would drop quality gems. But the type of mob that it added, I had no clue what this mob was. They were hella hard. Holy shit. Because they would consume corpses and then do something else, but then they would also cast falling zombies. Like they were actually casting falling zombies on me.
That's kind of cool.
It was I was laughing to myself, like, I'm in Act 2. I spent half an hour for sure in the caverns because I wanted to find all of them. Because they were dropping quality gems. So I'm like, I got to find all of them. And they were way hard you're talking Act 2 caverns. I'm a brand new character. You're not like super strong. I had a lot of fun doing it. And I love the fact that it was my own fault that I had made it that hard, but that I still felt this like need. I could have left. I had well easily gotten to the exit to go into the apex, or not to the apex, but to go up towards starting Act 2 boss. But I was like, no, I need to find all of these different mob types, and even actually going into the next section before leading up to the Act 2 boss, when you're going through like those 3 levels of it.
It's a weird lab
one
right
of the
now.
things I got was that when you kill the last group of a type of mob, you would get the Nameless Seer, and I was like, I have to get the Nameless Seer. That's a guaranteed unique. Granted, I got a piece of shit unique, but I still was like, I'm going to full clear these whole zones. I actually found that kind of fun.
I love it. Except I got the Nameless Seer one. Now, again, haven't been looking for like all of Act 3 and Act 4 every instance. I haven't
gotten the Nameless Seer at all yet.
I
also don't look out for this stuff.
Resists were capped.
I was
kill
like,
shit. Bye. But I got the Nameless Seer one on the area where you go where Fairgraves is.
Oh, early. Really early.
Yeah. But that area is huge.
It is.
Heck no.
And some of the mobs are hidden.
Nope.
Like they're
Yeah,
underground.
Exactly. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure I know what that picture is, but some of them I'm like, wait, no, those are the sea witches.
Yeah, some of them are hard. Yeah.
No, those are the sea witches. No, those are. And so anyway, I'm like, cool, Nameless Seer. I'll see it again. I'm like not gonna touch it at all. I'm going underground, but there's so many cool quality of life things happening too. Like so you go under the ground or whatever, and you kill that witch, and you get the all flame.
All flame.
The second you come out from getting the all flame, you no longer have to run back to Fairgraves. It just magically
You're at
puts you
Fairgraves.
out right where Fairgraves is.
So here, I made
But
that. I
there's
have
a
that.
lot of little different things like that they've been doing, and I really like it.
I have that in one
That's
of my
kinda nice.
notes. Is that you come out once you get the all flame, you go straight to Fairgraves. I was so excited. I was like, what a great change.
That's the first thing I stopped. I could have died. I'm just like talking to my phone to make the note. Yeah.
Now, there was a conversation in 2121, which is our global chat, if you ever want to hop in and say hi as well in game, but about why somebody didn't like that. And their reason was actually
Really?
great. No, well, and I actually understood that. If I'm doing, let's say I'm doing that quest, right?
Okay.
I go in and I go get the all flame. Quite often the entrance into the boat is quite far north, typically from where the
Next
the
area is.
waypoint and where
Normally is.
Fairgraves is. And so quite often I will grab that all flame, then go and get the waypoint at the area that leads towards Merveille, and then go back to the waypoint for Fairgraves, which is completely fair. However, my argument towards that, and I do actually 100% agree with anyone who does not like that change. However, the change that they have now is so much more new player friendly, because I don't have a fucking clue as a new player. Why did I pick up this all flame? Why did I go into that zone? What am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
Now, granted, maybe they could get better at saying, I don't even know if the quest shows like collect the all flame from the area and bring it back.
pretty
to
sure it
Fairgraves.
does.
I'm gonna guess it doesn't.
But it's better
say
connected
something
now.
to that.
That's true. Yep.
Does it
Yep,
say
yep.
that
Quest tells you,
specifically?
yeah, like the questing does say,
in
like
the
it'll
little-
have the
on the right-hand
circle
side?
on the area.
Does it actually say that? So okay, maybe, but I was just like, for a new player, I felt like that was such a good change, because then they understand as soon as they grab the all flame and come out, hey, well, this isn't where I came in. Why am I here?
Well, it's just nice to not backtrack. Any game where you have to backtrack sucks. Anytime you hit a
shoot, I
dead
forgot.
end when you're exploring in Path of Exile.
now I
sucks. When
clicked
you
it.
have
Can
to
I actually
backtrack in Dragon's Dogma?
You
It's
are
Sending-
right,
hold up.
except that the counter
I'm a
is
dumbass.
you actually don't
Forgot about that.
backtrack. If you come out, go into the waypoint for the next zone, come back to the Fairgraves waypoint, and go straight to Fairgraves. There's no backtracking.
yeah, but all you
at
have to do is change your process. You go get the waypoint first.
God, I
then you
need
go
way
down
more
Well,
and
now
you're
that
fine.
you know that, but that still does actually
I
add
would do
a
that
level.
all the time, no matter what. Anyway, I've done that all the time. I'd see where the boat is, and I'd still go. I'd find that waypoint, then I'd go back to the boat. Then
Right,
I'd go
but
to
that is
Fairgraves, and then
backtracking.
I'd portal back.
Right.
That used to be. Now
Well,
you
no,
get
but
the
they didn't
waypoint first,
Can I
and
reascend now?
and there's no backtracking.
Oh, thank God I
Well,
can.
sorry, no, but
Hold up. Change. Occultist. So what do we actually want now? You want to take this because Nerva enemies have less cold res. Makes sense, make them less. I cannot be chilled, I cannot be frozen, which sounds fucking awesome, because that actually sucks, because currently Necropolis, I always say the name wrong, you can get... it reflects the non-damaging elements back to you, which means I freeze enemy, it freezes me. So it sucks, of course. And then you can apply an additional curse. That would be sweet. But that doesn't really help me against... I mean, it does help against bosses, but I'm okay with this being the last one. I think first I want to get this, and then get Forbidden Power, so I can start doing the whole power charge stuff, which I completely ignored. Also, more AoE, so that sounds kind of nice. So, take this, take this, take this. And now I'm gonna Cultist, boys. Also, probably not a good idea doing this at this early during the league, but it'll be like this. I don't think I can put quality on you, correct? Wait, I can. No target is corrupted. Okay, I was actually wondering. I was like, wait, what? I can't do that. Hold up. Also, like leukocyte, rawhide, tower shield. Love that. Looks so sick. Okay, back to the podcast. Sorry.
before there wasn't at all, because you would go in, get the all flame, and just continue in the direction of the waypoint to the next zone, and then go to the waypoint.
90% of the time, it was almost every time I do that section, and the waypoint always came first.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you run the map, but I do understand where some people's disagreement with it is. However, I still think overall it is a fantastic change, and it was such a nice change. I also think
Arc of Oscillating. Hold up. Is that a good... Hold up. I gotta check the skill gems. What is Arc of Oscillating is 8C, rip. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion is 4C, rip. And Glacial Cascade of Fissure is 4C, okay. Guess I'll just take Arc of Oscillating. Because it sounds sick. It sounds poggers.
There was just fun stuff. Like, I know there was stuff probably in the patch notes or that they mentioned. I didn't remember, but like the what's the little crab guy that you fight in Act 1? He was an essence, like being frozen in the essence.
Yeah.
Like getting the essences early was so cool. Seeing legions early, seeing excursions early, seeing a freaking random corrupt your item early. I was like, I don't know what to do. Like,
it's fun.
It's so fun.
It kind of throws these mechanics at you randomly, but then enough that you're like, okay,
you figure them out.
Like you start figuring it out, and as a new player, that is quite
versus
nice.
entering Act 6 and just getting shit on with all of them.
Right.
In like one zone, you're like, what?
Right. And Act 6 is the worst time to introduce it all because you're struggling with your resists again and everything's harder.
No, I think currently it's actually quite well balanced where everything is. It's not Act 6. For example, Delirium could be in Act 5, potentially in Act 6, but it's not at the same time. Then you have Expedition. Of course, there's some randomization, but I think they have it quite well balanced that there is some chance for something to happen. So I think it's already, like, that's the reason why I love the story so much, because it also introduces like these elements. Now it introduces them much earlier. Sure, I feel like Legion is a bit much for Act 1, but it's fine, you know.
Yeah. But I mean, they even do stuff. I mean, this could just be me this one time, but I'm going to say that this is them changing the game because they said they were changing so much with the campaign. But I have more portal scrolls than scrolls of wisdom, which never happened. One of my biggest complaints was never even having a portal scroll by the time I killed was the thing underneath. What's it? It's now an essence. Act 1, you go in the caverns.
Yeah, what is his name?
Crab
This
thing.
is a bad time to ask
the
me.
Wanderer or whatever it is. Yeah, right. I had 1 billion. It's great. I have so many portal scrolls. It's fantastic. There's so many gems dropping.
I don't know if I
Did you map your new skill to portal scroll? That's so
I don't know how. I think they forgot. No, I think they forgot to add the ability to do it for controller support.
Oh, it was at the very bottom.
Interesting.
Or they have a predetermined. Yeah, see, for controller support for inputs, they have nothing.
Oh, you can't rebind stuff with controllers? Oh.
I think you should be. No, there's nothing like that. And I think they have a predetermined.
I didn't even think of that. Oh my god,
what it's supposed to be. They don't show it. No, they don't show it in the game.
Right.
So if it's not in the game by the time I go back
for keyboard, but I will probably still forget to press it. I felt so cool the first time I did it when I rebounded to T. And I was like, oh, I feel so awesome. And then the next time I use a portal scroll, I opened up my inventory and right-clicked it. I was like, God. I'm not supposed to do that. But it's cool that it's there. It's really cool that it's there.
Totally.
Can I tell you my favorite thing? My favorite quality of... It's not a quality of life. It's actually not a quality of life thing. But my favorite thing, and again, because I had people coming over today, I didn't play as much. I only got to Act 2. My favorite thing that I got to do so far up until the end of Act 2 was I went to the Necropolis, to the area where he was, and when you talk to him, there was an option to invite him to your hideout. I didn't realize how much I missed that ability. Like, do you remember back in the day you would have to find the masters and invite them to your hideout? I know it's stupid, but I was like, I love
I mean, we haven't had an NPC in a while, I guess.
Was inviting to hideout. Love it. I didn't actually. As soon as I even saw the option, I was like, I literally became a child. I was like, I love this. I totally forgot about that. I remember that way back in the day.
I'll have to do that. Make sure it's in the guild hideout.
I don't even know what you would need him in your hideout for. I actually can't think of what.
Swag.
Because you go to the waypoint.
When you go to hit the Necropolis.
But you can purchase. If you want to purchase from them,
even still,
then...
you would have to take that coffin back to the morgue, right? You have to take the coffin back to the morgue to put the body in it. So I couldn't understand what the benefit was. I honestly did not care either, because I was like, I don't know why, but just the option of inviting someone to your hideout just gave me flashbacks of what we used to do when we would try and find the masters and invite them to your hideout to make things easier and to be able to.
You know who never came to my hideout? Leo. F you, Leo. Level 3 PvP for my damage over time buff. Craft, get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know why. I love that, and I've so far.
That's so
again,
long
I've
ago.
only
I have like
finished Act 2.
no idea anymore.
I've just
Oh my
found
god.
that it's fun that they've added little things to find out. Like they did add a new craft in the cavern. I unfortunately couldn't figure out how to get to it. There was no.
Oh yeah, true. There's a
doorway to
secret
open
craft.
to get to it, which was a little.
We
bit
saw it, but I
frustrating.
also didn't do it.
And I was asking in Discord. I spent so much time walking through that area. I couldn't find it, but also I was like, whatever. It's Act 1 caverns, or Act 2 caverns. I can go back to this area anytime and find it later. But I just feel like this process of going through the campaign so far, again, only Act 2, just has felt fun. I've actually enjoyed the challenge that I've had to deal with these mobs and affecting XP or the drops or whatever it is. It's actually been enjoyable so far.
It has been, and it is nice to actually read. I really hope they keep it. I know they're not going to, but I really hope that this encourages them. I hope they get enough positive feedback that they're encouraged to put an in-game database on enemies that you encountered.
Yes.
Right. Like the skeleton, that's a normal skeleton, does lightning damage. Like in every other aspect of Path of Exile, that skeleton doesn't do lightning damage because it doesn't have a modifier, right? Because we're used to the summon skeleton skill, which is pure physical. So it'd be nice to have that. And I really hope they get enough positive feedback that it's worth putting in.
Sometimes.
That I have no idea what it would be, but that extra gig of data that's just a menu option that you can bring up.
It's already
it's
there.
in the code, right? So I don't I would love it. I love it. But back to what you were saying about the unlocking crafts, it's the most annoying thing in the world to me. I think the fact that you could miss a craft drives me nuts. I've mentioned that many times, but they've moved. I don't think I've missed any crafts yet, and every single one has been bam in my face.
I still think Act 2 boss is not a great location.
Right, the Act 2 boss is still in a bad spot, but they've moved.
True, it's
many others,
very far
including
behind.
the
You
one
might
that
not
they
see
pointed
it if
out
you don't go
being
there. Yeah.
the, level 1 movement speed.
Where is it?
It was. I forget. It was right in my face though.
Because there used to be one right at the beginning of Caverns, and now it's not there anymore.
Yeah, true. I don't know where that is.
There used to be that. I remember
think that was also hidden.
Always the first craft is when
that is,
you
I think,
walk
also
through that
behind a
circle
wall
door
now.
and get the waypoint. There used to always be a craft right there. It wasn't there, which surprised me. I was like, okay, where is this next one? But
I think it was just after the Apex.
Oh,
like as you're starting Act 3, but I forget. But it was like every single craft that I've come across, except for the one that you mentioned in the Act.
They're not going to do the boss. It takes too long.
They've been right in my face. They've been right along the path that you have to take, no matter the direction that you take. And I've appreciated that. I don't know how many they've changed, but it's been nice to be like, oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Some were already like that, but I feel like they all are now. So that was really cool as well. I'm just so like, throw the league out the window. Like I've made garbage so far. Yeah, I know I'm only Act 4 and I'm being one thing that I'm actually really liking is being picky. I'm allowed to be picky and it's good to be picky. Like you're only allowed to have 64 mods or monsters before you bury them.
Yeah, but you know, you cremate them though. I didn't know
that. What does that do?
It removes them. Because when I first started, I was like, what happens if you fill up the morgue? Like, what happens if you have too many and you can't get more?
Yeah, you just kill them.
So you can just choose to get rid of some that are now
You click on them, and
like.
one of the options is to click a button to cremate them, which will just remove their body. They're just not there anymore. I was like, oh, that's clever, so that you're never stuck with, okay, I'm
so you can take it out, use it.
So it's just a little bit micromanaging, of course, because you have to like sort it and things.
Which frees up the spot.
And well, that's really cool. Remember, for the longest time in Betrayal, that's the one with Katarina, right? Betrayal.
Yes.
Remember, for the longest time, there was a do nothing button.
Yeah.
And nobody knew it existed. Remember, it was like, and then there was like in one of the patch notes, they're like, and
hey,
we made
did you
do
see that
nothing
item
button
way at the bottom?
we made this button, or we've changed the location of the do nothing option in Betrayal, and like all the notes underneath that tweet and that post were like, You could
There
do
was a
that.
thing. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
like learning from your past, right? Like you got those 3 options. They're all visible. I didn't notice it, of course. I didn't even see that there was.
You have to go to the morgue and see the body, which the morgue is really cool, but I don't know if there's a
I
system to it,
think
because I was thinking to myself, like,
I
if
think you
knew
can do it
for
through the
sure I
NPC as
didn't
well.
want
You
this
can
specific
cremate it, right?
type of mod anymore.
Maybe?
It's not the easiest thing to find. Like, there's no way to like search and go like, tell me where in the morgue is this body to find to remove.
You need to be planning ahead.
Oh yeah, or
Like
you just spend
you
time
need to
searching,
remember,
walking
like,
around.
okay, this is the one that I want. I'm not going to put anything else around this until then. Yeah. There was obviously I saw Havoc's name a lot today.
How do I turn
great
off
job,
that yellow
Havoc. Screw
text?
you, Havoc, but great job. But yeah, right,
Get
turn off
it,
that yellow.
God.
Yeah. It's what I mean. Talk about promo, right?
Yeah, really.
Havoc. Okay, yeah, we get it. But there was also
Havoc is
somebody
a
else
god.
playing with characters that aren't English, and
Yeah.
5 hours and 15 minutes in, they killed both the Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds. I saw them both. I saw both of those things come up like really quick, very quickly, one after
Hackers.
the other.
That's
and
it.
they were level 83, 5 hours and 15 minutes into the game.
Man, I saw some of the stuff. I was laughing because early on I was like, "Oh, I'm level 8 and they're level 19." Like, oh, I'm close. Literally
I'm only
5
half
minutes
as
later.
slow.
5 minutes later, they're like 20 times higher than me. I was like, nerds.
Yeah, that's right. 3 hours in, someone's like, "That's."
Meanwhile, I'm like
they're the first
carefully,
person to hit, level 1600 in Delve solo.
and I'm reading like, "Ooh, this gives 20% attack speed."
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure if I can handle this. It is a lot of reading. I was laughing at myself, like.
I think
like you said,
we started the league a little bit later, like half an hour, and I think I read something about. I think it was maybe Act 2 or something, and someone was like, "I'm level 75," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
I think in maps it will be really
Insane.
cool, but right now in the campaign, it's a lot of reading. Like in some of the ones where there's like 8 mob types and they give you like 5 modifiers, I'm like, okay, do I?
It's right, yeah. Again, though, you filter
can
it down
skip
just
it,
in your
though.
personal. No, but you filter it down, being like, who do I hate the most?
Yeah. I like that though.
Let's make them easy.
I'm fine if it slows me down.
do
I've
too.
actually had fun doing it. And again, I'm only in Act 2, finished Act 2, beginning of Act 3, because I just haven't had time, but it has been fun
Right.
to do it. And in some of the cases where I'm like, I feel the need to clear this whole area. And I've never felt that ever before, but I have felt that, like in the Nameless Seer particular spot where I was like, I want to find out what he could give me, even though even as I was doing it, I was like, I'm going to get garbage. I'm going to get garbage. But I was like, but
That's kind of it. And
It's a way
funny.
to
That's
get
like-
a unique, which is kind
it's
of
the
rare.
Same people that check their map mods, or there's the blindly Alkin going. They play this the exact same way. It's just now you're checking your map mods during the campaign, but it gives you the
I'm
option
finding it
for
fun.
free, quote unquote, chaos rolling. Modify your map a little bit. Right?
You know what I
Well,
got?
but
One of them was that the mobs would give 400% increased experience, but I also had an all flame where the mobs would give greatly increased experience and you could double them up. I could actually replace the mob type
cool, because
to
it
get
was a
greatly
mod on
increased.
the enemy.
and then get the 400%. It was I was like nervous. I was asking in 2121, can you double these up? One thing that's cool is you can actually test it. You can drag it over without actually entering the zone, and it will tell you how things are going to work out. And if you escape out or whatever, just don't enter the zone. You can go back in and re-plan out your thing. There is a lot of foresight that's gone into this league. Like we've
So
given
much
them
more than we're used to.
Right, and we've given them a hard time about some of this stuff where it's like, did you try it? Did you
Right, but
just
you know
give
what?
it a shot?
Understandably so.
Right, there are
Like,
times.
in my opinion, about our experiences, when we've given them a hard time, I think it's because,
relatively fair. It's like-
sometimes we're babies, but you're making a product.
Yeah.
Right, and so and try
You
it.
mean
At
shoes?
least try
Need
it.
shoelaces? Who told you me that? I
So
wish I knew ahead of time.
I do feel like so far, a lot of it, I feel like they tried it, and it's been. There was a comment I think you made I don't remember if it was in the last one. We talked a little bit about the idea of like Mark taking over and he's sort of the guy running PoE 1. And I kind of gave some pushback to your opinion with regards to like, is that why we're seeing all these quality of life changes? I think I'm pretty on board with that thought though that you had, which is like, maybe that is why we're seeing a lot of the quality of life changes that for an existing PoE player feels good. It feels like it's a really, really good change, and it feels like it's coming from somebody who's heavily invested into playing the game. How does it play? How does it work? That's not taking anything away from Chris, but just like Mark lives PoE. I see him on my friends list all the time online. So like he is in the game, playing the game. I started
Not
to feel
addicted,
as I was
of
playing
course.
through the campaign today. I was like, I think Ty's right. I think some of that is correct. Like that, there's just this person who constantly
we didn't
plays.
even get to the trade quality of life. Like there's so much quality of life. We haven't even done the mapping quality of life yet. Like there's so much. Like I have a note here about the amount of like the filter post for changing your filter was massive.
What do you mean?
All the tattoos, all the fragments. There was so much that was added to the game that was new, so much that was removed, so much that was just modified.
Okay.
Right? Like Maven invitations and new fragments and all that. And it's all like
ready to go.
I checked the patch notes before we started. There were 3. They were just fixing crash instances. But like they have so
Just think
much
of what I'm
quality of life. And to us,
Sorry, I was like so hyper focused, right? I couldn't even like listen properly to them. I was like, what should I do with my skill point now? I mean, a little bit of life probably wouldn't be bad. Technically, if I'm already here, I should probably take all the maximum power charges at this point, right? I need like way more levels, and I need to... Well, technically, I have a little bit of... Don't I have some chaos left? I have 44 chaos left. If I wanted to, I could rip this build, get rid of this item, and get a tabula, but at that point, I'm like, I'm truly glass cannon. And I think I will hate this more, because we got rid of Grace. I feel like I'm digging myself a hole that I cannot get out of. I don't know. It's going to be quite scary doing that.
in R2 experiences, it has been an insanely smooth launch.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
it's
very
just
excited.
crazy that you can change so much.
What level am I?
Like, now, you
86.
expect this, but again, and I'm not trying to be negative, but we're used to Path of Exile the way it used to be a long time ago. We're still getting used to the fact that they're launching legit quality for like 2 years straight.
Yeah,
like 2 years straight. But this is still such a good quality one after so much change. Like, you would expect this kind of quality from what we're, you know, quote unquote, now unfairly used to. You would expect this type of quality from something where it's just a new league. Here's some new gems. Go have a good time. But it's, here's a new league. Here's some new gems. Here's an insane amount of quality of life that touches on every single aspect of the game. By the way, we also changed how you can some quality of life in trade. We've also changed how the campaign functions. We've added all these new mechanics all across the board.
Plus a pretty in-depth league. Like, really, if you think about it.
And
like,
it's working well. Like, nothing but praise from Justin as far as I can tell for this. It's crazy. And with all those
very likely die, but I'll try
crazy changes, the wiki was up to date before the league started. Like, the wiki people, I think this sounds familiar, but the, I mean, wiki.net.
Because they're connected now, right?
They are, but they're updating before the league launches. So, like, automation support, it's in there. The changes to skills, screw it. If you're playing, you know, 323 and it's the last week, well, whatever, you're getting 324 information, and I love it. Congratulations or kudos to all
Whoever's
the wiki
involved.
editors, everybody that does it. It was so nice to have the wiki updated while we're figuring things out and planning. Just such a great job all around. Way to go, everybody. Way to go. Way to go.
Did you know that there's a Chrome extension that will make sure that when you're searching for information regarding PoE, that it will never show the fandom or whatever wiki? Whoa,
really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
there is
a
one.
memory hog, because Chrome
it's
extensions
not.
can be brutal.
No, it's not. But I actually think the PoE wiki have done a great job of sort of pushing out the fandom side of it, and this actually makes it even better if they're actually updating stuff before it comes out. Like we've talked about in the past, like not liking the idea of being reliant upon a third-party system. I'm not sure wikis anymore are so third-party. They are, I guess, to some degree. I think PoE's done a pretty good job of trying to incorporate them into the PoE system. And if we're not going to get a very good F1 system, then if the wiki can be up to date, that's a huge benefit to the player to understand.
Oh
that.
no, Bramble Valley is a part. Oh my god, Bramble Valley as a map is rough.
I was going to say something. I lost it. Keep going.
This, Justin, I am congratulating myself on this one.
Ooh.
Actually, I am going to ask you.
Tell me so I can congratulate you.
Okay, Justin.
Yeah.
This is the first league that I turned on, that I chose my MTX, and I changed my portal MTX to be random before I used my first portal. Because
I
normally...
I wish I had. I saw the blue. I was like... didn't hit the button.
So normally I'll use my portal. I'll be like, son of a, and I'll swear because it's like, I hate that blue portal. I have all these MTX that I've either earned or spent money on, and a stupid blue portal. So I changed it, and the very first portal I saw.
Oh God, was it purple?
The stupid purple Twitch one.
Nice.
At least
it wasn't blue.
It's just as bad, but at least
I think it's actually
remembered
worse.
ahead of time.
I think the purple one might be worse than the blue.
Right. They still need the.
The free purple one is pretty bad.
I agree. Although,
basic
can we also
AF.
say they need to give you the ability to disable MTX of other players in towns. I went into town. Because they've added new stuff now that can be done in towns. It's not just like, hey, here's my character.
It's also sound-wise, it's a bit much.
Use, I don't even know what they all are. There's a billion of them, but I can use a skill or an effect or something. I saw some like massive fucking blue line that like went across the whole area, and then all of a sudden I saw some explosions happening. And I was like, guys, this I promise you is not selling your MTX. The like look of the characters, that helps.
Sure,
that helps. But like when I see shit exploding everywhere, I get angry and just want to leave the zone.
My in-game towns, since I went, because with Vulcan it was smooth, but with DirectX that I'm using, DirectX 12, every town I'm going into is crazy blurry.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like it's so blurry. Even after I stopped broadcasting, it wasn't PC related. It was just the game can't handle. Like
if it's blurry, you have dynamic resolution. Turn that off, please, for the love of God.
It's pixelated, man. It's like Minecraft, but blurry.
Yeah,
still.
it's dynamic resolution. It always does that.
Like
that's the point
of it.
It
like
reduces the resolution to hit 60 FPS.
Something, or when you're fusing things, people can see it.
Always turn it off.
Not that
awful.
shit out. I don't want to. I don't like that. Like make the MTX about the
very
look
aggressive.
of the character, and if you want to add it where it's the effect of something happening, then let the player just experience that on their own. Don't make me have to look at it.
Yeah,
it was the same thing with last league. People got really bugged about those little, I don't know, those little things that like played music and made noise, but it's annoying.
I love them.
They are awesome, but if you pick them,
they're pets.
If you pick them, it's fine. If I didn't pick them, I don't want to have to hear that like little noises happening in the background.
And I agree with you with everything, except there's always going to be some exceptions, because that every time I hear that, it makes me laugh, especially because now they're not new. Like last league was crazy annoying because and it wasn't like the game restricted only one track to be. It was like
those MTX, the little goblins, whatever.
They're like a Zaro going, oh, we travel, right? It was like that. But then there was one footprint, Justin, this time where I was like, oh man, I hope that character moves, because I want to actually whisper them and tell them that I really. It was the spider trail. It's just like
you can move it yourself. You can actually move that spider trail yourself with the mouse. I don't know how it works with controller, but but for them it was footprints, and it followed them, and it was like 30 long. It was huge. It was like having a permanent Arctic armor. That's fine.
It never
though.
faded.
Like that stuff's fine if it's an effect that I mean, I don't like the fact because you can't actually control that with the mouse, but I just man, too many times, and I'm only at the beginning of Act 3, things happen in town. It doesn't affect my machine. My machine's fine, but I got annoyed by it. I was like,
it's a bit distracting when you're thinking, okay, how to craft this, and in the meantime you have the little goblin.
I can't remember what it was, but I was like, we're in town. Well, you can't have stuff exploding in town. That doesn't make sense. So, like, I do love it. I get it that there's the money side of it, and I am a big supporter of GGG when it comes to the financial side. I love that people pay money for this stuff, but let people pay money for that stuff and enjoy it themselves, unless it's just you're changing the look. But don't make your game difficult to run and difficult for people to.
You know what would be way cooler
because of that.
But I think that
I don't have.
Oh, man, that ruins the game a little bit too, because it makes it look way too like MMO-ish, right? Where nothing has weight or something. It's like something that can be in town where people can look at stuff, and you as a player, if you got the MTX, you can activate it in that single spot in the town to do something, like a little explosion, like a mini explosion, a mini firework in that corner of the town that is maybe a little bit further away. I think that would be nice, you know, like maybe a little mini game you can have with other players in town, and it's based on like some MTX or something. I don't know.
I don't like that. I have a problem with. So,
you know, it's funny you were talking about just going into town, and then it's really annoying. It was hilarious. The very first, like right after beating Hillock, and I get into town, all it was, I don't know what the new hot skill in town is supposed to be or whatever it is, like, but you know how there's always a major part of the community that does one of 3 builds from whatever major creator that makes them. The entire town, literally, I am not joking, the entire town was Rangers. Every single character. I walk in, I'm the only wit.
That was probably because of Havoc's video, right? Like zooming through the maps in like Mach 8 or something.
Everywhere else, talking to Nessa, talking to Tarkley, everybody's a ranger. Everybody's a ranger. Everybody, except I saw one Shadow and one Templar, and they were both talking to Tarkley. But everyone else talking to all the NPCs.
Hung out with them.
That's right. Hey guys, can I eat my lunch with you?
area.
And they look at me and they're like, ugh.
You're not a ranger.
You crucified your sister. But yeah, so and it was hilarious. I don't know what the popular thing is. That could have been completely by chance, but oh my goodness, it made me laugh because
that is funny.
It was just that stereotype of the community of some parts of the community just doing what somebody else says is really strong, and I'm sure it's really strong, but I always like making my own builds, and so I don't like the cookie cutter thing type of thing. Like I basically don't like Juggernaut.
Plus, if you're playing in trade and you go cookie cutter, that gets expensive.
Sure,
like it becomes very hard.
I never think like that, but yeah. So anyway, it made me laugh just because of my own personal little.
Am I in the wrong spot? What's happening?
Right.
What
Did I join the wrong private league? Was there rules? Is this like a Ranger only PL? Yeah. So we gotta wrap up because we need to do After Dark,
well,
and
let's
we
talk about what you're
also
playing.
have to play. But yeah, I wanna hear what your build is, what your goals are, and
so me personally, I actually don't have one. I'm gonna go minions because I need something. I know. Let me tell you why.
What? Tell me.
Let me just be honest. I messaged Tyler before the league started that I was not excited. Dragon's Dogma 2 is out. I'm loving Dragon's Dogma 2. I was a little nervous.
He's been drunk and overprescribed.
Way overprescribed for like
week.
5 days.
So
yeah,
his ability to think for himself was long gone.
But I was really enjoying Dragon's Dogma 2, and Necropolis itself was not really speaking to me, but I was excited about it. But I was having a hard time getting into the PoE mentality. So when I got into the idea of like, okay, what am I going to play? I wanted to play something that was going to be simple in case I wanted to just like not think, but I didn't want to go RF because I love RF. RF is one of my favorite builds ever. I've done it so many times. I can do it quite easily without thinking. Minions has always been, I haven't played it in forever, and I haven't played a witch in forever, but I do understand the minion side of things pretty decently. Plus you play it all the time, so I can, you're talking about it, whatever. So I decided to go minions.
You can ask me questions. You can say that.
I don't want to go all crazy, but but you and I talked, I think it was in the last episode, you talked about some of the Necro changes, which I didn't know about, and so I thought, like, why not go the Necro way and play some minions? So I think that's the direction I'm gonna go. I am a witch. I am playing with currently with summon skeletons with SRS. I've got zombies just because they're zombies. They're there. It's funny, actually. You know what?
Brother.
Let me tell you something about zombies, Ty. Let me just tell you something about zombies.
This is the best day of my life.
I know. Sorry.
Don't be. This is great. Tell Aaron that our wedding day is the second most exciting day of my life.
When I started with the so I started with Freezing Pulse, worked up to getting SRS, worked through SRS, played through SRS, and then you get summon skeletons relatively early after you've killed Brutus. I think is when is skeletons. And I went minion
and SRS is I think level 12, right?
Legion. So I was like, well, I'll make them die, but they're easy. It's almost like a castable skill. I feel like I'm doing something, but they're still minion. I threw zombies in there to just have a meat shield, something that was whatever. And
that's kind of what they are,
like
right?
the halfway mark of Act 1, I was like, how does Tyler level with these fucking things? They're awful. They're always dead. They're always whatever. I have to say, though.
Do you have the 2 survivability clusters?
Let me just get to it, Tyler. I have to say that as I progressed away from minion instability and started to get into minion life, I was so shocked at how, because the last time I played minions didn't have all of this tree related, like it's really going to affect your minions. I was so shocked at how good the tree affected zombies without anything else affecting zombies. I didn't have to throw on
like
minion
without support
life.
gems or
I
anything.
didn't have to throw on all this extra stuff.
It
The
feels
minions
really
die.
good
The
playing
zombies
minions
still-
and
I
then
mean,
going for
if I'm
minion
doing
related notables.
Merveille, they're going to die. There are going to be situations where it makes sense that the zombies are going to die. It's going to be a little bit difficult to resummon them. But I was so surprised at how the tree actually affected zombies to the point where I'm not using zombies for the damage, but I am using zombies for, like, please don't hit me, hit that idiot that's over there. I was really, really impressed with how well the tree correlates to the minions now. And because I haven't played them in forever, I know that people are probably listening to this like, you idiot, that's been around for forever. I just haven't played them in so long. I found it very refreshing to feel like the tree was actually affecting my build.
It is feel good. And that tree changes, they've been there for a bit now. But the one thing that's very different with zombies, and they just changed this last league when they added the transfigure gems and added falling gems, and then they did that wicked move where they got rid of the zombie slam for the vanilla version. Thanks a lot, GGG. I pleaded with them like a week before league launch. I just sent a post, please add it back. Zombies just suck, so just give them the slam. Like, there's nothing. They're not OP if you give them the slam. They didn't do it, but they did change their website, and I'll take credit for that.
Their PoE2 website looks actually really good. We talked about this last episode too. And it looks very good.
Yeah, it does. And it's generic, which is good. But the one thing that they changed for the Raise Zombie skill last league was adding a lot more maximum life to the gem. It obviously 0 at the beginning, but it gets up to like 30% more as you get.
Wait, what is the Path of Exile to website? Wait, now I'm confused. Path of Exile to com? I don't know. Oh, it is that website. Ooh, okay. That is very fancy. Wow. Okay, wait, let me actually do it like 16:9 mode. Okay. Okay, now it looks weird, I think, for you guys. Okay, interesting. You got Warrior, and you can, like, click through. Damn. And then there are a few more, I guess, they are not showing yet, which is probably the Witch, I think, wasn't in there. No, what, the Witch? No, the Witch is nothing shown. No. Wow. Yeah, that's... I like the little animations right here. Like, it's a little video. This was also similar to what they showed at ExileCon. Okay. Grants immunity to poison if used while poisoned. Okay, so you have an antidote flask. Yeah, those different flasks for different things. It's what they want to do. Plate belt. New items. Cloak of Flame. Nice. Icy Sapphire Ring of Success. Burnished Topaz. Shining Lapis. Interesting. Explore a new endgame. You gain access to its endgame. Each of the more than 100 endgame maps has its own boss fight. The modifiers to enable revamped versions of many Path of Exile past leaks. In more detail, register emails, Steam wishlist. I'm guessing if you go here, links to the Steam. Yep, links to Steam. Okay, yep. I have to say that is a very fancy website. I give you that. That looks good. That looks very good. I give you that. Yep.
12, so that does scale nicely with the addition. And Justin, let me tell you, so in my build, I have just a quick note for leveling for people that are playing my zombie build. Your zombies aren't going to live in Act 1. Like, rely on SRS or skeletons for Act 1, and then they'll be fine. But this is the first league where Brutus did kill my zombies, but they survived Merveille. They survived the Fire Goat. They survived everything except for Brutus. And it's just because Brutus you get to too early. Yep. But they literally, they survived. So what I normally do is I get zombies as the reward, right, as soon as you get into town. And then I go and I buy Purifying Flame from Nessa, because that gives 6% life regen, right? A big consecrated ground. And so that helps them last through a whole bunch of different fights, right? Even the stupid ice guy that has, you know, the seeing eye skill, and he's always chilling you and freezing you with glacial, whatever it is, cascade. And so that's what I get through mudflats with, and then, you know, if I feel like using SRS, I do, right? And then another thing that I do, because then I always get those survivability clusters first, but there's a minion mastery where you have minions gain 5% life when a minion dies.
Yep.
And so that works really well if you have phantasms with SRS, because even just replacing those, or
Same with
skeletons too.
Yep.
And so this was the first time in forever that my zombies this is the first time I think I've ever had my zombies live through Merveille, ever.
My zombies didn't live through Merveille, but it was fine because I had the other damage. But I was just so impressed with how it was just such a weird feeling where the tree is what had the effect. Because there was a point where I was like, holy shit, these things are garbage. Like, they're just dead all the time.
And they're strike only.
Well, see, I didn't even care about their damage. I was just like, just live so that things don't hit me. That's what I want you for, is like, just the skeletons will do their damage.
Just exist to take damage.
And the Infernal Legion, like, they'll do their damage, but I don't want to get hit. I was so annoyed with how often they were dead, but I was so impressed with how, as I progressed the tree a little bit, I know it sounds stupid to say it, but I haven't played minions in such a long time that I was like, wow, this actually feels like I'm getting value out of the tree for them.
Sure.
And as I got towards the end of Act 2, they did not die. I didn't have to res them. I never res them once during the Act 2 boss, which was crazy to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
for surviving that one with the slam as well.
And the crazy, rocks, and then like just random shit that happens in there.
I'm zombie only, zombie and phantasms now. That's it. And they went through all of Act 3, no problem. Dominus, I don't even think they lost life. Just energy shield, and the Malachi
Dominus isn't too tough.
Like, they're doing really well.
Maybe the bleed is a little bit
more
annoying.
life they're doing as the zombies level is really, really nice.
There's some funny things with regards to how PoE has stuff set up that still confuse me and I don't get, but I'll take advantage of them. And one of them is skitterbots. I find it so funny that you can take skitterbots and put, first off, Infernal Legion. That's weird that those work, right? So you've got a guaranteed never going to die minion that can do area of effect damage around it, but that minion damage affects the damage of it.
Of the support gem.
Of the Infernal Legion. I was like, I was looking at the things and I'm like, what? So I pulled it up in my POB because I'd just quickly thrown together a POB, so I knew roughly where I was going to level through. And I was like, threw those two supports on. I'm like, how? That seems cheaty that you can do that.
I like
it's
that
good.
It works, but I think PoE 2 needs to change. I want PoE 2 to keep that kind of stuff, but PoE 2 needs to have changing tags. You know, so like the tags on summon skitterbots would change.
In what sense?
Well, just so that you maybe summon skitterbots isn't the right one, but tags where it's like, okay, I'm impacting this skill now. Summon skitterbots is going to do this damage Now, if I put burning damage on my skitterbots, it's going to work.
Well, because
they'll
it
have a
doesn't
way
tell
where
me it's
like,
affecting Infernal Legion. It tells me it's affecting skitterbots, which I'm
Right,
like,
so
that doesn't actually make sense.
whether the future game says this is your damage skill being the support of Infernal Legion or skitterbots, whatever it is, I want something that makes it a lot more clear.
Well, I would like to
that
understand
you're,
why.
quote unquote, modifying the tag
Right.
of the skill, right? I do like that kind of stuff. About
It was
the
cool.
gem.
I was like,
And-
well, okay.
right,
take
and
the
your
free
cost
damage.
isn't nothing because it's a mana multiplier to
multiplier,
your 35%.
Yep.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, but
reservation
skeletons
skill.
are cheap as balls. Like, it's crazy how cheap summon skeletons is in
It is.
comparison to like SRS. Like, I can, because
But they're garbage life. So if you're
but that's
using them
the
for
idea, though,
popcorn,
with-
they do so little damage.
but to get them, well, but you can stack up minion life, which is also benefiting my zombies to stay alive, and then my skeletons now have instability plus that, so they're blowing up and dealing a bunch of damage. Like, it's been actually great so far.
I think I've
Again,
never really tried minion instability, like as a main skill, as in like, yep, this is just my, that's it, you know, go boom. I think I've never done that. Maybe that would be interesting to try as a league start at some point.
Good.
just so people are understanding, I'm just starting Act 3.
Yeah.
I'll
He's
figure things
basically
out.
he's past the game. Now he's just playing for fun.
I don't know where I'm going with it, but I was like, I want to play something that I understand, that I know is going to take. The main reason for it was just I was concerned that I wasn't going to have interest in PoE with Dragon's Dogma 2, but I have been surprised to how into this league I've been.
Good.
And it's not even a Necropolis thing. Well, I guess it is a little bit. Like, I love so much of the quality of life, and I haven't even got to experience like 90%.
Yeah, but that's also in standard, technically.
I find it very fun that I'm affecting the campaign in a way that makes it
missing
a
a
bit more
boss, aren't I?
challenging, but also rewarding. I feel like I'm actually getting something out of making these things a little bit more difficult. I had so much fun full clearing caverns. I would never say that.
No, you wouldn't.
Never.
The faster you can get through the
I
campaign,
want to
the
get
better
through
for
there
you.
so fast. I
That's
want to
so
be
good.
out of it. It was very fun. Even full clearing the stupid zone after that. That was torturous. But I was like, oh my god, the nameless seer is
That's
somewhere.
awesome.
I want to see what he's got. So, well, tell me what you're playing and what your direction is.
First, I want to know, like, do you know where you're going? Like, you're investing in minion life, but a lot of the very few minion life nodes come just as minion life, right? A lot of them come with either physical damage mitigation or elemental resist or chaos resist, like,
Or like
so
less
are
recovery
you
or something like that.
right? So a lot of those nodes aren't good for a popcorn build. So
I'm
are
not gonna
you?
go- I don't think I don't know.
What
Maybe
do you think you're doing? Because most minion builds don't need minion survivability, right? They just go to pure offense, whether it's SRS or skeletons or absolution. They don't need. This,
Oh my god. Now I get a mark of submission. Now I get it. We literally just bought it like a few months ago. Which is kind of nice, you know, that these that rings like these are actually kind of cheap. I barely use them though, even though it's kind of sick right now. By the way, I haven't mentioned this because I like fully locked into the podcast because it's really fun. But so far, we are progressing decently well. We have changed now again the Blade Vortex build, right? For people who might be jumping in or something and wondering what the heck is he doing right now. I was thinking of actually doing Blade Vortex with like, you know, the whole doing all elemental damage. That didn't work. Then switch to full cold elementalist. Also was kind of off. Now we're actually occultist, so I changed ascendancy. Now I'm actually becoming slowly a power charge stacker, which I don't know if that's actually a good idea at all, but it works really well right now. I am shocked how I am not dying. I am doing low tier maps, but I am not dying, and I feel like I didn't really lose any defense, weirdly enough. And I think the reason for that is because I'm freezing a lot and because AoE is bigger, because of the ascendancy, it just... I cannot be chilled and frozen now as an occultist now. So that also feels good. So I don't know, it's just... I don't know, I feel like I didn't lose defense even though I've now went with hatred instead of grace. I don't know, it feels really good. Yeah.
The survivability. So what
I
were you
don't know.
thinking?
I think I'm just gonna. I honestly, I haven't had that much time to think about it, and it's also been like slightly induced by inebriation with my thought process. So I think I'm gonna figure it out as I go. But I feel like you can.
I hope you go zombies. Oh, I hope you go
I won't go
zombies.
zombies.
Oh, you should.
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe if I
man,
get the falling
changes,
ones.
Justin. The changes.
The changes. Oh, the changes, Justin. Come on.
With my build, I'm very excited to play my zombie build this time because of the necro changes. Unholy Might. Sorry, I don't know what it's called now. What's it called?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
it's
Unholy
still-
Might is
isn't it-
fucking
it's still
insane.
A natural strength like that one? Did they get?
Yes,
Unholy Might?
unnatural strength, which basically just gives your minions a permanent unholy might, which is great. That changed
Yeah.
to 100% physical damage is converted to chaos is just glorious because like that's exciting to me. To me, that like I switch to that and I get rid of my pure physical version and my build in total does less damage. But to me, that's fine because chaos damage should do less damage than every other damage type because every other damage type has to deal with the energy shield. So for a damage type that skips a defensive layer that many enemies have, I just love the concept. I'm fine with the chaos build doing less damage because it's skipping that defensive layer. Because there's no decent offensive aura. Like I'm a defense first kind of player, whether it's in any single game I played, also in PoE, defense first. So I'm making sure I'm running all my defensive auras and mana reservation first, right? Whether it's Arctic Armor, Tempest Shield, Determination, Vitality, Clarity. I make sure I'm running all that so that if my minions die...
Yeah, because you become the aura
you're
bot for
not
your
losing.
minions. Yeah.
I'm just losing damage. I'm not losing survivability. So I have all my defensive stuff that I want. Guardian's Blessing in my old build was running Pride. Pride is a massive, it is insanely powerful how strong Pride is. I think it's way too strong. I love it, but it's way too strong. But now that I'm going pure chaos, 100% chaos for my whole build, there's not one mana reservation thing that's really helpful. I'm not going poison. I'm not going damage over time. So there's nothing that really helps me from a mana reservation standpoint.
Hold up.
So now I can get rid of Guardian's Blessing, Justin. And that was, again, like I said, a very perfectly designed skill in my opinion, but I hated babysitting it. So now my build is a lot more stress-free. My Golem can go to do Feeding Frenzy and have Culling Strike linked to it. My Reaper doesn't have Feeding Frenzy on it anymore, which I didn't want my... Oh, sorry, not my Reaper, my Spectre. I didn't want my Spectres to be out there. I like them buffing the team and staying safe close to me. So now that I don't have Feeding Frenzy linked to them, which I kind of had to last time, it's just, it's such an exciting setup. And so now I've even
You're
done
still
a few
gonna go
things
Bone
with...
Barrier? Like the new one? The changeable?
Yes,
Yeah,
and
it's
I am
so good.
so excited.
Always PoE, man. Where'd it go? How are you doing, Friday? Hope you're doing well. Or just listening to a podcast. Actually, a second podcast. I might listen to a third one because I'm enjoying this right now, and I kind of want to play a little bit more after this. But I don't want to like go offline and eat and then play some more offline. I feel like I can just do this online. Yeah, just use the time. I'm becoming a reaction streamer. How far I have fallen. Okay. Anyways, happy Sunday.
Excited for Bone Barrier as well.
You telling me about that is what made me think like, okay, I'm gonna give Necromancer a try because that's fun. I love that it's on. It's just on. I don't
It's
have
on.
to.
Right.
Yeah.
But now you're just constantly getting leech. So now there's a defensive element to having
It's
a more
on.
offensive
Does that-
build as well.
Oh no, sorry. Go ahead. Yep.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask, does that leech affect when you're doing chaos damage?
It's just damage in general. I don't think it would apply to damage over time. I'm not doing damage over time with this build, so I don't know.
Literally
for
no
sure.
idea what I should do in
For
terms of
me, it would
maps.
be the
I think I'll
initial
just do the
damage,
highest tier
it's
maps that I
leech,
have.
Right? I don't think you can leech dot.
And
imagine
see
that
if I
wouldn't
die,
make sense.
which you probably have.
You could leech
It
dot.
just doesn't count with your natural strength. It's like, oh,
Right.
that's damage over time. So you know
Yeah,
what?
I know it's
Last
they're
epoch
chaos
does
hits. So
healing off of, you can do healing off of damage over time.
oh, that's cool.
I actually really like that. But Bone Barrier was the one thing that you sold me on for the idea of trying a Necromancer, even though you weren't trying to at the time. In fact, we weren't trying at all. but I was like, oh, I didn't know that they had made that change. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, it's fantastic. And like, so we get Leech, which is huge. 10% physical damage mitigation if you have 10 minions. Many builds do. It's easy to do even if you're, unless you're doing a Reaper, you're probably going to. And then minions gain 40% of maximum life as extra energy shield. But then there's also Grave Intentions where minions do the same thing, but they get 20%. So for me, my minions are getting 60% of their maximum life as ES.
Doing a very quick
That's
ultimatum.
So crazy. And I always have Summon Phantasms is my favorite skill in the game. I love zombies. Like, they're tied for first. I absolutely love it. So I am going with Bone Barrier. I'm going with Unnatural Strength. And on my build,
zombies.
I'm going with
Classic.
Block Chance. So Mistress of Sacrifice.
Classic
That's what
Necromancer.
people that are following my build are doing. I want to see what it's like because now I'm doing Chaos, right?
Chaos.
And two things benefit.
Isn't
See,
that
the thing with
what
Unnatural
Final
Strength
Fantasy meme is that?
is
Chaos.
It also has the ability to 25% chance on hit to apply Wither. Now, Withered only lasts
Wither is big,
2
yeah.
seconds.
You better be hitting a lot.
Right, and it's 25% chance. So I'm insisting, even though it's weak, I like all the other aspects of minion speed. So I'm adding minion speed to my 6th link. I have zombies, I have phantasms, and I'm actually going to try, instead of going Bone Barrier for myself, or sorry, Bone Offering for myself, I'm going to take off Mistress of Sacrifice. I'm going over to Commander of Darkness. That makes it easy. It's more damage, but then it also increases attack and cast speed for both of those minions. It does remove the ability for my offerings to impact me, but then instead of using Bone Offering, I'm going to use Flesh Offering, which increases speed as well.
Yep.
And so that's going to be, so all of a sudden I'm really increasing
Friday's like,
my
I totally
minions'
understand
attack
all
and
of
cast
this.
Speed.
Which should also help your leech.
Right, so I want to see, so that's not what I'm posting, but that's what I want to test this time around. My mitigation will be a little bit less, but I don't like inconsistent mitigation. I like consistent, so I do want to see what this is like. It might not work, right? I like standing
that's also
around
what I
and
know.
If it doesn't work, it's
Like,
actually a relatively
usually.
easy switch. If you're like,
It's
well,
like sometimes you
Yes,
have it,
that's right.
sometimes you
It's
don't. I'm
10
like,
regrets, and then I switch from that to that, and then all I do is replace my offering, and I'm back to normal. And the other thing that I'm switching that is different from my build is I'm adding, so instead of Desecrate, Bone Offering, and Punishment's always my curse of choice. I love it. It's like, it's half of Temporal Chains, half of Enfeeble, and it's beneficial to any damage source. I absolutely love it. Sure, it comes with its
it's strong.
it is, and I love it. So normally I have cast with damage taken with Desecrate, Bone Offering, and Punishment, but this time around I'm going to use Arcanist Brand. That's the one that, like, it's just the brand and it casts all of its link skills.
then
Right.
look.
That's going to be my one.
That's fine.
clip.
I actually don't need
But
to
I
kill
love
the
Signal
boss.
Prey. But what I'm going to do is
Doesn't
I'm going to
matter there.
add Signal Prey to Automation
To the new thing?
because well, Predator Support is a support, but Signal Prey is the skill that's assigned to Predator
Right.
Support. Signal Prey is an instant skill. And
But
so
you can't
I've
do
been-
that, right?
With other things that I've theory crafted in the past, I
don't think that works.
The Signal Prey triggers all the time, whether
Because
it's
because Signal Prey is not a skill gem. You can only link skill gems, right? I don't know if that does that work? No, right? That doesn't work. Does it? No.
channeling, whether it's cast from damage taken, cast from stun, it channels.
Also, it's gonna
On my
Signal
Reaper
Prey
build,
random enemies?
I have Signal Prey being triggered by cast when stunned. For this one though, I've been testing it as I've been leveling. I have automation support, which unlocked in level 3. I could not be more excited for that skill. I have it linked to, it's going to have Molten Shell. I don't have that yet because I'm a witch. But it's going to be automation, Molten Shell, I'm Withering Step, and Signal Prey. And Signal Prey has a really
have the
slow
mana for that?
cooldown. Oh yeah, easy. Easy. And it's so fun, Justin. Like, I don't have to
You haven't even
cast it.
tried
'cause-
it yet, but it's fun.
Oh no, I have Signal Prey
Oh,
on
just Signal Prey.
both
Yeah.
automation and my zombies and phantasms. And even though it has a really small cooldown, if I'm staying still or I'm only moving when I'm in danger, it's working so well. Basically,
that's
whoever
fun.
I'm facing gets it. And in a one-on-one battle, like when I was fighting Malachi, he just always had it on.
Really?
And you see it being cast like once a second. And yeah, that's a lot.
That's
so if I'm
cool,
running
though.
around for my life,
Sure.
Signal
At
Prey
least
is not
it's
going to
always
work
there.
out very well, but it really suits my style. So I'm really excited to see where that goes going forward. And if that works, that's normally one of my hiccups. With me, with a minion build, you have to be able to tell your minions who to attack.
It's interesting, actually. I'm looking at all the scarabs that I have, and I kind of don't want to use any of them. It's really weird. I kind of don't want to use any of those. I don't know. It just kind of feels off. Kind of feels weird. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Probably am. All right. I don't know. I want to use any of it.
Have to, right? Now, they do follow spells generically. Like if I was to cast Purifying Flame, the minions would go in that general direction and start attacking whoever I hit. But I love the idea of, especially in like the Maven 10 ways, where it's like, no, I didn't mean for this guy to show up. We're killing this one first. And so Signal Prey is so valuable for me when... Are you still recording?
Yeah? Why?
Okay, good. I just got an error message for something. And no, sometimes my computer disconnects hardwire.
There's no recording.
So I am still...
Because
So
I
let's
wanted
wrap
to
up.
just point
You
out
should
for
have said
everybody
no.
who was listening that if this was video related, you would just see Tyler just...
I'm talking with my hands.
He's so excited. I love it.
Seriously,
It's
Justin,
fun,
automation has
though.
automation's opened up so much for me, and I'm using Call to Arms and automation on my Righteous Fire build. I have it's going to be on every single build. But anyway, the point is like it's a lot of fun to cast Signal Prey, and instead of Signal Prey being my button, my only button if I was to play with mouse, my right click will be the Arcanist brand, and the build doesn't even need it. That's just bonus damage. It's Arcanist brand is going to be Desecrate, Flesh Offering, which is just attack and movement speed, and Punishment, which is sure some defense, but mostly offense. And so even if I'm not in the mood to click it, great, awesome. It's great. I mean, I could always switch that back to casting damage taken as well, which I designed the build to have mana for. So rad.
It's really fun to see like a relatively small change that they make have such a, like, you get excited. Like you are legitimately.
Yeah, it changes how build
It's
works.
fun
My
for me.
nipples are hard.
Yeah, he's a little bit hard right now.
What?
It's fun. I do think that
Excuse
that's
you?
awesome. I think it makes it so much fun for us to be able to try new
What
things
is hard?
out
What?
and I think get excited for it too. Like you're not just,
Nani?
okay, I'm gonna roll this build again. I'm gonna do the same thing. Like and again, I'm only Act 3. You're the end of Act 4. I think that's so fun that at this point already you're excited about some change that has nothing to do with Necropolis, has nothing to do with like 324. It's just this is
True.
something new introduced to the game and a new way to try and build out a build. I think that's so fun.
And the crazy thing is it's all designed around making sure instant skills can't left click anymore. That's what automation was fixing. But then that completely changed bone armor from the
But that was
ascendancy,
obviously
the actual
part of the
skill.
plan, though. I think that was definitely
but
part of
it's
the
all
plan.
intertwined, right? And all of this was because of left click. And like my
fine.
whole
I mean, a
build
skill jump that
changed. And, like,
automates
everything, it's
something
all
is
about-
kind of huge
These
in
weren't
general.
changes to, well, nobody's playing the Necromancer, let's spice things up. These weren't changes for it's been the same for a long time, let's spice things up. These are just pure quality of life
Yeah,
changes.
it makes sense.
Like Unholy Might didn't change for the Necromancer, it changed for the entire game.
Oh god.
So anyway, I'm having a really good time with it. I'm really excited to see if Signal Prey is actually as not as spastic as I think it's going to be, because automation casts things as soon as the cooldown's done. And the cooldown for Signal Prey is like half a second.
Yeah.
So it's obviously not going to
That's
work
a bit
well
much,
if my
yeah.
zombies are like, okay, there, no there, no there, no there, no there, no
Yeah,
there. And you're
that's
not
what's gonna
actually
happen,
hitting
though.
anything. But if you're relatively
Pretty
still,
sure.
I'm finding in the crate, like I did that when I was going through the fighting arena in Act 3, or is it Act 4? No, it's Act 4 in the fighting, the beginning of the fighting arena, right? And when you're getting, there's a lot of mobs there. As if I was relatively still, it was always on the person that I expected it to be on. So I'm pretty jazzed.
Ah, that's
man.
awesome. I'm
So
glad
I'll
for
send you the link for my zombie build.
Yeah, I'll
And-
definitely make sure to check it out.
Yeah, I knew you will. I know
let's-
you will, Jess.
I want to wrap this up, but also everybody, I want to give a high five to Tyler because he got through every point he had. You hit every single bonus point that you weren't sure if we would hit. He got through every single one of them. So
That's right. We're not passing anything over this time.
we made no
And I
notes.
even touched
we
on
didn't do
filters
any
stuff.
stuff. Yeah, he got
Flash
filters
compass.
in there. He got
There it
zombies
is.
in there.
It was so fun. Their filter post was amazing.
Okay, we
I
already
didn't
talked
have
about filters.
I didn't have
We can't
one
keep going about
question.
filters.
I didn't have one. I did so many. The changes were so extensive, Justin, that I had to change the actual structuring, coloring, and sounds for all the fragments because they added the Uber fragments, which didn't exist before. And so I'm like, okay,
true,
well, now
yeah.
I got to bump these around. So I went through every single frag, every single one that exists in the game. I reordered it and made sure it was done. It was so hot.
I love this stuff.
I only had one error. There was only one error that I had when I went to apply my filters today. And for the record,
He is very
just in
hard
case you didn't
right
know,
now, I think, talking about
console and PC released at the exact same
I
time.
know. Kudos
could
to
do
them on that one.
Huge.
Yeah, that's really
Huge.
impressive.
The timing
That's
for
gotta
that
be
to
hard
work
for
with
them
how
to have
Microsoft
did that,
works,
yeah.
right? Yeah, so good for them. But the
I was
only
constantly
change I
wondering
had,
why
there
my
was
build
one,
feels so weird. I have 128
div
ping.
card that wasn't working.
Ah,
And it was because
that
every
makes
div
it a
card
little
that
bit
they
awkward,
say,
yeah.
it's like the
Little
and then they
bit.
come up with the title, right? Like the such and such div card is now doing this. The such and such div card is now re-enabled. The and then they say the title. Well, they said the such and such title, but the was part of the title,
Oh,
and it took me a while to figure that out.
They didn't have the.
No, they didn't do the. They didn't do the.
Rude.
They only did the one
God.
the.
I
So
see.
anyway, thank you for your man.
No, I love it, Ty. It's fun. It's fun
Like,
talking to an
the most
excited
positive
Tyler.
episode we've ever had.
Yeah, people.
God. I like that you twisted around to be.
That's
all-
right. I gotta throw it in
Alright.
somebody's face. We're
We
gonna
gotta
wrap
talk
this
Dragon's
up. We
Dogma.
gotta talk
Yeah, we're
about.
done.
Well, we'll talk maybe PoE, but I gotta talk about Dragon's Dogma in After Dark.
You
Forever
can
Exiled.
ask all your You can ask all your minion questions secretly. in
I
After
got so
Dark.
many questions for you. You don't even know. Episode 2, 3, 4, Forever Exiled. I'm Justin.
yeah,
AKA
it was
Tags.
episode
Tyler
2, 3,
Rucker of
4
Days,
as
and
well.
if you actually have questions for me,
this episode was like
that gets
meant
turned
to
on
be,
and changed
dude.
bands. Big time.
Patrons will
It's
catch
like-
you in After Dark. Everybody else, we'll see you next week in 2:35. Hopefully
actually
your
meant to
launch has
be,
gone
dude.
Fantastic. Patrons, we love your faces. You know that. Let's see. What do we got? Website, foreverxl.com. We're on Twitter, foreverxl82. We are on Discord. Very fun. Pop in there. Say hi. It's the greatest place ever. Also, huge thanks to everybody on Discord. It's been really cool as we get into a league launch with everybody helping everybody out.
So many
We're on Global
splinters, but
21,
actually I don't want to
21
pick up
game.
any splinters. screw it.
Patreon are the way to support the podcast. You'll find them down below and on the
trial
website.
is pretty
and,
good.
Other than that, we'll catch you later. That was so slow.
You got it, buddy. Hey,
Try-
you know what?
If
People
you want to
understood
know what
you
After
this
Dark
late.
is like, that's it.
Inebriation slowly taking over.
Yep. Good luck with your private league launch.
Yes. Just league launch.
Great day.
Cheerio.
Holy heck, that was one spicy. That was probably the best podcast they have had in a very long time. It also was kind of long. Like usually they do it around like 1 hour. Now it was 1 hour 22 minutes. Holy heck! That's what happens when one podcast host has a few too many painkillers. Holy heck! Now let's check. Didn't Crouching Tuna did a podcast, right? Yeah, the Blastcast. 2 days ago. Wait, that was? I think that was during the. I actually don't know if this was March 29th. That must have been when the league already launched, or right before it. Who knows? But yeah, let's check that out as well. And that will be the last podcast for the day. Then I actually have to go and probably eat a little bit. But yeah, I'm enjoying this right now, and it's just blasting PoE, and it's kind of fun. It's not kind of fun. It is fun. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Yeah. Also, I'm glad that we switched the build around. It actually does. It actually feels good. And you know what? It's kind of insane how good Vile Blade Vortex feels. It's just so good. Anyhow. Let me actually also change the title now. Also, by the way, linking the episode, of course. There you go. So everyone can check it out and support them. Let's go.
Alrighty then, dude.
We're back. Last cast.
You know what you gotta do.
Grim, holy shit, it's been a bit. I'm good to see you as well.
It's been a bit.
Mr.
I didn't actually stop playing though, so unlike what everyone thinks, I did play Affliction, and you know, it was pretty fun. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Affliction was
Noise.
fucking badass.
Yeah, it was badass for sure.
And what's up, Mr. Milkman? What are you up to, dude?
Hey man, I'm in the mines, bro.
In the
This
mines.
patch changed everything. I've been in the mines, yeah.
Oh, true. You just like.
Sure, we've had Grim about though, so I've been able to pick his brain. It's been nice.
Hell yeah. I would definitely say this is the patch which has changed the most about in-game farming strats since maybe the Atlas introduction. I don't know if that's saying too much, but that's kind of how I feel.
No, it's definitely since the Alice introduction for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I would say that like it's probably changed more than when the Alice introduction came, maybe.
Oh, sorry, the Atlas passive tree. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, the Alice passive tree. Yeah.
I don't know if it's that big, but
do you
it's
think this patch like changes more?
Scarabs change a lot, yeah.
I think it changes more. I don't know about you, Milky, but I think like because like what people are actually going to be doing in farming is like quite different, right? Like
rip
you
this
used to
map.
just put in, like,
Can't do this
three
map.
mechanics,
Oh well.
3 league mechanics, right? Oh, and
Threw a
try
map
and, like,
away.
run multiple
Oh
at a time. But now it really does seem. I think what I said to some other people is, it seems like it's all about vertical investment in a league mechanic instead of horizontal. Like even magic finding is like kind of horizontal. You just want to go for one thing and do it really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the punts are really tight. You can't spread
Oh
out
wait,
anymore.
we got Reef. Wait, now I don't need Reef anymore. I wanted Reef because it's for Brine King, right, to avoid being frozen. But I'm occultist now. I don't care. Wait, what should I focus on now? Wait, what are you actually? Good point. Maligaro, the debuffs on you expire 20% faster. That's really good. Yeah, Armala. What is Armala? Hold up. Armala is Sunken City. Of course it's Sunken City that I've done 15 times. Bro, I think I've done Sunken City once. And I was thinking, I think this might be something. I feel like I don't know. I felt it, that I could use the Vine Vessel on it. All right, let's use it.
Even though there are definitely some mechanics though where you have like 0-point investment, so there is still going to be some stuff you can just kind of tack on. But yeah, a lot of the things, and even with the scarabs in the way they are, like they want you to go all in. It's going to be tight.
Yeah. It definitely seems like that. Should we talk about the league starters first though? Like I know that a lot of people are curious about like you know what everyone's studying, all that stuff like that as well. I think it's not bad. I think Detonate Dead is probably the only culprit where I'm like, hey, that should have got nerfed, but it didn't.
Yeah.
It's pretty diverse from what I can see. I don't know what you guys think.
I think it's alright. I think the main problem I have is that there hasn't really been like a massive shift in the League Start meta because of like the introduction to the Transfigured Gems is cool and all, but a lot of them are really like, I think like a lot of them really start to shine with like a bit more gear, and also especially like farming them on League Start is kind of annoying because of how they shove them in lab. Yep. But that shouldn't really deter people from starting anything with a Transfigured Gem because it doesn't actually take that long to farm one, I think. So.
I would never farm a Transfigured Gem. Fuck that.
League starting Exsanguinate Miner, which is basically just gonna be like, yeah, a map clear beast.
Yep.
It's really
is that
good.
because of the new node though? The new mastery? Is that like the main driving force behind it, or do you just like miners?
No, it's not really about miners. Like it's just, it's just
Ooh,
like the mechanics of it are just damn insane. Like it chains to like 30. Each mine can hit up to 30 monsters with 3 chains, 10 splits.
Yep.
So it's essentially like, yeah. It's pretty insane, like the way that it clears. So
I think I've played that before.
Time to time, aside for like that one monster that's shoved up in like in a corner, you know.
Pretty insane.
Yeah, I think the build is like really good and really fun. I played it last league as well, but I didn't really do it justice because I feel like last league was just really rough to league start for mostly anybody.
Yes.
So no matter what build you played, you probably felt
I don't
like
know if it was
kinda
rough.
Like shit, but even though it wasn't shit, and now
I mean, it's always rough for me.
I think the build is like really insane.
I mean, that makes sense. What about you, Milky? What are you planning? What are you cooking over there, dude?
I wish I could say I was cooking something. I'm more of a second build kind of guy, so I'm playing the same as Tuna actually. And the reason for it is actually because of Captain Garbage. I remember when Tuna did a vid with the TS stuff, and that was Captain Garbage, and Captain Garbage did a lot on this one, and he finds like these crazy mechanics. And, yeah, the build just pops off. It's crazy.
We did a little bit loud. I hope it's good volume now.
Instead of using my own brain, which is always nice.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it does seem like a pretty good starter, especially on the damage front. You can steal the Void Stones. What do you guys think of the new elemental hit though? Like, I am on the fence. I was like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna do lightning arrow. Surely I'll do lightning arrow again and go into something else spicy later. But there's the new elemental hit, which is apparently completely busted. What do you think of that?
So I was doing some popping, and it looks pretty good. So it's definitely a more damage early than lightning arrow. But so there's like a couple downsides, right? So first of all,
But again,
I think
in my opinion, if your league starter has a Transfigure Gem, the fuck are you doing? Literally, what are you doing? I don't know. Like, there's no way I would go through lab more than 2 more times, right? If you can somehow force one specific Transfigure Gem all the time, or they somehow have tiers, right, where certain things are easier and less, I don't know. I just won't do it. I just actually won't do it. Screw it.
definitely not gonna want to farm lab, right? Because
No.
yeah, exactly. Like, you just don't want to farm lab, but you have all of the detonate dead cast on crit slaves that'll be putting in green gems for you. So at some point, because of them having to like actually spend so much time in lab to farm both their gems, you're gonna be able to pick that up for pretty cheap, in my opinion. And
Hopefully.
I think early on, like, it just you gain like easy access to a ton of damage through the skill gem, and it enables you to like just use like tri bow like you normally would. So the gem is actually just more damage overall, but you do have to sort of build into it. So you have to go for like skitterbots and Secrets of Suffering to really get like the more multiplier on it. So it's not going to apply to like first hits, but yeah, it's pretty good. But at the same time, it's easy to be like, yo, this is the craziest thing ever. But lightning arrow is like insane, right? And it's just gonna, in my opinion, still for the most part feel better until you actually build into Ellie hit, because yeah, Ellie hit is like a gem scaler type of thing.
Yeah.
Well, you gain damage, right, but you do lose a bit of coverage and AoE and stuff. So, but I think Fub's playing it, right? And if Fub's playing it, a lot of people will be. So the gem might not be that easy to get.
But
yeah.
But isn't spell skill gem scaling the easiest to do, in my opinion? Right? Like getting +1 is like kind of easy. Like literally me, I could have gotten 2+ like all spell skill gems right here, 1 and 2. They're uber basic ones, right? But it's all about that +1. Works for me. And it cost me like, I think 1C and 10C. So
I heard the AoE is better than KB.
That's at least
like,
cheaper, I think, than... Okay, I need a good bow. Well, there you go. It already starts with either farming essences, which you can't because you don't have the damage. So, rip that. Or, I don't know what else you're going to do. Like, buy a bow, but that's probably not going to be cheap.
But maybe that's not right.
Wasn't it
Definitely
like 1.4 radius or something?
I don't know. Maybe I haven't looked into it that closely, but it does look pretty good. Yeah, might be a lightning arrow angle. Just put on the old pair of shoes, you know.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I mean, it sounds like we're going pretty cookie cutter.
Are you going LA? Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, because you didn't say what you're starting.
I think I'm like on the fence. I'm either gonna go LA or I'm gonna go this new LA hit thing, but probably start lightning arrow because you don't stay lightning arrow for long, right? Unless you do.
Unless you do the juice. You still think you're going TS?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that is a new topic. What are you guys thinking of doing for your juicing builds? I guess I'll start because Tuna asked me the big question.
The big question, bro.
Yes, the big question. So, I mean, I guess for those people who haven't read the patch notes, which I'm assuming everyone in here has, Tornado Shot took a pretty heavy nerf. It's hurting. It's wounded. It's definitely down. I don't know for the count, but after testing it on standard, because you can pretty much replicate the nerfs pretty easily by like taking out attack speed and an arrow and nerfing your sniper's mark, it definitely does feel quite a lot worse. Not so much in like low investment maps, like just doing Dune's Legion or something like that, but it's when you're doing like the Delirium and the Beyond, where the lack of the like arrows that you lost, it really like it's noticeable. And you can end up doing like 30 or 40% less damage overall because of the nerf, which is it's an amount. So,
yeah, the amount's gonna be way harder as well.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's like dead. If you're like dead set on playing it, it's definitely gonna feel worse, but I don't think it's dead. But it's a good time to check out some new stuff. I think in that department for me. So I'm definitely gonna be playing a different second build, and that build is most likely gonna be Kinetic Blast, which we'll have to see. Yes. The new
I would like to
juice.
try. Every time I hear Kinetic Blast, I think there's a Kinetic Bolt and there's a Kinetic Blast, right? And I would like to do the thing that Pelsteron did, right? I think he showed that off in Affliction, which looked actually pretty sick. I'm not quite sure when it comes to... Oh god. I don't know if that's good when it comes to performance, which I actually like to have some of. I like performance. I like having FPS in my video game. The Fragmentation one looks so sick. But I'm pretty sure Pelsteron did a Strength Stacker, correct? I think it was. So I would have to look into that, because I have literally no idea how that works. No idea. Isn't it like something about a ivory tower? I have no idea. Anyways, I'll look into it. But yeah, that looks really sick, right? That's just mapping. You shoot a billion fragments of one skill. It's just like lightning bolts. Looks pretty sick.
What about you guys? What are you guys thinking for that second build?
As a second build.
To play with all the new Scarabs?
I'm just starting to feel like Mr. Copycat over it, because I was looking at Kinetic Blast as well. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, that's it. TS, Kinetic Blast, Winter Roll, BV. I haven't played. Yeah. Kinetic Blast is the one I haven't played in the longest amount of time, so I don't know. I got a bit of support. I got that new gem. It's not the best, but
when you get the juice, it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, the build with Mark's all Defiance, it's capable, right?
That's the one.
I don't want to go MF. I don't go MF, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about MF a little bit later, but I actually do think that the Kinetic Blast is a bit of a funny one, because everyone was like, oh, it's like the next big thing when Nemesis was like really strong. It was like insane, and then they made that change, and its single target basically like fell off a cliff. But the clear is actually the same as it used to be, and that's pretty important for a league like this, in my opinion. So I definitely think it's a candidate for one of the better builds this league.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think KB, like, especially for clear, it's gonna
Where's
be like
the
an
other
absolute
ritual?
banger. You might have to like figure out some like single target juice, but I'm sure you guys will figure that out, especially with currency, right? Like, you can pop off. But it really just depends on what kind of content you want to do. One thing that I think Kinetic Blast is gonna do well in as well is, like, if you actually get the single target to delete the T17 bosses, the maps are gonna be insane because they're all closed. So Kinetic Blast is gonna do insane amounts of shotgunning in those.
That's true.
So it might be pretty good.
We'll sort something out. We'll get some 8-link gloves or something like that.
Yeah.
What about you, Tuna? What are you gonna juice it up with?
The second build. I'm not gonna lie. I still think Penance Brand of Dissipation is completely fucking broken. Like, it's just so broken still. Like, you look at the pops from last league, and these people have like 1 billion damage. So even if it's nerfed by 70%, it's like 300 million damage on pretty high investment. It's still pretty cracked, and that leaves a lot of room for you to then additionally scale like AoE and all that kind of stuff that makes it like really have like good clear. But the main intent is to hopefully juice T17s with it, because I don't want MF, but I want to see the new content and see how far that goes with a bit of like investment. And I think like you need a really high single target build, but that also has good clear, because you have to clear the map and then kill the boss, right?
Good point.
I think Penance Brand still sits there. It does,
Okay.
The good part about Penance Brand, because I did play it, I'm glad I did play Penance Brand and like put a solid, I think, 50 to 100 divines in it, more like on the 100 divines aspect. It is truly disgusting how much damage it did. Like, literally, I mean, it's nothing new, nothing special to show this off, because, it's like, probably has been seen a billion times already with shameless plug on my own channel. Sorry, shameless plug, gotta do it. I think it was the Sanctum build, and then I think, the fuck did I do here? Oh, it was this part of the video. Yep, that was the surprise. Never mind. Where was it? Where was the... Never mind. Let's just go transcript. Show transcript. Uber. There we go. There. Seeing its health melt away. This also works with Uber bosses, which is kind of insane. It feels like I'm committing a crime here. Should Ubers really be that easy? Yeah, that was an Uber boss. Literally with the same... Like, I literally went from Sanctum, bought one Uber invitation, bought one invitation, changed 3 nodes on a skill tree, because that's how it worked last league, right? And previously. Went in there and just yeeted it. But insane, right? It's absolutely disgusting, like Penance Brand. And like I said, oh no, my skill that... Like, and keep in mind, I didn't even go full damage. Like, I could have had way more damage as well, but I felt like this is solid, right? It's actually rare for me to even have the Forbidden Flame and Flesh dual combo. Like, this is rare, because they're usually super expensive, and it's like 40 divines each or something, and I'm like, okay, that's not worth it. So maybe actually the build was 150 divines or 200. I don't know. It was a lot. And yeah, like Tuna said, oh no, instead of 1 billion, you have 300 million DPS. Like, who cares? Like, genuinely, who cares? Like, at some point, damage is like a joke. And, Penance Brand of Dissipation had like stupid amount of damage. So if it even was nerfed for 70%, like, of course, it's not as easy to get to it anymore, right? It's the same with Herald stacking back in Delirium, right? It was really easy getting a build that dealt a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. That, of course, then I think you can partially still do it, but now technically it's not. Yeah, but still, now it's just you need more investment to don't have such a high amount of damage anymore with Penance Brand of Dissipation, but it's still stupid. It's still absolutely disgusting.
That's interesting. I thought that was like gonna be like a dead skill, but it seems like it's gonna be pretty insane.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, at the start of last league, how everyone was going like, it's insane. Yeah, that was with the Keystone not working, which would give it 50% more damage. So it's gonna be 20% worse than at the start of the league. This league, right? So I think it's still completely broken.
20% worse at the beginning of the league, or at the low end. I can't really remember anymore how or when I joined or when I did Sanctum with it. I don't know if I like raw dogged it and bought items for like 40 divs or 30 divs and was like, this is like, no, actually I had 15 divs or 20 to 30. Let's say 20 to 30 divs, I think is what I used to get the build going, which was a Penance Brand Power Charge Stacker, 0 defense, full cuck damage, and I think that destroyed Sanctum at that. So if it's 20% worse, I still think you can like you snowball yourself up so fast with Sanctum, right? Because actually I'm curious right now. It literally is 9 CF Forbidden Tome. It's literally 9 Chaos. 1 Forbidden Tome, okay? If you had a build like Penance Brand, actually now I'm actually curious. Watch me reroll for Penance Brand of Dissipation. How much is Penance Brand? Penance Brand of Dissipation. It's 5C! What? This is goddamn busted. What? How is this 5 chaos? Yo, what? I'm gonna buy one. Just for the memes. I'm buying one. No, now I open Path of Building. Shoot! I'm buying one for the memes. What the fuck? How is this 5C for what? What? I can't imagine it's bad now.
As long as you have
now,
like,
now it makes me want to play a second character tomorrow and just level it and then swap at level 28, slap this skill in and see how it destroys, I don't know, everything. That would be super interesting.
investment now.
I shouldn't
and
though.
mechanically,
I
it's
should
just
make a
really
video
strong.
tomorrow.
So, yeah, I think it's still going to be really, really good.
Are you gonna put brand recall on automation? Is that like, do you even use brand recall on that build? I never played it.
Not on Penance Brand. Like you kind of just want the brands to sit on your targets.
Yeah.
And then, because like then you want to scale AOE, and the way that it works is it starts pulsing, and the more it pulses, the more AOE it has. And I can like kind of like send you a picture of like the AOE, but it's like the radius is the whole screen basically of it. Just goes zoom, zoom, zoom.
I actually never had that. Maybe I didn't properly scale it then. It wouldn't have made the damage more, but it might have made Sanctum easier, right? Because if the AoE is as big as the entire screen, it just goes whoop, like everything is dead in that room, right? Pretty much. Interesting. Anyways, Penance Brand of Dissipation. I sell it for 1 divine if someone wants it.
And if you have Explode,
I just wait for Tuna's Penance Brand is still broken video, you know, and him destroying like tier 17 maps, and everyone is like buy. And here I am having bought it for 5C. I can't imagine that Penance Brand of Dissipation is 5 chaos. I'm shooketh. I'm literally shooketh.
when you scale a bit of AoE, it just starts like, it starts exploding everything.
Okay. Yeah, because that was like one of the standout skills. The other one was the kinetic bolt of fragmentation, but I think that one got obliterated, right?
Yeah, but I think it's still gonna be pretty good. The problem is like this, dude. The sniper's mark change is really big, and the build was sniper's mark. Like it really was just sniper's mark for the most part.
R.I.P.
And you're just gonna break your PC if you try the new gem. Like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already having some issues with the old kinetic blast PC issues there, so I probably don't need any more of that. But yeah, okay.
Gotta get that 5090 later this year.
KB and 1 Penance Brand. But what do you guys think of the new league mechanic then? Because I've heard some
Facebreaker.
like stuff which sounds pretty crazy, but I don't see a whole lot of people talking about it. It's mostly just all about builds and scarabs. But I think the league mechanic has the potential to be like, I don't want to say as good as like Legacy Harvest, but it's up there, man. You think it is?
Yeah,
I think it's completely busted.
It's what I'm gonna do immediately. I'm just gonna 100% spec into that and only do that.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like I don't know, like if you guys want to go like over how it works for people who don't know.
Oh my god, my morgue is full.
And given how many people wanted Harvest back, it's kind of strange that no one's talking about it, in my opinion.
I made a video talking about it.
Oh, did you? Oh,
yeah, I made a video about it. I put an atlas like, yo, I'm gonna do this. It seems really good. But
yeah, I'm not sure about the atlas passives because I haven't like really looked into them that much yet. But
hold up,
the actual base mechanic is completely crazy. Like there's like 3 different components to it. I think there's the crafting, which
creates a minion one.
Let's be honest, it's harvest crafting with extra steps. There is the like pseudo MF stuff which you get with the gold boys, and then you have the is it called the all flames? The flames. Yeah. What are they called?
The all flames are gonna be insane. No, those are crazy.
It's like 3 league mechanics in one, in my opinion. It's crazy.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, I mean when I first saw it was a crafting mechanic. Those are normally the ones I'm not that hyped about because I just want to be in a map killing stuff. I didn't want to be like seed rushing. But this mechanic actually covers like every base, and it's in map. So yeah.
Yeah, it really does. It's
that's a good point. Yeah, it's an in-league.
I guess we can start with the crafting first.
Yeah.
Are you guys actually going to try and use the crafting for your like league starter? Because it looks very much like a spreadsheet recipe kind of league. Where
yeah, a little
video bit. And Elishard tells me to put 5 of this corpse, 10 of that, and I get a tier 1 bonus.
Yeah. You gotta use this corpse. It's nuts.
Yeah. But
I think it's there's gonna be like recipes happening. I'm kind of getting like synthesis vibes where if you don't remember synthesis, like there was people at the start of the league that figured out like how to craft like specific implicits, and they were just printing. And I think this league is gonna have that similar sort of gold rush, which I think is really exciting because it just means like new stuff to do, new mechanics to figure out. And
see, and that's why you subscribe to Crouching Tuna and watch the Blastcast, you know? You watch that so you get an Empower in a tier 8 map or whatever the heck I'm doing. Nice. How much money is that, by the way? 44C. That's about nearly a half a div. Also, I probably need to empower anyways for Blade Vortex, right? Probably need it anyways. Nice.
Yeah, I mean to craft, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you guys, well, yeah, you guys definitely know, but I don't know if everyone in the chat knows, but you can actually block stuff with the lead mechanic using the extra tier stuff. You can't fully block something, but you could pretty much fully block something because you can manipulate which tiers of mods can roll. So you can cut out all of the high weight modifiers of like something you don't want. And then you're only ever going to have the very, very small chance of getting the tier 1, and then you have a really high chance of rolling everything else. And you can also manipulate it by increasing the chance of a tag you want and also decreasing the other one. So it's completely out of control. I think you're going to see a lot of like 6.
Sure, but it's also a little bit limiting. I don't know. Not a huge fan of it so far. I mean, we crafted, I think these boots are crafted with Necropolis, I think. But again, it's like, it's a little bit whack. It's a little bit whack. Speaking of Necropolis, we'll have to do it, boys. We'll have to do it. Also, now that I got an Empower. Time to level it, huh? There we go. Time to level it. And then
Mod tier 1s and
actually I actually need to like think now in Necropolis. So, quick question. Do I have finally the other half of the Haunted? No, I do not. Do I have the other half of this Haunted family? I do. There we go. And I had one down here. It's gratis. I also have you. Okay, we're slowly getting the families together. Slowly but surely. We also have a person up here. I forgot about that. Navalius. Do we have a Navalius? I like that you can just scroll through this and it actually highlights it. Because it tells you when you can or can't do it. Just FYI if you didn't know. So, hold up. We gotta go full immersion here. Gotta go full immersion. Okay. So what do I want? That's a bigger question. Maybe a good ring. Technically, what I should be getting is, you know, the one ring that allows me to apply additional curse. That would probably be 10 times better. Okay, what if I wanted to have that ring? Then I need to get some really fat resistances on other gear. So for example, maybe I can get some... This one is bad. Yeah, this one is pretty bad. I only use it for suppressed spell damage, to be honest. That helps, but probably isn't worth it. So, what if we go for all elemental stuff? Increased cold modifiers. Increased chance for prefix modifiers, sure. Increased chance of attribute, no. Chaos modifiers, because Chaos Res would be sick. Fire mod tier rating. Elemental modifiers. Life modifiers. Quality. Chaos modifiers. Defense tier rating. Cold tier rating. We want the lighting powders as a scarcer, no. Definitely not. Cold modifier. 500% increased chance of cold modifiers. More quality, please. Increased chance of cold modifiers. Fire modifiers, right? Yep. Even more fire modifiers, so we better get those. Cold modifier tier rating. More chaos. And what I can also do... it's a little bit awkward, I completely forgot about that, but what I could do is... I think I have one that says... in a row. Increased effect of corpses in this grave column. So this should be this entire column. Unless I, you know, I'm bad. So having maybe +1 item level probably doesn't help because it's 25%, so it's like 1.25 item level, so it probably doesn't matter. Item is corrupted, increased chance for corruption, implicit modifiers. Kind of don't want to do that. So if I have something with 25%, then having, 500% chance of life modifier sounds pretty good. And of course, we can maybe also go for elemental modifiers, because of course we want those, because we want resistances. We want all those resistances. The links don't really matter, but I can throw them in, even though it's kind of a waste. More cold modifiers. Do I want this item to have strength requirement? I kind of don't want it to have an intelligence requirement. Genuinely, I kind of don't. Resistance modifier tier rating. Hell yeah, let's buff that up. Defense modifier tier rating. What else do we have? Armor items don't have a strength. No, we do not. We definitely want that. Chance resistance modifiers. Let's freaking go. Our armor items have a dexterity requirement. That would be nice, but if we block now intelligence, it probably gives us dexterity and the rest anyway, so doesn't really matter the rest. Armor items do not have intelligence. Crit mod doesn't matter. +1 item level is nice, of course. Buff that up. More quality, so maybe we get a 30% quality item. That would be nice. And I think that is pretty much it. And maybe we can make better boots after this. So, we planted a few. I want a helmet, which sadly is only item level 75, which is a little bit of a shame.
Free you from your anguish and aid this soldier so that you may allow them to be headstrong.
He said from your anguish, but the text is of your anguish. Sorry, had to point it out. Siege helmet with decent stats. Definitely wasn't worth the time. Some life, some cold res. Maybe I should have said that I do want dexterity. Well, you live and learn. With this, speed. Okay, we don't really have a lot of scarcer stuff. Attribute modifiers probably is not a bad idea. Or items have intelligence requirement. No, but I kind of don't do want dex. Have dexterity requirement. Is there something with strength? Have a strength requirement. Yep. Don't really want mana. Something with caster is... No, actual caster doesn't matter for boots. It really doesn't matter. That's pretty much it, I guess. Armor. Boots. Let's go.
May the ferocity of Throldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may grace them with fleetness.
20%. Sadly not good enough. Sadly not good enough. Okay, let's try to craft a minion wand with caster. Increased caster. Caster, and you know what? Add some more caster stuff. All right. Mana modifier, because why not? At this point. What else do we have? Don't think it needs anything else. Lightning modifiers can be scarcer. That's true. We don't need that. And with this.
May the glow of Lunaris heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may become the guiding light of the Empire, walking in the footsteps of the brave Alano Frisha!
Well, that's a shame. Not really good, no. Definitely not. Let's see. Can we do another wand? Maybe with Fizz and attack based, right? They want that stuff. Weapon, wand.
So that you may become the guiding light of the Empire, walking in the footsteps of the brave Alano Frika!
That is another minion wand, which I didn't want, but thank you very much. Very cool. Rip. And now I'm in like this weird void where I have like stuff here and corpses, but how the flying heck should I use them? Just kind of feels awkward. Feels really awkward. But I guess I can do that. Maybe his item is corrupted, cause who cares? Item has a dex requirement. Doesn't have an intelligence requirement. Reroll the sockets and link it 15 times. Maybe it gives me something. Increased effect of adjacent corpses. Yeah, this is probably one of those things I will... don't like. Don't like thinking about this stuff, to be honest. I'm sorry. Not a crafter, you know.
May the glow of Lunaris heal your pains and aid this soldier, so that you may house their valiant soul!
Sadly, it's corrupted. So kind of brick that. It is 102 life and 33 cold res, but other than that, kind of meh. Okay. Crit.
So that you may become the guiding light of the Empire,
see if something happens.
walking in the footsteps of the brave Alano Frika!
Why do you give me minion wands? Am I high? Stop, man. Oh my god. Stop giving me minion wands. He loves doing that apparently right now. Okay. Armor have intelligence requirement. Do not have dexterity requirement. Sure.
So that you may house
You have to also keep in mind, literally every item is kind of a rare item, so everything is kind of can become good. But it's like so tedious to do one rare item, in my opinion. When you can just take one white item and slap an alchemy orb on it. It has the literal same effect, and it's 40 times faster, but you know. Actually, maybe I should just spam boots, and at some point, maybe I get something. Yeah, see, that took way less time, and technically came out better because of randomization. It just doesn't have good movement speed, so it's kind of a shame. But it does have, you know, suppress spell damage and some fire res, but...
so that you may grace them with fleetness!
Alright, well. None of those were really...
You again.
high. Probably could have sold some of them. Whatever. Let's be honest. Oh well. Nothing really big came out. But we tried. Back to mapping. And back to the podcast.
Oh, but I can't have my Stygian Vice. But you can do that too. I cannot believe
You can, and you can also get Simplex and that sort of stuff also.
It's so crazy.
Yeah.
But you can get Simplex from it?
Yeah, you can. You can get all the high
Experimental
spaces
places.
too, yeah. I mean, they're gonna be like
Oh,
rare
cool.
as hell, but
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Even if you just like get the base, that's like, yo, okay, I got a Simplex now.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I did see the weighting. The way I understood the weighting was that it doesn't actually make it any more likely for you to get the higher tier. It just makes it roll within that. So it will be. I don't know if it will be. It will be insane for getting all T1s, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as people are expecting. Because I remember Mark mentioning that it's not actually like T1 doesn't become much easier to get. It's still going to be really difficult. So I don't know about 61, but making like mid tier gear, I think it'll be easy to do that for sure.
I can do.
Impossible to do the
I can
stuff.
see
That's
that
the
with
implication.
Necropolis.
Well,
Just
I'll
not
give you
for
an
me
example.
because
So
I'm
if you
not
have
good at it
9,000
and I'm not a
weight, right,
crafter.
let's just say an
I don't
imaginary
think that way.
9,000 weight on an item, right? And it's 3,000 for cold, fire, and lightning, right? And 2,000 of each of those elements is the bottom half of the modifiers in terms of the tier weightings, yeah? If you use the 100 tier modifiers on all three of those elements, you can cut out 6,000 weight from fire, cold, and lightning. And then if you're rolling a fizz bow, that's now gone, and you have a much higher proportional chance to roll fizz. And then you can also juice up the fizz with increased fizz chance to roll. So that's
So
kind of
it
what I meant by
actually-
manipulate it.
It absolutely does actually increase the chances of getting like higher tier rolls because of the fact that lower tier rolls don't exist, right? So by virtue of them
Yeah, I
being
remember-
gone and then
What?
being able to increase the odds of that specific roll, like rolling, you know, through like the percentage increases, which like the highest one we saw was like 600%, and you have
I hate it.
I don't actually remember.
Rip
how many,
my
like,
movement speed buff.
corpse
I had so much
stitches we
fun.
have, like, but there was a lot now, like 30 plus.
Rip that.
Was it even more?
I don't know exactly how many.
20, is it 27 or something?
Okay, 27.
Yeah. But the thing I was saying, the way that you described it was not the... So if you cut out the 6,000 weight and then you have another 1,000, and tier 1 is 100, you don't have a 10% chance to hit T1. That's what Mark said. It scales, right? It's still harder to get T1. You don't get that 10% chance for tier 1. So yeah, it does increase it, but not by the crazy amount that the numbers would make you think.
Yeah,
the
no,
balance around that.
it's all relative, right? Like you have to make sure that you do the exact right cook, like remove these mods, put this one higher, and all sorts of stuff like that. Otherwise, you're going to end up with, you know, something which isn't like exactly what you want, like as you said. But I'm almost certain that the people are going to figure out how to stack the deck in terms of their favor to like guarantee specific crafts like a very high percentage of the time, right? Like,
Yeah.
come on, you know, those guys got Craft of Exile and stuff like that. They're gonna go crazy with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think you try that, or would you do like what I'm thinking of doing is more doing like the base items, trying to get like 2 fractured mods on an item, something like that. Because then I don't have to think as much. I don't have to figure out, you know. The idea to get a 6T1 item that's perfect is probably a much more difficult thing to achieve than like a base item with 2 fractured modifiers. So that's probably the stuff I'll lean towards, like less mobs maybe, so I can do more crafts, and I'll let someone else deal with the 6T1 foils and ones. And
Well, I mean, I looked into it a little bit with the crafting, and it really depends on what kind of tags you can manipulate, right? Like, let's say you're doing wands, something which is notoriously impossibly hard to craft, right? And even fracturing it is a pain in the ass, right?
My God, my ping is so high.
A caster one.
I have no
which you
idea
can manipulate
why.
Caster mods and basically just like, you know, tank the absolute living hell out of all of the caster roll chance. You can pretty easily roll like triple elemental wands, like, you know, in the graveyard. But if there's not a caster one, okay, that's much harder. So like, it depends on how many easy things there is to do on whether I'll do it. But I engaged with Harvest.
Where are
and, you know,
bosses
I
in
made,
my
like,
area?
a couple
Oh,
mirrors
accompanied by
just
Met boss
out of the
route.
gate because no one realized how OP it was.
Yeah. Grimm's Harvest Adventures. That was a fun league, man.
It was busted, yeah. People are gonna get rich off it because no one will expect just how OP it is. I think.
yeah, first, like the first person to figure out this league is going to be rich beyond their dreams. Like the first people to get that, you're going to be doing something no one else can do and maybe could have ever done in the game. So there's going to be new stuff for sure.
Yep, for sure.
It'll be
only
interesting
one
how
element
broken
of
it really
So
becomes.
I haven't actually looked into it.
Just
too much,
doesn't
but
seem,
Can you guys
again,
maybe like talk a little
possible
bit
for the
about
normal,
gold
for the
boys, the Sanctified
average
guys,
person.
and the All Flames? Like I've been mainly looking at Atlas as well as the crafting stuff.
It's again the problem with Affliction, maybe potentially.
The gold boys, because those crafts.
They're not the 1% of that. You're kind of
cards.
shit out of luck.
Oh, no, I mean like the increased like quantity and stuff like that. Like those are some like crazy stuff.
Like
right?
completely shit.
Oh, the mods.
That's more Milky's domain, I think, because that's like the in-map mechanic. I was like hyper focused on crafting.
Yeah, I mean,
I was looking at
the things we mentioned now is the thing that I've been spending most of my time thinking about.
Give us the juice.
Yeah.
Well, the All Flames are crazy because they add another level to manipulate the map that you otherwise wouldn't be able to have, right? So you've got Scarabs, for example, that increase pack size by 40% for influence mobs. Well, you can change every mob to an influence mob. So suddenly juicers want that, right? You can also change every mob to a tattoo mob and then scale the magic pack size by making them more magic. So All Flames are going to be the way to most efficiently farm any reward that comes, like...
Wow. Somehow I'm dying a lot now.
Any reward that comes out of them. Like, nothing's going to come... because you can just juice that map up so much. And because it's only the base mobs, you can then do things to your map where you end up getting 400% increased effect on mods. You've got giga pack size. It's going to get crazy, but the problem is how available are they going to be? Are they going to be monopolized by group players because it's going to be so high end to get the most out of them? If they're common,
In my opinion,
it's great,
it
right?
has the
'Cause
same
everyone can try
issue
them out,
as Sextons
but they
before
could be really min-maxy
with the
and,
embers.
Yeah, get a bit sweaty at the top, but they're insane.
I feel like the absolute best ones,
not again
probably
a billion
gonna be monopolized by the group,
micromanagement
because I'm
per
fairly
map.
sure there is like all flame
Nothing.
like say like 600% increased quantity for this pack of monsters in your map, right? And my
I wish I could
understanding
sell
is that
them, but-
groups are leaning more into the natural.
I mean, I
mobs
could sell
spawning
them, but-
stuff in their maps these days because
Maybe
they
I
can't
will.
use all of the scarabs.
But I
so
don't think you
that
can put
one
affinities
probably
on
goes to the
anything,
groups,
so
right?
it's a little bit annoying.
Wait, you you mean the devoted modifier that makes the mob have the quantity? The
I think
rarity.
so, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Somehow I died.
So there's a that's a devoted modifier, right? When you open
okay.
the map, you can choose the mob type, and then it has the row of things next to it that says what it does. But yeah, the quant and rarity is insane as well, because there's no other way to manipulate monster quant and rarity other than maybe that new enrage thing with Delve, with Sulfite. So yeah, I could see them being crazy. You'll see some loot goblins this league. I'm sure MP will drop 40 divines or something at once. I'll call it now, for sure.
I mean, well,
Is the
quite
currency
possibly,
goblin still
but
in there?
Yeah, currency.
yeah, I think it's in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
like one of
think
the last ones that remained, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the map one's still there as well, and the fractured item one. But
Fractured
I guess
item.
that's
Div cards, fractured div cards, currency.
okay.
Div
So
cards
I mean,
kind
it
of
sounds
suck.
like
Div cards
well,
kind
the
of
all
stink.
flames. The all
Yeah, the
flames are
div
kind of
cards are
insane, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're gonna be
So,
nice.
are we
There's
gonna see some all
wildwood
flames
ones as
now?
well. What are those gonna do? I don't know.
Wait, wildwood ones? What do you mean?
Yeah, there's wildwood all flames that turn the mobs into wildwood mobs.
Mm-hmm.
But what the hell are they gonna do?
You reckon they're gonna be wisp enchanted?
So
Yeah, they're wisp enchanted. I mean, keep in mind this is before the league came out, so yep, they're wisp enchanted, and again, insanely overpowered. Will very likely insta kill you. It's like questionable, and you know, loot is like Affliction League. If you don't overjuice it, barely noticeable.
yeah, that's what we assume, right? Like he's gonna change the mobs into a pack of blue wisp mobs or purple wisp mobs, so just mobs with increased quant and rarity, which again could scale incredibly well with the devoted modifiers and then MF players and then map quant, and yeah, we could see some crazy stuff. Like, and there's not only that, but there's a separate tier of all flames that seem like uber all flames, and there's one for wildwood there as well that's separate from the other three. So there's a lot to figure out. God knows what that one does. Maybe it's all three wisps. Maybe it's all three of them, bro. And then you use 7 of those,
dude.
change all the mobs in your map to those. We're back in
Oh,
Affliction League.
Jeez. All right. I mean, these just drop from the packs as well. It's just kind of like you get one, and
Yeah.
that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
That is actually pretty out of control. I mean, it's like a triple threat league. So you've got your crafting. That's gonna be worth so much money. All of those corpses are gonna be worth heaps. Like the fracture one, everything. That's gonna be huge. Just to farm that is gonna be massive. Then you've
And problem is how you sell them. Because you have to manually go into the UI, it's pretty much beasts. And that just doesn't sound fun to me. Going through that UI a billion times for each corpse. Having to take them out, then have to put them into the stash tab, then have to... Nope.
you got your, what did you call them? Sanctified mobs? Oh yeah, sanctified. Right?
The
gold-
devoted mobs, devoted.
Right, and that's going to be, you know, a little bit extra juice, and then you've got your
Just
all
not
flames,
my
which is
thing.
basically like
But again,
more scarabs by the sound
Some
of it,
people
right?
will do it, that's
Yeah.
for sure. Or
Well,
are
that's
doing it
actually
probably
really-
right now, you know, they're trading
yeah,
corpses
for
around.
sure. So I mean,
we
like,
don't
believe
even
me,
know
Kelly-
what
In the video
reward
game.
types they have. Like they haven't shown us anything aside for like 2 or 3 things. Like they've kept everything down, like very
Yeah, have we seen anything other than quant rarity on those?
like barely.
I mean, I saw that there's a seer guy where you can get the unique item, but that's
Yeah.
kind of, I guess, not that crazy.
Yeah, that one's. I mean, that's the scare, but that's a bit boring, right? Like you just chuck it in, you go check his inventory, and you go out, and you're gonna get like the gamblers that are just like rolling the slot machine, I guess. But
Yeah,
5,000 nameless seer video. I'll do it, bro.
yo,
Oh,
it sounds like a
oh
milky
my
video.
God.
That's a slippery gym video, and that's not a Milky video.
True. I mean,
I don't have the stones for that.
I mean, I think you eventually get something pretty good, but we'll have to see.
Yeah.
It's probably good on
It's
League
very
Start,
much a
'cause
slippery
you
had a
get
gym
pretty-
video, 5,000
You had a
X.
pretty good loot table, right? Like it didn't feel
did,
like you always just got dog shit one arc items. Like you actually got some good stuff of them for sure.
the 3 series I had always like a T1. Yeah, they always had like a T1 item basically. Like even if the T1 item was kind of bad, like Aegis or something
That's
like that.
pretty nuts. That's pretty
so
crazy
bad.
since it's...
Okay, bro.
I think it's nerfed like compared to it's gonna be nerfed.
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
big.
because
It's on a scarab, right? You can get it every
exactly.
map.
And it's like, is it wing scarabed again or was it gilded?
No, I think gilded that one, right?
Yeah, it has to be nerfed.
Okay.
It just
well,
has to
I
be
mean,
nerfed.
I think the league mechanic is going
I
to
don't
be.
think I saw the seer
insane. I
once,
think,
but again, I didn't play
it's
a
going to have a lot more
functional.
focus on it than I think it's getting right now. It's going to be completely out of control. So yeah, it's going to be good stuff. Good stuff. But of course, it wouldn't be Blastcast if we didn't talk about the massive changes to all of the scarabs and I mean, there's not massive changes to the Atlas passive tree, but there's pretty big changes. I guess just because I'm genuinely curious, is a question for me. What are you guys doing for your Atlas progression tree? Because I think that's a big one, which I have seen a little bit of talk about, but it's like a big one for everyone who wanted to get through the Atlas fast. I'm personally going to be taking that 20-point keystone and going for Nico, map completion, and all the Kirak. Is that what you guys are doing too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all the,
I mean,
all the map nodes too.
yeah. I see the argument against it, right? A lot of people saying you're gonna want scarabs early, but at the time that we're gonna be progressing, I don't think people are gonna be using scarabs yet. So just take the hit, right, for an hour or two, and then you can respec it once you get there. So I think you're griefing not clicking it, to be honest.
Or just
My thought
change
process
the
is,
layout
like,
loadout.
why would you want scarabs when you're in wide maps anyways, right? Like you just want to go to red maps where everything is just juiced up, drop rates are better,
Well, you
the
sell it,
lead
you sell
mechanic is
them, right?
better. Yeah, but like I mean, like you do that if you have a build that's like slower to progress, and I think most of us always choose builds that just like power through the Atlas and get to red tier maps, and at that point then you know you have the choice of I got all these passive, because you just get so much power from Atlas passive nodes. It's not just about getting into red tiers. You could technically like regress back to yellows if you feel like the lead mechanic is too hard, or like, you know how people used to do, they just go back to yellows and farm essences and they just get giga money or something. That's still an option, but like you'd rather do that after you've completed your Atlas because of the nodes being so good. So I think until like you've sort of like completed your Atlas, it's sort of pointless to look for scarabs.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, you might miss out on a little bit of money. It might feel bad to not get some of the crazy scarabs, which you maybe could have gotten, but I think it's worth it, especially because it's only going to be...
I actually don't know. I should probably look for... I am farming partially scarabs, right? So maybe they're worth something.
There's like no opportunity cost to specking it either, because I mean, as far as like we know, it should be easy to access the first Atlas passive tree preset, right? So technically, like you get to red tiers and you just spec out of it. There's like so very little like opportunity cost, whereas like you used to have to like save up a ton of regrets for the Atlas. Now you just basically go to the next thing.
Do we know exactly when we get that, or
one comes from killing a T17? I saw, which is a bit spooky.
Which is actually interesting. They changed that.
Hopefully it comes from like killing Exile or something,
or maybe they just wanted to show it the fight off.
Oh,
so I think right now it's only getting to 50, getting to 50, and then getting to 100 bonus objectives. So it's awesome.
Somebody said it comes from a Guardian.
Which you actually do anyway.
That's right.
Hopefully that's the case.
We'll be packing 3 trees hella quick. All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I mean, it sounds like this is the kind of thing to do. I think pretty much everyone I know who's kind of like really trying to go fast is doing this. So I guess if you're wanting to get through that Atlas fast, you should probably look into it as well, which is pretty good. But
what are you doing with it though? What are you doing with the keystone?
What am I doing with the keystone? I mean,
yeah, what are you moving into afterwards? I've seen a lot of people going differently on that.
Honestly, afterwards I just start specking into my main tree because I just respec it all later, right? But I might just bank up the 20 points so I can respec the keystone.
So Grimray is not doing some sort of like early, mid, and late end game loadout. So he pretty much goes like finish the Atlas loadout and then just full blasting. Which fair, you know. If the build can do it, right, makes the most sense. I don't think I could do it with this build. but also far away from knowledgeable enough.
So immediately and start getting my scarabs after I finish X Arcanito.
Oh shit. Okay. So you're not actually planning around like getting the preset. I was like completely going all in on I'm gonna get the new preset and it's not gonna matter what I expect into in the first tree. So I was just gonna go for like a super generic adjacent map, like literally click all of the adjacent nodes with Nico, and then Expedition, right? Like that's Expedition. You get one logbook or something. You sort out your character and you can blast. I feel like that's just
maybe I'll do Breach because the Ash Stones should be worth quite a bit on day one because for some reason a lot of people are using that amulet. I don't know why, but
Choir of the Storm, it's the Archmage thing.
Maybe bit extra money. Maybe Legion anyway though. Go for some Legion. Classic. But yeah,
I'm actually surprised they haven't nerfed Legion. They actually doubled down on like
and then
going hardcore with every content. It's kind of insane because Legion was already so. It's just way too good.
I think the biggest change of all, which I didn't think they'd actually do this, but you can now guarantee a mechanic. Straight up, or multiple. Like you can probably get 3 to 100%, I'd say, if you half spec into them all. Like kind of, like there and But what do you guys think about that? Do you think it's good? I feel like it's kind of crazy. Like I'm all for it, but it's kind of going against their usual philosophy, don't you think?
I think. I mean, I agree with you, and I didn't expect them to ever do it, but I think given the way that they made scarabs, the more trees I've made and the more scarab combinations I've looked at, they had to do it almost. Like. Because you just can't fit it in any other way. There'd be no way to guarantee these mechanics and still juice, because these higher level scarabs don't guarantee the mechanic, right? So I feel like they had to do it.
The higher tier, no.
That's true.
I think Grim is right. It does it's sort of like a little bit out of character for them, but I think what we've seen in the last year is that they've completely changed their character on many things. I don't know if you remember, Grim, but like when we first started Blastcast like a few years ago, we were talking about things like we can't sustain maps. We feel like we can't go for like the mechanics that we want to play and like that kind of stuff. And then we had like an interview with like Briss, and all of a sudden they introduced the Alice passive tree. We were able to like now get all the mechanics for free, and now they're going even deeper into that, right?
Yeah.
And like doubling down on like just giving everybody free.
Oh yeah, those Expedition podcasts, they were super interesting.
GG's philosophy over the last like 2 or even 3 years.
It's pretty out of control. Like I think once people actually start playing with the new scarabs, because I'm sure a lot of people haven't sat down like us and looked at all over 100 of them. But some of them are completely absurd, like like ritual levels of juice, in terms of like monsters in the map.
The vacuum.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy though, dude. So I think they've definitely changed their stance on it a lot. They have to have, right? So that's definitely a good thing in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have a big effect as well, though, right? Because now everyone, like, why not just run Deli on your map? Why not just drop 3 or 4 Deli orbs every map? Why not just have Beyond and get tainted currency every map? So it's gonna have an effect on those kind of things that would normally be kind of valuable early on. Maybe now they just won't be, or there's more access to them, so more people use them. It's kind of hard to say, right?
Maybe there are whole ideas also, hey, if you have all the content available and somewhat easily, you might just do it all, right? It's like, oh, I got this scarab, oh, I got this scarab, oh, I got this scarab, right? And you do it all. Technically, I think that most people won't, because they will just stack it just like I do right now. Because all the Breach scarabs I got, I actually use them now because it is interesting, but it's also kind of a waste if you don't fully spec into it, right? So it's I think for the average player, they just see, oh, I can have a Breach thing. What is that? And then they just do that, and they see.
Yeah.
Play more, hopefully.
I guess the other big changes, I would say, is the introduction of a ton of increased effect of modifiers on your maps, scarab finding stuff, and then of course the scarab rework itself. Those are the 3 big changes. I don't know how we want to talk about them. I guess we can talk about the scarabs themselves because they kind of influence everything else. But looking at the scarabs, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say multiple, like very high percentage of these are going to be worth, lots of money, like way up there, and maybe over a divine for some of these, and even higher than that for the really good ones. So it's kind of like they added an absurd amount more divines that you can possibly get from your maps just for playing, and that's crazy.
Yeah, because it's in the core drop pool, it's also nice.
Sure. I think excluding Horn Scarabs from the equation, because those are just going to be like elusive. I do agree with you. I think like Horn Scarabs are kind of
Polaric
like
Invitation,
a
hello.
separate end game almost, where there might be some like absolutely wild things going, but I don't think many of us are really going to be ever planning strats around them because of their availability and price, most likely, right? At least I assume, unless you guys maybe are thinking something.
No, I imagine it's going to be similar. Unless you find something with one that no one's using, because no one's tried it yet.
Yeah, but
they're probably going to be too rare, right? Like, how often did you use winged scarabs before, like, the past couple of leagues? You know, when winged scarabs were actually pretty hard to get? Like, how often did you use them? Like, you didn't really, right?
I felt like I was always priced out of it because of groups basically owning them. But the reason why that was a thing also is because they all had, like, intrinsic value tied to them by virtue of there being a harvest reroll bench. So it didn't matter what scarab you dropped, it was a divination scarab, right? So then it had to be X percentage of a divination, you know, subtracting the juice or whatever, and the profitability of it, because people are sitting there doing the tedious shit.
Yeah, it's super interesting because every scarab is now slightly different. So you can't even expect them to be similar pricing, right? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, truly, the new scarabs. I have no idea about the money. Actually, wait, hold up. I have it open right in front of me. Hold up. Scarabs. Horned Scarab of Preservation. Other scarabs are not consumed on use, which makes sense because that is 2.8. Divination Scarab of Completion. Divination cards which drop in area have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead. So technically, if you use that, they have a 20% chance, and you use 4 of them, and you uber juice, you might get multiple stacks of fortunes. But that is tough. That is tough. Reliquary of Vision is 2.5 divines, which is kind of surprising. I mean, keep in mind, you know what Reliquary of Scarab of Vision is? It's pretty much spamming Parandis all day, every day, right? It's pretty much what it is. Just newer. Newer and different. Polaric Invitation. I'm a bit scared of that. I don't know if I can do that one, but we'll see. Can I squeeze something in? I can technically squeeze in maybe Vitality, just as a some lag. Ooh. I kind of have to re-level Vitality, I guess. Spider again, Vitality. It's like too high of a level. I just literally don't have the mana. There we go. That's 16.3 life per second. And what I could also do if I wanted to, but I'm actually getting a little bit annoyed by all of these auras. No, it's getting a little bit much. Probably can go with precision also up. What I could also do is get clarity in, so I never have mana issues ever again. Yeah. But when I die, it's gonna suck. Unsure how high the level has to be. So I'm just checking out one guy. He has clarity at 5, and he has vitality also at 5. Okay. He also has Flame Dash, Arcane Surge, and Second Wind. Kind of interesting. But he does not have cast. Oh, he has Immortal Call and cast when damage taken. You know, if he has that, I'll blindly trust him. Might be better. But why is Immortal Call better? Less elemental damage taken and less physical damage taken. Oh, that's less. That's a multiplier. Yeah. That does sound better, to be honest. That does sound better. Sure. Why not? Maybe I can squeeze in clarity. You know, if I have the space, why not use it? Am I right? If I have the space. There you go. Hold up, be right back. Quick toilet break. Then we are finishing that podcast, which is... Holy heck, we only watched 36 minutes of it? Oh my god. Jesus, okay, hold up. Oh my lord. Oh, woo. What's up? Hi. It's me. Oh my god, it's Daniel. Oh my god. Yes. So, we got Polaric Invitation, but I also want to level up Vitality and Clarity just a tiny little bit. Maybe like 1 or 2 levels. And see how it goes. So hold up. And also, I mean, that we can actually continue the podcast.
That was a good change.
I don't actually agree with you guys. I think that there is a possibility where some solo players will be able to use Horned Scarabs. First of all, it depends on how rare they are. And second of all, I think the reason that people didn't use Winged Scarabs as much, especially before Affliction, is because they just simply did not drop in the world. Like, you could not farm them. Like, weren't they only from, like, safe houses and bestiary, and, like, if you got a Scarab conversion with a ton of rarity?
Yeah, or the compass, right? That's one, the elevated compass.
That does not count. That's, like, that is, like, so niche, right? And also, like, that was, like, nerfed, like, for, like, quite a while now, right? So, I think the reason that you could never use them is because of the limited
Can't get this higher.
And they said that Scarabs are going to be a lot more common. My guess, I could be completely wrong in this, is that Horned Scarabs are probably going to feel like Winged Scarabs used to be, and Winged Scarabs are probably going to feel like Gilded. Or at least that's my hope.
I hope so too.
I hope so, yeah.
Because
I'm all
they
for
do
it.
they drop from everywhere, right? Like, you can get a Winged Scarab from, like, you know, doing your map. Or, well, I think they said it's tier restricted, but if you're just doing T16 maps, you should hopefully get one every now and then. And you can also increase the chance to get them like crazy.
Them being world
Horned Scarab
drops
T17
is huge.
It could be, because they need to
They did say
incentivize
it's
people
world
to
drops,
farm T17s.
Oh,
I mean-
there's plenty of reason to farm T17s, no?
Yeah, but aside for just the boss, I think, in my opinion, like it's not just a boss map. It's actually like a map that you want to farm, because the drop rate is not that rare. It's 6.4% chance per T16.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it's an item level 784 zone as well, right? That's got big implications for
Yeah, like you can
a
do
lot
like
of stuff.
you can do like all kinds of shit. Yeah, like
I mean,
incubators,
dropping them has
spaces,
diminishing returns, so it's
Yeah.
not quite as easy to get them. But yeah, I do know what you mean.
But I still think
They
you're
look
gonna have a
pretty
stash full of them. Like you will, like maybe because you were blasters, right? But
Well,
I can
maybe
imagine,
after
like, you're just gonna have...
I can see after an entire league of farming and you're not running tier 17s, I can see that you have maybe a few of them. Yeah, I can see that.
The stash full of them pretty fast.
I feel like they'll be about as rare as Guardian maps. That would be my guess, right? So you'll have like 10 after doing 100 maps or something like that, or maybe a little bit more than that, maybe like 15.
All right, let's do this map. See how this goes. Also, I go full immersion, of course. You gotta, you know, turn the music up for this. It's sick.
The challenge begins.
Fall.
Astral Avalanche.
Ouch.
Unexpected ownership.
Not bad.
Webs span between countless stars, both blazing and black. A shroud of intellect eternally hungry for knowledge. The destruction of a single neuron goes unnoticed by the mind at large. The Maven's claim stands, but the challenge continues.
Chills. I love the voice actor. I love him so much.
I shall listen
So good.
for your echoes.
Yes. All right. Well, that was surprisingly easy, and I'm kind of glad we
How do you guys
switched
feel about the fact
from this. From a elementalist and all that jazz to this character now. I'm really happy. Of course, it's really not tanky, but man, does it feel just better. It just feels better. One thing I think I will do now is just rip the band-aid off and just actually get a tabula rasa, because I'm not taking advantage of any power charges, which we could, which would make our life way easier. I'm just a bit scared of. Let's do some trading. Let's do some trading while we continue listening to the podcast.
As far as we know, you can't spec into singular focus because of them. Kind of.
I'm still speccing into singular focus, so I don't care.
Oh, yeah, you kind of have to, don't you? But what if they're like really expensive?
Yeah,
They're
it's
not
just
gonna
an
be really
economic
expensive.
decision, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they might be. This is
You
the kind of
reckon?
content people want to do. Like, people want to say, I farm T17s and all this stuff, right? I think T17s are going to be really popular. Yeah, exactly. And you start doing it, they go up. So I definitely unspec singular focus that week. But yeah, I mean, for the start, it's just an economic decision, right? Or if you care about that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, well, let me think about that. T17 maps, will they actually be worth the farm? Well, they definitely drop an Uber fragment. It's just a fragment though, right?
You can drop multiple based on the quantum rarity of the zone.
Of the Uber fragments?
Yeah.
Right, but it is a fragment, right? You need 5 Uber fragments,
One
is
of
that correct?
5, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
1 of 5. So is it like a key? Like you have an Uber Elder key? Uber Elder, sorry?
You would know. You put 5 in the map device and it opens it up to the Uber.
But what? I thought it's... Wait, what? Okay, maybe I need to do a tier 17. Maybe that's not... I thought it's one single item, right? I mean, keep in mind, that's what that was pre the launch, pre everything. So, because like if you look at the bottom row right here, isn't this just one thing per Uber? This is just one item, correct? That's what it looks like. Maybe I'm wrong.
Uber Elder.
So you need like 5 pieces to get to the
Yes,
Uber.
yes.
Yeah.
And the boss can drop 1 or maybe 2. Is that correct?
Just 1 or more. That's I think all we know.
1 or more. Okay, and you do
Yeah.
also have the uniques. I think uniques are probably going to be, unless they've got a 1 or 2% drop chance, they're probably going to be pretty low in terms of price, right? So it's going to be dictated by the fragment, right? And also whatever juice you can extract from doing the map. But is it really going to be better than doing
Okay, got that.
a map in like, your usual gameplay? Because the layouts are pretty rough, right?
They're twice as big as normal maps, and like as long as you have a build that clears them well, like I don't see why not, because of the fact that you're just getting access to 84 everything. Like, clusters
really
alone
good
is a
run them.
huge reason to run them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even think it's twice as big. You literally get twice as many mobs.
Yeah.
Twice as much value for your juice, right?
You know what?
Exactly.
And you can farm.
Why am I having excellence and not using
86
it?
breach rings. You can get 86 grasping mail.
Am I bigger? Yes.
The maps looked like they weren't open though, because I think they know exactly they kind of want to like inconvenience you a little bit in the fact that it's like they don't want to make it like completely broken, basically. Like as far as I know.
Blight?
I think Neon said
Is there any
that
reason to do blight in there?
No, I don't think so.
No,
Yeah.
not.
I think Neon said that he didn't expect people to farm them or juice them, right? I mean, when do they ever get things right there? But,
Nah.
I think just thinking about it a little bit more, that the twice the mobs, if that's actually true, and the increased effect of the modifiers, I think it could be pretty good with the all flame farming, no? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. And
Because
that
there was item
makes
levels
it
tied
easier
to
as
the-
well. Yeah.
Wait, why does that make it easier?
Well, because
Like
you're
more
changing
frogs.
the mobs from Brutuses to Froggies,
Oh,
or to untainted mobs or whatever.
True that. But that's gonna be pretty rare, I reckon. Like the frog stuff, because that like literally makes the content not hard anymore, right?
Hey,
No, well.
anything's easier than a pack of Brutuses, though, right?
Yeah, true.
I mean, I don't know. You're just gonna walk in there with your Exang miner and one shot it anyway, right? Like, come on.
We'll see. I mean, we don't know. Like, if it's like Valdo maps, sure. But if it's like Affliction, 9K Wisp, then no. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, those are are they unique mobs? I don't know if they're
we
unique
gotta wait
mobs,
for
are they?
excellence.
That could be pretty interesting if they're unique mobs as well. Because there's a bunch of
Which-
interactions with scarabs and stuff. In the
Yeah,
T17s, like, you know, you guys are talking about Brutus.
Yeah, that would be crazy with the new node. That would be mental. I hope they didn't do that. That would be too crazy. Then I would farm T17s and I'd skip the boss.
I kind of want a reason to
Yeah.
farm them and skip the boss, to be honest. Because I like the boss and it's cool to like do them. Like, yo, let's do the boss for a few times. But I think the map is the main appeal for me, for sure. And 6.4% drop rate, again, it's like, you know, I end up like week 1 with a few hundred T16s. So that's already like 10 per 100 or something. Like, you know, like I'll have like maybe like 20 of them by the end of week 1. Which is a fair amount of maps.
I think you just bulk buy them, no? As well? Just
Yeah,
if you
could,
want to
yeah,
run
I mean,
them.
obviously you could do that, yeah. And the mods are like, you can't like modify them, so you will have
Oh, yeah,
maps
true,
that you
you get a
just
skill
literally
point.
can't run, and they're random too. It's kind of like a downside of it as
What
well.
happens if you twist of fate a T17 map?
Okay, hold on. That's kind of crazy. I didn't even think about that.
Does it
Wait,
do anything?
doesn't it have to
Maybe
be
it just
corrupted?
doesn't do anything.
Does it have to be corrupted? I think it does.
I assume it
Are they
does
not
something.
corrupted? Is that not the point? Yeah.
That's saying
Aren't
you
they not
can't.
corrupted? Aren't
Oh,
they
they're not corrupted.
unmodifiable?
They're just
Right?
unmodifiable. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right, yeah. Because the fit says
Damn.
corrupted specifically,
That would've been-
doesn't it?
I was
Way too
cooking.
busted. I mean, while we're on the topic, before we go back to scarabs, what do you guys think of the prices of Uber uniques? Because I think they're going to be more expensive now, right? There's just so many extra steps to getting them. You need like 5 fragments
Yeah.
from T17,
Yep.
and then you can do them. I think
Omniscience is
there'll
probably
a
going to
lot
be like,
more.
what, 50 divs?
Like, and I'm
What is
a little bit worried
Omniscience
about that
right
'cause
now?
My build does kind of have one of those.
Hold up. What is Omniscience?
Depends on the drop rates. Because if they left the drop rates like they did
33.
now, it's just doomed. Because what's going to happen? You're going to kill an Uber boss and nothing drops.
Nah.
You know,
Wait,
like, and
yeah.
that's gonna
Wait,
happen
wait,
because
what?
Nimbus drop rate is like what, like 2% or something, even less.
No, surely it drops something. Like, you know, like the gloves from Shaper, how everyone's like, I don't want the gloves, but everyone gets the gloves. There'll be like a crappy common drop, right?
I don't know. I mean, they'll probably just drop Ickers,
Hopefully.
exceptional Ickers, because they showed us most of the drop pool, and they've taken out like all of the uniques that were otherwise kind of common. Those are still in the normal boss variants. So then either they created new uniques and put them there, or they had to increase the drop chance, or you just get fuck all every time you kill it, which I don't think is the case because they actually do want to incentivize. people to build
probably
characters
don't
and
get
that kind of
anything,
stuff
let's
and
be honest.
reward them.
You probably, yeah, like,
And like so far they have hit home runs on basically everything, so I assume that reward structures is something they looked closely at, right?
yeah, we'll see about that.
Or-
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I mean,
they've
I'm
said
not-
they
I'm
don't
not-
want people running chaining T17 maps, which is
Yeah,
the only way to get these fragments. So they don't want you to be running that many Ubers. So surely they didn't make it.
Trade League, right?
Surely.
people are gonna be running Ubers all day long, bro. Let's be real. Come on.
yeah. But I mean, in terms of how GGG see it, right?
Yeah.
We know we'll do whatever we want to do anyway. But
I mean, I think they're aware
Well-
that Trade League is Trade League, and they can't control the craziness. But I think that it's good that they're taking a more I don't want to say casual approach, but a more sort of like, for example, T17 drop rates having diminishing returns is going to give access to, like, you know, Timmy to do T17 maps, but it's not going to like mean that we get hundreds per day. Do you know what I mean?
Who? Timmy?
Which I think is it's
Who's
kind
Timmy?
of a good approach, because PoE does have this issue.
Sorry.
And they've spoke about this in interviews where they've mentioned that, like, you know, power gamers in Path of Exile are actually like something like 100 times plus more efficient than new players.
Yeah.
And by efficient, they mean like the amount of items they generate and the amount of content they churn through. So I think, like, you know, 100,000 is maybe like a little bit too far on the on one side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be some strat which comes out. Which
Can I
is
get
like
two
some
blues?
sort of,
Thank
like,
you very
boss
much,
rush
game.
Turbo, where you get Guardian Conqueror.
I know I could have
you know,
crafted it with the don't worry about it.
T17s. You run like one of the
Something's
contest
lazy.
scarabs.
Just
one of
spam.
them, it says like all of your maps drop 1 tier higher, like guaranteed, and you just pump T17s and Guardian maps like per hour. I think it's probably something that will end up happening. And you also,
I mean, keep in mind, if we can spam Valdo maps, which are absolutely disgusting, like I can't imagine tier 17 maps being crazier than that. I can't. I literally cannot imagine that. So if people can just print Mage Blood by making unkillable builds and print, like, spam Valdo maps, like, tier 17 maps will be the same. Very, very likely.
the invitations as well. But I guess we'll see. But going back to Scarabs, I guess, for a bit. If you guys had to pick one lead mechanic that has the strongest Scarabs, I mean, it doesn't have to be a lead mechanic, it can be like an archetype. What would you guys say it is? Or it could even just be the one you guys are most excited about.
You go first.
You want to go
Matthew.
first, Tuna? You want
I
me?
think like
I have.
we were all like hyped about them last night, but I forgot which ones. I'd have to like look at the list again.
I have a few in mind. I mean, bro,
I'm thinking
the
of one
Legion
off the top
one's
of my
just
head, yeah. Yeah,
the
Legion is
Legion one's just
disgusting,
so dumb. Yeah, but I feel like it's kind of a cop out answer because it's
I'm
just
gonna
so
say
obviously insane. I
Arbiter
don't want to
as
say it
well.
because it feels like a cop out.
Yeah, fucking Norman farming Legion.
Yeah.
No, it's
I
insane.
don't know,
It
the
is
Beyond
insane,
one. There you
can
go.
say it.
You want an interesting one? The
yeah,
Beyond
true.
one.
True,
Corrupted
one.
items.
Yeah.
The
that-
6-link merchant.
Okay, so
Yeah,
for people who
yeah.
don't know, there is a Scarab. It is, I believe, Gilded. Let me check. Beyond. Okay, it's called the Beyond Scarab of Corruption. It's a Gilded Scarab, so it's going to be reasonably common, I think. And it says items dropped by Beyond Demons in area are corrupted. And of course, if you combine that with Endless Tide, you are going to be having so many 6-links you're not going to know what to do with them. And get a bit of quant or something like that, or you juice it up with the map effect and all that. It's
Wait,
gonna be a lot. So you're gonna be
what
pulling
was
out,
that
like,
again? Because I didn't hear that.
Corruption.
What?
It's a Gilded Scarab, so it's going to be reasonably common, I think. And it says items dropped by Beyond Demons in area are corrupted. And of course, if you combine that with Endless Tide, you are going to be having so many 6-links you're not going to know what to do with them. And get a bit of quant or something like that, or you juice it up with the map effect and all that. It's going to be a lot. So you're going to be pulling out like 400 to 600, maybe even 800 fusings per map if you do some inventory Tetris. If you juice it up.
Ow.
We're Barack.
Okay.
We're back. That is
The 6-links are coming
crazy.
back, boys. Yeah, that'll be kind of cool.
I think at league start, that's probably going to be a really good one if fusings are as expensive as they normally are. So that's a pretty good choice, Milky.
You know what might be
Absolutely.
cool as well? Like, I don't know if, because there was ways to increase. So there was like sextants that you could use on Rogue Exiles to make them drop a ton of jewels. But I think also farming like corrupted jewels might be something cool as well to look into, not just 6-links. And
True.
but that could be interesting, especially with all the mana guys. You know, like they're gonna want their like max rolled healthy mind. So
Ooh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty smart.
And all the minion
I think
mandies too with the weird, I forgot what it's called.
Fortress, something Fortress.
Yeah, Fortress Covenant. That's the one. Yeah.
Ah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Isn't that the strength stacking? I didn't hear it. I think
mean,
it
that's
was.
an interesting topic, actually. This is a little bit of a tangent here, but I think a lot of the group players are going to be using the Divination Scarabs, and those are completely crazy. For anyone who doesn't know, you can now pick any layout you want and put 12 maps worth of Divination cards in that map. So you can farm Doctor, Apothecary, mirror shot, literally everything you want in one map. Right, and that's obviously out of control. And you can also have a 20% chance to drop a full stack, which is, if you have a 5-stack divination card, just double div cards.
Yeah.
If it's more than that, it's even more than that. And you still do have more multipliers to divination cards from the rusted one as well. So it's basically out of control. But one thing those guys are not going to be able to do as well anymore is farm uniques. So I've been talking to a few guys, and uniques might be a little bit more expensive than usual. So if Tuna is doing his dual strategy, that could be pretty viable, at least compared to normal.
Yeah, it feels almost like. Sorry, go on, Tuna.
Just gotta figure out a way like to drop specific. It's all a big question mark. Sorry, I was just gonna be like saying like so like sorry for interrupting you as well, man. Go ahead.
Well, if they actually made the rarer uniques 2.5 times more common, then that actually makes up a little bit for the loss of even using a reliquary scarab to begin with. So it might not be that necessary if these guys are farming that many mobs even without a reliquary scarab. And it doesn't actually seem like there's too many ways to farm, to like MF uniques at least, to increase the number of them dropping. You can do it in a flat way, right, where you add 1 to a unique mob or something like that. But you can just, other than that, there's like 2 reliquary scarab, rusted reliquary scarabs, and there's not really much else. So
I agree. Like even in Infliction, we were doing a 3-man party. Doing the Magic Find last week. We were full winged in Jungle Valley, and you don't actually get, well, at least, I mean, maybe because we're not 6-man or whatever, but you don't actually get that many of like the really rare jewels, like the Inspired Learnings and the Unnatural Instincts and stuff like that. So I think they might be a little bit more pricey than usual this week because of that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, everything is gonna be pricey, right? Because like the affliction is gone.
Normalize everything. Yeah,
you
normalize everything.
What if it's something I thought? What if they also increase
Holy
the likelihood
shit, this map is insane.
of you getting these high tier uniques from Gwenin?
Okay.
Like whatever engine they have doing the weightings for this stuff, it also applies to Gwenin. You could see it come back a little bit.
I hate Gwenin. Like sitting there clicking the inventory is just so despair.
Oh, I hate it, but you gotta mention
Oh
it.
wow, I get one shot left there.
I mean, we can see. Definitely interesting. I mean, we'll see. But I think that there's going to be a lot more uniques on my filter, I'm guessing, than usual. That would be my guess. All right then. Well, we've heard Milky. What's your big brain strategy here, Tina? What are you?
You're just baiting me, aren't you?
Tell us the one. You know which one you're gonna say, bro.
I think Chad already knows. But yeah, there might be some interesting stuff with putting mobs inside of strong boxes and then making shrines spawn unique monsters so that they're outside of the boxes, and then putting wildwood wisps on them. I think like if genuinely if the keystone that gives wildwood wisps is genuinely good, then that might be completely broken. But if it's bad, then I'm just like cooked and it's dog shit. But I'm really like if I looked at things more like generically, I think the Harbinger Scarabs are amazing, because it's just gonna be like if you spawn
Harbinger is pretty sick,
shard from one of the Harbingers, that means that all of them are gonna drop as fracturing shards, so that's really cool. And the implications of that is also really interesting because I just want them to be more common, and being able to like throw them on items is just something I really want. I think we all agree that Legion is really busted. So that's cool.
But I think the Hobby one might drive people crazy. Because you're going to go so many maps, and with all this investment without seeing anything good.
Right.
Like literally
Oh
nothing,
my
right?
lord.
You're going to be getting Chaos Orb.
God, this map is disgusting.
Engineering.
I gotta finish it though, right? Gotta be careful. I have to be careful.
Like, yeah, you can use the wing because what it does is it duplicates, but you could just like spam polished, which is what's gonna give you the Harbinger's drop single type of currency shard, right? Like, and that might end up being better because of how expensive the wing might be. But I suspect like the wing is gonna be always worth to run, no matter what, because that's generally how these things work, right? The law of numbers will always average out in a certain percentage of fracturing shards over a certain amount of time. And the price of the scarab will sort of like, outside of like the initial speculation of how much things are going to cost and the drop rates and that sort of stuff, once the economy settles,
God, this map is insane.
It'll just be like.
It just shows, yeah, it's just a bit too slow, not fast enough. Phasing is a bit of an issue, yeah. Getting slow. And again, you know, I'm a glass cannon. I'm pretty much a glass cannon at this point.
Yeah,
It's just what I am
it's
now.
way more out of control than it was last week in terms of Harbinger. So, for those who don't know, you can have 3 Harbingers from Kirak, an additional 6 from 2 Rusted Scarabs if you choose to use them, and an additional 1 from the tree. So that's 10. And then you can make all of them drop a rare currency shards, and then as you guys were saying, you can make them drop a single currency shard, which shouldn't matter in the long run because you'll eventually get the full drop table anyway. But then you can also make it have a 50% chance for all Harbingers to be replaced by a powerful Harbinger boss, which is the same wording as
Exalted
the
Orb.
25% chance on the
I'm
tree.
dead.
So you end up with a 75%
Thank God I
chance,
grabbed it
most
before I
likely,
died.
to get a King Harbinger on every single Harbinger. So you're going to be rolling into your map with 6 to 7 King Harbingers. I can't believe it. What on earth were they thinking? Oh my god.
We're back in Valdo's Rest, bro.
Yeah, I remember when they
Pretty
first
much.
released Valdo's Rest, and there was like hundreds
Yeah.
of mobs in a pixel. That was insane. That'll be pretty
Yeah,
cool.
and the cool thing is that the scarabs I just described and the setup I just described is 2 rusted, 1 polished, and a gilded. If you want to go for the winged, it's currency shards duplicated by Harbingers are in area or duplicated, but you don't have to. So there is going to be some really good setups which don't require the winged, which is kind of the thing I'm most excited about, which is pretty cool.
Let's see how many Harbingers infused Harbinger gives as well, or if it gives any extra juice on top.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Absolutely. Yeah, that's actually right. Interesting. All right. I guess it's me here. So I have mainly been thinking about ways to generate a lot of scarabs, as many as possible, because I think that's going to be where a lot of the money is going to be. If you can make scarabs for other people, or even sustain your own, that's going to be huge. And of course, I could sit here and talk about Legion, but you know.
Nah.
I think everyone knows that's going to be broken. But I think the one which actually has me most interested is actually going to be the Delirium ones. And it's not necessarily completely broken because of the scarabs themselves that you can put on Delirium, but because of what you could get out of the Delirium. So skittering orbs are always a pretty surefire bet. But you could obviously drop all of the new scarabs from the skittering orbs now as well. So, I mean, is the number one thing of getting scarabs previously gonna be good now that scarabs have been buffed so much? I would say so. And there's also the chance that the ability to block scarabs on the Alice passive tree works on the Delirium orbs. Not 100% sure on that, but it's possible it does work. So you could be absolutely printing the divination card scarabs for those magic finders and getting rich. So we'll have to see if that actually works. But
Yeah, you can.
Interesting
remove
idea.
about a third, I think it is, of the weight, and you're going to be printing way more scarabs than anyone else.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, the argument could be that you don't want to block it all though, because like Legion scarabs, anything with a good rusted, because you're going to get so many of them. Maybe don't block everything. But yeah, I mean, I think Scare and Deli Orbs are going to be ridiculous.
They could be.
That's a good point, yeah.
So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. But there's pretty much everything. Just to rattle off a few. Breach looks pretty good. Expedition looks absolutely insane. Obviously, Legion's insane. There's definitely a lot of stuff you can cook with Ultimatum, because Catalysts only come from Ultimatum pretty much. And you can also guarantee the boss now. Obviously, Delirium's pretty crazy. The Mirror and the Orbs, I think, have a lot of juice. We already talked about Beyond. Ambush. I don't think anyone's going to be using the Scarabs anymore, because Magic Fighters don't use them anymore. So there's pretty big opportunity for someone to make something happen there. Abyss looks a little lackluster. Bestiary looks pretty crazy. Harbinger's crazy. Essence is absolutely out of control. Do you guys want to talk about Essence a little bit, actually? Let's talk about Essence.
Let's do it.
Essence is just insane. It's the wing scarab.
Isn't it like essences that you can... wait, what is the combo? Wait, if I think about it. Wasn't there a combo where you can have more essences per map, higher tier essences? I don't think there's a duplication thing when it comes to that. But isn't there also a way to then say every rare mob in map or something is an essence mob? And then you could have also 40% pack size, and then it's even more insane. What the heck are you for an enemy? So yeah, I think essences, the scarabs can be insane.
That says all rare monsters in the area are imprisoned by essences. So yeah, like that creates like a new axis for scaling that Essence never had, which is you actually juice your map and you get rewards out of it. Like aka essences, and then you upgrade all your essences to +1.
Yeah.
With the Ascent Scarab, yeah, which is just polished. And there's another one that says using a remnant of corruption in the area can only result in upgrading or transforming essences. So transforming means into horror, and then if you have them all to be +1 again, and then this one pretty much guarantees it as well, right? That they're upgraded or transformed. So that just means that you're gonna be pulling out, like, if you actually stack rares and you go for the 3 Scarab combo, you can pull out like
dozens.
I'm just speaking out my ass now, but like 20 horrors per map or something. Because they're like a stack, bro.
Well, it's a static, and the way the calcification works is it's static, right? It doesn't matter. It's not any extra rares. It's just the rares inherent to the map.
I can't kill that essence mob.
So
Moving on.
You're gonna get for like 20 essences per map, pretty easily, I reckon. And then, have you guys looked at that? Have you looked at the node with the remnant, the crystal resonance? Where if you use a remnant, it like applies to the boss. Yeah.
Oh, that. I mean, that's basically like duplication, right? It's like kind of a weaker version of the duplication, no?
But it gets better the more essences you do. Obviously, the boss is going to be absolutely insane and impossible to kill, maybe. But
yeah,
the more essences you get him out, the crazier that node gets.
Oh my god, I'm freezing Dominus. You can't face.
I can't. And it's a boss, by the way. Nah. There's no way.
You're gonna have to call in a caller, dude.
I'm gonna have to call it a boss or an Uber boss. That's not gonna happen. No, it's gonna be too hard.
Yeah, but especially since you actually have to juice your map, right? You can't just get away with scouring going these anymore. You have to actually get like Giga Pack size for it to be worth.
Yeah, you're gonna want to like get that mod which says additional rare monsters or something like that, right?
Fish is happening right now.
Yeah.
Hold
that
up.
mod actually applies to.
What's happening right now? Yo, Shaggy, morning. Wait, why can't I see you? I'm sorry.
It just depends on availability of
I
things,
don't
but
see
might
you
be
on my
even
other
interested in, like,
chat.
slamming your
Why?
maps to 6 mod once you have that mod. If it's yeah,
Man,
because you're
I'm
using a
sorry.
wing scare,
Now I'm
right?
looking
So if
at
it's
Twitch
expensive,
chat. I'm
you do have
sorry.
to go through all
How you
this
doing,
effort.
Shaggy?
But
Morning.
yeah, again, like market will
I mean, good
regulate.
morning.
I mean, even without the wing scarab, there's still a perfectly
Wait,
viable
it's
strategy
11
there.
PM, my
you
dude.
can get like guaranteed deafenings pretty much every map if you take the gilded.
Hold
because
up.
you're gonna get the transform or the upgrade every time, right? So you can upgrade all the.
Hold up, sorry. Pausing the podcast real quick. We have 20 minutes more to go, and after that, I might take a break. I don't know. I don't know. And with break, I mean like actually stop the stream. You know, I've streamed like 3 days through. Your other check crashed, maybe. I don't know. It kind of looks weird. I'll close it for now. It's fine. I'm closing it for now. All right. Rithing Invitation. I have to say, we had a really good time with Polaric Invitation. Let's see how this one is.
Looks tasty.
Ah, damn. Oh my god, I insta-died. Oh, man. Wait, now that I died, does it go back? Yeah, it resides. Okay, thank god. The softcore strat, bro. I mean, plant. Boom! Got him.
An open maw is merely a gateway to a labyrinth. Go.
F in chat. Hey, remember that thing I mentioned in games chat? Yeah, the cheapest one is 4.5 divs now. I was like 90% that the price would drop, but no 80% instead. Hacking. Wait, what? Hacking stonks, dude? Hold on, what was it? Where is it again? In games chat. Atlas Grill Tree unlocked depending on the Atlas bonus. Neat. Thought it would like need to be tier 17 maps or something. I don't know what did you mean? No, I can't really see it. I don't see it. Who is posting Christian in my memes channel? Huh?
Shrieking, which are guaranteed, to deafening, which is like, pretty good, right?
Yeah, my main thing about that is we've got less access to remnants of corruption now, right? We've got more essence to click them on, but we've got less remnants because we don't have the compass. So we'll see how that
That's
works.
cool.
Maybe remnants of corruption are gonna be
sorry.
like 5+ C each. So, like, who knows? They could be like pretty expensive.
Hopefully more.
Which would in turn make the corrupted
okay,
essences
my bad.
more expensive, right? So essence is going to be wild, like how it ends up leveling out. I don't know.
I agree. It's gonna be very interesting. I think that's probably one of the spiciest ones on there. Essence, it's pretty crazy for sure.
Definitely. They've added like a new axis of scaling to like most mechanics, where in the past like you weren't really incentivized to actually like worry about like how much pack size and how many monsters you had in your map. But now there actually is an alternative incentive to do so. But there is, without actually deleting the other side of things. Because if you are just basically wanting to like run maps fast and you want to scour and go, you could put like 4 essence scarabs in there, like a 1 that upgrades and then 3 that gives you 2 additional essences, and just go about it that way, right? You probably still make a ton of money that way. That'll be like the more low investment. Yeah, like even yesterday when we were sitting down like going through all the scarabs, we were able to pretty much make like 2 variants of each strat, and both of them seem really good. The low investment like variants, which you could just like speed through, and then the high investment variants, which would really incentivize you to choose. So I think they pretty much like knocked it out of the park there. It's pretty damn cool.
I feel like they've made it a bit harder to not use scarabs. I don't know if you guys feel like that. When I was making trees, they've made it a lot harder to make a strat where you don't use anything. So if you're an actual Alcon goer, you don't want to put anything in.
Maybe Harvest. That's probably the only one. Oh, I mean, you still lose.
You're
half
gonna
of your
feel,
juice.
yeah, you're getting half loot.
Half loot.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
that's
you have to
just
put the
bad.
duplicate life force in there. It's mandatory, right?
Yeah,
Kinda is now,
that's
yeah.
okay. I mean, the game is now basically designed for you to have to use scarabs.
Yeah, it's
to
a good
have an
change.
economic
There's
advantage.
nothing wrong
Right?
with it.
I hope we get just some quality of life.
fine.
So now that scarabs are
I
like
think
that
one thing,
doubling
though,
down, I hope
which
it
is
kind of like
pretty
automates some stuff.
interesting, though,
Hopefully.
in my opinion, is what something that Tuna brought up earlier, is that every scarab isn't every other scarab now, because the harvest conversion is gone. So you can still 3-to-1 them, but are you really going to 3-to-1 3 winged scarabs and end up with a rusted? Like, there's no way, man, right?
No.
Absolutely no way. So most people are going to be selling the scarabs as is, which creates a very interesting economy, right? Because you may potentially find like a bit of a niche where the scarab is super underpriced compared to what it gives you, because just no one wants to run it. Like Ultimatum, I think is a pretty good example of that, which I think is almost certainly going to happen. No one's going to run that, and then someone's going to get filthy rich off it.
Yeah, there are going to be some really rare ones that are very niche, but on the top end, super valuable, but no one wants to do it because it's maybe like annoying. Like the Beyond one that spawns portals, for example, right? Super weird, maybe hard to get a payoff out of. But if it's cheap, someone will do it and someone will figure it out. It still won't be amazing, and that's why it was cheap to begin with, but there's definitely going to be something there, so yeah, I like it. And there's definitely going to be little gaps to find and take advantage of.
There will be gaps in the market, for sure.
But you're it's gonna feel bad when you get a winged scarab and it's the portal one though. That's gonna suck if they're
I kind of want to find a good strat that just works.
I guess I have no idea really. I'm hoping they're as common as Neon said they
Or
might
try
be in the
out a good
interview,
strat
but
and
I
then
guess we'll
modify it to my
ultimately see
liking.
when we actually play.
I think you gotta like kind of keep your expectations at like wing scarabs being not very common though, because they are for the most part completely broken.
But I wish I gave you crafted anything.
Did you guys
with,
feel like when you were
Necropolis?
making trees, you were trying to incorporate some kind of like scarab engine, we'll call it, like some way of using your strat to drop more scarabs? Because I found that for like everything. There's very few things where I wasn't doing that.
For my league style strategy, it's like I have all of the nodes for Scarabs pretty much. Well, not all of them, but like the vast majority of them. So yeah, yes, definitely. I think, like, would you take a node which says you have a chance to get a divine, an extra divine, every other, map? Right, potentially. Because, like, if you have, let's say that you get 2 Horned Scarabs in 100 maps, and they're a divine apiece, or more, right? And then you take nodes on the tree, which doubles that, right? That's, like, pretty good.
Definitely.
No?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I mean, it really depends on how common
Sounds
they are
good
and, like,
to
the
me.
price of all the different ones as well, right? Like, I have a feeling most of the winged ones are going to be pretty expensive, but it really depends on how expensive the rusted, polished, and gilded are, which are going to be the majority of the scarabs we end up getting, obviously.
That's pretty much my strat. Which normal
It's pretty
basic
cool.
stuff
It's
can I
very cool
do?
for Trade League, especially.
Or it would
I
be
think it's good in
interesting.
SSF too.
I'm stealing this because Grimro said it. You don't want to go horizontal, you want to go vertical, right? You want to go deep into the content that you enjoy running. You don't want to go on like Legion Scarabs and, like, spread yourself out, right? You actually want to go deep instead of spreading yourself out. Just grab some garbage, yeah, same here. But I would actually like to find maybe a strat where you can go horizontal again, like with my, like previously. And yeah, just see what happens. That would be kind of interesting if there is. Because keep in mind, if you can go horizontal and still make good cash, that will very likely be the cheapest strat, right? That will very, very likely be the cheapest strat. Because the cheaper ones are gonna be the basic ones, right? Just add 2 shrines, add some scarabs, add some scarabs, add some strong boxes, those basic things. I think that's worth a lot. If you can kind of take advantage of that, that would be huge. I'm just waiting here. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna risk my life again here. There we go. Have you actually done a second Atlas skill tree yet, Shaggy? Oh, I'm just sorry. Continuing the
Because
podcast.
it like really adds some really fun and interesting ways to farm for specific items.
Some of them feel like specifically made for SSF, right? Do you think?
Yeah, like for example the
Nameless here.
talked about it earlier, like the ultimatum. It's like if you need catalysts, you can do that now, and you just save those up, and then
Gonna stop doing this map.
like
Died too many times.
So I can have that. And the cool thing as well is that you can sort of like set up a tree type of ecosystem where, like, if you're farming a specific type of content but it relies on other contents as well, you can do like, a few days of one tree that farms up for your other strat, that then you do that and then it farms up for your others. Like, do you know what I mean? So you can kind of go between like, oh, I'm scarab finding for a week and then I'm farming this strat for this X amount of time, but now I have Uber fragments. Since I dropped these T17s, you'd run the T17s, and then you can have like a T17 Atlas tree respect that then juices those like a little bit further, or actually does the opposite of juicing if they're like completely just like super hard and broken. So I really like that. It's like more freedom, always better in this regard, and I think they did it in a pretty cool way. There's so many questions.
Will be interesting if people do that, because then you can go from finish the Atlas with the first loadout. With the second, you farm scarabs, and with the third one, you then use those scarabs, and then you ping pong back and forth, right? And maybe you do the second loadout like a little bit scuffed, and then you can refine it over some time. I mean, keep in mind, we're in the first. This is the 3rd day. I mean, I made one, but I ain't using it. Okay. Yeah, some of those are just like questionable. They are a bit questionable, let's be honest. I'm not quite sure what I want to do now. I know I have my Atlas strategy. I put that out. But now being in the game and feeling it, I'm a bit all over the place. I'm not quite sure. I took all the maps. I'm not getting enough maps, though. I truly am not getting enough maps, in my opinion. Feels a bit rough. But I think this is the biggest problem because it's a fight, right? It's a fight. It's like pushing the boulder up the hill to get to tier 16. And when you finally do your one tier 16, you get that Eldritch boss, and then you get a Void Stones. Boom, a lot easier. Then you get the second Void Stone. Boom, way easier. And and now it's like, okay, now I can breathe again, right? And now it's like, but getting to the tier 16 maps is like, you're pushing up a boulder. That's, I think, the point. About strong boxes. I do have a lot of the Scarab ones. The one that I don't have is unique monsters in your maps have 200% increased chance to drop Scarabs. I don't know if I want to path over there, though. That's a lot of points, and we're already like 80 points in. I don't know if I want to use those points as well. Can I save a point here? Wait, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. I think I can save a point if I move this around. If I go for this one and then respec a few. I can save 1 point, but actually who cares? At this point, chance for monsters in each of your maps to drop an additional connected map is probably not a bad idea to have right now. Maybe I should start blocking content so I find more content that I like instead of less content that I don't like. Heist.
One way to play.
Rogue
It
Extras
was
are
when
unique.
they first
Tormented
introduced
Spirits
altars
are
and you could
unique.
get a ton of scarabs. I played it exactly how you're describing, because you'd get so many.
Maybe.
You could actually just self-sustain, and I'd just bounce between mechanics, just doing whatever I had. It's actually a pretty fun way to play, so I can see it.
Yeah. 100%. I'm curious though. Do you guys think the economy is kind of going to be in shambles though? Because I remember in Ritual League, most of the stuff was basically worthless because it was just everything was just too OP, right? Like if you take Breach for example, you can get so many Breach splinters with so many breaches now. Do you think, and it's all like automatic opening, do you think breach zones are basically going to be like 3C? Like, is that going to be a problem? I guess if you get so many of them, it doesn't matter.
People stop farming.
I mean, it depends on the mechanic. I do think that there are some mechanics in Path of Exile that are a little bit outdated. Like, I do think like breach stones are pretty outdated, right? And I don't think anybody's pretending like every league they have to just make everything fresh and insane again, because that would be like just an insane amount of work.
Breach feels a little bit questionable.
There's always gonna be something, and
like I looked at it in the fragment tab, and I was like,
I don't necessarily feel like
kind of cringe.
It's like a problem if the bottom
Cringe is a
end
bad
of things
word
are
for it.
diluted, because like you kind of saw that this league where there was like so much of everything, but it created value elsewhere, and it sort of like brought everyone up a little bit. Of course, you're not gonna have like, Timmy getting like a full adorned fixed mirrored build, but at the same time, like Timmy could get his mage blood and have fun blasting at the same time. Like,
yeah.
So I think it like everybody kind of benefits from that, so long as we don't get to the point where loot bloat becomes too, because I do feel like this league, it became very tedious after a while. Like the fact that like your screen is just loot tiles and that sort of stuff, and you're just spam clicking the whole time. So as long as like there's more like content identity, and there's like you feel like you're doing different things and keeping it fresh, and it isn't just about like clicking loot tiles, I think the game will be just really good, and the economy will be fun. And as long as multiple things are worth farming, people will do different things because people like different things, and that's good.
Yeah, I think it balances itself out.
Kind of what I meant more would be like, let's say that you have like these breach power farmers using the winged breach, getting like 15 extra rares per breach, and they got 9 of them, so they're getting 150 breach rares. They're pulling out like 10 or 15 breach stones a map. It's gonna happen. What does that do to like your breach splinter all flame, where you pick up half a breach stone from your all flame? You're like, this isn't very good anymore, is it?
It's not on your filter anymore. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah,
I mean, I never had filters anyways, usually.
Essences could also...
sorry, I never had splinters on filter.
Right? Like how much stuff you can get. But I guess it's kind of a
not worth it.
approach. I remember distinctly Ritual, because of the Daily Orbs and how people infinitely duplicated the Daily Orb maps.
Daily Orbs
everything
like
just became literally worthless. It was like it was like pretty bad to be a general player who wasn't doing the pinnacle. You know what I mean? I just don't want to see that happen again. But hopefully we don't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll happen in pockets, and Breach is a good example. It happens to a lesser degree for other things, like even on a small scale, like from Stygian Vices, like they're crazy expensive, and then
I
they're
was thinking
nothing.
Abyss as well.
Yeah, like it always happens. I think we'll just see it in different places this time.
But then again, like you say that, but you know, so like maybe Stygian Vices and Hordes, they're not going to be used for like getting Abyss jewels or whatever, but they will be used for getting depths because the jewels will be expensive, right? So there will still be something for people to do there. Although I do find it hard to see actually farming Breach for Breach. Breach is one of the crazier mechanics this league, right? So it doesn't invalidate Breach. It just makes Breach stones kind of just mid. And it's the same thing with Legion. Like,
okay, hold up. I just made a map that is very scary. Unique bosses are possessed. Monsters cannot be taunted. Maximum life is maximum energy shield. This is gonna be a tough map, so I actually need some scarabs. So I definitely want more shrines. I definitely wanna because now I can put multiple shrines in a map, right? I can use 2 domination scarabs at the same time. Yeah, there's a limit of 4. So I'm gonna use multiple of those. If I'm already at it, I'm gonna use 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, that's already max. Yeah, that's... Oh, no! Wait. So you need to like... Oh, God, how do you stack them now? So you can't do it like this, right? So you need to... Oh, no. So you have to like manually do it. Oh, my God. So you have to like... You need like 3 times 20 domination scarabs that you can put in, or you have to like manually put them in. Oh my God. Of course, because the moment you put it in, like control left click, it like stacks it, right? But you don't want it to stack, otherwise it's not going to use 2 of them. You need to put 2 separate ones in. Oh man, okay. It's a bit annoying. Okay. Never mind. What else would help me? I mean, more shrines obviously helps a lot. And if I'm already doing this, I should probably, instead of strong boxes, use 1 divination scarab, right? Because it's Crimson Temple. Maybe I get lucky early in the league. Well, pausers, you know. Okay, let's continue.
You know, they reduced 5-way XP by like 60%. So who knows? Like, I think people are probably still going to farm XP in them, but it's going to be kind of shitty in comparison to what it was. But maybe that opens up the possibility for like pure breach stones to be a thing again, right? So I don't know. It's like some things from certain mechanics will be devalued a lot, but then it increases the value of other things. So it's just balancing act between different things.
Pick stack up, hold shift and click.
Yeah, I just gotta be right back.
Yeah, you have to shift. Click like in Minecraft. Yeah, I know.
I think the economy is like oh, you swapped cam.
Yeah.
I think the economy is like really cool in theory. They're like it always has a way to like balance itself out. Like this league, I felt like if you were the guy that was willing to farm non-affliction stuff, you could still make an insane amount of money now.
Yep, that was me.
So,
yeah, I mean, dude, even doing Essence is like in Affliction League, which is the last thing anyone would want to do, right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, for me, the biggest thing was that it survived, right? Everyone, if you'd have told everyone Mage Bloods are 80 div, Headhunters are 100 div, and all this, if you'd have described that to someone before the league, they would have told you that the economy's dead, but I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it wasn't
Maybe I'm out of touch, but I thought it was fine. It's just different stuff to adapt to.
And it introduced a whole upper tier of items, right? Because yeah, now Mage Bloods are cheap, meaning, or not cheap, but you know, like cheaper, meaning more people will put Hina cores locked to them, or maybe even just throw them into double corruption. And that creates like a whole new market above that, where it just keeps sort of going towards like the higher and higher end, which honestly that's like giga power creep and potentially not like really good for the game. But
yeah, it's not good long term for the game.
It's also like pretty cool about Piri, the fact that they will always spawn like higher, more like crazy items and crazy strats, right? Like we saw some insane items this league. because of the availability of you know, currencies, unicorns, locks, divines, and all that kind of stuff.
I actually don't know how many
I think
Necropolis
this-
locks dropped, but I
this
mean,
could have
keep in mind, I was not a mega
cause some
juicer,
things to be
like I
a
was nothing.
bit more obsolete, like
I
because
was the
the way that
classic
the mechanic
guy.
seems is like it's the starting point, right?
An affliction.
You don't use this. You start with this mechanic. You start crafting with it. So how do you incorporate essences and stuff into that? You just don't, right? So what are essences for now in the end game? It's like if the league mechanics are good where you just use it, then.
I mean, it depends, because you'll still be able to, you know, generate 2-3 fractured modifiers, and in some cases essences provide unique modifiers too, like crit multi on ring or loading essences on helmet and that sort of stuff. So there will always be like value tied to them.
Yeah.
And because that, like, they actually didn't remove the harvest bench for essences, for example, then that means that all essences are still valuable to some extent. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's still gonna be like very valuable essences, depending on the juicing strat. Like if somebody's generating like,
Man, the
50
shrines I'm
deafenings per
getting
map,
are ass.
maybe
I think.
it'll be like a little bit devalued, but
I'd like to get the movement speed one, but maybe
the
I'm
thing that
actually
happens
dying
is, like,
fast if I
people are
take that one.
generating 50 essences per map. That means that people are gonna be using, I don't want to like throw a random number, yeah, like 10 times more essences in general, right?
Yeah, that's the hope, right? It's,
Yeah.
Like when,
Which is good,
when fracturing
which
orbs go
means
down in price,
items
everyone
might be
suddenly starts
cheaper
thinking,
too.
I'll use a fracturing orb. So and then even when it goes back up, you've already started using them. So I feel like it gets people into it more than anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Makes it easier for people to craft their mitty items
corpses are,
to continue the game and play deeper and
I
longer
wouldn't
and
farm Harbinger because the
better
fracturing orbs can be
all
so
that
cheap
jazz.
because everyone can fracture for free with the corpses. But the actual more you think about it, it's like, I don't know if there's actually any specific way to control what base you get, right? Let's say you're fracturing a bow to try and get +2 arrows.
Yes.
First of all, you need to put in the
Map done.
corpses to get that to roll
Thank God.
deterministically. And then second of all, you need 4 fracturing
I'm actually shocked how I'm not dying.
corpses.
I
Then it has
truly
to
am shocked.
hit the mod. And
gonna mirror
then
Annoying Chorus.
you also need to be on the right
Dude.
base. The last one is the one I'm
Sag.
particularly concerned about. Like, it could just be a short bow instead of a spine bow. And you're like, oh man, is there any way to control that? I don't know.
Maybe I think there might have been ways to get higher level bases. If I saw one of the crafts, I think.
yeah,
Like
there's
highest
one
level
that,
base.
yeah, give you like lucky reroll, but for base time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So you'll be able to like influence that, and since you can stack crafts, like maybe you'll be able to skew the results more towards like the top bases, right? So I mean that's especially more relevant for like armors and all that kind of stuff. But,
It's a disgusting map. I don't want to do that.
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. Big question mark.
Should be interesting. Big question mark. But
Yeah,
whoever cracks it will be making a lot of cash.
it will not be me. I'm not the crafting guy, no way.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
same here.
Alright.
I think if somebody tells you like what to do, like, and you do it, and you'll see like the juice, I think you'll probably change your mind because.
Oh no, I'll do it, but I'm not going to be figuring out the 27 plot craft. My goal will be to find the best craft with the least corpses. That will be what I look for.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's true.
I
That's a good
think that crafting items like quivers, shields, rings, belts, I think this is probably going to be the easiest way to get into the mechanic and see how it is. I think weapons is going to be super hard, which is where I'll probably still be using essences. Like,
Yeah.
I'm probably still going to buy a fractured wand and spam it with deafenings. I don't think I'm going to be using the mechanic for that. I mean, maybe you could, but it just seems
That
like
kind of shows
a
how
lot of
good
hoops
essences are, though, right?
jump through.
Compared to the
They're adding
Necropolis.
unique
It's
modifiers
like
to
it's
them too. So like power charge on helmet.
because you
people
can
getting power
guarantee a
charge
mod.
explicit
Essences
stack
are
on
so
rings.
fucking good.
Or what if we get like
Just the way to
enlightened
get them
support
is
on
just
the
not
dwarves
my
again?
thing. It's
Yeah,
just way too
it
tough.
looks like we might be getting some
So rippy.
some
But
Sentinel
it's
mod
kind of fair,
stacks,
right?
so-
They're incredibly good, so
I think it depends.
gotta make
because
it difficult.
The thing which made Gear really broken at Harvest was the fact that there was damage dealing prefixes. Because those don't really exist on Influence Gear. Like Standard Gear doesn't really have it. I mean,
suppose.
obviously the Conqueror and Shaper does, but like getting some of the prefixes was completely out of control. Like that's how you got so much damage back in the day.
But you still have Eldritch Implicits on top of your bases, and because like normal bases, they don't have maybe damage, but they do definitely have defenses, right? So it sort of like creates, well, I don't know, it's not like people build characters however they want, but it incentivizes people to have more well-rounded characters, right? It sort of like pushes people towards this type of items that makes their character better. So I think overall it's just better for the game to have this kind of defensive prefixes and suffixes, whatever, and then the implicits will just give you a little bit of extra icing on top.
Yeah, I mean, like with boots though, right? Like most of the boots that you craft have like a completely worthless prefix on them. It's like unless you're playing ES, it's like armored evasion. That's like one of your mods. Like great.
Yeah.
Let's replace that with something good with the new system, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, what if they put like onslaught on them or something? It could be.
Okay.
But they did actually put like they showed the modifier that said movement speed cannot be modified below base value, and that's for sure a prefix.
Yeah, that one's sick.
Is that a prefix? Okay.
Yeah, I mean I think movement speed affixes have to be prefixes. It's just I don't know. I'm just guessing, of course, but
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, suffixes are so.
we just don't know anything.
Man, you
And I
barely
want,
have space for suffixes anyways anymore.
I wonder if it's data mine because the
already.
Hey, we're only the torrents out, right?
torrents out. Yeah.
PUDB, let's check it out.
Yeah, just open up PUDB.
Go.
It's not up yet until the patch drops tomorrow. The torrent deliberately does not have that data.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I mean that means that we'll have to discover shit as it comes out. I mean that's good. That's actually good.
Yeah, that is good. Some discovery, some surprises.
We say that, but we would just instantly scurry in to find it. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean of course. But the thing is like we're degenerates and we're just gonna do like the best thing possible. But at the same time, it's because of the fact that like if other people are doing it, you feel like you have to do it, right? But if nobody knows anything and you're on the same equal footing as everybody else, then it doesn't matter.
It's the best thing about League Start.
Yeah, exactly. That's why League Starts are great. And that's why I hate like PTRs, honestly. like
we can go into that if you want.
yeah.
What? What are DTRs?
I think.
Can someone tell me what DTRs are? What
There's probably never been a better time to play PoE in terms of like mapping. Like if you want to see something new, try something new, be on the cutting edge of something new, this is definitely the league to be in. Because I mean, there's no way every content creator is gonna be able to test every single on like the first few days, right? It's just not gonna happen. So there is like so much opportunity for someone to come out with something wild and just like get super rich, whether it's the lead mechanic or one of these crazy scarab combinations, and I think that's very exciting. So
yeah, completely agree.
This league is gonna be wild. Definitely for sure.
Yeah.
I need to respec some things.
All right then.
I need some respec points. Man.
We can wrap it up, boys. Yeah, thanks for coming, Grim. It's nice to see you again. And I know a lot of people in chat were really excited to see you too. Yeah.
Well, we're gonna be doing the content, and maybe I'll even be chilling in some discords with some of the boys. We'll have to see if you're keen on that.
Yeah, I'm down, bro. I'm always down.
Yeah.
For sure.
Hell yeah. All right, sounds good. All right. Don't forget, guys. Make sure you wake up at 6 a.m. That's when the league starts. Surely.
6 a.m. Okay, fuck off.
That's 2 hours away.
We're getting an 8 a.m. start. It's actually so good. It's actually so good.
Wait,
8 a.m., 8
That
p.m.
must mean that my league starts.
Isn't tuna in Italy?
I have to check that.
Wait, when? Now you've got me worried. When?
Yeah, it's 8 p.m. here in Central European. So that means it's 7 for you, Milky.
Oh, you said 8 a.m. I shit myself.
Oh fuck yeah! No, I mean, 7 p.m. Sorry.
Oh well, set your clocks. Don't miss the start. And GG. All right.
For sure.
Catch you later, man.
All right, cheers, boys.
Catch you.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
07.
What's about?
I didn't know whether to wave or do like the peace sign or some shit, so I did like a little bit of both.
Noise.
Cool.
All right. Good times. What now? I kind of can continue blasting a little bit. What do you say? Should I continue blasting? Some more blasting right now? I feel like I could. Maybe a tiny bit more. Sounds pretty good. It's only midnight. Keep blasting. What? It's midnight already? It is. Jesus Christ. Also, I realized that the chat here doesn't properly work because I turned the software off. So, thanks. Much appreciated. Hold up. Okay, got all the regrets now. 9 refund points. I want to use them in the best way possible, which is technically get a bunch of... Like, anything AoE related I can technically take away. Hold up, where's Caster stuff? Okay, now I kind of have to take this Caster wheel, because I need to unleash. But I can take this AoE away. This doesn't matter. Taking this whole thing away, I can't with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could technically take 7 points away from here. And then distribute it somewhere else. This might be a good idea. Yeah. Oh my god, the software doesn't work. I swear to god. Come on, dude. I do like the life though. That's the problem, right? I'm making myself very weak. Very, very weak. I'm a bit scared about that. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need the mana res here though yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, I need to get all the power charges, but I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shoot, no, I should actually take Disciple of the Forbidden, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Stop. Let's see if this actually works this time. Does this work? Hello? Oh my god. Good software right now. Holy moly. Okay, I think they're experiencing some issues. Well, rip my Twitch. My chat. Well, no chat on screen, I guess. Okay, well, I could... Man, I'm just gonna nerf myself so hard. Can I do some weird stuff here? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I hope I don't need that strength. It's gonna suck if I take away 10 additional all res. But at this point, I'm running around with not enough cold res anyway, so at this point, it doesn't matter. Oh, shoot. I need that dexterity here. This is fine. Dude, I need like 40 more points. Of everything, preferably. I need like 40 more points, dude. Please. Oh, actually, let's listen to some... How about this? What is this? Hell yeah. These 7 points would be perfect. Yeah. Dude, I'm gonna drop to like 2.8k life. It's gonna be a little bit scary. But I do have a few Chaos Orbs, so I could maybe buy some fat gear, right, for like 10C and just buy good boots, you know, with all the stats I need and then never care about it. I should really use all the Chaos I have right now to like boost myself up. I'm sitting on so much stuff that I just don't use, which is really bad. And technically, I could also save, I think, some points here, right? I could save 2 points here in the future. Just not right now, of course, but... Yeah, there are like so many... I need like 20 more levels and 40 more refund points. Something along those lines. 2.7k life. Rip. Yeah, no. Let's get that. The reservation. Do I need that though? No. Well, technically I could go the other way around to take that mana reservation efficiency true, because I don't have that. That would be way better, because it also has Herald skills have increased AoE. That is 10 times better. Why am I not taking this? Well, too late now. But I should. I really should. Also, the other person is apparently taking, of course, this AoE node. Makes sense. Okay. It also makes sense to take, I think, this increased damage for each aura, right? Because we have so many auras. And isn't that like a huge global thing, right? Isn't that mastery actually super powerful? Pretty sure it is. We have 4 points left. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I will do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get some life back. Some defense. I still didn't get any power charges right now, but at least I can, like, get them. Because now I'm actually going to the way a power charge stacker should be. Oh, by the way, Shaggy, if you didn't know, we're going full power charge stacking and meta-cuck. Well, not meta-cuck, but you know what I mean. The reason for that is nothing else worked, and I needed damage. I am also an occultist now. I'm not, you know... I'm not an elementalist, so I actually changed stuff. Speaking of changing... why not use the Chaos Orbs to also refund a few more things? And get a good map. Hold up. How many do I have now? I have 27. Yeah, let's use that. What? Oh. Our power charge stacking Lost League. Let's go! It's just a little bit too... It's just so glass cannon-y. I know that, because I was also Penance Brand, you know? But it's like... I don't know if that's a good idea as a League starter, you know? You just walk into a tier 16 map and get insta-blasted. That doesn't feel good, you know? Wait, I can actually delete that here. So I want this, I have this. How many can I get now? Oh, hello. I think I would be happy with like 20. Cool. Resource not available, thank you. I don't need a lot of them, right? I only just need 20 Orb of Regrets are more than I need. Way more than I need. Let's see, there we go. I do need to check my... Problem is I don't have Scours anymore, because I just used all of them. So fixing my res might not be possible. Also, sorry for hitting the microphone. Oh, you know what's funny with the Cosmic Turtle hideout? If I try to import a bit, if I try to import and hideout from another website, it crashes everything. It crashes the entire game. I think there's a bug currently. Archer stacking is so simple though. Just use Relicash and Patience and Call of the Brotherhood and whatever the fuck the shield is called. Malachi's Loop. I think I even have that. I know it's simple. Yeah, it's like a unique heaven. It truly is. Hello, I'm a Pepega right now. Okay, never mind. I sold it apparently. Or maybe I just... whatever. Let's refund a few more things. What else can I refund? I'd love to refund this down here. It's not gonna happen though. The one person isn't taking this though, which is kind of interesting. The person I'm looking at has 2.7 million DPS, by the way. I could get a taste of hate now that I'm seeing it. He also has Wise Oak. And I don't know too much about Wise Oak, so I'm not even gonna try to attempt understanding that. Nope. Won't even try. And then in the power charge tree you can get immunity to shock, so Malachi's Loop won't kill you. Ah, true, cannot be shocked while at maximum power charge. I think I genuinely forgot taking that. Like, I genuinely forgot. I think I was just dealing with the shock. I was like, fuck it, I'm shocked. Who cares? In Sanctum, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Because I had like, what, 2-point-something K life? Like, everything insta-kills you in Sanctum. If you, well, not everything, but it's like very close, which is fair. Sanctum. You know what I could do? I could do this, which is kind of a waste. Doing it anyways. So now I have even more mana. So I can actually level up Vitality and Clarity a little bit more. Just a tiny bit. Because this is 38 mana and this is 61 mana. I can level them up a tiny bit. This Cold Mastery is a bit of a question mark, isn't it? Yeah, this whole thing here. I do like it. I do like the chance to freeze. But I feel like if I have massive damage, you freeze the enemies anyways, right? So maybe this is also kind of a waste here. And probably use those points better. Power charge. Can't really do much something better than that. What I could also do is reduce reflected elemental damage taken if I wanted to. Maybe I should. We'll see about that. If well, probably not worth it. That's fine. I should go for some more crit though, right? That's the whole point. Recover 2% life on kill. That does sound pretty fucking sick. 2% life on kill. Or maybe I should fix everything here, right? To actually connect through here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get that. Get this. Get those nodes. Also, this is a lot of life. What level am I? 88. You know what? I'll go live. If I survive a little bit longer or die a little bit less, long term, this will make a big difference because I can actually level up, and that would be huge. You know? That's the whole point. How about, you know, you brought me, you made me, no, you know what? The Ralakesh's Impatience got mega nerfed. It doesn't have the movement speed anymore. Which really sucks. Well, 11 divines. Fair point. How much is extra Malachai's loot? A chaos. Bruh. Okay. 2 maximum power charges. Completely forgot about that. Such a busted item. Wow. Wowie. What else? What did you say? I had Call of the Brotherhood. Well, oh, Call of the Brotherhood, but it's the, no wait, is it Call of the Brotherhood? No, it's not Call of the Brotherhood, because those are the rings. What is the Brotherhood? Badge of the Brotherhood, right? Yeah. Your maximum frenzy charges is equal to your maximum power charges, yeah. Badge of the Brotherhood. Unless you have, of course, you need Call of the Brotherhood as well, right? To convert your lightning to cold. That's also a way to do it, of course. Yeah. I mean, if I do that, I have literally no way to get any resistances anymore. Speaking of resistances, mine are fucked. And I need some stuff. So I think the best way to do this could be, I think at this point, a better belt. If I can get a belt, you know, let's just check a few things. We can check a belt. I need maximum life. I know we have a little bit. I definitely want, I probably want 75 life on this. Elemental resistance, probably 60, and let's see what happens. Yeah, literally free. Okay, got it. Wait, what tier is that? That is tier 2. 77, 79. Let's go with 79. It's like a tiny little bit lower. And what about 80 total res? Okay. We're getting somewhere. What about 90? Price is still fine. And I definitely want the leather belt. For obvious reasons. For 4C, I get fire res, lightning res. What about you? Cold, lightning, fire, 85 for 9C. Sounds like a pure upgrade to me. Wait. Fire, lightning, and a little bit of cold. Fire, lightning, and a little bit of cold. I wish I could get more cold. It's fine. No, it's not fine. I have to get the one below, because this one is 92 life. Yeah. Fat cold, fat lightning, fat life. That's a free one there. That's a freebie. If he sells it. which is the other thing, you know, if he sells it. 3 days into the league. A leather belt that you will never take off ever again. Let me play PoE, please. Oh no, someone has maybe some issues with the computer or PC. Oh no. I think I'm not understanding how lucky I am actually having this PC that I have. Or lucky, you know, I bought it, but still. So it looks like a good belt. Thanks. Because someone was at my place today, and he was playing Horizon Forbidden West, and I can run Horizon Forbidden West when I'm not streaming it. At max graphics, everything on an ultra-wide monitor at 144 FPS. As a nerd, you know, that is poggers. And it's kind of insane if you think about it. Right? because he had a 3060, which is of course way weaker. Like a 3060 is like the bare minimum to even be considered a 30. No, not to be considered, right? But it's like the low end of that GPU series. That is kind of insane. Bruh. Nice. Alright. Resistances fixed. Life higher. So technically what we now have is more life than before with one more power charge and actually a way to generate power charges. Got it. Okay. With this, I do want to briefly... Now, you know what? We can just run a normal map. Why am I running Blood Aqueduct? What am I? Pussy. Sorry. Let's run Palace again. Oops. If I can aim. Oh, hold up. Ah, no! I should have clicked Maven. Not bad. It's fine. So, hold up. Clarity. God, I love Val Blade Vortex. Just such a sick skill. It feels really good having that now. Oh, by the way, I found it in Power. Shaggy. Earlier. Kind of nice. So, gotta be careful that I don't level it up too high. Just I want to level it... I think the guy has it at level 5. Like Vitality and Clarity. And I think if I have a bit more... what's it called? A bit more mana left that I can use and reserve. Okay, now it's, I think, actually one level higher than I wanted it to, so oops. I think the rest I will just give to Precision, right? Just more crit, bro. More crit. Neato, yeah. I don't use it right now because, you know, why, where, why, how, what. Also, of course, not leveled, but it's 40C and probably will get more expensive as time goes on. And of course, I will, you know, corrupt it, and you know, maybe something happens. It's kind of insane how many scarabs I'm picking up right now. It's like scarabs are becoming bubblegum currency. It's like that's how often they drop. I mean, keep in mind, I am going full scarabs, nearly full scarabs. I noticed one thing, though. I kind of dislike selling scarabs. I never did it. I actually hated it, because the way to set it up is a little bit annoying. But we'll see about that. Let's see how it goes. Another Exalted Orb! This is, I think, the third one now today. Still no Divine. Still no Divine. That's a lot of fireballs on the ground. Jesus Christ, sir. To be honest, I'm shocked how well this plays. Because I'm like about 3 hours ago when we switched from Elementalist to this and I got rid of Grace and put Hatred in, I somehow didn't feel weaker. I somehow, it didn't feel like, oh, well, you know, here I go, here I die 17 times per map. Not at all. Okay, I'm not gonna do the boss fight. Oh, we got a map. Hello. Kira, can you give me a map that I haven't done yet? That would be Pog. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Glacier Shrine. I do like Glacier. Sure. Not a good fractured wand. Dude, we went out of this map with a lot of items. A lot of scarabs, I mean. Kinda crazy. That was a pretty juiced map there. Mana Stacker, boys. Sorry, not Mana Stacker. Mana Stacker would easily survive that. Yeah, any range enemy is a little bit of an issue, of course, because they'll shoot at me way quicker than I can reach them. But this can be solved, kind of, because the more I juice, the bigger the packs become. And with Herald of Ice, I can start to, like, freeze multiple packs in a row, right? So over time, this will become easier. Of course, now, if they aren't clustered together this deep, this closely, then it becomes a bit of an issue. Oops. Let's go for higher precision. I wonder how single target is now against, like, Eldritch bosses. That would be interesting. I don't know if that feels better or worse now. It did take away some things. But I can do a wall side area. A wall side area. Oh wow, hello. They're a little tanky. They're a bit tough. I also have to keep in mind, I think I took away the... No, I think I didn't take it away, right? The skill effect duration yet. So this could be that it feels worse, because I have to use the skill more often. On the other side, if you have enough damage, I think you have, what? If you have three Blade Vortex, you're just blasting anyways, correct? Care about it. Having 10 during a map is, I think, long term doesn't really matter. One thing I could do... It's got Taste of Hate. I haven't looked at the price of it. But that might also be not a cheap upgrade, of course, but one that I can potentially afford. Maybe. Of course. Yeah, I saw that I was way too close to that boss, that I'm dying of the AoE. That jump does a lot of damage. Thanks. Another map done. Time to block some more content. Whoopsie. Time to block some more content. Yeah, sorry. Blight just doesn't work for this build. Ritual on the other side kinda does. I don't know. Ritual is a little bit in an awkward spot always. It's a bit higher risk, higher reward because you die in it and you're like, alright, well, rip that map. Also, speaking of... Hello? Ma'am? I was listening to this. Jesus Christ. Taste of Hate. How's your build going, by the way, Shaggy? Everything good? ADC! Oh, okay, never mind. If I'm already at looking at items... How about a better ring? How about an amethyst ring? Oh wow, is there literally none? Oh, I'm bad at the video game. Don't worry about it. Okay, 20C for that. That's fair. What about 70? It's 8C. 78 life, fire, lightning res. That's 15 to all res. 25 cold res. I need fire res on this. Doing good. Big booms, doing my first tier 16, and when I finish it, then it's Eda time. Let's go! I'm struggling actually a bit getting to those tier 16 maps. $13. You know what? Why not? I'll use it. Getting a good amethyst ring. Getting actual chaos res. Probably not a bad idea. I think one big upgrade that I can probably, well, after this, I probably should buy is what is it called? Frickin' an amulet with +1 all spell skill gems, just like my wands. And then it would be pretty sick having like onslaught boots or something, right? To really make it feel smoother, to go even faster. So I don't have the issue of running into a monster pack and they insta-kill me because they're faster than me, right? If I run faster to them and just into them and just boom, just insta-freeze them or like clear an entire monster pack or 3 next to them, huge. Absolutely huge. Looking good. Looking pretty good. By the way, I put this. I put 2 6 links and I think some other stuff in the guild stash. You know, feel free to check it out or sell it if it doesn't matter. Don't have a Keurig map. Keurig mission. I'm sorry. My next big upgrade will be switching purity of elements to Malevolence when I get freeze immunity. Malevolence is huge. Every time I used Malevolence with a dot build, it's like, oh, felt so good. Like the sheer amount of damage you can just squeeze out suddenly. That was pretty fun. It's pretty good. Delirium. Hello. Ooh, this map has increased AoE, I see. Also, I still haven't done the Uber Lab. I feel very uncomfortable with this build. I need like ungodly amount of damage to like insta phases on. Otherwise, I'm like, I really want to risk it. Probably not. No, I'm not a pussy, by the way. I'm just careful. Listen. Daniel pussy. No. And I'm trying to go fast here, but... Delirium dissipates real fast, I see. Like, real fast. I didn't die of that. I'm surprised. Billion molten shells in my face. Large cluster. Cold damage. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I need. I do need a large cluster cold damage, probably long term. That's a good point. Thanks, game. Now I understand why this map is so slow. I'm constantly having temporal chains. I was like, why is this so slow? Well, you know, constantly slowed. Yeah, I'm still freezing the enemies right now. Even without the extra freeze chance. I feel super comfy with 90 LRS and 40 fizz conversion. Oh yeah, the fizz conversion is huge. Yeah, if you get that with Chieftain, oh yeah. That felt absolutely disgusting. You know what you should actually look into, if you really want to, is Defiance of Destiny, I think, maybe. Never mind, there is none. Omega Law. Don't worry about it. I said nothing. Nah, it's good. I don't know if that's the best item or something, but could be good. I'm actually not quite sure what else I want to take. Do I want to take Arakali or do I want to take Shakari? What is the best item actually to take for? Actually, probably Garukan, right? Reduced effect of shock on you. And then you cannot be blinded and cannot be maimed. Or mimed. It's maimed, right? That is pretty big. Drought Maddened Rower. What is that? Drought Maddened Rower. There it is. Arid Lake. We have that. We do. And technically, I can just switch between them if I don't like them. Right? I can just turn some stuff off. I don't know how this actually works. How can you turn stuff off and on? I have literally no idea. 20 devs? Good lord. Yeah, Defiance of Destiny is very popular now. Not before we're gonna do that. Let me do Arid Lake real quick. Probably gonna be a very comfy map. I mean, I meant comfy, not like literally no monsters in it. Holy Jesus Christ. It's such a comfy map, literally one mob, the boss. Okay, bro. Harvest, huh? If I had the damage, couldn't I one-shot Harvest? Would that be a thing? Comfy, hell yeah, I love some comfy. You see what I mean? Like, that's just 90% Herald of Ice doing its work. Yeah, unless these enemies kill my life. Holy heck. Detonate that. Do be scary. Oh, yes. If I had more AoE and more damage, hell yeah. Not literally the entire game. If I had more damage and more AoE and more speed and everything, I would be pretty good. Like, yeah, that's kind of the point of this video game, to get it. People playing an ARPG. You know, if I just had 20 more levels and a few more skill points, you know, I think it would be, yeah, it would. That's the point. If I had all the damage and all the speed and all the everything, you know, the entire screen explodes four times over, I think it would be, you know, I would be playing Penance Brand of Dissipation. By the way, I bought a Penance Brand of... Bro, Shaggy, listen. Oh my god. I was, I was listening to Blastcast, right? And, I nearly died there. Whoa. Crouching Tuna mentioned that, you know, like, Penance Brand got nerfed, right? But even 70% nerf is still like 300 million DPS if on the very, 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 very high end. So still disgustingly strong, right? And I was like, huh, that's true. Let me check the price of Penance Brand of Dissipation, the most busted item last league. Literally 5 chaos. 5. I bought one. Because there will be one guide of like my tier 17 blaster, easy Uber bosses. And it's gonna be Penance Brand with like a 400 divine budget. And the price of it is gonna be like, it's gonna go up. Watch it, bro. One influencer, one good video, and it's gonna destroy everything. And I'll be the one who bought it for 5C. Dude, why does Eda Slam kill me even though I have 91 extra, dude? What? Eda Slam? What is Eda Slam? I actually don't know. Yeah. It's scary. It's a scary thing. Feels like a little bit of a slightly scarier map, to be honest. Oh. Jewelers. Holy mother of God. Follow the abyss. Let's follow it. See what happens. I get something good out of it. I don't think it's gonna be a good thing to do with this build, so I'm a little bit... I'm not quite sure what my mid-game strategy will be. But Harbingers. They can now drop a full stack of the currency they drop. literally fixing the issue that I have with it, right? Of like, here have 19 alchemy shards. I'm like, please just kill me, bro. It's like I'm dying of cringe here. It's like, Blaze, why? So with the scarabs now, it's kind of solved. Am I right? It's kind of solved. So now, it would be actually interesting to farm. Knows. But the thing is, they're really scary. Harbingers are super scary. It's actually insane how strong they can be. Like, they hurt. Like, they hurt. Hello. By the way, there are already some scarabs that sell like for 2 divines. Just FYI. Not even the horned ones. Even like... I think the divination one, right? That has a 20% chance to drop as a full stack. That has like, I think 2 point something divines. Maybe you get lucky sometimes, you know, with scarabs. If you do, hell yeah. Could be big money. Could be big money. Once in a while, at least. You know, could be nice. RB was always a node that drops shards as a whole, right? No, I think it was always a... No, I don't think... I don't know. Wasn't there only a chance? But now with scarabs, it's permanent. So that's nice. Holy mother of God. That hurt. Nice, thank you very much. I definitely now know, until they change a lot of the Atlas skill tree, that around now I should have my early loadout ready. And I think we are 80 points in, right? Yeah, we're 83 points in, and I'm kind of struggling to get new points. Like, this is technically where I should already have a good, like, it should be lower. It should be probably around 60, maybe 100, 130 is maybe like the, you know, early, mid, and late game loadouts. That's roughly like where you should place them. So my 100 something is a bit high that I chose. What the fuck? Anyone needs Death Salt? Such a sick Death Salt is just really nice. Wait, it is a 100% chance to get shards as a whole time? No, wait, it is a 100% chance? No, wait, no, okay, hold on. What are you talking about? No, this says 20% chance to drop an additional stack. Additional, yeah, this is an additional stack. Yeah. But the Harbinger one, I don't even know if I have one. Harbingers. There you go. Currency shards dropped by Harbingers in area are duplicated. That's one. That was, I think, the big one, right? So technically true, they're only the shards are duplicated, but they don't drop as a stack. That's true. Yeah, that's still a little bit annoying. Because then it's like a stack of 20 alchemy shards probably. Unless it converts it to a higher one. I don't actually know. Maybe it does. So good lord. I need Harbinger. Then you have... Oh god, it doesn't explain it on this list. Hold up. Harbinger. Or let's just go Scarabs. Holy heck. That's a lot of red right here. Harbinger, Scarab. Yeah. Then you have Harbinger in area have 50% chance to be replaced by a powerful Harbinger boss. And then you have Harbinger in area drop rare currency shards. Harbingers in area drop a single type of currency shard. A single type of currency shard. So this is, I think, if you roll the odds, right? You're like, fuck it. I risk it. And you go all in on Harbinger Scarabs. And at someday, you will get fractured orbs or fracture shards and get dozens of them, right? Because this one says currency shards dropped by Harbingers in the area are duplicated. And if you go all in, it's 20% chance to drop an additional stack of currency shards, which you always have, I think, right? I think you can get 100% chance to drop an additional stack. Yeah, it's gonna be insane. A Nafish Kek W. Rare plus dupe big boss and boom, 20 fracture orbs dropped. Yeah, 20 orbs, not shards, orbs. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's what the That's the insane part. That's where I'm like, And my build is also really nice, right? Because it's AoE, it spawns in an AoE, it like insta hits enemies, it freezes them, and it just feels good, right? But like, if they move a fucking inch the Harbinger bosses, I'm dead. I'm insta dead. Like, you can like throw me against the wall. I'm so dead. Oh, actually, I want to keep the Death Soul. Oh, why does it not move up? Oh, I just realized the stash tab is the other way around. Ah, lol. I'm good at this video game. Okay. Now it opens properly. Well, technically it's still a little bit jank. Hold up. Let me fix it. There you go. Now it doesn't clip into the wall. Too much. Close enough. Might need a better... I can filter soon. Oopsie. Maybe. I could also like... I wonder what you can get if you corrupt Hrimsharo. Yeah, probably a curse on hit. No, is that even possible? Can you get a curse on hit if you corrupt it? I actually don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Chance to gain a power charge when you shock a chilled enemy. Increased cold damage with hits against an increased lightning. Well, it doesn't really help. Area of effect. I like widespread destruction. Nope. Elemental damage leached us life. Yeah, that would be pretty good. I think the best is probably Doryani's Lesson and Widespread Destruction as like a a good start. Cold Blood Killer. No, doesn't matter. Oh, shoot. Prismatic Heart as well. Fuck! Yeah, okay. One of those three at least. Widespread. Nothing. Prismatic. Sadist. Elemental damage if you have chilled an enemy recently. Increased elemental damage if you have shocked an enemy recently, which is both. Shit. So you also want Sadist. Heck! I've been sitting here thinking of for probably 2 hours now. The fuck? I had Culling Strike on my RF build last time. Culling Strike on RF? Damn Ascension Trinkets on this. Ascension Trinkets? You mean the charms? Yeah, charms. Yeah. Yeah, they were sick. That's the reason why I loved Affliction on that part. Holy shit. We got the checkpoint, boys. Shit. Bro, we hit 3 notables on a large cluster jewel with a few... Oh, god damn it. Oh, man. That would have been so good. Hold up. Can we get lucky? That's a tier 2 lightning ray. By the way, I completely forgot to look at the passive skills. It's actually 8 passive skills. It's good. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Actually, this is probably good that I have 3 now. Hold up. I actually want to see what happens now. Oh, I can't. It's gonna be a waste. I want to put it in. I've never hit 3. Super lucky, I guess. I don't really need... Now, actually, I could take Cold-Blooded Killer, right? Recover 2% of life on killing a chilled enemy. Is this worth it, though? Because technically, I want to take this down here anyways, which just gives me 10% max life. Yeah, no, it's not worth it. But still cool that we got it. And I will definitely use it, right? It's still cold damage. It's more damage. To die in one-hit sustain is pointless. True! Nah, extra sustain helps me a little bit. Because I always get, like, pushed down now. And it's nice if I don't have to constantly, like, you know, like, breathe heavily into my microphone. Kind of nice. Hold up. Did you actually sell more maps? 3 chaos. 3 chaos. Thanks, bro. Much appreciated. I mean, maybe I can sell it for something. I don't know. I'll put it up for 1 divine. Maybe people do sell it or do buy it. Well, yeah, for the memes, I put it on Penance Brand of Dissipation at 1 divine. I'm like close. I'm really close re-rolling that. But at that point, I'm playing another Power Charge stacker. But I probably would also... Wait. I can just take this character right now and just put Penance Brand on it. No, I think you would have to change everything. Wait, do you actually play... What was my... No, my Penance Brand wasn't an Occultist. My Penance Brand of Dissipation was like the... Wasn't it a Templar? I have no idea anymore. I don't know what I played. I mean, technically, I also probably didn't play the best version of it and stuff. You know? Oh god, Syndicate. Help me. I'm actually perma-freezing them. Goddamn. I am very surprised. Quick question. Isn't the physical damage converted to something? Isn't that a Veilcraft? That is a Veilcraft, correct? Pretty sure it is. Yeah. Starts to feel pretty comfortable. I need for mail. It's on gloves. Yeah. Inquisitor? Yeah, it's probably Inquisitor. Thanks for that. I think I played Inquisitor. Are you a soul eater? Oh. Mysterious Scarab. Hello. Clusters of mysterious barrels. Thanks, bro. Much appreciated. Watch someone make some sort of weird strategy and print mirrors. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. There will be one weird strat. The one guy. Mysterious barrel strat. I need it for my... Okay. Well, maybe I get it. Ow. God damn, I'm like perma-freezing them. It's kind of insane. Also love that you get a bunch of XP here, right? Additional physical damage reduction while focused. Doesn't really matter. Gloves! Physical damage converted to cold damage. There it is. Do you need it? Lightning and chaos sounds pretty good. Area of effect and area damage on amulet. Avoid being ignited. Recover 37% mana and energy shield. Fist damage take. Fist damage take. Oh, okay, sorry. We thought of something else then. I thought you need the conversion, which makes no sense, right? My bad. Sorry. You don't need that as RF. Sorry. Got the face to cold conversion. Oh my god! Kind of ignored that, sorry. I was like focused on getting the level up. I think I'll just go more dad. I have to like constantly look past my microphone. I was like, ugh. Dude, Daniel has 3 monitors and can't position them properly. Oh my god. Noob. I'm filtering out quality gems. Probably shouldn't do that, huh? Kind of need all of them. Kind of need all of them. I mean, it's fine. I'll probably adjust it anyways, the filter again after the stream, or tomorrow or something. Because then I can like do some wacky stuff while I'm also not streaming it. Well, because during the stream I don't want to like mess around with filters and things like this. But again, third day and I'm still not getting to... I'm still not getting to that boss. Oh my lord. Still can't get to this, the Eldritch enemies or Eldritch bosses on day 3. Maybe I am bad. Guys, am I bad? Please tell me I'm not. Daniel bad, oh my god. Yeah, no, I am. I know it! Actually close to having level 20 gems. Okay. Pretty close. Oh, hold up. Residence, conservatory. What was conservatory for a map again? Can't remember right now. I'll just do it. Oh, that is the one. Yeah, I don't like that boss, but it's actually an interesting area. I can just, if I have enough AoE, I can just run all, like, straight through and everything explodes. It's kind of nice. Also, I can have a lot more single target. If I get that ascendancy, I can put one more curse on the enemy. That's gonna be, that's huge. That's huge. Bog. Good. You know, I kind of like that the scarabs are not called like rusted this, rusted that. They're just called breach scarab. Period. I like that, you know, simplification. At least the base one. Feels pretty good, chilling and freezing the enemy. Yes, thank you, Shaggy. I know I'm messing up my sleep schedule. I'll have to... Oh, wow, I died there. Jesus. That was a rough one. Yeah, beasts, everyone. Beasts are rough. I'm very unpredictable. Of multitudes. But yeah, I'm getting quite a lot of scarabs. Kind of nice. Also don't know why I'm doing beasts, because I'm not selling them and I'm also not using them, but to be honest, beasts do give also a good amount of XP. That is one thing, you know, that's kind of the cool part about them sometimes. I'll not be fighting this one. So one more. We'll tainted currency, because why not? Let's add some fun to this map, I guess. Conservatory is an interesting map. It's kind of okay. It's not the best, but... Oh boy. Beyond mobs. With this. Oh, no. Let's go. Woof! Classic, nearly insta-died. New rule. Don't stand still. Gotta remember that. Gotta remember that. Well, I dodged that one. I see you, Pale Seraphim. Getting Pale Seraphims is also going to be actually possible in this league, right? As mentioned last time. You can kind of force beyond enemies. But technically, you can also force it with Scarab, so that's even better. Sure. Ooh, completely forgot they're beyond. Oh my god, I completely forgot they're beyond Scarabs now. Holy shit. Absolutely ridiculous. It's actually insane. Because isn't there some sort of weird conversion you can do now with the Scarabs, right? Where it's like, I don't know, unique monsters. Oh yeah, unique enemies drop corrupted items, right? Corrupted sixlings or something along those lines. So you could print like a bunch of them and make crash the entire fusings market. I think that's what they said in last cast. Oh no, the morgue is full. God heckin' damn it. My morgue! Yo, I'm a morgue. No, I'm not morbing. I'm not morbin. I'm Morgan. I'm a morgue so hard. I'm a Finamorb. Morgue, sorry. Any morgers? Yes. Is that the new meme? Yo, can I get all the crafts, please? Or all the shrines? Okay, so we learned if I have a crit shrine, I can perma-freeze the boss, which is good. I like it. That's a pretty solid amethyst ring. Doesn't have a lot of life, but it's pretty good. Maybe somebody wants it for 5C. Nice. 3-minute map. Okay. At least the maps are kind of... Well, okay, I also had like... acceleration shrine for half of it. But that's the reason why I like it, right? That's why I like my strategy, because shrines are super powerful early on. And now, if scarabs are somewhat common, which they kind of are, and you go full scarab, you do have a few domination shrines you can just throw in your difficult map, get shrines, like multiple shrine buffs, you know, like maybe regen, and then you get the one that... duplicates your, like, it speeds you up, like gives you spell echo, and then you get like the armor one or like the resistance one, like defense. Yeah, maps become a lot easier if you have them. Yeah, we're clearly having a lot. Oh, Jesus Christ! Sadly, the shortcut doesn't work yet. Like the tool doesn't update, or there's no update out yet. Sadly, with the Awakened PoE trade, I wish there would be, but yeah, we got a few scarabs by now. Yup. I don't think we got any of the good ones yet. I mean... And as always with scarabs, it's useless if you don't bulk sell them. I beat one beast and then I have Einhorn for the map. I don't know. Einhorn is like, sure. But I guess. I feel like beating that one beast is 10 times more difficult, and usually risks my life. Oh yeah, we forgot, you can actually force Alva now in every map if you wanted to. It's true. Yeah, now you could technically, if you go this, go full Alva. Wait, that might be a strategy I can do. Hold up. Let's think about that. Why would I not like Alva? I disliked it because you cannot force it every map. I hated master missions for that. You run out of them and then it sucks ass. But now we have the other problem was you then had the entire Atlas skill tree set up for that content and then you're screwed because you have no master missions. But now, one, you can force Alva in every single map with incursion scarabs. Problem solved with master missions. You just buy 5 billion of them with trade, okay? And then I could just have one entire layout or loadout with Alva and print temples. Can my build do it? That's a big question, right? The build needs to do it. Killing... it's a bit of a risk, because if I die in it, you know, rip that Alva. It's 3 Alvas every single time. I don't have to play around too much with the UI. I go in incursion. I open the incursion. I go in. I run up and down. Kill one architect. That one that usually upgrades it. Because that's the only thing I care about. I don't care about anything else. I do not look, oh yeah, I could change the room. No, that's too much micromanagement. Fuck that. Upgrade it. That's all it is. And I think it's always on the top right. I think. You hit Alva because you need to look at which artifact. No, I actually don't. Again, sorry. You know, I said it before I saw your message. No, I actually don't look at the architect. I always upgrade it. I do not care what it is. I just upgrade it. Always. I don't care. It's definitely worse in terms of profit. Don't care. Doesn't matter. I can do Alva. Alva is one thing that this build could do. Potentially. I don't know what all the nodes are, but I could look into that. And just spam Alva. Let's check right now. Of course, the biggest question is, well, what the heck is the price of the, you know, scarabs? Because if it's, sorry, it's not Alva, it's of course incursion probably. If I can write it. I go for a very cheap alternative. I go for 1 scarab. That's all I care about right now. What is that? It's 1 C each. Kind of less. Ooh, that's cheap. You can finish... What do you say? You have 4 Alvas per map. 4, 8, 12. So can you finish 1 Alva in 3 maps, right? That is 3 C invested. Minimum. Ignoring the map crafting, which technically you can run it white. 4 maps for a temple. Oh, you need 4 maps for a temple? It's 16 you need for a temple. Really? I thought it was always like less. Okay, never mind. So you need 4 maps. So you need 4 C. Minimum. Maybe even less if you bulk buy them, of course, right? If you bulk buy like for a div, but that's later on, right? We want to snowball ourselves up. Is there any way... Okay, worst case, you get a shit temple. You have now invested 4C for nothing, which is a lie, because you still ran the map and probably made profit on that anyhow. If you have the Atlas tree node. The scarabs are pointless if you have the Atlas tree nodes now. What do you mean? Because you can get 100%. Because you can get 100% or something of Alva. Alva. Wait, can you? 10, 20, 40. I sneezed. Oh my god. Ugh. Those were 3 big ones. What day do we have? Holy heck. Okay. I'm bad at math. Give me a second. So you get 8 times 8. Okay, hold up. 8 times 6. 8 times 6. Plus 40. You get 88. Or I'm blind. You get 88%. That's not 100. So it's not worth it. You want to force it. You want to force it every single map. That's the same with Legion. You need at least 1 Legion. You're missing 2 obvious ones blinking. Sorry. My eyes are a little bit whack. I'm sorry. Hold up. Let me look again. Oh, those ones. Yeah, now it's 104. Okay. 104 is the same as with Legion if you grab all of them. Okay, so maybe they go for the 104%. Okay, that's how they balanced it. Alright. Your maps with incursion always have 4 incursions. Okay. That means we can look into the other ones. So with this setup, it's always free. Right. Now I kind of need to look at what incursion does. Contains Alva, okay. Contains additional packs of incursion monsters. Meh. Incursion in area. Incursions in area have 35% chance for all monsters to be at least magic. Incursions in area have 15% increased pack size. Okay, questionable. If you really need that. Final Architect slain in area will drop an itemized temple. Itemized temples dropped in area are generated based on current temple layout, but with randomized room tiers. Okay. But this is just an additional temple you get. This is not the temple you are working on. So it's just double. But of course, these are gonna be stupidly expensive. Yeah. 40C each. Okay. Okay. I mean... Huh. Additional temple that might be good. 90% of the time it's shit, most likely. By the way, sold the ring for 4 days. Let's go! Huge poggies, dude. Massive tit whittle. Also, when the heck did my chat get fixed? Anyways, I don't even think about it. It's fine. Don't worry. I mean, planned. Obviously. Yes. So... It seems very RNG. It seems very RNG with the incursions and temples. Okay, let's think about that. Let's go top to bottom. Yeah, for the end of the stream, because this is kind of the end. I gotta go. I also kind of want to eat a little bit before I stream. I also have streaming since 9 hours. I just realized. Jesus Christ. Welcome to Path of Exile streams. What about Abyss? Because I have to think about it. It doesn't mean the strat is bad. It doesn't mean the content is bad. It's about, hey, can my build right now, this very second, this Blade Vortex build, can it do this content? Is it going to be fun? That's the problem. Abyss, no. Ambush. Let me read it. Strongboxes in here are more likely to be rarer varieties. Okay, that's probably so you force unique ones, which I actually don't like. Area contains many additional strongboxes. Area's inhabitants are lying in ambush. Okay, so this is like the sextant. Now everything is just strongboxes. Okay, increased effect of explicit modifiers on strongboxes in areas. So this is just like to juice it up. Got it. 15% for strongboxes in areas to be openable again. So you can just click them and click them and click them and click them 14 times. Okay. And then, of course, the Ambush Scarab, which adds 5 additional strongboxes. Okay. So what would be the strat here? If we would go full ambush. Everything but discernment, right? Because we don't want to force uniques. Yeah. And they can be opened again is like, you know, questionable if you really need that. Do Jun and farm Veiled Chaos? Again, can't do Jun because these enemies do a lot of damage and will one-shot me. Anything that has to do with here is one very strong enemy is not a thing I don't want to do. Otherwise, I just go straight essences. Because it's always money. But I can't do it with this build. That's the decision I made, you know. That's the thing with, of course, I can just re-roll and just play, you know, Stormbrand. But I think Stormbrand is not going to be very different. It's also not going to do insane damage. Unless I go, you know, literally what I do right now. Just go full on, you know, power charge stagger. The thing with strong boxes is, it's cool. I like clicking them. If they're mega juiced, I instantly blow up the enemies. Right? It literally goes boof and it's gone. That would be a way. The thing is, I do not want to go horizontal this league. I actually want to get one content that I like, that this build can do, and go ham. Like, ham. Right? That's the whole point of this thing. You don't want to go horizontal, you want to go vertical. Like Grimroll said. So you don't want to, like, get multiple things anymore. Probably. You want to go deep. You want to take one content and juice it the frick up. If possible. That pack size with Searing Arena. With Searing Arena? Searing. Always Searing. Well, if somebody get this, yes, I mean, I get it. Rogue Exiles? No. Bestiary? No. Betrayal? No. Beyond? I do love Beyond, but these enemies fucking hurt. They do be hurting. And they can also spawn a unique boss. So that's scary, so no. Even though I love you beyond, you know. And every time I see beta, I'm like, yay. But it's too scary. Blight. This build sucks ass at it. Breach. Breach also hurts. But this build could deal with Breach. It's dealing with it currently right now very well. And I can force Chayula. The thing is, I have to pick up some motherfucking splinters, but that's not what I do. But I can technically say, you know what, screw it. I just pick up the... You can still drop the full stack, right? I think you can still do that. You can. Oh no, people are really struggling opening this hideout. Holy mother of God. Okay, he's in a different one. Interesting. Why did he go to a different hideout than where I was. Nani? What happened? Okay. Okay, so back to this. What can we do? Yeah, Blight is not possible. Breach, questionable. Cartography. The thing is, cartography is like... You need the singularity one, and unique map will drop from the final map boss, and that's probably where you get your money from. Yeah. And I can't imagine that farming tier 17 maps, or farming just going into maps to get more maps, to finally get more tier 17 maps, to then sell them. I doubt that's gonna be fun. I went to a hideout with an auto bomb. It took like 20 seconds. He had so many MTX as well. Nice. Delirium. Why would I not want Delirium? I don't like walking over the eggs. That's annoying. The enemies don't instant spawn. They usually take a little bit of time. Which with this build sucks. With some range character, it doesn't matter. You know, just tornado shot that you shoot in 17 directions, doesn't matter. Well, not anymore, but... Domination Scarab. Contains an additional unusual shrine. Shrine buffs in area also grant 30% increased experience gained. Kinda nice, I guess. Shrines in area guarded by an additional map boss. Modifiers to the final map boss also apply to these guardians. It's interesting, but again, big enemies are bad. Essences don't even need to look. Expedition. The problem with Expedition is I freaking hate where the loot is coming from. Not from Expedition, but afterwards when you go through 17 UIs. Unless you get a logbook every 4 billion years. No. And then it sells for 20C. Harbingers. Harbingers in areas. In area, drop rare currency shards. Harbingers in area, drop a single type of currency shard. 50% chance to be replaced by a powerful Harbinger boss. Currency shards dropped by Harbingers in area, duplicated. How about discernment? What if I go full discernment? Okay, that's cheap. Okay, to be honest, I do have to say I want a minimum stock of 10. Yeah, okay, now they're 3C. Okay. Yeah. Or 2C, technically, this guy, right? So if I say, screw it, I'm gonna buy everything for like 50C. If I think about this, I buy 25 Harbinger Scarabs. I'm guessing I can also get a 100% chance, right? Just saying, Harbies makes Burning Ground some weird lightning ball that shoots everywhere. That is the problem. That's why I don't like it. That's why I do not like it. But technically, they only do that, more or less, if you take too long to kill them. If you instantly blow them the frick up, they can't do anything. The Harbinger boss is a whole different problem. He will do whatever he wants. I'm just thinking right now, what is the low-ish investment that I could technically do? If I get full Harbinger, so I get at least one Harbinger per map. Like, I can force that. The Then I get Harbinger boss. Then I can have 3 additional Harbingers with the normal Scarab. So now we have 4 Harbingers. I block more content and only go full Harbinger. Right? I block everything. Fuck it. I'll probably get another one. I get 5 Harbingers. I'm guessing there's a 25% chance to get Harbinger boss. 25, yes. Okay. So there will probably be at least 1 Harbinger boss per area. I could technically get this as well, but no. Again, low-ish investment. If I run now 25 maps with this, with 50C investment, technically more, because I also maybe want to get the other Scarab. Do you think I could get more money out? Is it realistic to think? One annulment shard is 1C. It's going to be. Get a fracture shard, then yes, you will profit. Yeah, of course. But again, the low end needs to also work, right? That's like saying, well, if you get a Mage Blood diff card when you run 4 billion Crimson Temples, it's worth it. That's like, until then, you know, I do not have money anymore. That's a problem, right? You always want to like look at the low end. At least I want to. That's the whole point of it. I don't want to like invest 40 divs into a bunch of maps and then hopefully get something out. No, I want to have every map get money. And all orbs goes for around 10C after a week or 2. Really 10C? I feel like that's a bit too... Maybe not anymore, haha. What are the chances of getting an Orb of Annulment? Sorry, the shards. Annulment shard. I can see getting a few of them every map. Is that realistic to think that you get a few of them every map? A few shards, not orbs. Shards. That's probably realistic. Like maybe 3 to 8. 8 on the very high end, potentially. 25 and you get like 3 to 10 shards. What do you mean 25%? Per Harbinger, you mean? 3 to 10 shards. Okay. So let's take a solid 5. If we think I get 5 annulment shards out, at least per map, do I break even? Yeah. Barely. Maybe. And then, of course, I have the chance to get way better stuff, right? Like, there will be 1 or 2 fractures sometimes, and it's like, whoa, you know, big money, yes. If you fight a heartbeat boss, it's about 75% chance and same amount higher chance for fractures and Exile as well. Oh, and mirror shards. Right, the mirror shards, yeah, of course. They have 1 in a 1 trillion chance, yes, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, there's also Exalt shards, right? I mean, they're not too much, but it's also like 9, 10C. I don't know what an annulment orb is right now, because you probably want to get an orb of annulment, right? Like you don't want to like get orb of annulment. They're 4C, 6C, 7C, okay, 7C around that. But of course, because you never want to buy this stuff, sell this stuff one after another. So what if we go big dig, right? I farmed this shit for like many maps. Sorry, farm this shit sounds so negative. Am I blind where annulments? There it is. And I sell 20 of them. Okay. So if I have 20 annulments, I can sell them for 1 div. Okay. I have a fracturing orb, and I have 1. Okay. That's a bit more. Fracturing shards, though. How much are you? It's 29C. I think this is just a little bit whack right here. Let's go with Chaos. 20 something C, okay. But 1 fracturing orb is something about 4.8 div. First we'll go, wee! Meritio crafters are going to bulk buy them very soon. Yeah, maybe. I feel like that might be a solid strat. If I don't constantly freaking die from them. That's the big thing, right? I have coward struck your expansion. Nah, it's fine. I'm pretty much done anyways. I'm pretty much just thinking. Okay. And there are only 3 points here. So Harbinger is actually very cheap to do. Because there are not many points. That's good. That means I can do other stuff with it. Right? You don't have to invest too much into it to potentially get something out. Especially with the Scarabs. Okay. If I do Harbingers, I need at least 2 Scarab points. Map slots, right? Because 1 is for the Harbinger itself, the normal one. So I have more Harbingers, of course, in my map. And then, of course, this one. So I have 2. And now I have 2 others left. For now. Actually, no, technically 1 left, because I still have a map. Until I finally have... Well, technically, with a... hold up. With enough bonus objectives, I will unlock... No, shoot. I need to do tier 17 to have 1 more map slot thingy. I don't like either. Because of the enemies. They're not spawning instantly, which I don't like. And technically Searing Exile will spawn instantly and give you lots of bubblegum currency, which you can sell. Which partially was Sextants, which are gone now. But, whatever. Still can make a bunch of Orb of Unmakings with it. And Chaos and Jazz. Okay. Maybe Harbinger. Maybe Harbinger. I'm just very scared that I walk up to a Harbinger, it does 1 stupid attack and I'm insta-dead. And then I'm gonna be very mad. Speaking of, we do 1 more map. Oh my god. Can't do that. Alright, we do a bog map. And I have Harbinger here as well. I don't know what it costs, but we can check that out in a second. Keep in mind, I'm doing this without the Atlas skill tree yet, of course. I just want to see, I just want to run a map with this build right now and see if I instantly get screwed over. Here he is right there, so you can just zip over to see it. Oh yeah, the morgue is full. Rip me, I guess. Rip me. Please don't. There you go. Got that one. So let's see where the harbingers are. There they are. Hi, guys. They're already hurting. They are already hurting. Woof. Ain't looking good, I tell you that right now. Ain't looking good for Harbingers. It seems already way too risky. Because you know what I ignored? The sheer amount of rare mods. Shards. Because they're spawning not really close together. Underestimate how they spawn. I also overestimated my AoE. Okay. Learned a lot. Thankfully, we did not go for Harbinger, because it's not good for this build. This build would absolutely get mega destroyed by it. And we're not even tier 16. It probably is amazing when you get a headhunter, because you kill, like, you know, rares after rares after rares after rares, and be like, and have all this, you have everything, right? But for now, that ain't happening. That is not happening, I tell you that. Oh, true. Ancient shards are also a thing. What about those? There's the ball lightning. Funny enough, doesn't even do that much damage. Not an ancient shard. Yeah, ancient shards is a little bit like stack decks for from Legion, right? It's like they're always gamblers. They'll always sell the you know. Ha ha ha. And if I swear to God. I swear to Christ. Ah, you see what I mean? I actually got insta-cucked by any range mob. Ah. That TFT is so garbage for me now. Okay. I mean, didn't that get kind of nuked already? I don't know what happened with that. You know, I wasn't up with the hot take there. I have no idea what happened there. A lot of drama. What the flying heck is this music? Anyone? Okay, yeah, this map was definitely not worth it. Okay, we got 6 ancient shards out of it, which sell for 1C each. So that's technically 6 chaos. But I also put 2 Harbinger Scarabs in, with the bigger one, and died 4 times. Or 3 times. Was that worth it? You tell me. No. is the answer. No, it was not. It was not. The Harbinger seems a little bit too punishing. Seems a bit too punishing. I don't need abysses anymore. Okay. Back to this. Oh my god, what time do we have? Because I'm just doing shit. Oh my god, it's nearly 2 a.m. Fuck me, man. I want to wake up at a decent time tomorrow. Drone crafts were like 90% of the reason why I went there. Oh, okay. Yeah, true. I actually never did that, I think. Or rarely did that. What about Harvest? Harvest has the same problem as Harbingers. Rare mobs. Very strong ones. Very dangerous. Thankfully, I could technically die in them and still do it. Same with Harbingers, but I need Giga damage to deal with that. Or Giga AoE. Especially with Blade Vortex. And I don't want to like... Nah, I can't. This is possible with like range-related stuff because you're far away from the enemy, right? But with Blade Vortex, I'm inside the enemy pretty much. So I can't do that. So Harbinger is not a thing. Incursion is getting thicker and thicker the more I think about it. Influencing. No. Well, influenced monster packs in area have 40% increased pack size, so you probably want that, right? How much is that? How much is that? That's the big question now. $2C. 1.5C. Let's say 2C, because you buy in bulk. Okay. That's 2C for 40% more monster pack size. Of influence monster pack size, right? Okay. Ritual is no. Sulfite is no. Torment is no. Ultimatum is no. And all the horned related stuff I can pretty much like throw out the window because they're mega expensive. Scarab of Monstrous Lineage, though. Lineage. How much are you? You are 4C. Okay, yeah, now we're getting actually to some pricing. Consuming X can only get 40% from the Atlas. Yeah. So the idea could be to further progress the Atlas and change this strategy right here, which I'm gonna fill out all the strong boxes. I'm already close to the left with Searing Exile. And I'm literally gonna keep it that way. So I go from lots of maps, lots of Scarab drops, which are constantly a small little thing. Of course, I don't get money right away because you need to bulk sell stuff when it comes to Scarabs. But that's kind of okay because you can just... Actually, I don't know. Does this work? Please tell me it works. Please tell me it works. Please tell me I'm not screwing myself over here. Oh my god, yes, you can. Okay, so I can like do 1 divided by 20 and I just say, you know, screw it. Div. Boom, done deal. Yeah, okay, thank god this works. Okay, let's go. I think maybe it works. we'll see about that. Okay, perfect. So you can set this whole thing up and maybe slightly adjust the numbers. But you don't want to do like, here, you can have this so many for this many chaos and this for this many chaos. Because you're going to get so many people constantly wanting to trade for like 2 scarabs, 3 scarabs, 1 scarab. It's like, nah, bro. You don't want to do that. You want to bulk sell. So... yeah, this might be the strategy. I don't know if it will make money. That's a whole different story. You just gotta play and see how it feels. But yeah, maps, shrines, scarabs, strongboxes. Get the shrine and strongbox scarab. No, I lied. Get the strongbox scarab. Get the... What is the other strongbox scarab? So you get this one to get 5 additional strongboxes. Hold up. When it says contains many additional strongboxes, areas, inhabitants. Oh, but these are not the influenced enemies, right? I don't think so it does. Okay, never mind. Then you get I guess just explicit modifiers on strongboxes and areas. It's probably the cheapest one. Scarab of potency, right? Just to juice them up a little bit more. Yeah, they're also cheap. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. That might be the way to do it. Okay. We'll see about that. So the strategy, I guess, would be to finalize this and eat and go to bed. Is kind of keep the same tree that I had already in my video, which focuses on nearly all the maps, nearly all the scarabs, block a lot more content, pretty much block all the content, I think, actually. Maybe everything but Delirium, to be honest. Then go Searing Exarch, get all those nodes, of course. And for Scarab specifically, to then use them, you use more pack size. You go for pack size and for influenced, the hordes. So it juices the pack size twice. And then it's up kind of to you. Do you want to get more shrines to have an easier time? Then get those scarabs. Or you just go, double down on strongboxes and get those. And then you can get additional strongboxes and the potency strongbox to make those strongboxes better because they're already corrupted and rare. Yeah. Something along those lines. I don't know if it makes huge profit, but you can then take your first loadout and instantly roll it into the second one. As in, you literally take the same loadout. Because you're already there. Because you want anyways more pack size and more influenced monsters. Because more mobs drop more scarabs, which makes long-term more money. And you anyways want to bulk sell scarabs. So you need more of them. Like finding one good Harbinger one that sells for 20C is gonna be nice. Maybe, if there is one. But you probably want like 20 of them so you can sell it for like 2 div. Right? Or I don't know what. So you need to drop many more. That is a rough strategy that I just came up with. The look of the entire Atlas skill tree probably can be better though. Because if you then go for map farming and like just map farming, you probably want to take all the, you know, increased effect modifiers on your map. You probably want to take all of this. Yeah. I wonder if there's a keystone that I can also take that helps me. I have to look into that, because there's so many keystones. Like, so many keystones. Yeah, I think that might be my strategy for the next week. We'll see. I'm gonna go now. But yeah. It was interesting figuring this out, actually sitting down and like looking at it and be like, hold up, how does this work again? What is my strategy? Yeah, because I'm already mapping. I can do maps because they're just basic as mobs, so why not juice up those mobs and, you know, have many more of them? And keep in mind, the more monsters I have, it also helps with clear, cause Herald of Ice. So it just all comes together, I think. At the end of the day, will it make profit? I think it will, because every Scarab is like 1 or 2 C. So you use like, what, 6 to 9 C a map? I can't imagine you don't get that out. I really cannot imagine that. You probably make 9C just from getting 1 minions drop Chaos Orbs from like Searing Exile, and you're already good. Thanks for the stream, sis. Bye-bye, sis. Fuck you, so cringe. Oh my god, dude, Jesus Christ! But yeah. Memes aside. Hi. I need a break. But yeah. Was fun. Good times. We had good times. Meh. I got a pet. I got the helmet of the I got the gargoyle portal effect. That's kind of cool. I got the other helmet. That was worth it. Anyways, I'm done. Nearly forgot about that. I'm sorry. I hope this mic doesn't sound bad. I pray to God actually everything works. But yeah. Long ass stream. 10 hours and 20 seconds. Oh well. I'm gonna go now. Thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream.